Welcome to the first episode of Best of Co-op. This is a weekly series where we go through the history of gaming and talk about the co-op highlights from each year. This week, we're starting out with the co-op games of the 1970s. There's not a ton of them, so I just wanted to push this whole decade together. This is where gaming really started, and the origins of co-op gaming were just beginning to appear as well. But before we get to the co-op games, I just wanted to briefly talk about some of the other things that were happening in the world of video games. Of course, we had Pong, we had Breakout, Asteroids, Space Invaders, Galaxian, Seawolf. Those games all came out in arcades. We had the first generation of home video game consoles, the Magnavox Odyssey, Telstar, a number of Pong clones, and Color TV game. Then of course we had the second generation of home video game consoles, the Fairchild Channel F, the Atari 2600, the Bally Astrocade, and the Magnavox Odyssey 2. At the very end of the decade, we saw the Intellivision. This was the decade that really brought video games into the mainstream world. So let's talk about how the co-op games fit into that as well. The first game is Pong Doubles. Can this be considered a co-op game? Well, my definition of a co-op game is when two players can team up against the AI. In Pong Doubles, it's two human players against two other human players. So it's not necessarily a co-op game, but it is the very first game that involves any form of teamwork between multiple players. So it's absolutely worth mentioning and potentially influence future cooperative games. Do I really need to get into how Pong plays? You know, you got the little paddles, you got the ball, bounces back and forth, you score points. That's literally it. If you don't know what Pong is, I don't know what to tell you. Next, I wanted to talk about the Play-Doh platform. Play-Doh stands for Programmed Logic for Automatic Teaching Operations. It was established in 1960, and it was a large mainframe with user-friendly terminals designed for virtual teaching. By 1972, the Play-Doh 4 system featured advanced attributes like vector graphics, touchscreen interface, and network connecting global terminals. Students quickly recognized its potential for gaming, leading to titles like Empire in 1973 and Spasm in 1974, where up to 30 players engaged in space battles for galactic dominance. Showcasing pioneering multiplayer features, we saw a number of early RPGs on this platform that allowed players to team up and take on quests together. This was basically the origin of the MMO. Games like Moria came out in 1975, Oubliette, and Avatar came out in 1977. All had cooperative RPG elements. These are all considered to be some of the earliest dungeon crawlers and RPGs. These are games that came out in the 70s. They're kind of hard to find anywhere today to even emulate, but it's really impressive what they were able to accomplish here. Just visually, look at some of these graphics. Actually hold up pretty nicely. And then of course with the multiplayer capabilities, it's very innovative. These were not local multiplayer experiences. You were able to connect through a network and play online more or less. Unfortunately, I'm not able to showcase the multiplayer capabilities of these games as they weren't local, and I would need multiple emulators set up somehow, and I don't even know if that's possible. But this was obviously way ahead of its time, and it needed to be talked about. Now, the first home console game that has somewhat of a co-op feature, Maze Game, and it came out on the Fairchild Channel F. There's a number of variations. Blind Man's Bluff and Trailblazer are some of those games, but the main one is just called Maze. It's a two-player game with an AI cat. It's debatable whether or not this is a cooperative game, but the way I look at it is the cat is your common enemy and you both are trying to escape. So you could play that as a competitive game where you're just trying to get to the exit first, or you can work together. Take from that what you will, but it is the first console game that has any form of cooperative element whatsoever, so I thought it was worth mentioning. In 1978, Atari released Fire Truck. Now this is truly the first co-op experience ever. You and a friend control the titular fire truck. The arcade cabinet had two steering wheels with one player in the front controlling the front part of the fire truck, and one player in the back standing up using another steering wheel, controlling the back part of the fire truck. You drive and navigate through the winding levels, trying to avoid obstacles, and you really have to work together in order to steer this fire truck successfully without crashing. The games that came out before this absolutely had some co-op elements, but this is the first one that was a local co-op game that required you to work together. Arguably, Fire Truck is the first local co-op game. It's simple, but it's a lot of fun. In 1978, we also saw Breakout on the Atari 2600. This game had already come out in arcades, but it was the Atari 2600 version that offered two-player co-op. Breakout is not unsimilar to Pong. It's known as a single-player game, where you have a little paddle on the bottom of the screen and you bounce the ball up, trying to break all of the bricks. But the Atari 2600 version added a second player, so you could both control your own individual paddle and work together to break through all the bricks and get a high score. So in my book, yes, the 2600 version is the better version. In 1979, we saw Starhawk Arcade. It's a vector-based on-rail shooter that can be played cooperatively. Each player uses their own cursor to shoot the enemy spacecrafts flying by. This is obviously heavily inspired by Star Wars and the Trench Run, as you fly through the Death Star trying to destroy it. The graphics of this look absolutely incredible for the time, and it gives you a pseudo 3D appearance. The gameplay is definitely simple and doesn't offer a lot of variety, but for the time, I bet this would have been pretty exciting to see. A couple years later, there was a Vectrex port that was also co-op, and that's a pretty faithful version of the game as well. Again, this is just a really impressive game to see in the 70s. Also 1979, Hyonkyo Alien, a pioneering arcade game. It stands out in the golden age of gaming for various reasons. Developed by a group of university students, it birthed the trap 'em up genre, tasking players with luring and burying enemies in holes. The game's origin was banal. Originally about clearing an apartment of cockroaches, it transformed into a scenario where a police officer in Hyonkyo, armed with a shovel, combated an alien invasion. The unpredictable alien movements adds challenge as players aim to bury them. The game features 9 increasingly difficult rounds, emphasizing high scores as players adopt strategies. Remarkably, Hyonkyo Alien was one of the first games offering multiplayer options, allowing cooperative or competitive play. 1980. But first, let's quickly take a look at what else was going on in the world of gaming in 1980. In the arcades, we had Pac-Man, Crazy Climber, Berserk, Missile Command, as well as Phoenix. On the Atari 2600, we saw Adventure, which could arguably be one of the first action-adventure games of all time, and was definitely an influence on games like Zelda. Nintendo released their first Game & Watch. This was another great year for classic video games, but there's perhaps less notable titles in the cooperative realm of video games, but let's take a look. So let's start with Space Invaders on the Atari 2600. It was a groundbreaking arcade phenomenon, and it greatly boosted Atari's success, selling over 1 million copies for the Atari 2600 and fueling console sales, earning it the title of the first killer app. It was a simplified yet innovative space-based game in 1980, featuring opponents that fired back, destructible barriers, and high score recording. Players controlled a laser cannon, defending against descending waves of invaders, seeking to shoot them all while avoiding their laser beam. Shield barriers offered limited protection, and occasional alien spaceships could be shot for extra points. The game's sound effects closely resembled the arcade version, with 112 variations, including multiplayer options. Space Invaders provided ample replay value, marking a milestone in video game history. And yes, the thing that sets the Atari 2600 version apart from the arcade version is the inclusion of a 2-player co-op mode. There's one version where one player controls the ship and the other player shoots. It's a fun yet kind of simple way of working together, but the version that I love is where you each control your own ship and you work together to defend against the invaders. Very simple gameplay, but it's fun to play with a friend. Armor Attack, developed by Tim Skelly and released by Cinematronics in 1980, is a multi-directional shooter that offers intense combat between the player's Jeep and enemy vehicles in an overhead view of a town. This arcade classic, later licensed to Sega in Japan, features vector graphics, where the overlay on the monitor adds a green tint and outlines the buildings. The game was also adapted for the Vectrex in 1982. Gameplay involves rotating the Jeep clockwise or counterclockwise using buttons, moving it forward with a gas pedal simulation, and firing rockets straight ahead, and a tracking helicopter periodically spawn, with tanks moving in fixed patterns and turrets following the player's movement. Tanks require 2 hits to destroy, and players can have 2 rockets in play. Colliding with enemy fire or vehicles leads to player's death, while destroying the helicopter grants an extra life. The game's intensity periodically increases for added challenge, with the cooperative 2-player mode also available. Wizard of War, an arcade game released in 1980 by Midway, allows up to 2 players to cooperate in battling through monster-filled mazes by shooting creatures. The game was later adapted for various platforms, including the Atari 8-bit, Atari 2600, Atari 5200, Bally Astrocade, and Commodore 64. Players referred to as warriors, with an O, must eliminate monsters in rectangular grid dungeons with corridors and walls. The game features monsters with unique abilities, including turning invisible, and introduces increasingly challenging enemy lineups as players progress. The titular Wizard of War emerges in later levels, taunting players and adding complexity. With special dungeons, bonuses, and evolving titles for players, the game offers an engaging and ever-challenging gameplay experience. Ripoff, a black and white vector graphics arcade game, once again developed by Tim Skelly and released by Cinematronics in 1980, introduced cooperative gameplay and flocking behavior. A Vectrex port arrived in 1982. In Ripoff, 1 or 2 players control tank-like vehicles, aiming to prevent computer-controlled pirate tanks from stealing 8 canisters at the screen's center. Pirate tanks rush to drag the canisters off the edge, with varying point values based on the speed and strategy. Players must shoot or collide with enemies to defend the canisters. The game's difficulty escalates through waves, introducing higher point tanks with lasers and bonus levels that increase in speed and challenge, concluding when all canisters are taken by pirate tanks. This is a pretty fun take on the old school arcade shooter. It plays somewhat similar to Asteroids, but you just work together to defend the canisters. And there is an overlay that shows some colors to differentiate the barriers and where the canisters are supposed to sit, which adds a little bit of diversity to the images of this game. I really enjoyed this one. Warlords, an arcade game released by Atari in 1980, is a unique fusion of Breakout and Quadrapong, allowing up to 4 players to engage simultaneously. The game involves brick wall castles, vulnerable to a fiery ball's impact. It's available in both a 2-player upright version and a 4-player cocktail version, operated through spinner controls. The upright version presents a 3D illusion by reflecting the game on a mirror with castle backdrops, while the cocktail version supports 1 to 4 players, encouraging collaborative play in addition to competitive matches. Each player assumes the role of a warlord, striving to obliterate opponents' castles while defending their own with a movable shield. The strategy involves using spinning fireballs to breach castle walls. Destroyed icons release fireballs, traveling in the opposite direction, and the last player with an intact icon receives a bonus point. Playing the game in either 1 or 2 player modes will pit the player either against 3 AI-controlled warlords or with an ally against 2 of them. Win and you advance to another level that looks pretty much the same. Of 1981. Here are a few notable things that were happening in the gaming world of 1981. In arcades, we saw Donkey Kong, Galaga, Frogger. And on home computers, we got the RPG classics Ultima and Wizardry. It was a great year for innovation in gaming. 1981 was a big year for hardware releases as well. Sinclair Research released the ZX81 in the UK, the TI-99, and the IBM home computers were also released. NEC would release the PC-88 as well as the 6000 series of home computers in Japan. The Astrovision was also released. And home consoles like the Intellivision and the Atari 2600 were still going strong. But when it came to co-op releases, there were not as many notable entries. Amazing on the TI-99 is a versatile maze game that introduces a unique twist, guiding a mouse through intricate mazes. The game offers various modes like Cheese Hunt and Escape Maze, along with options such as mouse holes, shortcuts, and obstacles that add complexity. Players can decide on the presence and behavior of cat enemies, choosing between competitive or cooperative two-player modes. While the graphics are simple and the sound is basic, the array of options makes Amazing feel like several games in one. The game allows customization of maze complexity, visibility, mouse speed, and cat intelligence, offering a comprehensive experience that caters to diverse preferences. The Quest for Rings, released in 1981 on the Magnavox Odyssey 2, is a pioneering hybrid board game and video game, notable for its cooperative fantasy action adventure / stealth gameplay. Positioned as one of the earliest fantasy games on home consoles, it introduced the concept of stealth gameplay before the genre's establishment. Players assume roles of heroes aiming to retrieve 10 rings while navigating maze-like screens filled with enemies. The game's mechanics prioritize avoidance and strategic movement over combat, making it a precursor to stealth gaming. 4 distinct heroes with unique abilities are available, including a warrior who can push enemies, a wizard with ranged attacks, a changeling who can turn invisible, and a phantom who can pass through walls. Despite its limitations and occasional frustrations, Quest for the Rings offers a distinctive blend of board and video game elements, making it an intriguing artifact of early gaming history. Also on the Odyssey 2, we saw Monkey Shines, an obscure game that offers quirky gameplay and co-op shenanigans. Players control stick figures named Alberto and Niels Bohr, kicking monkeys across various levels. The objective appears simple, yet lacks clear context. The cover art is intriguing, but unrelated to the game. Sound involves typical blips and beeps, reminiscent of Atari games. Graphics are decent given the console's limitations, with well-animated monkeys. Controls are frustrating due to the joystick's stiffness and single-button functionality. Multiplayer mode adds value, enabling co-op play and interaction between players. Gameplay is oddly fun despite its nonsensical nature, with players kicking monkeys for points and avoiding their retaliation. Despite its flaws, Monkey Shines stands out among the Odyssey 2's library, with its memorable and entertaining gameplay. Eliminator came out in the arcade, and its gameplay resembles Asteroids, where you navigate a spaceship within screen boundaries, exploiting ricochet shots and managing limited on-screen projectiles. Your mission involves obliterating a C-shaped asteroid via a small opening, while contending with spawning, growing enemy ships that unleash deadly energy beams. The gameplay gains complexity from AI or real players, whose shots propel you and require skillful positioning to knock them into the asteroid. The graphics exhibit basic neon vectors, complemented by straightforward sound effects. However, despite offering variety, Eliminator lacks progression, resulting in eventual repetitive gameplay. It's best suited for short, enjoyable sessions, particularly with friends, and its 4-player option, rare among vector games, adds an element of cooperation or competition. Yet the game is somewhat overshadowed by more captivating alternatives. Games of 1982. Cooperative gaming was still in its infancy, but this was one of the first years where we started to see some innovation and diversity in co-op gameplay. But before we get to the multiplayer games, let's see what else was happening in the world of gaming in 1982. In arcades, we saw Dig Dug, Pole Position, Mr. Do, Zaxxon, and Qbert. On the Atari 2600, we were introduced to one of the most influential platformers of all time, Pitfall, as well as a game considered to be one of the worst games of all time, E.T. This was also the year Atari released its follow-up console, the 5200. Coleco decided to throw their hat into the home console gaming ring as well, with the ColecoVision. And finally, the Commodore 64 was released, and it's still one of the highest selling home computers of all time. When it comes to co-op gaming, 1982 was truly one of the first great years, with a number of solid releases, starting with Space Duel. During the arcade game's heyday in the early 1980s, companies produced clones of popular titles in hopes of repeating success. After Asteroids' 1979 triumph, spawning imitators and sequels, Atari released Asteroids Deluxe in 1980. Known for its extreme difficulty. When it didn't sell well, Atari introduced Space Duel in 1982. While not officially a sequel, it enhanced the Asteroids concept with unique elements, especially cooperative gameplay. The cabinet's impressive art, reminiscent of Star Wars, coupled with color vector graphics, Space Duel innovated in co-op, offering two distinct modes: simultaneous independent play and fuse mode, where players' ships were linked. The fuse added challenges and complexities, making Space Duel an early and standout co-op classic in arcade history. Vectrex had a number of vector graphic arcade games that felt right at home on the system. Ripoff is one of those games. In Ripoff, you control a ship equipped with lasers and thrusting capabilities. The game employs an interesting mechanic. Crashing into enemies destroys them, but temporarily delays the appearance of your backup ship. The primary objective is to accumulate a high score by shooting various types of pirates, followed by a rewarding bonus round, with 16 diverse gameplay options to choose from, offering varying cell protection and screen wrap rules. Ripoff provides ample variety. The responsive controls and shooting mechanics function smoothly, yet the overall gameplay somewhat lacks engagement and depth, occasionally leading to moments of waiting for enemies. While competent, Ripoff's action and strategy could be more captivating, making it somewhat unremarkable compared to other titles in its genre. Another game on the Vectrex is Armor Attack. You take command of a tank and engage in thrilling battles against waves of enemy tanks and helicopters. Your vehicle's movement is responsive, with precise aiming aided by incremental rotation controls, while helicopters move swiftly, requiring a single shot to eliminate. Tanks demand strategic two-hit targeting. Utilizing protective blocks adds a tactical layer to the gameplay. The action escalates with the introduction of more tanks, encouraging diverse tactics for success. A well-balanced limitation on firing enhances the strategic aspect, promoting planned attacks. The two-player co-op mode enriches the experience, though screen wobbling during intense moments can be distracting. The innovative Invisible Scenery mode adds a unique challenge. Armor Attack offers accessible yet challenging gameplay reminiscent of classic titles like Combat, making it a worthwhile choice for enthusiasts seeking engaging tank warfare. 1982 was truly a golden era for arcades. Joust is one of those standout creations. Joust offers thrilling simultaneous two-player action. The game involves maneuvering a knight-equipped ostrich, controlled with left-right movement and a flat button. Your goal is to joust and rival warriors mounted on buzzards, with the higher positioned victor prevailing. Buzzards lay eggs that hatch into new foes, if left untouched, adding urgency to collect them. Pterodactyls join the fray, if you linger, introducing a challenging element. Joust strikes a perfect balance between cooperative and competitive gameplay. Of course, we prefer playing this cooperatively, but it's very easy to kill your teammate if you're not careful. Even though the graphics are very simple, the gameplay holds up, making Joust one of the all-time classic co-op games. Swords and Serpents on the Television. The gameplay places you in the role of a warrior prince on a mission of vengeance. The game, played from an overhead view, captures battles against enemies like Phantom Knights and Red Sorcerers, while seeking keys and collecting treasure to advance levels. The highlight, however, is its multiplayer mode. I was thrilled to find that I could play it either solo or in co-op mode, controlling both the prince and Nilrem, the royal court wizard. Nilrem's wizard powers add a strategic twist to the experience, allowing you to break walls, shoot fireballs, heal, and freeze objects. While controlling both characters can be challenging, the unique gameplay dynamic and cooperative element make it incredibly engaging. And this was really just an unexpected game. I'm glad I found it. Worm War 1 on the Atari 2600 is yet another entry in the Space Invaders Galaxian type genre. It presents a decent and somewhat entertaining variation of the familiar slide-and-shoot gameplay, with appeal to newcomers and younger players. The game tasks you with maneuvering a tank through an obstacle course while dealing with worms and pagoda gas stations. The firing button allows intermittent or continuous shots. Fuel levels are crucial, with pagoda stations replenishing the energy units lost by moving blocks or collisions with objects. The game offers 3 play options: obstacle course, clear screen, and invisible worm field. Objects scroll downward, and collisions reduce fuel units. While Worm War 1 lacks significant uniqueness, it provides some solid gameplay, and it's just rare to play any kind of shoot 'em up on a home console that had co-op at the time. Going back to the Vectrex, we have Starhawk. It's an engaging space shooter that offers both single-player and cooperative action. The game's objective is to thwart incoming alien craft, aiming to infiltrate your planet, destroy bombers, starships, missiles, and rockets approaching the screen. While the added challenge of shooting down command ships enhances your abilities temporarily, the game's intense pace keeps players on their toes, and the option of gaining extra time with high scores adds to the excitement. While there are control options to tailor your experience, the analog-based one lacks smoothness. The game's energetic gameplay is complemented by appealing sound effects and graphics, featuring a pleasing pseudo 3D effect and scrolling planets. The game's main drawback is the inconsistent hit detection, which can be frustrating when accuracy is crucial for scoring and time extension. Despite the flaws, Starhawk showcases promising potential for a captivating space shooter, making it a worthwhile endeavor for fans seeking an engaging arcade experience. Survivor is a unique shooter game that was released on Atari 8-bit and Commodore 64 home computers. What truly distinguishes this game is its unique control scheme, offering a remarkable twist. In single-player mode, the ship responds to the joystick's commands and fires both forward and backward, much like the arcade classic Bostonian. However, the innovation comes to life in multiplayer settings. In a 2-player setup, one player commands the ship while the other handles the guns, maintaining the opposite firing directions. Yet with the introduction of a 3rd player, a novel dynamic emerges as they take control of the rear gun, which is previously a shared function. Astonishingly, in the 4-player variant, each player adds to the ship's versatility. This complexity is balanced by the challenge of coordinating actions. You know, if you have a good team and you can all work together, this can be a really rewarding co-op experience. Tunnels of Doom on the TI-99. It's a pioneering title of the 1980s. It embodies the fusion of fantasy and computing as an early rendition of the role-playing game genre. It introduced players to a cooperative adventure that predates modern RPGs. The game's mechanics feature a party of adventurers exploring a dungeon in a first-person perspective, with 4 players taking control of distinct characters. In encounters, the viewpoint shifts to a top-down display, enabling turn-based combat. Players must strategically utilize each character's abilities, coordinating their actions to overcome monsters. While the cooperative aspect was basic compared to contemporary titles, Tunnels of Doom's innovative approach to teamwork and its groundbreaking use of the first-person perspective made it an influential piece of gaming history. Unfortunately though, when playing it in co-op, the other players just control a character in battle, so there's a lot of downtime where not everyone has something to do, so keep that in mind. Wizard of War had already been out in arcades, but in 1982, it was ported to the Atari 2600. This game offers a nostalgic glimpse into the suspenseful gaming of the past, reminiscent of a blend between Pac-Man and Combat. Despite modest graphics, the game maintains a suspenseful ambience from its era of creation. The narrative involves 2 armed players navigating a maze to eliminate monsters. Gameplay accommodates 1 or 2 players as they strategize entering the maze ahead of the monsters, while time pressure escalates if the maze isn't cleared promptly, and occasional enemy retaliation keeps players on edge. Cooperative or competitive play is possible. Graphics sport a basic maze and moderately detailed monsters, though character designs appear quirky. The music only had 2 tracks, but it enhances the eerie atmosphere. While the controls are simplistic, they get the job done. The game provides enjoyable insight into vintage suspense gaming, although there isn't a lot of replay value more than just trying to get a higher score. Freedom Fighters on the Magnavox Odyssey 2 starts as a conventional asteroids-like single-screen space shooter, with a rescue element. However, the second joystick introduces an intriguing twist, enabling hyperspace movement to scroll the screen left or right, aiding in prisoner rescue and evading clusters of pulsars and mines. Shift movement in hyperspace risks collisions, compounded by the challenge of managing two joysticks simultaneously. The game manual recommends dual joystick play with 2 players, so obviously that's the way you should be playing it. Since rapid pacing and precise prisoner tagging rely on hyperspace, using the second joystick is essential for the complete experience. A single hit results in death with no extra lives. Despite this, accepting these constraints and embracing it as a conquerable challenge is necessary. Freedom Fighters is another pretty decent Asteroids clone. It stands out with its 2-player co-op gameplay. Microsurgeon on the Intellivision. It was the brainchild of Imagic and designer Rick Levine. It proved to be a visionary game upon its 1982 debut for the Intellivision system. Praised for its innovative gameplay, players assumed control of a robot probe within the human body, combating tumors and blood clots. The controls, deliberate yet effective, were commended for their precision. This is another game where you use 2 control pads in order to operate the ship. Of course, this could be done with 1 player, and maybe that's how it was intended, but I know of many players, like myself, that like to split up these tasks and make it a co-op experience. So that's why we're going to talk about it here. The striking graphics offered a unique X-ray perspective of the body's interior. Despite being a over 4-decade-year-old game, Microsurgeon's original concept remains remarkably fresh, making it a standout title in Intellivision's history. A few games I wanted to just quickly mention were all on the Atari 2600, and they have some co-op elements, but they're all fairly limited. But I just wanted to briefly mention them. We had Atlantis, Entombed, and Demons to Diamonds 3. Let's take a look at what else was going on in 1983 gaming. In arcades, we had Dragon's Lair, Spy Hunter, Elevator Action, Junior Pac-Man, just to name a few. In Japan, we saw both Nintendo's Famicom and Sega's SG-1000, and that would begin the 3rd generation of home console gaming. That same year, the MSX home computer hit the shelves in Japan. This was the start of a new era of video games, and when it came to cooperative gaming, we saw a number of firsts as well, starting with Mario Bros. In the arcade. Mario Bros., a precursor to Super Mario Bros., takes us back to Mario's early adventures, introducing essential elements like pipes, turtles, and his brother Luigi. Set in New York City, plumbers Mario and Luigi tackle creatures emerging from sewers. Its 2D platforming mechanics involve flipping enemies and kicking them, growing challenging as the game progresses. The multiplayer mode adds competitiveness, but it gets even better when working together. This is the earliest example of a 2-player co-op platformer that I could find. Graphically simple with basic sprites against black backdrops. The visuals retain appeal, while limited music and sound effects can be grating. Mario Bros. Holds historical significance, marking Mario's evolution. G.I. Joe Cobra Strike on Atari 2600. The game came out on the 2600 in 1983. Other than the name, G.I. Joe Cobra Strike has very little to do with the G.I. Joe franchise. The game plays similar to other 2600 games of the time, such as Breakout, Kaboom, Pong, and maybe even Space Invaders. But what sets this game apart from other Breakout-inspired games is the fact that you could play it cooperatively, using 2 paddle controllers. However, instead of bouncing a ball with paddles, your goal is to protect the running men below by blocking the missiles being dropped by the giant Cobra. On top of blocking the attacks, you are able to shoot the Cobra with missiles from the cannon on both sides. But in order to do so, you need to first move your paddle over to your cannon and then press the fire button. Once your men are all destroyed, the game ends. As mentioned before, this is a true co-op game. Unlike other 2600 games that feature co-op, this one doesn't have a competitive aspect to it as well. The score is shared between players, and working together is required to move forward. The giant Cobra must be hit around 8 times in order to move to the next level. You will then be presented with an almost identical Cobra, but with different colors. The graphics are simple, however, the giant cobra sprite is pretty impressive for the 2600 hardware. This is one of the few instances where a character in a 2600 game actually looks like its source material. Another interesting feature in the game is when you plug a joystick in, a third player can join in and control the cobra. This might not sound like much, but for the time, this was a pretty unique gameplay element. Overall, G.I. Joe Cobra Strike is a simple game. It may not be the best 2600 game, and by today's standards, it may seem outdated. But if you're looking for a unique co-op experience on the 2600, this is certainly a lesser-known classic that deserves some time. This is the definition of easy to play and hard to master. There aren't a lot of co-op games for the 2600, but this is definitely one of my favorites. Dracula on the Intellivision breaks the mold as one of the earliest games to cast players as the villain, embracing a unique premise of attacking innocent villagers for sustenance while evading authorities. Classical music and atmospheric effects enhance the experience, with eerie encounters such as frightened eyes peering from windows. The addition of simultaneous two-player gameplay when Dracula converts a villager into a zombie adds to the thrill. The game's control issues, particularly the sluggishness of Dracula's movements and jerky zombie controls, detract from its gameplay. Despite this, iMagic's creative approach shines through, showcasing dark humor, graphical finesse, objectives, and strategic depth. Dracula remains a rare gem, worth seeking out for its distinctive and engaging gameplay, whether through original cartridges or emulation. Dandy, later Dandy Dungeon, is a 1983 dungeon crawl maze game for the Atari 8-bit home computers, notable for being one of the earliest games with 4-player simultaneous cooperative play. Armed with bows and unlimited arrows, players navigate a maze filled with monsters, keys, locked doors, food, and bombs to locate the exit for each level. Reviving players is possible by shooting hearts, while an included editor allows players to create custom dungeons. Developed by John Howard Pavlovic during his time at MIT, inspired by Dungeons & Dragons and arcade maze games, Dandy influenced the design of the 1985 arcade game Gauntlet. Variations of Dandy were published for different platforms, and it was reworked into Dark Chambers. The name Dandy is a playful nod to Dungeons & Dragons. Diamond Mine is a mining-themed game developed by the Atari Program Exchange and was released on the Commodore 64. It offers 20 levels of gameplay. In each level, players control a mining car to collect diamonds from the field, while avoiding monsters. The goal is to cut and return the diamonds to the entrance. The game can be played solo or cooperatively, where 2 players navigate the levels, with advantages like dividing diamond collection and luring monsters away from each other. While it provides some enjoyment, the game's graphics and sound are subpar, and the challenge is relatively moderate, particularly in the cooperative mode. Laser Zone, created by Jeff Minter, stands as a challenging and captivating game, where players control 2 gunners on X and Y platforms, or split it up and play as a cooperative game. You're tasked with preventing approaching aliens from reaching their destination. Unique features like screen wrapping and diagonal fire enhance the gameplay, while vibrant graphics and animations add to its visual appeal. The game boasts a high score function, with a single entry by Minter himself, and despite its difficulty, Laser Zone remains an enticing addition to any Commodore 64 collection, leaving players eager for more attempts. Save New York is a shoot-'em-up released for the Commodore 64 in 1983 by Creative Software. It involves defending New York City from invading spider-like aliens on a static screen with skyscraper buildings. Players can choose between 1 or 2-player mode, each controlling a colored airplane. The objective is to prevent aliens from devouring the buildings by shooting them. Bonus points are earned for saving intact apartments, and fuel canisters dropped by passing planes need to be collected for airplane fueling. Players can also land their planes to enter the subway tunnel, avoiding trains and countering descending blue aliens that threaten the building's basements. While planes can shoot the buildings and each other, this doesn't aid level completion. 1984. But first, let's see what else was happening in the world of gaming in 1984. In arcades, we saw Paperboy, 1942, Punch-Out!, and Karate Champ. On the NES, we saw Duck Hunt, Hogan's Alley, and Excitebike. The adventure game King's Quest was released on a number of home computers. Now let's take a look at some of the co-op games. War Games on the ColecoVision, released in 1984, delivers a strategic experience based on the 1983 movie. Players assume the role of the United States defense against the threats from the USSR. The game's turn-based strategy gameplay involves selecting and executing defensive strikes while managing DEFCON levels. The graphics and audio effectively capture the tension of the era, but the complexity of managing multiple attacks simultaneously can be overwhelming. Additionally, the cooperative team mode allows players to work together, enhancing the strategic element. While War Games successfully adapts its source material into a strategy game, its demanding gameplay and cooperative mode may appeal more to dedicated strategy enthusiasts and those seeking a collaborative experience on the ColecoVision. This is one of the few co-op games on ColecoVision, so for that reason, check it out. Balloon Fight clearly drew inspiration from Joust. Players control men with helmets and overalls, flapping their arms with attached balloons to engage in sky battles against foes. The goal is to pop their balloons while avoiding the same fate. The controls are just like Joust. A two-player mode allows cooperative or competitive play. An extra mode, Balloon Trip, offers survival challenges. While echoing Joust, Balloon Fight adds unique elements, making it a worthy addition to the NES. Clu Clu Land for the NES, one of the launch titles, offers a twist on the Pac-Man formula. With its maze navigation mechanics, players control Bubbles, a fish-like character who must reveal all the gold in each level while avoiding enemies. The gameplay's unique element is Bubbles' ability to grip, post, and swing through the maze, which adds a strategic layer to the classic formula. However, the controls can be a bit challenging to master, and the game's repetitive nature might not hold everyone's interest. Despite its innovative mechanics, Clu Clu Land may not stand out as strongly among the NES library's other offerings. Devil World was released exclusively on the Famicom in Japan. Created by Shigeru Miyamoto, it brings an intriguing mix of maze-based gameplay and religious imagery. As a player-controlled dragon, Tamagon, you navigate a series of intricate mazes while avoiding enemies and collecting crosses to defeat demons and open gates. The unique mechanic here is the scrolling maze itself, which adds a layer of complexity. The game's religious themes like crosses and devils made it challenging for a Western release due to potential controversies. While Devil World offers engaging gameplay, its intricate design and cultural context might not resonate with all players, limiting its appeal in the broader NES library. Devil World is one of the early Nintendo games on home consoles, and it honestly controls really well, and it's a really fun co-op game. It's a shame that it was only released in Japan. Ice Climber in the arcade presents a fun and chilly vertical platforming experience. Players control Nana and Popo as they ascend through various icy levels, breaking blocks and defeating enemies to reach the summit. The game's charming visuals and catchy music add to the appeal, creating an enjoyable arcade atmosphere. While the controls can be a bit slippery at times, cooperative multiplayer option enhances the fun. Ice Climber offers a straightforward yet engaging gameplay loop, making it a worthy choice for fans of classic arcade action looking for a frosty challenge. Kung Fu Heroes, also on the NES, offers a fast-paced and enjoyable beat-em-up experience. Players control Jackie and Lee as they traverse levels filled with waves of enemies, using punches and kicks to clear their path. The game's simplicity is both its strength and its weakness. The straightforward controls make it easy to pick up, but the repetitive nature of the gameplay can become monotonous over time. The lack of variety in enemy types and environments limits its overall appeal. However, the cooperative multiplayer option adds a layer of fun, allowing players to team up against the hordes of foes. Kung Fu Heroes is an entertaining title for quick bursts of action. This is one of the first co-op games that I played on the NES. I put in a fair amount of time here, and it's still a game that I enjoy. Bruce Lee for the Commodore 64 delivers a dynamic martial arts experience that captures the essence of the legendary martial artist. Players control Bruce Lee as he navigates through intricate platforming levels, battling foes and collecting lanterns. The game's fluid animations and authentic sound effects add to the immersion, making each encounter a satisfying showdown. While the difficulty curve can be steep, mastering Bruce Lee's moves and timing provides a rewarding sense of accomplishment. With its engaging gameplay and homage to the martial arts icon, Bruce Lee stands out as a solid platformer on the Commodore 64, and it's made even better when you play it in co-op. The Three Stooges arcade game from 1984 translates the comedic antics of Larry, Moe, and Curly into interactive entertainment. Players tackle a series of mini-games ranging from pie-throwing contests to juggling routines, all with a time management twist. The game's pixelated graphics and sound effects capture the slapstick humor of the iconic trio. While the mini-games offer amusing diversions, the repetitive nature and limited variety might wear thin quickly for some players. But overall, The Three Stooges provides a lighthearted experience that offers nostalgic charm, but its longevity may depend on the player's appetite for its particular brand of humor and gameplay mechanics. Sun Sun, the arcade classic from 1984, takes players on a whimsical journey through ancient China in this side-scrolling action game. As the monkey hero Sun Sun, you battle through forests, temples, and caves, fending off a variety of mythical creatures and foes. The game's colorful visuals and vibrant characters create an engaging atmosphere, and the ability to climb vertical levels adds a unique layer to the platforming gameplay. While the action can feel somewhat repetitive due to limited enemy types, the fast-paced nature and power-up items keep the excitement alive. I think this is a really solid arcade experience for the time. And of course, it's co-op as well. Sun Sun brings an energetic arcade experience with a dash of Asian folklore, making it a memorable addition to the 1980s landscape. Castles of Dr. Creep on the Commodore 64 offers a quirky and creative platforming experience. Players navigate a series of interconnected castles filled with traps, puzzles, and secrets. The game's level editor adds a unique twist, allowing players to design their own challenges. The pixelated graphics and chiptune music contribute to the nostalgic charm. While the controls can be a bit challenging to master, the sense of accomplishment and overcoming each castle's intricacies keeps players engaged. Castles of Dr. Creep provides a mix of exploration and brain-teasing puzzles, making it a noteworthy entry in the Commodore 64 library for those seeking a dose of retro challenge. Two Tigers, the arcade game released in 1984, serves up an intense vertical scrolling shooter experience. Players control helicopters that take on enemy aircraft and fortified bases. The game's fast-paced action and varied enemy types keep the adrenaline pumping, while the power-up system adds a strategic layer. Although the graphics may appear dated by today's standards, the game's relentless pace and challenging levels provide an engaging gameplay loop. Two Tigers offers an arcade classic that captures the era's intense shooter gameplay, making it a solid choice for fans of retro action titles. Blockade Runner on the ColecoVision offers an ambitious shooter experience. Players navigate a vast scrolling battlefield, engaging in intense dogfights against enemy ships and obstacles. The game's expansive scope and scrolling mechanics were impressive for its time, providing a sense of scale rarely seen on the platform. It has a somewhat pseudo 3D graphic style. However, the controls and hit detection can be frustrating at times. Despite its technical achievements, Blockade Runner struggles to fully capitalize on its potential due to control issues, making it a mixed bag for fans of early space shooters on the ColecoVision. But at least you could play it in co-op. Realm of Impossibility on Commodore 64 is a unique blend of adventure and miscellaneous genres. It propels players and an optional partner through 13 dungeons in pursuit of the 7 crowns of the Middle Kingdom. With a minimalist plot, the game prioritizes its distinctive gameplay, challenging participants to swiftly navigate screens, collect magic scrolls, and contend with relentless monsters. Spells and crosses provide temporary defense, lasting only seconds, intensifying the game's frenetic pace. Cooperative play allows revival of a fallen partner by walking over them, adding a strategic dimension. The enduring appeal of its gameplay established Realm of Impossibility as a standout 1984 release, with well-planned levels, ingenious design, and cooperative elements, contributing to its timeless charm. 1985. But first, let's talk about what else was going on in the world of gaming. In the arcade, we saw Space Harrier, Gradius, Commando, Ghosts and Goblins, Hang On. And in the home consoles, we saw Super Mario Bros., Wrecking Crew, and Stack Up, all on the NES. On home computers, we saw Bard's Tale on the Apple II and Commodore 64, as well as Ultima 4 on the Apple II. Now let's see what was happening in the world of co-op. Co for the Commodore 64 offers a unique and engaging cooperative gaming experience that sets it apart from other titles of its time. It's a two-player only game, so there is no single-player mode. The game's innovative approach to cooperative gameplay, where players must work together to overcome challenges and solve puzzles, adds a refreshing twist to the platformer genre. The pixel art visuals capture the nostalgia of the era, and the intuitive controls make it easy for players to dive into the action. With its emphasis on teamwork and strategic thinking, Co delivers a memorable and enjoyable co-op gaming adventure for Commodore 64 enthusiasts. Dungeons of Dr. Creep for the Commodore 64 presents an enthralling blend of puzzle solving and exploration that keeps players captivated from start to finish. The game's intricate level design and clever mechanics challenge players to navigate through a labyrinth of rooms while avoiding traps and solving puzzles. With its pixelated visuals and nostalgic charm, Dungeons of Dr. Creep evokes a sense of classic gaming nostalgia while offering a fresh and engrossing gameplay experience. Whether you're a fan of retro titles or a newcomer to the genre, this game's challenging yet rewarding gameplay makes it a standout title on the Commodore 64 platform. Gauntlet, the iconic arcade game of 1985, delivers an adrenaline-pumping cooperative dungeon crawl experience that has stood the test of time. With its choice of 4 unique characters, each with distinct abilities, the game entices players to strategize and work together to conquer hordes of enemies and devious traps. The relentless action, combined with its challenging levels and power-up mechanics, keeps players engaged in a relentless quest for treasure and survival. Gauntlet's timeless appeal lies in its ability to bring friends and gamers of all ages together, fostering camaraderie and excitement within its dark and perilous fantasy world. Battle City on the Famicom presents an addictive and exhilarating tank battle experience that has remained a classic in the world of retro gaming. The game's simple yet engaging mechanics pit players against waves of enemy tanks in a maze-like battlefield, demanding strategic planning and precise maneuvering. With its blend of action, strategy, and cooperative gameplay, Battle City offers a challenging and rewarding journey through increasingly complex levels. The nostalgia-inducing visuals and intuitive controls make it a standout title on the Famicom, capturing the hearts of gamers as they defend their base and vie for victory in a fast-paced and explosive environment. Gyromite for the NES introduces players to the innovative world of Rob the Robot, offering a unique gameplay experience that cleverly combines physical and digital interaction. Guiding Professor Hector through a series of puzzles and obstacles with the help of Rob's motorized platforms adds a tactile dimension to the gameplay. But that's not the best way to play it. Just hand that controller to a real human player and it'll be a lot more enjoyable. You work together, coordinating your actions to navigate the challenging levels. One player is controlling the pipes, while the other player controls Hector to get through the mazes. While Gyromite's reliance on Rob the Robot limited its accessibility, the game remains a testament to Nintendo's creativity and early experimentation with novel gaming concepts that laid the foundation for future innovations in the industry. X'd Eyes, the arcade classic, delivers a fast-paced and exhilarating vertical-scrolling shooter experience that captivates players with its relentless action and vibrant visuals. Players navigate their ship through waves of enemy forces, utilizing power-ups and precision shooting. The game's dynamic gameplay, challenging enemy patterns, and satisfying weapon upgrades keep players engaged and motivated to improve their skills. With its timeless appeal and addictive gameplay, X'd Eyes has rightfully earned its place as a beloved gem in the arcade gaming pantheon. Released in the same year as the iconic adventure comedy film directed by Richard Donner, The Goonies by Datasoft brings the movie's charm to the Commodore 64 in the form of a multi-screen action-adventure game designed for 1 or 2 players. Players take control of 2 Goonies, each with their unique abilities, tasked with collaboratively solving puzzles and finding the exit on every level. The single-player mode allows swift character switching by pressing the fire button, while in the 2-player cooperative mode, both players control separate Goonies simultaneously. The gameplay involves intricate puzzles. For instance, the initial level presents a scenario where players must use a money printing machine to distract a patrolling enemy. While the graphics might lack vividness and detail, they effectively establish the game's atmosphere. Background music, a modified version of Cyndi Lauper's The Goonies Are Good Enough, complements the gameplay. Despite its challenges and shortcomings, The Goonies garnered positive reviews upon its release and continues to offer an enjoyable experience that captures the spirit of the film. Icky is a game that came out in arcades and the Famicom. At its initial release, it did not receive favorable reviews. However, it offers a unique journey through feudal Japan for 1 or 2 players. You control Ganbei, a farmer leading a proletarian revolution army with sickles, and while the game's auto-aim feature helps, it's marred by frequent enemy ambushes, invisible barriers, and elusive power-ups. The limited lives and a frustrating bonus level make it challenging. With only 4 stages and quick loops, it lacks long-lasting appeal. Despite its reputation, Icky offers a glimpse into the world of worst games ever, even though it's not nearly as unplayable as the early reviews might suggest, especially when compared to some of Sunsoft's earlier Famicom titles. Sky Kid, a classic arcade title from 1985, offers a nostalgic dive into the early days of Namco's gaming history. In this straightforward shoot-'em-up, players assume the roles of unlicensed World War I aviators, the Red Baron and the Blue Mac, as they engage in dogfights and complete mission-based objectives by shooting down enemy planes and dropping bombs. The game's unique horizontal scrolling from right to left, a departure from the genre's left-to-right norm, adds a touch of distinctiveness. While Sky Kid might seem basic compared to later shoot-'em-up titles, it's a charming piece of gaming history that showcases Namco's roots in arcade gaming. Twin Bee, originally released in 1985, offers classic 2D shooter gameplay with a delightful twist. Resembling Namco's Xevious, it challenges players to swiftly eliminate relentless enemy forces from the skies, while strategically collecting bells that grant power-ups. These power-ups range from firepower boosts to speed increases, and even deploying doppelgangers. The game's colorful environments and imaginative enemies, including carrots and octopuses, add a charming touch, complemented by playful music and sound effects. Twin Bee's intense difficulty curve and sometimes repetitive boss battles may prove challenging. Cooperative play with a friend adds an enjoyable dimension to the experience. Despite some shortcomings, Twin Bee remains a nostalgic and addictive vertical shoot-'em-up that captures the essence of old-school gaming. Satellite 7 is a shoot-'em-up from Sega that came out in 1985 on the Master System in Japan. Piloting the Tsuyokaze against the formidable Ira robot army is another game that draws comparisons to Namco's Xevious. Players can launch bombs and ground targets with one button and fire forward at airborne foes with another. The power-up system adds depth, requiring the collection of colored stars to gain enhancements. But it's worth noting that in 2-player mode, only the player who collects the 5th star benefits, adding a competitive edge. While Satellite 7 remained a Japan-exclusive Sega card release, it has found its way into compilations in Brazil, keeping the spirit of this vintage shooter alive for retro gaming enthusiasts. 1986. Let's take a look at what else was happening in the world of gaming in 1986. Nintendo introduced 2 of their biggest franchises, The Legend of Zelda and Metroid. In Japan, we saw the first Adventure Island on the Famicom and MSX. Nintendo would also bring the first Dragon Quest, Kid Icarus, Castlevania, and Super Mario Bros. 2, which would of course be called The Lost Levels in the US. On the Sega Master System, we were introduced to Sega's first mascot, Alex Kidd. They also brought Fantasy Zone to the home console. In arcades, Sega released Outrun and Enduro Racer. Also in the arcades, Rygar, Rolling Thunder, and Darius. The Atari 7800 was released, as well as a smaller version of the 2600. The US finally got the Sega Master System. The Twin Famicom and the Famicom Disk System were both released in Japan. Now let's get to the co-op games. Cleanup time on the Commodore 64. Players step into the boots of Otto and Bobbin, two cowboy cleaners hired to restore order in a vandalized hotel before its grand opening. This platform game offers 8 challenging levels, where you must navigate through each floor armed with the task of tidying up the mess left behind by vandals. The levels are connected by stairs, and you'll encounter various creatures moving about via stairs or poles. These pesky critters can be dealt with through shooting or strategic avoidance to preserve your 3 lives. And limited-use smart bombs can come to your rescue. Your cleaning progress is continually interrupted by the vandals, who sporadically redecorate with more paper. Time is of the essence, as each level must be completed before the timer runs out, with quicker completion yielding better results. Keep an eye out for bonus points in the form of buckets, and remember that teamwork is an option, as up to 2 players can join forces to tackle the cleaning chaos together on the same screen. Let's keep talking about the Commodore 64. Druid, while not initially captivating, blossoms into a favorite gauntlet-style adventure game through the process of adaptation and learning. The journey from bewilderment to mastery mirrors the gameplay's evolution. Initially, the multicolor visuals and tile set design might appear stretched and somewhat square, but the trade-off becomes clear. A wealth of attacks, creatures, and diverse game worlds, all in a single load. The game's simplicity aids navigation, preventing players from getting lost. The numerous stages offer both numerical and thematic variety, keeping the experience engaging. While the absence of in-game music is noticeable, the catchy theme and effective sound effects maintain an enjoyable atmosphere. Controls are smooth, although they can feel awkward during hectic battles. Overall, Druid may be overshadowed by its sequel, but it stands as a solid and gratifying adventure game that rewards exploration and growth. We also got a version of Gauntlet on the Commodore 64. We talked about this game at length in our 1985 video, and it's basically just more of the same. Every port of Gauntlet is basically the same as the arcade version. The same year, we received Gauntlet 2 in the arcades. It continues the dungeon-crawling adventure with expanded features. This fantasy-themed top-down hack-and-slash game allows players to choose from 4 character classes: Warrior, Valkyrie, Wizard, and Elf, with the option for multiple players to select the same class, distinguished by character palettes. New level designs introduce altered playfield, and a unique It enemy draws all foes towards the afflicted player, adding an element of tag to the game. The ability to ricochet shots off walls, acid puddles, and challenging enemies like a formidable dragon contribute to the adventure's complexity, with secret rooms and player contests enhancing the experience. Gauntlet 2 builds upon its predecessor's foundation, offering an engaging and diverse fantasy adventure for up to 4 players simultaneously. Bubble Bobble, a classic arcade gem, still shines brightly, over 3 decades after its initial release. As Bub and Bob, transformed into adorable dragons on a quest to rescue their kidnapped girlfriends, players embark on a cooperative journey through single-screen stages, trapping enemies in bubbles and popping them to collect points and power-ups. The game's charm lies in the unpredictability of the items released from the bubbles, adding an element of excitement to the gameplay. Bubble Bobble's endearing visuals, from the cheerful protagonists to the quirky enemies and creative stage layouts, exude cuteness. The unforgettable theme music and delightful sound effects further enhance the presentation. While the game's difficulty spikes can be frustrating, the competitive high score mode and timed caravan mode offer additional challenges. Despite a few minor issues, Bubble Bobble remains a timeless arcade classic that continues to captivate players with its addictive cooperative gameplay and irresistible charm. Ikari Warrior's original arcade version delivers an intense top-down run-and-gun experience, where players assume the roles of Colonel Ralph Jones and Second Lieutenant Clark Steele, mercenaries on a daring mission to rescue General Kawasaki from a heavily fortified South American jungle stronghold. The game's co-op mode and innovative rotary control stick, known as the loop lever, provide precise 8-directional movement,
enhancing the gameplay's arcade charm. However, its unforgiving difficulty with one-hit deaths and limited resources demands strategic gameplay and quick thinking. The sporadic power-ups and vehicle usage, while advantageous, adds in an element of risk. Ikari Warriors remains a classic representation of the arcade era, offering challenging, addictive gameplay for retro gaming enthusiasts. Salamander, released in the wake of Gradius and preceding Gradius 2, offers a unique twist on the iconic Gradius formula. Although not a direct sequel, it shares core elements while introducing some notable changes. Piloting the Vic Viper, rebranded as USS Lightspeed in the English arcade intro, players embark on a mission to save the planet Lattice from the enigmatic Zelos. The arsenal includes familiar weapons like missiles, lasers, options, and shields, with the addition of the Ripple Laser. The notable shift lies in power-up mechanics, as enemies drop random power-ups instead of a selection bar. The game boasts 6 alternating stages with both horizontal and vertical perspectives, showcasing impressive graphics for its time. Salamander delivers an intense challenge, particularly in later stages. With the absence of a checkpoint system, its engaging 2-player mode adds a cooperative edge, ensuring memorable arcade experiences. The original Rampage also came out in arcades. This classic game, featuring 3 mutated creatures wreaking havoc on city buildings, is a true relic of simpler times. The premise is straightforward. Choose a giant wolf man, ape man, or lizard woman and unleash destruction on structures across various levels. Climbing, jumping, and smashing buildings with your fists is the name of the game. Power-ups from the army and the people in the buildings keep the action going. The game's graphics were impressive at the time, with vibrant 2D models and detailed cityscapes. The humor was refreshing, with comical facial expressions and hilarious moments like munching on a bazooka-wielding army man. The smashing sounds and realistic roars adds to the immersive experience. However, what truly made Rampage shine was its 2-player mode, where the game transformed into competitive mayhem. Coordinating and competing with a friend for bonus points made the game endlessly entertaining, while playing solo can get repetitive. Teaming up with a friend turned Rampage into addictive fun. Quartet presents a distinctive twist on classic arcade gaming, offering a side-scrolling shooter platformer experience. In this 4-player simultaneous action game, you assume the role of one of 4 unique characters, each armed with distinct weapons, embarking on a mission to liberate a space colony overrun by space pirates. Throughout the levels, you'll encounter power-ups and adversities, with boss battles unlocking your path forward. The real allure of Quartet shines when played in multiplayer mode, where cooperation and competition intermingle as players collaborate toward a shared goal, while vying for top scores. Visually, Quartet boasts decent graphics and memorable music, though it may lack variety. Jackal, also known as Top Gunner in North America, is a classic overhead run-and-gun arcade game by Konami from 1986. In Jackal, you command an elite squad on a daring mission to rescue prisoners of war deep within the enemy territory. The game supports 2-player co-op play, with each player controlling a jeep armed with a machine gun turret and grenades or missiles. The gameplay is fast-paced, with players driving through various terrains, from ancient ruins to lakes and mountains, en route to the enemy headquarters. The objective is to destroy the enemy's ultimate weapon, while rescuing POWs along the way to upgrade your Jeep's weapons. Jackal's continuous level design and intense action make it a thrilling experience, with a hint of nostalgia for those who grew up with this arcade gem. In the early years of the 8-bit era, Sega's Rambo First Blood Part 2 entered the scene, seeking to capitalize on success of one of the hottest movie franchises of the time. Comparable to NES classics like Commando or Ikari Warriors, Rambo offered vertical arcade action shooter gameplay on the Sega Master System, delivering a solid and enjoyable experience. Comprising of 6 challenging levels, Rambo's difficulty lies in its deceptive complexity, where deaths strip you of power-ups and arrow bombs. To continue, players needed codes for each level, a relic of the pre-internet era. Yet, the game's rewards include freeing hostages, acquiring power-ups, and engaging in memorable 8-bit action. The standout feature is the catchy soundtrack that perfectly complements the game's intensity. While Rambo moves sluggishly and bosses lack variety, playing with a friend adds to the enjoyment, even if Zane, Rambo's sidekick, is merely a palette swap. Rambo First Blood Part 2 captures the essence of its era, offering nostalgic charm and a solid gameplay experience. Centipede for the Atari 7800 console is a great port, but it came out at a time that made it feel outdated on the 7800 hardware. The gameplay can be intense, with moments of madness and quick restarts. Failure is part of the process, but Centipede's gameplay remains engaging. This version adds a great co-op option. And similarly, that same year, the 7800 received a port of Asteroids. It's a great version, but again, felt a little late for such a game to come out and to feel interesting, but it does have co-op as well. Of 1987. But first, let's see what else was happening in the world of gaming in 1987. On the NES, Final Fantasy, Punch-Out!, Mega Man, and Zelda 2 all were released. On the MSX2, the original Metal Gear was released. The point-and-click adventure Maniac Mansion was put out on home computers and the NES. In arcades, R-Type, Shinobi, and the original Street Fighter all came out. For home computers, we saw the release of Sharp's X6800, the Acorn Archimedes, as well as the Amiga 500. And on home consoles, the PC Engine was released in Japan. Now here are the co-op games. Konami's 1987 classic Contra stands as a pinnacle of the platformer shooter genre, outshining even its numerous sequels. Unlike its bullet-filled successors, the original Contra emphasizes a slower, more calculated approach to gameplay. The arcade version, boasting superior graphics and tighter controls, takes players through levels filled with precision platforming and relentless enemy waves. The game shifts between side-scrolling action, vertical scrolling, and pseudo 3D perspectives, adding variety to the gameplay. As you progress, you'll discover various weapons, each with its strengths, and find that the game offers a fair challenge with safe spots for strategic shooting. While a few segments may feel overwhelming, like the final boss and the second 3D base stage, Contra remains largely fair. The transition from jungle warfare to battling aliens adds an 80s action extravaganza vibe, reminiscent of iconic films. With colorful, detailed graphics, memorable music, and a solid arcade experience, Contra's original iteration is a must-play, and some might even prefer it to the NES counterpart. Garrison emerges as a shining gem in the Amiga's software library, defying its humble packaging and hand-typed manual. Often considered the Amiga's savior in the face of a lackluster game library, Garrison stands out as an exceptional title, rivaling even the renowned Starglider. As the first Gauntlet clone for the Amiga, Garrison plunges players into a captivating world of dungeon exploration and cooperative gameplay. Right from the first loading screen, the game hints at its greatness, with a sampled bass drum setting the tone. The visual and auditory experience is nothing short of spectacular, with stunning graphics and an exceptional soundtrack that incorporates elements from Money for Nothing. The game offers 128 levels of intense action, featuring a diverse cast of characters with unique abilities and characteristics. Despite potential legal concerns due to its similarity to Gauntlet, Garrison's brilliance shines through, making a must-play title for Amiga enthusiasts. Psycho Soldier takes the character Athena on a wild transformation from a Greek goddess to a psychic pop idol, battling demons in modern-day Japan. The character, armed with inherited psychic powers, teams up with martial artist Kensu to combat alien invaders who have taken refuge deep within the Earth's crust. The game blends elements of shooters and platformers, offering a unique gameplay experience. Players navigate through scrolling stages divided into 4 planes, using psychic beams and the Psycho Ball attack to fend off foes. Collectible power-ups, destructible bricks, and occasional transformations into formidable creatures add depth to the gameplay. However, Psycho Soldier's challenge stems from limited movement options, choppy controls, and relentless enemies, making it exceptionally tough for solo players. Despite its difficulty, the game boasts captivating visuals, catchy theme music sung by J-pop singer Kari Shimizu, and memorable characters. While it never received a home port in Japan, emulated versions on the platforms like the PSP and the SNK 40th Anniversary Collection on the Switch have helped preserve this quirky arcade classic for modern gamers. Gangster Town for the Sega Master System offers a straightforward, albeit brief, light gun shooting experience set in the 1920s, playing as an FBI agent on a mission to eliminate organized crime in Gangster Town. You'll face waves of mobsters in various locales, from streets and bars to nightclubs and harbors. The game comprises a series of scenes in bonus rounds, with your performance determining your life meter's size and whether you qualify for the next level. Armed with a light phaser, you must quickly react to the constant barrage of enemies, using precision shooting to stun foes or create cascading point bonuses. Despite its limited enemy variety and short duration, Gangster Town delivers enjoyable shooting action, especially in two-player co-op mode. Time Soldiers takes you on a chaotic journey through time, where serene environments can suddenly transform into frenzied battlegrounds. This arcade classic from 1987 thrusts you into a relentless shooting experience, pitting you against foes from various eras. As you navigate through ancient temples, dodge projectiles, and engage in brutal combat, Time Soldiers constantly keeps you on your toes. The sheer volume of enemies and obstacles on screen can be overwhelming, reminiscent of a classic quarter-munching arcade game. Unfortunately, the game's controls, designed before the era of dual analog sticks, can feel clunky and unresponsive, leaving you vulnerable to relentless adversaries. Still, Time Soldiers offers an intriguing premise as you traverse 7 distinct environments, rescue captive allies, and confront formidable bosses. The vibrant visuals and challenging encounters contribute to its appeal, although occasional tedium and punishing difficulty may test your patience. Nevertheless, with a friend in tow, Time Soldiers becomes a more enjoyable cooperative experience. So if you can forgive its flaws and adapt its demanding nature, you'll find an above-average arcade adventure, filled with surprises and fierce battles across time periods. Double Dragon, while historically significant as a genre pioneer, struggles to maintain its appeal in the modern era. The game introduces key elements of the beat-em-up genre, including two-player co-op, weapons, and a tilted plane for 8-way movement. However, it suffers from crippling slowdown issues that disrupt the flow of action, especially when multiple enemies or environmental elements are present. The basic enemy designs and repetitive combat encounters don't help alleviate the experience, and the lack of enemy variety and creative challenges make the game feel somewhat stale. That being said, the influence Double Dragon had on the beat-em-up genre cannot be ignored, but some of the sequels and home versions just did it better than the arcade. 1943, the Battle of Midway, emerges as the game that 1942 should have been from the start. With a reduced stage count of 16, it's a welcome change from its predecessor's Marathon. The addition of a life bar injects strategy, as players must decide whether to replenish health or go for power-ups. A variety of power-ups offers versatility, with a time limit to add tension. The ability to unleash mega crashes adds a new dimension to combat, even if the game's choice of which one to deploy can be unpredictable. However, the game inherits some of 1942's issues, notably its length, with stages and boss fights repeating themselves. The relentless difficulty with screen-filling planes and bullets can become overwhelming. Despite its improvements, 1943 remains a somewhat flawed shooter, enjoyable but overshadowed by better options in the genre. Alien Syndrome, the 1987 arcade gem from Sega, remains a captivating blend of fear-inducing atmosphere and addictive gameplay. This Sega classic challenged players to rescue hostages from alien-infested spaceships before time bombs detonated, offering a solo or cooperative experience as Rick and Mary. The 7 expansive rounds were teeming with grotesque master aliens and their formidable minions, all brought to life with vivid detail on Sega's System 16B arcade board. The game's resemblance to the iconic film Aliens was unmistakable, from the alien kidnappers to the cocooned-like hostages. With simple controls and a focus on collecting hostages and power-ups, Alien Syndrome thrived on exploration and time pressure, creating a captivating arcade experience. While boss battles could be frustratingly difficult without the right power-ups, the game's overall length and challenging gameplay added to its allure. In the end, Alien Syndrome's true magic lies in the arcade ambiance, making it a must-play for fans of Sega and arcade classics alike. Emerald Mine, a 1987 gem initially exclusive to Commodore computers, is an unexpected delight and prime example of timeless gameplay. This underground adventure, reminiscent of classics like Boulder Dash, offers a harmonious blend of arcade action, a la Dig Dug, and the cerebral challenge of Load Runner. It's no wonder that in 1988, the game soared to the top of Amiga World's magazine's chart of the top 40 Amiga games. What it may lack in flashy graphics or sound, it more than compensates for with its engaging puzzles and action-packed sequences. With over 100 levels, Emerald Mine caters to players of all ages and is profoundly addictive. Despite the occasional steep difficulty curve, it remains a compelling and enduring classic, ensuring that countless players will continue to lose themselves in its subterranean challenge. Guerrilla War, the 1987 SNK arcade classic, might have a reputation for being challenging, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. While SNK was known for its tough arcade games, Guerrilla War offers a rewarding test of your skills. It plunges you into the heart of a guerrilla war on a Caribbean island, with vertically scrolling screens and narrow corridors that demand precise movement. Yes, there are constant enemy ambushes, limited lives, and the need for some memorization, but these elements keep you engaged and sharpen your gaming abilities. The boss battles provide exciting moments where strategy and reflexes are key to success. And let's not forget the thrilling tank segments that offer a welcome respite from relentless action. Guerrilla War's challenge makes every victory feel like a hard-earned triumph, making it a classic that's worth revisiting for arcade enthusiasts seeking a real test of their gaming prowess. The Ninja Warriors, born from the Taito's intriguing experiment with a triple-screen arcade cabinet in 1987, offers a side-scrolling action experience with a metallic twist. As ninja robots, players can choose between a red female or a blue male and embark on a mission of relentless forward movement and relentless combat. While the gameplay remains somewhat one-dimensional with limited attacks involving kunais and shurikens, it introduces a unique blocking mechanism that adds tactical depth. The repetitive nature of the game, including multiple encounters with the same tank, can wear thin, and the lack of platforming elements further limits excitement. However, the graphics, particularly background details like graffiti and the smooth character animations, provide visual appeal. Despite its limitations, the absence of the triple screen spectacle in home versions, the Ninja Warrior stands as an intriguing relic of its era, complete with a peculiar plot twist that gives the robotic ninja assassins a memorable mission with a self-destructive final. The Real Ghostbusters arcade game, released in 1987 by Data East, offers an action-packed shoot-'em-up experience, loosely based on the beloved animated series. With 10 levels viewed from an angled overhead perspective, players step into the shoes of a Ghostbusters team member, battling an array of monsters and ghosts, while racing against the clock. The game's mechanics involve shooting monsters and then using a proton beam to trap their souls for bonus points. Hidden items in objects like oil drums and wheelbarrows provide weapon upgrades, and even the aid of the protective Slimer Ghost. Boss enemies await at the end of each level, adding a thrilling challenge to the cooperative multiplayer game, which supports up to 3 players in the arcade version. While it encountered licensing issues in Japan, leading to modifications and a different title, The Real Ghostbusters remains a nostalgic and entertaining arcade gem for fans of the series and shoot-'em-up enthusiasts. Xenophobe, released in 1987 by Bally Midway, emerges as a pioneer in multiplayer arcade gaming with its innovative 3-player cooperative setup, demonstrating a forward-thinking vision for the future of multiplayer gaming. Each player has their dedicated strip of the screen, allowing seamless cooperative play while navigating alien-infested environments. While the game's setting lacks variety, the action-packed gameplay and strategy involved in choosing routes and exploration makes it an enjoyable experience. Xenophobe also excels in its psychological game design, not penalizing players for time restrictions and emphasizing cooperative play and strategy. The evolving enemy creatures, detailed character designs, and amusing additions add depth to the experience. Xenophobe's minor control limitations and hardware restrictions are overshadowed by its groundbreaking multiplayer concept, making it a noteworthy and often underappreciated arcade gem, despite later lackluster console ports. Zybots is a somewhat obscure arcade gem that offers a unique and fun experience. While it's often hailed as a precursor to the first-person shooter genre, it's best appreciated as a distinctive over-the-shoulder third-person shooter, set in a world threatened by malevolent Zybot robots. The game's story is straightforward, serving as a backdrop to the action-packed gameplay. Visually, Zybots shows its age with basic robot designs and repetitive 3D textures, but its intense music and sound effects effectively immerse you in the maze-like world filled with killer robots. The split-screen design might be distracting for some, but it becomes an essential part of the gameplay as you navigate complex mazes, shoot robots, and upgrade your weaponry. Zybots is a fantastic time waster and a great choice for those seeking an old-school arcade curiosity that still delivers in fun and challenge.
1988. Let's see what else was happening in the world of gaming. 1988 showcased a number of sequels for well-known franchises: Mega Man 2, Mario 3, Dragon Quest 3, Final Fantasy 2. We also saw Blaster Master, Splatterhouse, Vigilante, Snatcher on the PC-88. The Sega Mega Drive came out in Japan, and Nintendo bought the rights to Bandai's Family Trainer and re-released it as the Power Pad. Now let's jump into the co-op games. Bad Dudes, originally known as Bad Dudes vs. Dragon Ninja in the arcades, is a side-scrolling beat-em-up platformer. In an era saturated with two-player scrolling fighters, Data East's offering stood out with its memorable premise and action-packed gameplay. Tasked with rescuing President Ronnie from the clutches of the Dragon Ninja Gang, players assume the roles of Blade and Striker, two muscle-bound heroes with an affinity for battling hordes of ninjas. With fast-paced action and simple yet satisfying controls, Bad Dudes offers a brief but enjoyable arcade experience. Altered Beast, the iconic Sega Genesis pack-in title, originally sprang to life as an exhilarating arcade experience. Altered Beast thrusts players into a tale of rescuing a magician's kidnapped daughter from a menacing bald sorcerer as you battle through 5 dynamically scrolling stages, teeming with zombies, monstrous creatures, and more. The game's premise may seem somewhat simple, but it provides ample justification for unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. The game's unique mechanic involves defeating white two-headed wolves to gain floating power-ups, progressively transforming you from an athlete to a hulking beast. Each stage introduces a distinct creature to become after collecting 3 power-ups, each with its own set of devastating attacks, making short work of the level's adversaries. And at the end of each level, you fight a boss. Altered Beast might be a little bit slower paced compared to later beat-em-ups, but for the time, it was a pretty good game. In 1987, Double Dragon was released in arcades. This led to numerous home console versions. One of the best home console versions was on the Sega Master System. Playing as either Billy or Jimmy, your mission is to rescue Jimmy's girlfriend from the clutches of the Black Warriors gang. It has all the same arcade action, but unlike the NES version, this one actually includes 2-player co-op, and that's why I think this is the superior port. And I think this is one of the best co-op games on the Sega Master System. While the graphics impress with shaded sprites and detailed backgrounds, the music and sound effects leave room for improvement. The controls, especially the jump kick maneuver, can be frustrating at times. Despite its difficulty, Double Dragon offers replay value for those willing to master its levels and enemies. In the same year, Double Dragon 2 was released on the NES, and this is a huge improvement over the original Double Dragon, in my opinion. The graphics are more colorful, the move set is incredibly impressive for that 2-button controller on the NES. And the controls, although might take some getting used to, they're actually pretty intuitive, as A always hits to the right and B always hits to the left, so it's easy to attack enemies from any direction. The one downside of this game is the platforming sections. They just don't work very well. But that being said, this is actually one of the best co-op games on the NES, and one of the best 8-bit beat-em-ups of all time. 8 Eyes on the NES. It might seem like a Castlevania clone at first glance, but it's a game with its own unique charm and gameplay elements. Set in a post-apocalyptic world, you play as Orin, a falconer and fencer, on a quest to collect the 8 Eyes jewels to restore order to the world. The graphics are detailed with diverse enemy designs and atmospheric stages. The controls take some getting used to, with an emphasis on timing and strategy. Orin's falcon adds depth to the gameplay, allowing for a second player to take control of him. And again, the controls
controls are a little bit odd here, but once you get the hang of it, this Falcon can actually be pretty helpful. He can hit switches and he can attack enemies. This is really one of the first examples I've ever seen of an assist mode for a co-op game. I think the 8 Eyes doesn't get the respect that it deserves. It's much better than its reputation. Dark Chambers on the Atari 7800 is a hidden gem that emerged from the inspiration of arcade classics like Gauntlet and the obscure Dandy, offering a compelling dungeon-crawling adventure for the Atari 2600 and the 7800 consoles. The 7800 version is a huge step up graphically, but the 2600 version has all of the gameplay intact, and it's pretty impressive for that hardware. While lacking the 4-player mayhem of Gauntlet, it compensates with excellent play control and challenging gameplay. You'll delve into a maze of 26 stages, battling an eclectic mix of foes, including Reapers, Wraiths, Skeletons, and evil clerics. Power-ups like the dagger, shield, handgun, and wick bomb add strategic depth, making your journey more manageable. Dark Chambers may not boast memorable audio, but its addictive gameplay and rewarding difficulty make it a must-play, especially for Gauntlet fans and aficionados of the challenging action RPGs. 1988 was the year that Contra was finally released on the NES, and in my opinion, this is a superior port to the original arcade version. This classic side-scrolling shooter is a quintessential example of its genre, offering relentless mayhem and challenging gameplay. As you traverse through a variety of environments from lush jungles to eerie alien bases, Contra keeps the action fresh with occasional perspective shifts. While some enemy encounters may seem simplistic due to NES limitations, the boss battles demand strategic thinking and quick reflexes. The diverse weapon arsenal, including the iconic spread gun, adds excitement to the mix. Contra is still considered to be one of the best co-op games on the NES, and just one of the all-time classics. Bubble Bobble is a timeless classic that not only offers delightful gameplay, but also has a reputation for uniting couples. The NES version is a very faithful port to the original arcade. The only compromise really is just the visuals. Gameplay is all intact. You play as Bub and Bob, you blow bubbles, you knock the enemies over, you collect fruit and stuff. Bubble Bobble is another NES co-op classic. Silkworm came out in the arcades in 1988 and delivers a surprisingly enjoyable gaming experience, with its dual vehicle mechanics offering players the choice between a Jeep and a helicopter, each with its unique playstyle. The helicopter provides freedom of movement and relative ease, while the Jeep presents a challenging ground-based approach. But combining the two in co-op gameplay is where the game truly shines, as you're able to work together and assist where each vehicle has its weak spots. While not excessively difficult, the game ramps up the challenge towards the climax, and the emblems become crucial. Silkworm may not reinvent the genre, but it offers solid action and an engaging multiplayer experience. Cabal is another NES port that came from the arcades, and it's a really solid port. While today's gaming landscape may be saturated with military titles, Cabal's unique take on the genre shines with its third-person shooting mechanics, akin to classics like Nom 1975 and Wild Guns, but this is the game that started it all. In fact, a whole genre exists called Cabal shooters. The NES adaptation successfully translates the arcade experience, condensing controls into 2 buttons, albeit somewhat clumsily, but quickly becoming intuitive. The game's core simplicity, where you fill an enemy meter through destruction, provides an addictive challenge. Each level's distinct environment and enemy types keep gameplay engaging, with moments ranging from tactical precision to chaotic dodging. Cabal on the NES is definitely a worthwhile co-op gem, offering action-packed nostalgia for fans of arcade shooters. YY World on the Famicom is an intriguing crossover game from Konami. It brings together a diverse cast of characters, including iconic ones like Simon Belmont and Goemon. Set on a mission to rescue fellow heroes, you embark on non-linear stages that capture the essence of their respective games. Each character possesses unique abilities and weaponry, creating a dynamic gameplay experience. While it's not Konami's easiest or most entertaining title, the nostalgia it evokes and the charm of its character roster make it worth exploring for fans of classic gaming. Forgotten Worlds, released by Capcom in 1988 in the arcades, offers a unique arcade gaming experience that breaks away from the norm. Set in a post-apocalyptic world dominated by alien deities, you step into the shoes of two warriors, Unknown Soldier Blue and Unknown Soldier Red. What sets this game apart is its blend of science fiction and fantasy, creating a visually stunning backdrop of ruined cities and awe-inspiring landscapes. The bosses you face are a diverse array of deities, from technological monstrosities to mythical creatures like dragons and even Egyptian gods. The game's unique rotary knob control adds depth to the gameplay, allowing you to spin your character and satellite, providing a strategic edge in the face of relentless hordes. Forgotten Worlds is a subversive gem from Capcom's golden era, offering god-slaying action and memorable boss battles that make it stand out among arcade classics. Gain Ground defies the arcade gaming norms of its time, offering a refreshingly unique experience amidst the sea of derivative titles. Sega's Gain Ground takes players on an intriguing journey through the different time periods, with an eclectic cast of characters, from commandos to knights and robots, all battling to stop a rebellious supercomputer. This isn't your typical shooter, it's more of an algorithm action game, characterized by deliberate pacing and a maze-like approach. The initial impression might leave you puzzled, due to the slow-moving characters and challenging weaponry, but therein lies the game's brilliance. Gain Ground's puzzle aspect emerges as you study enemy patterns, learning to outsmart them rather than relying on rapid reflexes. With 20 unique characters, each with distinct strengths and weaknesses, the game demands strategic thinking and adaptability. In a landscape of repetitive clones, Gain Ground stands as a testament to innovative and timeless gameplay. Captain Fizz on the Amiga offers a unique cooperative two-player gaming experience, where teamwork is key to solving puzzles. The plot may seem familiar, involving a starship in peril, but the twist lies in the need for players to collaborate in deactivating the main computer, navigating the ship's decks with color-coded cards, overcoming force fields, and battling aliens together adds to the challenge. The game's split-screen format, although limiting graphics and sometimes causing confusion, enhances the cooperative aspect. While initial impressions might be mixed due to graphics and sound, the need for teamwork and problem solving can make Captain Fizz an engaging two-player adventure. Druid 2 on the Amiga, a port of the classic action game, brings a dose of nostalgia to the Amiga with its gauntlet-style camera view. Druid 2 encourages you to navigate mazes, collect items, and unleash magical firepower. The game impressively showcases enhanced graphics for the Amiga and captures the simplicity of games from the mid-80s. A second player can control the golem to assist player 1. With catchy title music and solid gameplay, Druid 2 provides a nostalgic journey worth taking, and it's a reminder of the era when games like this thrived on systems like the CPC, C64, and the Spectrum.
From 1989. But first, let's see what else was happening in the world of gaming. On the Famicom, we saw Mother. On Game Boy, Super Mario Land. On NES, DuckTales. Castlevania 3. SimCity was also released, as well as Phantasy Star 2, Prince of Persia, and a number of classic arcade beat-em-ups. Nintendo's Game Boy was released, as well as the TurboGrafx 16 in the US. And also, the Atari Lynx was released. Now let's talk about some of the co-op games. Zybex, a space shoot-'em-up by Zeppelin Games, delivers a thrilling intergalactic escapade that'll test even the most seasoned gamers. Released on the ZX Spectrum, you play as a condemned criminal attempting a daring escape from alien death row. Armed with a continuously firing weapon, you battle against hordes of grotesque alien foes. Collect tokens to enhance your firepower, with each upgrade unleashing more devastating attacks, including the formidable railgun. Precision and quick reflexes are your only allies against the relentless alien onslaught, where choosing the right weapon for each wave is crucial. As you progress, command ships with awe-inspiring firepower await, pushing your skills to the limit. Zybex offers vibrant colors, intense non-stop action, and brain-numbing sound that'll keep players hooked, making it a must-play for any shoot-'em-up enthusiast.
Final Fight, the classic arcade brawler from Capcom, was finally released, and is still considered to be one of the best beat-em-ups of all time. It was originally conceived as Street Fighter 89, with Ryu and Ken as the leads, but it evolved into the iconic trio of Hagar, Cody, and Guy. The game's ports to various platforms like the SNES and the Mega CD offered distinct experiences, with the Mega CD version being a standout for retaining the essence of the arcade original. In Final Fight, you'll scroll through side-scrolling levels, unleashing satisfying combos, grappling foes, and employing special attacks at the cost of your health. The game introduces destructible scenery, usable weapons, and bonus levels where you unleash fury on a car or glass. It's brimming with classic beat-em-up cliches, vibrant graphics, catchy tunes, and big chunky sprites that make for an immensely satisfying gaming experience. Whether you are revisiting it for nostalgia or diving into it for the first time, Final Fight remains a must-play for fans of the genre, offering endless fun for fans of the genre. River City Ransom stands tall as one of the NES's greatest gems. This beat-em-up classic originally came out in 1989 on the Famicom, under the name Downtown Neketsu Monogatari. It's garnered a reputation that's well-deserved. Playing as Alex and Ryan, you embark on a mission to rescue your kidnapped girlfriends from the clutches of the rival gang leader, Slick. The game adopts a Double Dragon control scheme, but the characters feel more nimble, allowing for a wide range of moves, from jump kicks to wall kicks and even enemy throws. What sets River City Ransom apart is its free-roaming, open-world structure, with the entire city open from the start. You must defeat various bosses throughout the city to progress, and the game lets you customize your character's abilities by consuming different foods and boosting stats. River City Ransom's blend of freedom, customization, and strategic depth cements its status as one of the NES's finest beat-em-ups and a must-play classic. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the arcade game, offers a 4-player simultaneous experience, and this is one of the earliest examples of a 4-player beat-em-up. The gameplay is simple. You have your basic attack, and you have a jump, and you have your jump kick, and all of the characters more or less play the same. But just being able to see the Ninja Turtles in a video game back in 1989 was something exciting. The sprites and the cutscenes looked just like the cartoon, and although the gameplay might get a little bit repetitive, it's still absolutely worth playing if you have a few friends to join in. The coin-op edition of Golden Axe remains a classic in the arcade gaming lineup. In this fantasy-themed beat-em-up adventure, players venture into a medieval world filled with dragons, skeletons, and sorcerers terrorizing villages. The goal is to defeat the evil Death Adder, who has not only plagued the land, but also kidnapped the king and princess. You can choose from 3 different characters, each with their own unique strengths and weaknesses. The beat-em-up action involves walking from left to right across several stages, battling hordes of enemies with various attack options, magic attacks, and even rideable creatures. Despite its simplicity, Golden Axe's tight design made it a defining beat-em-up title in the late 80s arcade scene, earning its place in gaming history. DJ Boy, also known as DJ Kid, is a 1989 arcade beat-em-up that delivers a unique twist with its main character, Bob, or Tom for player 2. The game ventures into American hip-hop culture from a Japanese perspective, resulting in a mix of the bizarre and occasionally problematic. Set in a medieval world filled with dragons, skeletons, and sorcerers, you embark on a quest to retrieve your stolen boombox from roller skating hoodlums. The game offers colorful, large sprites, taking inspiration from 80s b-boy culture and even pro wrestling moves. With both free roam and auto-scrolling sections, DJ Boy challenges players to navigate various levels filled with unique enemies and background elements. While it may not be a classic, it provides an entertaining, albeit challenging, brawling experience with a quirky touch. Also in 1989, Capcom released Dynasty Wars, a pioneering beat-em-up that laid the foundation for future titles like Dynasty Warriors. Set in ancient China during the Three Kingdoms era, the game features characters inspired by the well-known manga Tenchi Wu Karo. Despite its age, Dynasty Wars offers impressive graphics for its time, with moving backgrounds and numerous on-screen enemies. The characters, though somewhat small, remain faithful to the manga's design. The game's soundtrack, influenced by Chinese motifs, accompanies the action, but sound effects are rather lackluster. The storyline follows historical events, with in-game dialogue providing context, but there are no cutscenes. Gameplay involves horseback combat with various weapons and a special attack option, making it a quarter-crunching challenge. While it lacks cutscenes or extensive storytelling, Dynasty Wars makes up for it with its historical significance in the beat-em-up genre, making it a must-try for fans of the classic arcade games. Tough Turf, a Sunsoft creation for the Sega System 16 arcade platform, is a beat-em-up game that unabashedly takes inspiration from Double Dragon. Despite its lack of originality, Tough Turf manages to stand out by emphasizing weapon-based combat. The game offers simple controls with punch, kick, and jump buttons, along with a handy defensive duck move, executed by pressing both attack buttons simultaneously. Weapons are prevalent, with nearly every enemy wielding one, and they don't disappear, making weapon mastery crucial to survival. However, the game's unforgiving difficulty demands near perfection, as your character has limited health. The lack of traditional boss fights is a welcome departure, and the game's 8 continuous stages, while not visually stunning, maintain a sense of consistency. Tough Turf's standout feature is its rocking FM synth guitar rock soundtrack. While the game may not excel due to its repetitive mechanics and uneven difficulty, it offers a fresh take on the beat-em-up genre compared to its contemporaries. Little Ninja Bros, also known as Super Chinese 2 in Japan, is an excellent NES game that builds upon the foundation of its predecessor, Kung Fu Heroes. Following the adventure of Jack and Ryu, two lively ninjas on a mission to thwart the evil Blue Boltar and the Yoma clan in Chinaland, the game seamlessly blends arcade-style beat-em-up gameplay with traditional role-playing elements. Players explore vibrant cities, interact with locals, and prepare for battles by stocking up on supplies and equipment. The real-time battles, reminiscent of Kung Fu Heroes, occur in various themed arenas and offer an extra layer of satisfaction, with experience and currency rewards. The addition of command battles and competitive running events adds diversity to the gameplay. With multiple difficulty levels and the option for 2-player co-op, Little Ninja Bros presents an engaging martial arts classic on the NES that combines evolved gameplay with a lively and charming world. Mendel Palace, Game Freak's inaugural creation, offers a unique and engaging experience that showcases the studio's early creative flair. This game takes players on a puzzling adventure. You play as Bon Bon on a mission to rescue candy from the dream world of Mendel Palace. The game's core mechanic involves shuffling floor panels to defeat various foes with distinct behaviors and interactions. The variety of enemies and panel types keeps the gameplay fresh and challenging as you progress through the game's 8 houses. Mendel Palace balances difficulty with infinite continues and offers cooperative play for added fun. While it may not directly resemble Game Freak's later Pokemon titles, it's a testament to the studio's early creative thinking and ability to expand on quirky gameplay ideas, making it a good start for the renowned developer. Midnight Resistance, a spiritual successor to Heavy Barrel, introduces a unique twist to the run-and-gun genre with its rotating joystick mechanic. Although this control scheme is somewhat awkward when combined with jumping and shooting, the game offers well-designed stages, maintaining a satisfying pace reminiscent of Contra. Players collect keys from defeated enemies, which act as a currency to unlock various weapons between levels, adding an extra layer of strategy. The variety of enemies, each with its own behaviors and interactions with the floor panels, keeps the gameplay engaging. Midnight Resistance is a really solid run-and-gun shooter, featuring bizarre plot twists and challenging encounters that make it worth revisiting. Boomer's Adventure in Asmic World, a Game Boy title from the past, is a somewhat perplexing experience. Despite its plodding pace, frustrating elements, and occasional unfairness, it manages to exert a strange allure that draws players in. The gameplay involves Boomer ascending a tower, unlocking doors by finding hidden keys to maze-like levels filled with monsters. Boomer's vulnerability with a single hit resulting in death adds to the challenge. If you have 2 Game Boys and a link cable, and of course 2 copies of the game, you're able to play the game in 2-player co-op. While the game offers tools like a compass and metal detector to locate keys, its design choices, slow pacing, and occasionally frustrating enemy behavior can be off-putting. Boomer's Adventure isn't a bad game, but its quirks may limit its long-term appeal. Taito's Kadash is a fascinating blend of RPG elements and arcade action, where up to 4 players can embark on a quest to rescue Princess Salasa from the clutches of Barog. Players choose from 4 character classes: fighter, mage, priest, or ninja, each with distinct playstyles and ability. The game's aesthetics evoke a fantasy realm reminiscent of The Lord of the Rings, and the characters' appearance evolve as they acquire new equipment, while Kadash introduces RPG mechanics into its gameplay, including leveling up, gaining experience, experience and purchasing items, it's not without its issues. Balancing between classes can be uneven, and the need for grinding to progress can become tedious. However, the inclusion of RPG elements in an arcade setting makes Kadash a unique and enjoyable experience, despite its occasional frustrations. Kadash's novelty, bold experimentation, and cooperative multiplayer make it worth a playthrough, even with its flaws. It's a game that stands out in the arcade landscape. Buster Bros, or Pang, the 1989 arcade classic, might not be as widely recognized as some retro gems, but its simple yet addictive bubble-bursting gameplay makes it a hidden arcade treasure. In this cooperative experience, you and a friend tackle waves of bubbles, comparing scores for an extra layer of competition. While the characters are unremarkable, the vibrant pixel art backgrounds add visual flair to your globe-trotting adventure. Power-ups like time stoppers, shields, and weapon changes enhance the action, making it a solid arcade romp. Although Buster Bros is not the best arcade game, it's unique enough and the gameplay is simple yet addicting, so it's worth giving it a shot. UN Squadron offers a gripping narrative that delves into the harsh realities of war, a theme not often associated with arcade shooters. The game's unique horizontal gameplay, combined with the ability to withstand multiple hits, sets it apart in the scrolling shooter genre, as players select one of 3 pilots, including the iconic Shin Kazama, Mickey Simon, and Greg Gates, each with their own strengths and aircraft. UN Squadron offers a compelling blend of storytelling and arcade action, making it a notable entry in the realm of war-themed video games. It's from 1990. But first, let's take a look at what else was happening in the world of video games. Super Mario World, Dr. Mario, F-Zero, Secret of Monkey Island, Wing Commander, Final Fantasy III, and we had a few home console releases: Super Famicom in Japan, Sega's Game Gear, and NEC's portable TurboGrafx called the Turbo Express. Now let's get into the co-op games. Michael Jackson's Moonwalker is a surreal and eccentric arcade journey through the enigmatic mind of the pop legend, Michael Jackson. While it may not excel in technical gameplay, it more than compensates with its mind-boggling content. Playing as Michael himself, you wield a fantastical bluish-white light and showcase gravity-defying dance routines in a quest to rescue kidnapped children from the clutches of the nefarious Mr. Big. From battling pistol-wielding thugs to confronting towering robots with shockingly suggestive hydraulic battering rams, unleashing Michael's special attack turns the screen into a fiery dance number, leaving a trail of flamboyantly gyrating foes. Despite its average gameplay mechanics, Michael Jackson's Moonwalker offers an unforgettable and strangely charming experience that transcends its technical shortcomings, making it a game you'll remember long after the music fades. Two Crude Dudes, the often overlooked sequel to Bad Dudes, delivers a solid yet absurd post-apocalyptic romp set in a chaotic New York City in the year 2030. Tasked with cleaning up the city from the clutches of the Big Valley Gang, your crude heroes embark on a comical and challenging journey. The game boasts significant graphical improvements over its predecessor, with vibrant sprites and expressive characters that inject personality into every brawl. Gameplay enhancements include a grab button for tossing objects and enemies, adding depth to the combat. Environments are littered with destructible objects and creative stages, including a nuclear winter setting and a tornado storm level that provides a visually dynamic backdrop. Two Crude Dudes revels in outrageous boss battles. While it retains some of the issues from Bad Dudes, such as occasional tedium and challenging bosses, Two Crude Dudes distinguishes itself with its over-the-top humor and action, making it a hidden gem in the beat-em-up genre. Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers on the NES is a refreshing departure from the often disappointing world of licensed video games. Developed by Capcom and featuring beloved Disney characters, the game delivers a charming and straightforward platforming experience. As Chip and Dale, players embark on a mission to rescue their friend Gadget from the villainous Fat Cat, battling familiar foes from the animated series. The gameplay revolves around hurling various objects at enemies, making it accessible for young gamers, but potentially lacking challenge for seasoned players. And of course, you can play the whole game in 2-player co-op. Graphically, the game impresses with colorful and easily recognizable characters, while the classic show's theme adds a nostalgic touch. While Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers may not offer extensive depth or difficulty, it remains an enjoyable and visually appealing NES title, perfect for a short and sweet gaming experience. Shadow of the Ninja, another 1990s NES classic, bears a striking resemblance to the iconic Ninja Gaiden series. Despite its lack of originality, manages to carve a niche of its own in the action gaming genre. While the game's 2-player co-op mode attempts to differentiate it, it still finds itself in the shadow of Ninja Gaiden. Players embark on a challenging journey, armed with various weapons from grappling hooks to bombs, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. The game's pacing differs from typical action titles, focusing on stronger, singular enemies rather than hordes of weaker foes. However, the hit detection and limited weapon choices can be frustrating, as short-range attacks leave you vulnerable to close-range enemies. Shadow of the Ninja's difficulty surpasses that of its inspiration, offering a single life and limited continues, making progress hard-fought. Nevertheless, it boasts excellent production values, with detailed graphics and engaging music. Despite its lack of originality, Shadow of the Ninja stands as a worthy addition to the NES action game library, offering a challenging and enjoyable experience. Snow Bros is a solid addition in the world of single-screen platform games, akin to classics like Bubble Bobble. You step into the snow boots of Nick and Tom, 2 snowmen on a mission to rescue their kidnapped girlfriends from a Bowie-esque villain. The plot might not be a head-turner, but the gameplay is a snowball-throwing blast. Your goal is to swiftly eliminate all on-screen enemies by pelting them with colorful snow until they transform into giant snowballs that can be strategically kicked around to clear the stage. If you fail to dispatch foes quickly, an invincible pumpkin-headed menace chases you until the screen is cleared. Snow Bros introduces a variety of power-ups in the form of lanterns, enhancing speed, shot distance, size, and even granting temporary invincibility. The boss battles offer classic arcade fun, and the game's soundtrack adds to the overall enjoyment. Snow Bros is a fast-paced, replayable gem that deserves a playthrough, whether on the arcade original or an 8-bit console version. But Mini Run on the Sega Genesis is a game with a name that invokes intrigue. It takes players on a wild adventure with its protagonist, Kenji O'Hara, who is a Japanese-Irish, wealthy self-made adventurer, on a mission to rescue his sister from the clutches of the villainous Dr. Orca. The game starts with Kenji chasing down henchmen in a boat, offering a perspective reminiscent of classics like Space Harrier and Outrun. While the boat controls well and the initial impressions are promising, but Mini Run does end up being a bit repetitive. The game's levels reuse assets, and even a surreal encounter with a mermaid fails to inject much needed variety. But the game's strongest feature is the co-op gameplay, where one player controls the boat and the other controls the aiming and shooting. Despite some oddities such as the peculiar music reminiscent of Cheetah Man 2, but Mini Run still has some charm. And when it comes to the co-op gameplay, I think it's somewhat of a hidden gem, even though it might be forgettable. Blood Bros, the quasi-sequel to Cabal, takes players on an even more exhilarating ride, with its wild western theme and improved visuals. While the gameplay remains fundamentally similar to Cabal, the addition of a western setting adds vibrancy and variety to the levels, which include waterfalls, besieged towns, and mysterious caverns. The game's graphics are brighter and more enticing, showcasing the advancements in hardware. The enhanced sounds, particularly the catchy Western-style music, adds to the overall experience. The gameplay mechanics remain largely unchanged, with dual heroes using guns and dynamite sticks to thwart their enemies. Blood Bros introduces comical elements like pigs as sources of ammunition and quirky targets. The enemies are more numerous and formidable, including bomb-heaving convicts, armed blimps, and gigantic birds that breathe fire. Boss battles are spicier and more challenging, making the action even more frantic. Blood Bros maintains the destructive spirit of its predecessor, while elevating the madness, resulting in an arcade classic that deserves recognition. Alien Storm, Sega's sci-fi take on the beat-em-up genre, is the spiritual successor to Golden Axe. Directed by Makoto Uchida, it swaps the fantasy setting for a futuristic world filled with aliens and laser guns, while retaining the core mechanics of its predecessor. Players can choose from 3 characters, each with their unique weapons and screen-clearing special attacks. The gameplay, while reminiscent of Golden Axe, introduces a roll maneuver, and players can switch between ranged and melee attacks. The game occasionally shifts into first-person shooting gallery segments and auto-scrolling running scenes, adding variety to the action. However, Alien Storm doesn't quite match the charm and atmosphere of Golden Axe. Despite this, it's still a solid beat 'em up, and if you haven't tried it, definitely give it a shot. Bad Company, a 1990 Amiga game, drew inspiration from the classic arcade game Space Harrier, but presented a grittier and more militaristic visual style. Released for the Amiga and the Atari ST platforms, the game garnered somewhat positive reviews from contemporary gaming magazines, although it's often compared to a budget version of Space Harrier. The game is still praised for its solid graphics, and the game's atmosphere and sense of achievement in defeating tougher enemies is its strong suit, but it does lack content. That being said, it's still a reasonably entertaining game for a short amount of time. Chu Man Fu, a relatively lesser known game that came out on the TurboGrafx-16 and PC Engine, is a standout title. In this puzzle game, you maneuver large colored balls across the screen, aiming to position them on matching squares of the same color. The added time limit adds a layer of pressure, and you'll encounter various obstacles along the way. What sets this game apart is the ability to both push and pull the balls, allowing for strategic retreats and surprise attacks on adversaries. The graphics are vibrant, colorful, and visually appealing, while the gameplay offers a smooth and progressively challenging experience. With a 2-player mode, kickball mode, and a puzzle editor for crafting your challenges, Chu Man Fu stands as a prime example of top-down puzzler excellence. It may not suit everyone's taste, but for fans of action puzzle games, it's a solid and addictive choice that comes highly recommended. Cyberlip, a game from the Neo Geo era before the platform was predominantly associated with fighting games, pays homage to classic side-scrolling run-and-gun titles like Contra, and even foreshadows the iconic Metal Slug series. The storyline, borrowing elements from the Terminator, involves a malevolent supercomputer named Cyberlip, wreaking havoc on a future Earth. As one of the commandos, Brook or Rock, your mission is to thwart the rogue computer and its arm of cyborgs. The gameplay remains familiar, with the twist of weapon stockpiling and switching, though limited ammo necessitates prudent resource management. While the voiceovers and boss encounters offer some excitement, the mediocre graphics and subpar music dampen the experience. Nevertheless, it's the game's unexpected narrative twist at the end that sets it apart, as your hero's unwitting role in a larger conspiracy leaves a thought-provoking impression. Cyberlip may not be the pinnacle of the genre, but it delivers a decent run-and-gun experience worth exploring. Double Dragon 3 marked a significant departure for the series, and not necessarily for the better. Developed by East Technology, it shifted away from the traditional in-house development of Technos and ventured into new territory with mixed results. The game's storyline introduces mystic stones, sending the Lee brothers on a globe-trotting adventure to recover them. While this allowed for creative backgrounds, it resulted in limited enemy variety unique to each stage. Gameplay-wise, the moveset took a turn closer to Renegade than previous Double Dragon titles, with different attacks and abilities. Notably, Double Dragon 3 introduced microtransactions in an arcade setting, allowing players to purchase extra characters, upgrades, and even weapons, a design choice that considerably impacted gameplay balance. The Japanese version offered substantial changes, addressing some of the issues but failing to salvage the core mechanics' shoddy implementation. Despite its departure from the series' roots and divisive gameplay choices, Double Dragon 3 remains a memorable, if flawed, installment in the franchise, setting an unfortunate precedent for its licensing direction in the 90s. Double Dragon 2 for the Game Boy, despite its title, offers a somewhat unconventional take on the series. Originally a game for the Kunio-kun series, it underwent a gritty makeover to align with Double Dragon's style. The transition worked surprisingly well, enhancing the character sprites and overall aesthetics. However, it retains a touch of Kunio-kun flair in its exaggerated moves and animations. which may feel different to longtime Double Dragon fans. Notably, jumping is replaced with a crouch maneuver, altering the gameplay dynamic. The soundtrack leans towards a more upbeat and faster pace, reminiscent of Nintendo World Cup. If you have 2 Game Boys and a link cable, and of course 2 copies of Double Dragon 2, you can play this game in 2-player co-op, which is definitely a novelty for its time. This is definitely a beat-em-up hidden gem that is exclusive to the handheld system. Double Hawk for the Sega Master System offers a unique shoot-'em-up experience, and when played with the right setup, it truly shines. In this European exclusive title, although it's fully compatible with US Master Systems, players take on the roles of John and Jack, warriors selected by the United Nations to combat a global terrorist organization. The game unfolds through 5 missions, each consisting of scenes where you face off against terrorists and their war machines. The control is spot on, emphasizing a strategic balance of firing, moving, and using power-ups to enhance your abilities. This is basically Sega's answer to Cabal, and it's one of the best co-op games on the Master System. Roland's Curse for the Game Boy, released in 1990 by Sammy, set out to challenge Nintendo's iconic The Legend of Zelda, and it manages to provide a solid gaming experience. The graphics are impressive for the platform, showcasing typical action RPG style visuals. While the character sprites and monsters may appear ordinary, they serve their purpose well. Sound-wise, the game offers decent effects and fitting music, enhancing the overall experience. The standout feature is the excellent controls, reminiscent of Zelda games, ensuring responsive and easy-to-learn gameplay. This is another Game Boy game that can be played in co-op if you have 2 copies of the game, and this might be the first example of a co-op Zelda-like game. Todd's Adventures in Slime World for the Atari Lynx offers a uniquely gross and entertaining gaming experience. Set on a slime-filled planet, you step into the shoes of Todd, armed with a trusty water pistol, to explore treacherous caverns, infested with alien creatures and brimming with valuable gems. Despite a limited number of levels, the game impresses with its vastness, offering a Metroid-like experience on the Lynx. Todd's versatile abilities, including jumping, climbing, and shooting, add depth to the gameplay, with power-ups enhancing your water pistol's effectiveness. But the game's biggest standout feature is that you can play this in 8-player co-op. Of course, this will require 8 Atari Lynx consoles and 8 copies of Slime World, as well as the link cable. I've never seen this done, but it is a lifetime goal of mine to be able to try this with 8 players. But I have been able to play it 2-player, and that's still a good time. A Nightmare on Elm Street for the NES is a commendable horror game that effectively captures the essence of Freddy Krueger's nightmarish world. Developed by Rare and published by LGN in October 1990, the game features a unique multiplayer option for up to 4 players using an NES 4-score or NES Satellite, a rarity in the horror genre. As players venture through Elm Street, they must search for Freddy's scattered bones and then burn them in the high school's boiler room to stay alive. While the game's design is straightforward, finding hidden bones can be a bit tedious. The sleep meter mechanic adds an intriguing twist, forcing players to stay awake by consuming coffee or transforming into dream warriors, with special abilities while asleep. The catchy music and diverse soundtrack enhance the gameplay experience, and the boss battles, though repetitive, offer some challenge. Overall, A Nightmare on Elm Street is a solid NES horror game that successfully channels the iconic Freddy Krueger for fans of both horror and side-scrolling games. Namco's Steel Gunner marks an impressive entry into the world of arcade light gun games. Released in the early 90s, it draws inspiration from classics like Operation Wolf, featuring 2D visuals that utilize multi-layered scrolling and scaled sprites to deliver a lightning-fast shooter experience. Set in the era when games were too advanced for 16-bit systems, but not quite on par with 32-bit systems, Steel Gunner never saw official ports, becoming somewhat forgotten in Namco's catalog. In this thrilling game, players take on the role of elite cops in armored supersuits called Gargoyles, tasked with stopping the terrorist army, Sturm, from unleashing a devastating superweapon. With dynamic scrolling, dynamic chases, interactive environments, and a range of enemies and projectiles, Steel Gunner offers an action-packed experience that keeps players on their toes. Although simple in mechanics, it immerses players in a world where everything can be blown up and every shot counts, making it a standout in Namco's arcade history. Scat Special Cybernetic Attack Team might not be as well known as some of the other NES titles, but it's a hidden gem that's worth unearthing. Developed by Natsume, known for Harvest Moon and Shadow of the Ninja, SCAT offers a thrilling shoot-'em-up experience, reminiscent of Capcom's Forgotten Worlds. Players control one of two warriors who soar through the air, accompanied by two turrets that add strategic depth to the gameplay. The game's short length, with only 5 stages, is its primary drawback, but its entertaining gameplay, catchy music, and simultaneous 2-player mode make it a worthwhile NES classic. The action-packed gameplay and replayability, especially with a friend, make this game worth seeking out. Growl may not be a masterpiece, but it's undeniably a blast to play, especially with a friend by your side. This classic beat-em-up from Taito, originally released in arcades in 1990, doesn't take itself too seriously, and that's part of its charm. With a choice between characters that resemble Indiana Jones and Macho Man Randy Savage, you embark on a mission to stop wild animal poachers in Africa. The absurdities come fast and furious. From wooden crates hiding rocket launchers to enemies spouting cheesy one-liners reminiscent of 80s Saturday morning cartoons. The gameplay may be straightforward, but the sheer number of enemies, comical special attacks, and unexpected boss battles keep the fun flowing. Despite its simplicity, Growl's co-op action make it an entertaining way to spend time with a friend, punctuated by moments of pure hilarity. 1991. But first, let's see what other games came out in 1991. Sonic the Hedgehog, A Link to the Past, Street Fighter II, Castlevania 4, Super Ghouls and Ghosts, Metroid 2, Fatal Fury. And the Super Nintendo was finally released in the US, as well as the Sega CD. Now let's talk about the co-op games. Streets of Rage stands as a noteworthy addition to the Genesis library, exemplifying Sega's prowess in translating arcade-style beat-em-ups to home consoles. The inclusion of a 2-player mode and varied difficulty settings adds to its replayability, even outclassing some contemporaries. Visually, it echoes the quality of Sega's flagship title, Sonic the Hedgehog, with intricate backgrounds and parallax effects. The game's theme, though not groundbreaking, breaks from damsel in distress tropes, and Blaze's role as a strong female fighter sets an early example of diverse character representation. Yuzo Kishiro's evocative soundtrack complements each level impeccably. Streets of Rage remains a compelling beat-em-up classic. The Legend of the Mystical Ninja may have flown under the radar for many Super Nintendo enthusiasts, but it's a hidden gem worth discovering. While some were engrossed in titles like Super Mario World or Mega Man, this Konami creation offers a delightful side-scrolling adventure filled with humor and charm. As Goemon, players embark on a quirky quest with wacky cutscenes that might leave non-Japanese players scratching their heads. The gameplay is where the game truly shines, delivering fast-paced action akin to Zelda: A Link to the Past, but with added B-movie flair. It doesn't demand intricate strategy, focusing on quick reflexes and satisfying combat. While most enemies pose little challenge, the game compensates with numerous bonuses and minigames, from classic arcade levels to painting canvases and exploring dungeons. The multiplayer option enhances the experience, even if it occasionally devolves into friendly fire chaos. Technically, the game impresses with a lack of slowdown, though its graphics might not stand out as much. The colorful, anime-inspired visuals, accompanied by lively music, set the mood perfectly. The Legend of the Mystical Ninja, often overlooked due to its theme, offers a captivating gameplay experience. Battletoads is a nostalgic blast from the past, originally released for the NES, that takes players on a wild ride through 8 action-packed stages, as one of 3 hulking mutant toads on a mission to rescue their kidnapped girlfriend from the clutches of the malevolent Dark Queen. While the plot is definitely cheesy, the gameplay shines with each toad boasting similar abilities like jumping, punching, and running. The combat system revolves around punching and super punches, adding a layer of strategy to the brawls. The game also surprises with unique play modes, including rope swinging and vehicle segments. However, the controls can be a source of frustration, particularly the sticky jumping mechanics. Battletoads doesn't hold back in terms of difficulty, offering relentless enemies and challenging platforming. In fact, this is considered to be one of the hardest games ever made, and when you play it in 2-player co-op, it doesn't necessarily make it easier, as if one player dies, you both have to start from the beginning of the level. I always felt that the controls and the mechanics of the game and all the unique features made it a really interesting game. If it was a little more gamer friendly with the difficulty, this could have been an all-time great. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: Turtles in Time stands as a timeless arcade classic that effortlessly delivers co-op beat-em-up brilliance. The game's straightforward yet engaging storyline revolves around the Turtles' time-traveling quest to thwart Shredder's audacious theft of the Statue of Liberty. With support for up to 4 players in the arcade, it offers an unforgettable co-op experience, letting players choose their favorite turtle with unique stats to tackle diverse stages and vanquish a myriad of enemies. The combat system introduces various moves and attacks, adding depth to the satisfying brawling action. Its exceptional visuals and sound design create an immersive gaming environment, making Turtles in Time a must-play for fans of both the Turtles franchise and classic arcade gaming. The Simpsons arcade game is another all-time great Konami beat-em-up, capturing the essence of the early 90s arcade scene and the beloved Simpsons franchise. This 4-player co-op beat-em-up allows you to embody the Simpson family as they rescue Maggie from the clutches of Mr. Burns and his bizarre diamond theft endeavors. Visually and sonically, the game is accurate to the source material, with subtle nods to the TV show. While newcomers might find it repetitive, for arcade veterans, The Simpsons Arcade is an absolute blast, reminiscent of a golden era of gaming. Knights of the Round may not be as fantastical as other beat-em-ups, but it delivers a solid medieval brawler experience. Playing as King Arthur or his loyal knights, you embark on a quest to recover the Holy Grail. Each character offers a distinct playstyle, with Arthur being balanced, Lancelot agile yet weaker, and Percival strong but lacking in reach. The absence of secondary weapons is offset by the occasional horseback ride that boosts speed and power. Even if it favors some characters more, the combat, while enjoyable, suffers from challenging move execution. The game's level up system, tied to scoring, adds depth. While not the apex of Capcom's beat-em-ups, Knights of the Round still holds up well, offering engaging medieval mayhem with excellent visuals and music. ToeJam and Earl is a quirky relic from the 90s on the Sega Genesis. Playing as the oddball duo, ToeJam and Earl, you'll navigate the eccentric world of Funkatron to find scattered spaceship parts while fending off tomato-throwing foes. The game's bizarre humor and psychedelic moments set it apart, and instead of your typical top-down action game, ToeJam and Earl takes a slower approach. Instead of attacking your enemies, you take a more defensive route. You want to avoid the enemies. The game's more about exploration and less about action. The standout feature is the 2-player mode, offering a dynamic split-screen mode, which is an underrated feature, and this might be the first example of this ever existing. Despite its dated aspects, the colorful graphics and catchy music continue to shine, making ToeJam and Earl worth a visit for those seeking a dose of 90s nostalgia. The other Ninja Turtles game to come out in 1991 was TMNT 3, The Manhattan Project, on the NES. As the Turtles enjoy a brief vacation in Florida, Shredder takes Manhattan sky high and kidnaps April, setting the stage for another thrilling rescue mission. The game follows the familiar beat-em-up formula, but it injects a breath of fresh air with unique special moves for each turtle, adding depth to the combat. The new throw attack is a game changer, allowing swift disposal of foot soldiers while offering strategic depth. Although some stages feel reminiscent of its predecessor, the longer levels, interactive environments, and a variety of new foes keep the journey engaging. While still challenging, the improved balance makes it a more enjoyable experience than its predecessor, with vibrant graphics and an outstanding soundtrack. TMNT 3, The Manhattan Project, is an NES gem that deserves recognition beyond its overshadowed release year. Sunset Riders is another solid game from the early 90s arcade Konami scene. While it may not bear the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles name, it inherits their cooperative 4-player action spirit, this time in a Wild West setting. This run-and-gun shooter spices up the formula with 2-tiered stages and the ability to shoot in multiple directions, reminiscent of Contra's frenetic action. Each of the 4 unique heroes wields distinct weapons and power-ups, keeping the bullets flying. The game's quirky humor shines through in its wanted outlaws and humorous boss battles, adding personality to the Old West theme. With its memorable soundtrack and enjoyable gameplay, Sunset Riders is a fine alternative for fans of run-and-gun action. Alien Breed on the Amiga offers a gripping and atmospheric gaming experience, drawing inspiration from the sci-fi world of Aliens, while delivering a gauntlet-like shooter. As you embark on your mission through the infested space station, the gripping narrative unfolds, and you'll find yourself immersed in a richly detailed world filled with menacing aliens. The game excels in creating an eerie atmosphere, enhanced by its top-notch graphics and atmospheric sound effects. Gameplay-wise, it offers challenging maze-like levels, with a variety of traps and obstacles, making each playthrough a thrilling adventure. While it borrows similar elements from arcade classics, Alien Breed introduces its own strategic twist, with computer upgrades, power-ups, and time-sensitive missions. The two-player mode adds even more excitement, though some design quirks and difficulty spikes may frustrate players. Nonetheless, Team 17 has crafted an engaging and visually impressive shooter that's well worth the adventure for Amiga owners. Arcus Odyssey for the Sega Genesis is a hidden gem that combines elements from various games and anime into a unique experience. It blends cooperative arcade-style gameplay reminiscent of Gauntlet with light RPG elements and an upgrade system akin to Legend of Zelda. The game's graphics evoke a high fantasy anime style, although the slightly tilted top-down perspective takes some getting used to. The soundtrack impresses with its dramatic compositions, and the sound effects are well executed. Arcus Odyssey features 4 diverse playable characters, each with unique abilities, spells, and weapons, enhancing replayability and encouraging strategic character selection. The game is enjoyable despite balance issues, with some characters and items being overpowered. Arcus Odyssey offers an entertaining and unique gaming experience, marred only by balance and translation issues, making it a worthwhile discovery for those seeking a blend of action and RPG elements. Golden Axe 2 continues the similar gameplay and art style of its predecessor. This one came out exclusively for the Sega Mega Drive. The gameplay remains largely unchanged, with simple combos, throws, and special attacks as you move from left to right, battling foes on a quest to defeat the menacing Dark Gould. The combat has been slightly sped up, making it a bit more enjoyable, but it's still a short journey with only 6 levels and a final boss fight. Graphically, there's a minor upgrade in detail and color, but the background music is less memorable. If you like the original, Golden Axe 2 is more of the same. Gunforce may hold historical significance as an early precursor to the beloved Metal Slug series, but it's clear why it remains an obscure relic of its time. The game's saving grace is its vehicle combat segments, which offer moments of enjoyment. Although Gunforce introduces interesting ideas, it's not nearly as good as the games that came afterwards. But if you're a die-hard Metal Slug enthusiast and you're curious about its origins, it's definitely worth trying out. Joe and Mac, also known as Caveman Ninjas, offers a prehistoric co-op adventure that's both entertaining and charming. Originally released in arcades in 1991, this action platformer invites players to embark on a rescue mission to save kidnapped cave babes while battling various prehistoric adversaries. The game is relatively short across all versions, but it shines in its accessibility and cooperative gameplay. While the arcade and Genesis versions provide a stiffer challenge, the Super Nintendo edition is more forgiving, making it the recommended choice for newcomers. Despite its brevity, Joe and Mac boast colorful visuals, catchy music, and a variety of enemies and levels that keep the experience enjoyable. YY World 2 offers an action-packed crossover adventure that improves upon its predecessor by focusing on the action elements and delivering a faster-paced, more enjoyable experience. Developed by Konami, this Famicom title ditches the adventure elements, resulting in a streamlined and captivating platformer. What sets this game apart is its ability to channel the powers of various Konami heroes, including Goemon, Simon Belmont, Baby Upa, and Bill Riser, each with unique abilities. The game features linear action-packed levels with occasional genre switches, like shoot-'em-up sequences or sliding puzzles. While not a particularly challenging game, YY World 2 excels in level design, graphics, and an infectious soundtrack, making it one of Konami's standout Famicom titles, and an excellent gaming experience for fans of the era. Fortified Zone is a quirky yet enjoyable blend of gameplay styles, combining elements of The Legend of Zelda and Commando into a unique gaming experience. Developed by Jalico, the game lacks a deep narrative, instead focusing on two mercenaries infiltrating a fortified complex to defeat an unspecified enemy. Gameplay mechanics resemble classics like Commando, with deliberate character movement and precise aiming required to take down foes. The level design, reminiscent of the original Zelda dungeons, features rooms connected by multiple exits, filled with responding enemies, key items, power-ups, and mini-bosses. The game's generous health pickups and powerful items make it relatively easy, but the variety of upgrades keeps things interesting. With just 4 stages, Fortified Zone may seem short, but its engaging mix of gameplay elements make it a worthwhile addition to the Game Boy library. And of course, if you have 2 Game Boys and 2 copies of Fortified Zone as well as a link cable, you can play this in 2-player co-op. And this works great as you each have your own screen and you're able to split up and explore the dungeons more effectively. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure for the Atari Lynx delivers an unexpectedly enjoyable gaming experience that combines elements of RPG and adventure genres. Drawing inspiration from the iconic 80s films featuring Bill and Ted, this game tasks players with the mission of rescuing the duo's babes from the Grim Reaper. The gameplay is reminiscent of classic titles like A Link to the Past, offering a nostalgic journey through 16-bit JRPG aesthetics, while maintaining the Link's unique charm. The top-down perspective allows for a clear view of the graphics, showcasing detailed environments such as Egyptian pyramids and various characters. Controls are well designed with 2 character choices, a step counter and the ability to walk or run, ensuring an engaging pace. And you can play the game in 2-player co-op if you have 2 Atari Lynx consoles and 2 copies of the game, as well as the COM-Link cable. And this is pretty rare for the time. You don't see a lot of RPGs with co-op, especially not on a handheld. Overall, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure is a solid journey that captures the essence of 90s RPG/adventure titles and is well worth a playthrough for both fans of the films and newcomers alike. 1992. But first, let's see what other games were released in '92. Wolfenstein 3D, Super Mario Land 2, Mario Kart, Kirby's Dream Land, Alone in the Dark, Mario Paint, Night Trap, Kid Chameleon. JVC released the Wonder Mega, the Turbo Duo, the Amiga 1200, and Nintendo released the Super Scope for the Super NES. Now let's jump into the co-op games. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 for the Sega Genesis marks a pivotal moment in gaming history, refining the already beloved gameplay mechanics and graphics of the original Sonic title. Released in 1992, it played a significant role in Sega's successful holiday season, becoming one of Sega's best-selling games. The introduction of Miles, Tails Prower, as Sonic's sidekick added depth to the gameplay, enhancing the overall experience. This wasn't the best co-op experience, as Tails ends up just getting left in the dust as Sonic speeds through, but it was perfect for a younger sibling, and Tails can really do some damage during boss fights. Sonic 2 stands as a shining example of how to create a successful sequel, retaining the series' core essence while introducing meaningful improvements. Streets of Rage 2 is an iconic beat-em-up classic that remains one of the definitive titles in console gaming history. Originally released in 1992 for the Sega Genesis, it captivated players then and continues to do so today. It's still considered to be one of the greatest beat-em-ups of all time. Whether you're a fan of pounding thugs on the street, wielding weapons, demolishing arcade machines, or joining forces with a friend for some co-op action, Streets of Rage 2 is a must-play. Its varied character roster, each with unique fighting styles and special moves, adds depth to the gameplay. The addition of enemy life bars and names enhances the experience, distinguishing it from its predecessor, and competing titles like Final Fight. Where Streets of Rage 2 truly shines is in its flawless 2-player co-op mode, making it a standout in the beat-em-up genre.
Contra 3: The Alien Wars is a triumphant entry in the Contra series, showcasing Konami's dedication to pushing the Super Nintendo's capabilities to the limit. Transitioning from 8-bit NES to the SNES, the game offers a substantial leap in terms of visuals, gameplay, and sheer intensity. In a post-apocalyptic city overrun by alien invaders, players can team up with a friend to take on these extraterrestrial threats. The game seamlessly blends run-and-gun platforming with thrilling top-down sections, all enhanced by the SNES's Mode 7 technology for impressive scaling and rotating effects. From battling Terminator-style robots to navigating a collapsing city amidst earthquakes and fires, Contra 3 delivers an action-packed experience, reminiscent of 80s blockbuster films. The controls are spot on, and while the difficulty can be challenging, it's a testament to the game's fast-paced and relentless nature. The exceptional visuals, memorable music, and intense boss fights make Contra 3 a must-play, especially in 2-player co-op mode, and still considered to be one of the best run-and-gun games of all time. Last Resort may be a classic case of an underappreciated gem in the Neo Geo library, especially when it comes to shoot-'em-ups. Released in 1992, this horizontally scrolling blaster captivates players with its somber atmosphere, drawing inspiration from titles like R-Type and Armed Police Unit Gallop. What sets it apart is the engaging gameplay, centered around a versatile orb-like weapon that rotates in tandem with your ship, offering protection from enemy fire in all directions. The ability to lock the orb in place, use it as a battering ram, or unleash a charged attack adds depth and strategy. However, Last Resort doesn't pull any punches when it comes to difficulty, especially in later levels, adds to the challenge. Despite minor drawbacks like occasional slowdown, Last Resort's striking visuals, fantastic music, and engaging gameplay make it a must-play for Neo Geo enthusiasts. Lethal Enforcers delivers an exhilarating arcade shooting experience that invites players to wield 2 light guns against waves of terrorists on screen. Initially, the game offers an engaging and intense thrill as you aim to increase your police officer rank by clearing various levels. Lethal Enforcers provides various difficulty settings and the option to choose your starting level in Street Mode, adding some replay value. Gameplay is straightforward: shoot the terrorists. Lethal Enforcers remains a captivating arcade classic for those who appreciate the real-feel light gun experience. Road Rash 2 builds upon the foundation laid by its predecessor, with 5 difficulty levels and a progression system tied to upgrading your bike. It demands players' dedication as they aim to secure top 3 finishes in each race. While the gameplay retains its visceral charm with a repertoire of melee attacks and weaponry, it leans heavily on grinding for bike upgrades. The game's difficulty curve spikes rapidly, and the excessive presence of roadkill and animals can be irksome. Frame rate issues persist, especially in split-screen 2-player mode. Although the game's tracks lack scenic variety, the core racing remains entertaining. You can play the main races with a friend in a co-op mode. If one of you ranks, then you're both able to move forward to the next race. Road Rash 2 remains a must-play for fans of the original, looking for more high-octane action. G.I. Joe, the arcade game, is a testament to the pure, unadulterated joy of classic arcade action. This Konami gem, despite its forgettable bosses and short playtime, delivers an exhilarating and unrelenting experience that encapsulates the very essence of 90s arcade gaming. You'll find yourself running toward the screen, blasting away waves of enemy soldiers and vehicles with a sense of carefree abandon. While the lack of complex mechanics might seem limiting, it's the simplicity that makes G.I. Joe so enjoyable. Rockets, your primary power-up, provides satisfying, screen-clearing explosions, and the game keeps the adrenaline flowing by constantly throwing foes at you. It may be brief, but it's an intense burst of escapism that harkens back to a time when arcades offered short, sweet, and mindless fun. Golden Axe: The Revenge of Death Adder, a title that remains relatively unknown outside arcades. The game introduces 4 new characters to choose from, adding variety to the roster while reserving the classic Golden Axe gameplay formula. However, the difficulty has been amped up significantly, with swarms of enemies and formidable bosses that can overwhelm even seasoned players. The magic system, though familiar, still offers character-specific spells, adding strategic depth to combat. Graphically, Golden Axe impresses with enlarged sprites, lush backgrounds, and detailed animation, creating a visually engaging experience. Despite its challenging nature, the game is a testament to the beat-em-up genre's enduring appeal.
providing a fun and chaotic adventure that's best enjoyed with friends. It's a classic that deserves more recognition and should be made accessible to modern gamers through re-releases. Pocky and Rocky on the Super Nintendo stands out in the world of top-down shooters by embracing a delightful and lighthearted aesthetic, setting itself apart from the pack of more serious titles like Super Smash TV and Firepower 2000. A sequel to the Japanese arcade Kiki Kaikai, this charming Super Famicom release, known for its cute-em-up style, adds a unique twist by weaving Japanese folklore and mythology into its enemy roster. The game's cooperative gameplay, where players can choose between Pocky, a shrine maiden, and Rocky, a tanuki. Visually, the game impresses with detailed and colorful sprites, diverse stages, and even weather effects. While some stages can suffer from noticeable lag when the screen is crowded, the overall graphics are a highlight, while the sound effects enhance the gameplay experience. Controls are responsive, allowing players to freely move and shoot in 8 directions, and each character's unique ability adds depth to the gameplay. With its charming presentation and challenging later levels, Pocky and Rocky offers an endearing and engaging top-down shooter experience that's even more enjoyable with a friend. Super Double Dragon returns the iconic series to its roots, offering a rebooted take on the franchise, reminiscent of the original game's plot, but with a twist. Marion is now a cop training at the Lee Brothers dojo before disappearing during an investigation of the Shadow Warriors. Instead of the supernatural adventures of its predecessor, it focuses on brawling with thugs in a more grounded urban setting. The gameplay adopts a slower, more methodical combat system, introducing defensive stances for blocking and counterattacking. Controls are responsive, allowing for intricate moves, while a special meter offers powerful attacks when charged. However, the game's biggest drawback is its limited variety in enemy types and uninspired bosses. Despite these shortcomings, it brings the series back to its side-scrolling beat-em-up roots and still makes for a solid beat-em-up experience. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 4: Turtles in Time is an arcade game that got an excellent port on the Super Nintendo, where it adds its own unique flair, with Mode 7 effects and an extra level, enhancing the overall experience. The gameplay offers depth with various moves and attacks, breaking away from the typical button-mashing beat-em-up formula. The graphics are vibrant, and the soundtrack, including a 16-bit rendition of the cartoon's intro, adds to the game's charm. The plot, involving Krang and Shredder's time travel shenanigans, provides a perfect backdrop for the Turtles to face a variety of foes throughout history. Turtles in Time is truly one of the greatest beat-em-ups of all time. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: The Hyperstone Heist marks the Turtles' debut on the Sega Genesis, following the success of their Nintendo adventures. This game, developed by Konami, is a remix of sorts, drawing from elements of the previous arcade games, while offering new twists. While the gameplay is reminiscent of Turtles in Time, the Mode 7 screen toss is absent due to hardware limitations. The color palette on the Genesis gives the game a grittier aesthetic, and the AI provides a more challenging brawler experience. The soundtrack impresses with new and classic tunes, but voice clips suffer from low quality. In my opinion, Hyperstone Heist is just as good as Turtles in Time, if not better. It's my personal favorite. Warriors of Fate delivers classic Capcom scrolling beat-em-up action, set against the backdrop of China's Three Kingdoms era. With support for up to 3 players, the game maintains familiar beat-em-up controls, including attacks, jumps, and throws. However, it introduces a unique twist by replacing health-draining special moves with the ability to summon horses, allowing players to engage enemies on horseback, a refreshing change that fits the game's theme. The 9 stages offer satisfying beat-em-up action, complete with weapons, health pickups, and even a tap as fast as you can minigame. While it may not introduce many genre cliches beyond overweight enemies, the game's detailed graphics, fitting music, and satisfying sound effects enhance the overall experience. The title's manga and Romance of the Three Kingdoms inspiration, despite name changes in the English version, add depth to the story. Warriors of Fate stands as a fun and engaging beat-em-up, offering a unique twist on the genre. World of Illusion, starring Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck, is an excellent co-op platformer for fans of Disney and Sega's classic Mega Drive console. This platformer brings the iconic Disney characters to life in a magical adventure. As Mickey and Donald set out to become magicians, they are plunged into a world ruled by the sinister sorcerer Pete. Players can choose between the 2 characters, each with their unique abilities, such as Mickey's ability to crawl through tight spaces. The game offers a variety of enchanting environments, from lush woods to underwater depths, all brought to life with smooth animations and charming graphics. The enemies, a mix of original creations and familiar Disney characters, add to the game's charm. The music, though peaceful and relaxing, features memorable tunes that linger in your mind. Overall, World of Illusion is a gem on the Mega Drive, combining rich visuals, engaging gameplay, and Disney's beloved characters, suitable for players of all ages. X-Men the arcade game, a Marvel Comics-inspired gem from the early 90s, takes center stage in the world of licensed arcade games. Released in 1992, it's best known for its memorable, mistranslated dialogue, including Magneto's infamous "Welcome to Die." The game offers action-packed fun and can accommodate up to 6 players simultaneously, making it a standout in multiplayer arcades. The gameplay is straightforward, but immensely satisfying, featuring various X-Men characters, each with unique abilities. You'll battle against waves of enemies, from recolored sentinels to suited thugs, all while tackling diverse levels and formidable bosses. The graphics are chunky and vibrant, while the sound adds to the immersion, with catchy tunes and classic arcade effects. The story involving the rescue of Professor X from the clutches of Magneto keeps the action flowing. Overall, X-Men the arcade game delivers an enjoyable and memorable arcade experience that has left fans and players with fond memories. Steel Gunner 2, released just a year after its predecessor, maintains the intense action of the original, but spices things up with a bit more intensity and refinement. Running on the same hardware, the game closely resembles its predecessor in gameplay, which might disappoint those seeking substantial innovation. Where it truly stands apart is in the level of violence, as it introduces a new adversary, the genetically engineered super soldiers of the terrorist organization Vanguard, resulting in messier confrontations. The story, while similar to the first, is more intricately woven into the gameplay, making for a more cohesive and continuous narrative. With 6 levels, improved sound, and a touch of forgiveness and difficulty, Steel Gunner 2 builds upon the foundation laid by its predecessor and offers an action-packed experience that's not easily forgotten, even though it sadly marks the end of the official Steel Gunner series. Shubibinman 3 on the PC Engine CD, the next installment in the series, introduces a new adventure, as the characters are thrust into action once again. This time, a beach vacation is interrupted by the appearance from the princess from another world, leading to a fierce battle. As the story unfolds, it's revealed that she seeks Shubibinman's aid to rescue her homeworld from an evil warlord's clutches. The gameplay takes a step back to its roots, resembling the first Shubibinman game more than its predecessor. Swords are back alongside the Shubibin Buster, which can be remotely controlled after firing. However, the complexity of Shubibinman 2's boss battles has been replaced by straightforward shootouts, and the platforming elements are scarce. Combat takes center stage, with hordes of enemies bombarding you. The game shines in the visual department, boasting impressive artwork, huge, well-animated sprites, and a hard rock soundtrack, reminiscent of 80s synth classics, making it a visually striking experience, but somewhat lacking in structure compared to its predecessor. Konami's Mystic Warriors is a martial arts-themed action game that follows the footsteps of its predecessor, Sunset Riders, but takes a different thematic turn, drawing inspiration from 80s martial arts movies, offering a 4-player cooperative experience with 5 unique characters, including a ninja, Kunoichi, Kabuki warrior, samurai, and street monk. The game's diversity in settings range from city streets to underground mines, airplanes, and ski resorts. While the characters have distinct appearances, they functionally play the same, with the 5th unchosen character being kidnapped and motivating the heroes to embark on their mission. The game is packed with typical Konami flair, featuring over-the-top moments like boss battles set amidst blazing scenery and intense action sequences like snowboarding down a mountain. Mystic Warriors incorporates elements from Shinobi, including melee attacks and ninja magic pickups that can clear enemies or provide temporary invincibility. With tight action and an enjoyable atmosphere, Mystic Warriors is an awesome experience, marred only by the lack of recognition and official ports. Monster in My Pocket was best known as a toy line, released by Matchbox in 1990. It consists of small, rubbery plastic figures that are based on various monsters. In 1992, Konami would release an NES game based off of that toy line, where you play as Dracula and Frankenstein's monster, or toy versions of them, I guess.
This is definitely a late release for the NES, as the Super Nintendo had already been out for a little while. And like a lot of NES games that came out in the 90s, this one went under some people's radar, which is a shame because this is one of the best co-op NES games. It's a side-scrolling platformer where you play as these toy-sized monsters in a huge environment. You're able to pick up various items and you can throw them at enemies. There's also a double jump feature, which is always very satisfying in a platformer. The combat is solid, and it makes you just feel really powerful as numerous enemies come running at you and you take them out pretty quickly. This is one of those NES games that is challenging, but not too hard for you to be able to actually complete. If you give it a fair chance, maybe a couple runs, you and your friends should be able to beat this game. The level design is creative and unique enough to keep your interest. As I said, this is truly one of the best co-op games on the NES, so give it a try. From 1993. But first, let's take a look at what else was happening in the world of gaming. Star Fox, Mario All-Stars, The Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening, Mortal Kombat 2, Virtua Fighter, Mega Man X, Kirby's Adventure, Sonic CD, Shinobi 3. And for home consoles, we saw the FM Towns Marty, Atari Jaguar, the 3DO, and the Amiga CD32. Now let's talk about some co-op games. Secret of Mana, Square's foray into the world of action RPGs during the 16-bit era, is nothing short of a masterpiece. Departing from their traditional turn-based combat, Square brilliantly introduced a combat system where weapon charges determined the strength of your attacks, adding strategic depth to the game. The ring system streamlined item selection and customization, setting it apart in the RPG landscape. But the thing that made this game stand out the most was the 3-player co-op. This is somewhat of a rarity when it comes to RPGs, just in general, and especially back in 1993. It's still considered to be one of the best co-op games of all time, as well as its sequel. Super Bomberman, a cornerstone of the Bomberman series, shines brightly in the world of multiplayer gaming, even when compared to modern standards. When it comes to classic Super Nintendo games, it stands as a testament to the timeless appeal of its multiplayer mode. Visually, the game boasts respectable graphics for its time, with detailed levels that capture the essence of Bomberman. This is primarily known as a competitive game, but you could play through the entire story with a friend as well, where you team up and both drop bombs and destroy the enemies and move on to the next level. The Bomberman series is still considered to be some of the most fun multiplayer you can ever have. Gunstar Heroes is a standout title in the Mega Drive/Genesis catalog. This run-and-gun action platformer, ideal for 1 or 2 players, offering fast-paced gameplay against relentless foes, an impressive arsenal of weapons including a flamethrower, homing shot, machine gun, and lightning blaster, diverse level designs with vibrant backgrounds, the option to select from 4 starting levels, and unexpected boss encounters contribute to the excitement. Gunstar Heroes boasts stunning graphics and explosive action, and like the previously mentioned games, it's still considered to be one of the best in its genre. Cadillacs and Dinosaurs still holds a place in the hearts of many gamers. This is another example of a classic Capcom beat-em-up, and you can play through the whole game in 3-player co-op. Cadillacs and Dinosaurs manages to offer decent brawler action, enhanced by a variety of weapons and 4 distinct characters. While not a genre-defining classic, it's an enjoyable arcade experience for a short session of mindless fun, especially with friends on the couch or at the arcade. LucasArts, known today for its Star Wars games, once thrived as a humor-focused game developer during the 90s. In that era of Atari ST and Commodore Amiga, titles like Sam and Max, Maniac Mansion, and Monkey Island captured gamers' hearts.
Zombies Ate My Neighbors embodies this quirky LucasArts era and offers a experience reminiscent of 16-bit computer games. But instead of a point-and-click adventure, we have a top-down action run-and-gun shooter that can be played co-op. Playing as Zeke or Julie, your mission is to rescue your neighbors from a horde of zombies, chainsaw maniacs, and other bizarre foes, using an arsenal of amusing weapons. The game's visual style brilliantly combines the 50s with MTV generation, and its catchy music complements the eerie yet whimsical atmosphere. Zombies Ate My Neighbors truly shines in its cooperative play, with 55 challenging levels that encourage teamwork and strategizing. While not a terrifying game, it's the perfect choice for a Halloween night of endless fun with a friend, earning its place as a must-have classic with excellent co-op dynamics, replay value, and LucasArts-style humor. Magical, on the PC Engine CD, is an overhead action RPG game, and it's a captivating experience. While the game is entirely in Japanese, its appeal is not lost on players. It offers a 2-player mode, allowing you to choose between a male or female character. The gameplay involves navigating an overhead map, engaging in battles, and triggering cutscenes to progress through various locations, including towns and overworlds. Although the intricate storyline may be challenging to decipher without knowledge of the Japanese language, the game's imaginative and creative elements shine through. Unfortunately, it never received an English translation, so hopefully we get a fan translation sometime in the future, as it offers a unique and action-oriented RPG experience. This is truly a co-op hidden gem that should definitely be unearthed. Battletoads and Double Dragon is a game that was ported to a number of systems: the Super Nintendo, Genesis, and the NES. They all play pretty much the same, but with obviously different graphics. Bosses are impressively huge and detailed, adding to the visual appeal. You're able to play as the 2 Lee brothers, Billy and Jimmy, as well as all 3 Battletoads, Pimple, Rash, and Zitz. The gameplay follows the standard Battletoads formula, offering enjoyable beat-em-up action, although the absence of Double Dragon gameplay might disappoint some. Characters, while similar, lack unique attributes. The game compensates with variety in battle animations and abilities. This game is incredibly difficult, and I've never been able to complete it. I think that's the one thing keeping it from being a great game, but it's still a lot of fun to pick up and play in co-op mode. Battletoads and Battlemaniacs on the Super Nintendo also came out in 1993, sought to address the notorious difficulty of its predecessor while delivering more accessible gameplay. The game features Zitz, Rash, and Pimple, and sends players on a rescue mission as they journey into a virtual reality system to save their kidnapped friends from the Dark Queen. It essentially remasters memorable levels from the original NES title, offering a challenging yet less frustrating gameplay experience, thanks to better checkpoints and unlimited continues. The wacky cartoonish graphics and animations retain the series' signature style, and of course it retains the 2-player cooperative gameplay. Battletoads and Battlemaniacs successfully brings the series' humor and charm to the Super Nintendo, making it a great choice for retro gaming enthusiasts. Bonk 3, Bonk's Big Adventure, marks the grand finale of the original Bonk trilogy, and Hudson didn't hold back in delivering a robust and enjoyable experience. This game came out on the TurboGrafx-16 as well as the Turbo CD. Building upon its predecessors, the game retains Bonk's signature abilities like headbutting, wall bouncing, and tree swinging, while refining the controls for a slightly faster pace. But the most standout feature is that you could play it in 2-player co-op. Outside of the arcade, we didn't see a lot of co-op 2D platformers, so this is a welcome addition. It introduces new level elements such as zip lines and sewer pipes, while incorporating familiar enemies and obstacles from earlier titles. Bonk 3 is a fitting conclusion to the series, and made even better with co-op gameplay. Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers 2 may not quite capture the magic of its predecessor, but it's still an enjoyable ride for fans of the series. It plays and looks pretty much the same. So basically, if you enjoyed the first game, this is more of that, and you're going to enjoy this one. The levels are less inspired than the first game, and enemy variety is lacking. However, the bosses provide a welcome challenge, with creative designs that make victory satisfying. The Star Collection mechanic offers some incentive, allowing you to expand your life meter. Despite its shortcomings, Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers 2 remains a worthwhile play for fans of the series, even if the first game outshines it in many aspects. Alien Breed 2: The Horror Continues offers a thrilling and challenging gaming experience on the Amiga, building upon the success of its predecessor. Set in a futuristic world where you play as a space marine tasked with eliminating alien threats on a colonized planet, the game features 3 complex areas with over 12 levels, each progressively more difficult. While the challenge can be intense, the game provides opportunities for resource management and strategic planning through Intech's computer consoles, where you can purchase weapons, keys, first aid kits, and more. The AGA graphics are impressively detailed, and the haunting sound effects add to the atmospheric experience. Despite its difficulty, Alien Breed 2 is a must-play for fans of action-packed shooters. Batsugan stands as a seminal arcade shoot-'em-up, celebrated for pioneering the bullet hell genre, with its relentless bullet patterns. With its fast-paced action, small hitboxes, and powerful weaponry, this arcade classic delivers accessible yet challenging gameplay across its 5 dynamic stages. It's known for its intricate enemy attack patterns that force players to adapt strategies, along with a variety of ships to choose from, each offering unique shot types and power-ups. Batsugan's gameplay is complemented by hidden secrets, scoring tricks, and a memorable level-up system that adds layers of depth to the experience, making it a significant entry in the history of shooting games. Dungeon Explorer 2 on the PC Engine CD builds upon its predecessor's foundation, enhancing the gameplay experience with subtle yet significant improvements, featuring an expanded roster of 16 unique character classes, including hidden characters like the Witch, Monk, and Robot. The game offers greater variety and replayability. The less linear structure provides subquests for additional items and experience, resulting in a more engaging and lengthy adventure. And like its predecessor, you could play this with up to 5 players. Dungeon Explorer 2 stands as a notable improvement over the original, making it a compelling choice for fans of action RPGs on the TurboGrafx 16. Gauntlet 4 offers an enjoyable multiplayer experience, allowing up to 4 players to delve into its improved graphics and slightly easier gameplay compared to its predecessors. While it may not reach the height of later entries like Gauntlet Legends, it offers decent addictiveness, especially when played with friends. The game's story is lacking, but its cooperative gameplay compensates for that, with diverse characters and adjustable difficulty settings. However, navigating some confusing levels and dealing with certain enemy mechanics can be frustrating. Overall, Gauntlet 4 is worth a try, especially for those seeking a cooperative gaming experience on the Sega Genesis. Goof Troop on the Super Nintendo defies expectations by delivering an unexpectedly enjoyable gaming experience. Considering its source material, developed by Capcom, known for their prowess in creating licensed titles like DuckTales and Aladdin, Goof Troop ventures into uncharted territory by crafting a Zelda-inspired adventure from the seemingly mundane world of the Goofy and Max duo. The game's simplicity is balanced by its fun factor, with both Goofy and Max relying on their ability to pick up and throw objects, a skill crucial for solving puzzles throughout the 5 levels. In my opinion, Goof Troop is one of the best co-op games on the Super Nintendo, and it's a game that I played a lot as a child. It's another early example of a co-op Zelda-like. It's the perfect game to play with a friend in one sitting. Hired Guns redefines the 16-bit action-adventure genre, offering a tense and atmospheric experience that keeps you on the edge from start to finish. DMA design has masterfully combined RPG elements with intense firefights, creating an Amiga classic that sets the bar high for its successors. The game's innovative control system, seamless perspective, and fully customizable graphics are a testament to the developer's commitment to excellence. While the plot is straightforward, you're a mercenary battling genetic freaks on a hostile planet. It's the gameplay, strategy, and challenging puzzles that make Hired Guns a standout title. Whether playing solo or with friends, the game's versatility shines through, offering an immersive and highly engaging adventure that will be remembered as one of the best on the Amiga. The Lost Vikings, developed by Silicon, defies conventional Viking game expectations by offering a captivating puzzle-solving experience. In this quirky adventure, you control 3 Vikings, each with unique abilities, navigating them through nearly 40 levels spanning various time periods. The creative use of their skills and the necessity of teamwork create engaging and progressively challenging puzzles. While it may not deliver the expected Viking hack-and-slash action, The Lost Vikings stands out as a humorous, enjoyable, and refreshingly unique experience. And the Sega Genesis version can be played in 3-player co-op. Lucky and Wild, a forgotten gem from the world of arcade gaming, combines the thrill of 16-bit racing games with the excitement of a light gun shooter. In this over-the-top 80s buddy cop flick-inspired adventure, you step into the shoes of detectives Lucky and Wild, two cops who will stop at nothing to take down the criminal underworld. The game, despite its straightforward plot, delivers an exhilarating cooperative experience, best enjoyed with a friend. Lucky and Wild's innovative blend of driving and shooting, along with responsive controls, make it an unforgettable cooperative arcade classic. Unfortunately, the game's rarity in modern arcades means it's challenging to find and play, making it a cherished memory for those fortunate enough to have experienced it during its heyday. Metamorphic Force, a classic arcade beat-em-up from Konami, brings an action-packed and colorful experience reminiscent of Saturday morning cartoons. The game's plot revolves around Greek deities reincarnating heroic men to thwart an evil king's monstrous army across various time periods. With 4 selectable characters, each with their unique abilities, including transforming into mighty beasts, the game offers fast-paced combat and entertaining spectacle. While the beast gimmick doesn't add significant strategy, the game's smooth animation, vibrant visuals, lively soundtrack, and cooperative gameplay create an enjoyable, visually unique brawler that excels in delivering arcade-style thrills, even without a prominent license like X-Men. Ninja Boy 2 on the Game Boy offers a quirky and lighthearted RPG experience, with streamlined combat, solid controls, and a story that keeps the player engaged. If you played Little Ninja Brothers on the NES, this is pretty much a port of that. And if you have 2 Game Boys and 2 copies of the game and a link cable, you can play the whole game in 2-player co-op. Co-op RPGs were definitely a rarity back in the day, and especially on the Game Boy. In fact, just co-op games in general on the Game Boy were rare, so whenever I've come across one, I love to highlight it. Ganbare Goemon 2 came out exclusively on the Super Famicom in Japan, and it's the follow-up to Legend of the Mystical Ninja, as it was known in the US. Many consider this to be the pinnacle of the Goemon series, and one of the best co-op 2D platformers of all time. The sprites and animation are absolutely beautiful, and the co-op gameplay that you know and love from the series is intact as well. Although you can play the game without knowing Japanese, it might be a bit of a struggle. Luckily, in recent years, we got a fan translation, so you're able to fully experience what this game has to offer. This is the game that also introduced the giant Impact character, where the characters pilot and go into big, giant mech-like battles, which became a staple in the series and changes up the gameplay a bit. This game also introduced vehicles into the series. Goemon 2 is one of the best co-op games on the Super Famicom, and outside of Japan, it's still kind of unknown. Ninja Baseball Batman is a bizarre departure from the typical beat-em-up genre, embracing wacky Japanese humor and strange enemies in a bright, colorful setting. Instead of the usual muscle-bound hero seeking vengeance in a gritty urban environment, you control baseball-themed ninjas on a quest to recover Babe Ruth's stolen gold statue and accessories scattered across 6 cities. Each ninja has unique special moves, a refreshing departure from the genre's norm. Although it's not the best beat-em-up of all time, its unique approach and colorful graphics combined with the co-op gameplay definitely make for a solid experience that is worth revisiting. Night Slashers is a delightfully campy beat-em-up game that immerses players in a modern urban world, overrun by zombies, werewolves, and vampires. This was a 3-player co-op game in the arcades. As one of 3 unique monster hunters, each with their own special moves, players embark on a mission to save humanity from the undead scourge. While the gameplay offers classic beat-em-up mechanics, it introduces intriguing elements like embedding enemies in the ground for extra damage and a charging system for powerful moves. What truly sets Night Slashers apart is its over-the-top horror theme, complete with graphic violence and gore, along with delightfully cheesy voice acting. The memorable music and atmosphere make it an enjoyable experience, especially when you play it in 3-player co-op. Run Saber is a Super Nintendo game that was clearly highly inspired by the Strider games, but this one introduces 2-player co-op. Similar to Strider, you move around quickly, jumping and climbing on walls and ceilings with fast-paced action and platforming. You play as 2 characters, Alan and Sheena. as you fight to save the planet. This is one of the rare Super Nintendo games that didn't get a Japanese release, despite being developed mostly by a Japanese team. This has everything you'd want in a 90s video game. The action is over the top, with a lot of variety between levels, including a fight on a jet. With only 5 levels, this is a pretty quick game, and the difficulty isn't too bad either. So with a few attempts, you and a friend should be able to complete this one. Run Saber is definitely a hidden gem on the Super Nintendo, and one of the best co-op games from 1993.
From 1994.
But first, let's take a look at what else was happening in '94.
Super Metroid.
Earthbound. Earthworm Jim. Killer Instinct. Doom 2. Marathon. Need for Speed. Cruisin' USA. And for home consoles, the Sega 32X. And at the end of the year, in Japan, we saw the Sega Saturn and the original PlayStation. Now let's take a look at the co-op games. Sonic 3 and Knuckles is a remarkable gem in the Sonic franchise, stemming from a complex release history that initially saw the game split into 2 parts. When you have the physical cartridges, you were able to lock on Sonic 3 on top of Sonic and Knuckles, which forms the definitive version of Sonic 3. In this iteration, players can choose between Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles, each offering unique abilities and super transformations. The addition of save functionality enhances gameplay accessibility, while the exceptional soundtrack complements the vibrant environments. The game's innovative features and replay value make it one of the best Sonic titles to date. And although it's still not a great co-op experience, as Tails often just gets left in the dust, it is an improvement over Sonic 2, as now Tails can fly and he can lift Sonic as well. Contra Hard Corps on the Sega Genesis stands as a testament to the Contra series' reputation for unrelenting difficulty. Set in a futuristic world under siege by unmanned weapons, the game introduces unique concepts, rarely seen elsewhere in the franchise. Its branching storyline allows players to select different pathways, altering their encounters and levels. Gameplay remains true to the series, offering intense 2D shooting action, with varied stages, vehicles, and challenging bosses. The game's one-hit deaths and limited continues add to the formidable challenge, making completion a true achievement. While the difficulty may deter some, 2-player co-op provides a more enjoyable experience. Notably, Contra Hard Corps introduces 4 distinct characters, each with unique attributes, enriching replayability. Visually, the game has aged well, boasting vibrant colors, detailed sprites, and imposing boss battles. Ultimately, this cooperative 2D shooter offers fantastic graphics, a steep difficulty curve, and a rewarding sense of accomplishment for those who persevere. Super Bomberman 2 on the Super Nintendo builds upon the foundation of its predecessor, addressing its shortcomings and delivering an exceptional Bomberman experience. While the core mechanics remain largely unchanged, subtle improvements enhance the gameplay, such as Bomberman's increased movement speed and a separate UI element for tracking bombs and explosion size. The game introduces a few new power-ups, including the Spike Bomb, Trigger Bomb, and Jelly Bombs, adding variety to the mix. The campaign sees significant improvements with a focus on level design, featuring engaging puzzles and interactive elements, and it can be played in 2-player co-op as well. The thematic traps in each world elevate the challenge, with clever arrangements and smart design choices. The boss battles against the dastardly bombers offer both challenge and satisfaction, but multiplayer remains the heart of Bomberman, with numerous customization options and well-designed battle mode stages. Super Bomberman 2 stands as one of the best in the series, delivering a near-perfect action game experience on the Super Nintendo. Battletoads Arcade finally found its way into the hearts of gamers through its inclusion in Rare Replay, and it's a solid, albeit short, beat-em-up experience. In contrast to its console origins, this arcade game is far more forgiving. The game shines brightest in its chaotic multiplayer mode, allowing all 3 Toads to join the action simultaneously. This installment is notably more violent and crude, pushing the envelope with its humor and exaggerated violence. The levels are creatively designed, though the game's short length is a drawback, and the absence of a final battle with the Dark Queen is a missed opportunity. Nevertheless, Battletoads Arcade offers enjoyable, action-packed gameplay, complemented by great graphics, animations, and an excellent soundtrack by David Wise. Its inclusion in Rare Replay introduces it to a wider audience and cements its place as a standout in the series. Darius Gaiden injects the Darius series with a much-needed dose of adrenaline, making it a standout entry in the franchise. While the default power-up system remains similar to its predecessors, with main weapon, missile, and shield upgrades, the addition of the Black Hole Bomb adds firepower and helps balance the high difficulty level. The game introduces an exciting enemy capture system, allowing players to briefly turn mini-bosses into powerful allies, although it leaves a desire for more expanded features. The rank system keeps the gameplay challenging by scaling to match your power, striking a balance between collecting power-ups and avoiding them. Well-designed stages lead to epic boss battles that, while impressive, could be shorter. With distinct zones, multiple endings, and superb production value, Darius Gaiden shines as one of the best in the series and a standout shooter in the arcades, and was later ported to the Sega Saturn. The Denjin Make series in the arcades, with its large character roster and numerous special moves, provides a fresh take on the classic beat-em-up formula. The game offers 6 distinct characters, each with unique abilities and attacks, creating a varied and engaging gameplay experience. Denjin Make introduces a power meter for special moves, changing the way these moves are executed compared to other beat-em-ups. While it alters the gameplay flow, it adds depth to the combat system. The graphics and character designs are decent, fitting the futuristic cyberpunk setting, but some boss recycling can be seen. The music is solid, although it features familiar tunes reminiscent of 80s music. This is definitely a hidden gem in the beat-em-up genre, and worth seeking out. Donkey Kong Country, released in 1994 during a critical phase for the Super Nintendo, showcased the console's capabilities with its pre-rendered graphics. While the graphics may not hold up today, the game offered a unique atmosphere, solid platforming gameplay, and a memorable soundtrack composed by David Wise. The game has a tag team co-op mode where one player controls Donkey Kong and the other takes control of Diddy Kong, and you can switch at any time. Donkey Kong Country is still remembered as one of the most popular games to come out on the Super Nintendo, and it's still a really solid platforming experience. Dungeons & Dragons Tower of Doom is a standout beat-em-up from Capcom that came out in the arcades. It merges the thrill of arcade brawling with the depth of RPG choices, with 4 character classes, hidden rooms, and a wealth of decisions that affect your campaign's outcome. It offers replay value galore. The game's visuals are impressive, and its smooth action rarely suffers from slowdown, even with 4 players on screen. The audio complements the experience with fitting music, although it might not be as memorable as one of Capcom's other classics. While the control scheme has some quirks, and certain bosses feel like they were designed just to steal your quarters, the overall package is a fantastic blend of action and role-playing elements that earn its place as one of the best beat-em-up games of all time. Elevator Action Returns, known as Elevator Action 2 in North America, is a hidden gem in Taito's arcade catalog, and was later released on the Sega Saturn, offering an action-packed blend of 2D platforming and espionage thrills. While it abandons the original storyline and characters, it introduces new heroes and a techno-thriller vibe. The gameplay is fluid and enhanced with 3 character classes, improved mobility, and diagonal shooting. The level designs keep the elevator action fresh, and the gradual difficulty curve ensures a fair challenge. Visually, the game shines with impressive sprites and attention to detail, fitting the era well. The audio adds to the experience with jazzy tunes and voice samples. Elevator Action Returns originally came out in the arcades, but the best way to enjoy it is the Sega Saturn version, albeit at a premium cost. Overall, it's a standout arcade title that combines action and strategy, earning its spot among top arcade games. Gun Force 2, also known as Geostorm in Japan, is an excellent run-and-gun sequel that surpasses its predecessor in every aspect. Developed by Nazca Corporation for IREM in 1994, this arcade gem is a testament to their prowess. The game features improved controls, faster and tighter gameplay, and an array of special weapons that can be dual-wielded for added strategy. The ability to commandeer various vehicles, including motorcycles, tanks, and mechs, adds depth to the gameplay. Gun Force 2 shines visually with detailed pixel art, expressive animation, and impressive boss battles. The soundtrack complements the action perfectly, and the sound effects are a significant improvement over the original. With its engaging gameplay and outstanding presentation, Gun Force 2 is a must-play for Metal Slug and run-and-gun enthusiasts alike. Pocky and Rocky 2, a 1994 Super Nintendo sequel, brings more stages, characters, and mechanics while maintaining its core gameplay. In single-player mode, it shines with added tools for Pocky, a beautiful Japanese-inspired soundtrack, and captivating visuals. However, in co-op, it tends to fall short of its predecessor, due to design choices that favor player 1. Pocky and Rocky 2 embraces Japanese folklore, focusing on a harvest festival disrupted by Impy, a mysterious figure seeking to marry Princess Luna. While some localization issues exist, the game offers 9 stages, including shoot-'em-up sections and branching paths, encouraging exploration. It remains a standout 16-bit run-and-gun experience, showcasing creativity and charm. Streets of Rage 3, the final of Sega's classic Genesis brawler trilogy, takes the series into bizarre territory, with an eccentric plot featuring robots, a boxing kangaroo, and an elderly character with electronic weaponry. While the game retains the core side-scrolling beat-em-up gameplay, it falls short in comparison to its predecessor, Streets of Rage 2. Although if you play the Japanese version, Bare Knuckle 3, the difficulty is far more balanced. So definitely play the Japanese version. Even though it's not as good as Streets of Rage 2, it's still an excellent experience with some good upgrades as well. For instance, you can dash, and you have some more special moves that you can pull off. Wild Guns by Natsume brings together cowboys and steampunk in a thrilling shoot-'em-up adventure. Drawing inspiration from arcade shooters like Cabal and Blood Brothers, you play as Clint or Annie, facing human and robotic foes. Your character moves along the bottom of the screen, shooting with precision via a movable crosshair. Mastering the dynamic between character control and crosshair movement is crucial for survival. Wild Guns offers an array of jumps, rolls, and lassoing techniques, and as you progress, you'll discover power-ups that grant machine guns, grenade launchers, and shotguns. The game's pacing is relentless, with each stage divided into mini-boss and main boss encounters, all against a ticking clock. The action is accompanied by impressive visuals and sound design. While its difficulty and brevity may spark debate, Wild Guns is an enjoyable and worthwhile addition to the co-op library on the Super Nintendo. Virtual Cop, released by Sega, originally in Japan in 1994 in the arcades, and developed by AM2, revolutionized the rail shooter genre by introducing 3D polygons instead of sprites or digitized graphics. The Sega Saturn version faithfully replicates the arcade experience, especially with Sega's dedicated light gun, the Stunner. It's also playable with standard controllers or the Sega mouse. Virtual Cop's innovation lies in precise hit zones within its 3D graphics, allowing for dynamic enemy reactions depending on where they're shot. The game's camera work keeps the action exciting, but its limited content featuring only 3 short missions and a multiplayer shooting gallery may disappoint fans seeking more. Treasure's Yu Yu Hakusho, Makyo Taitsusen, despite being an anime licensed title for the Sega Mega Drive in 1994, stands out as a remarkable fighting game, utilizing an innovative control scheme that accommodates both 3-button and 6-button controllers. It emphasizes defense and mobility alongside offense, adding depth to the gameplay. The single-round, untimed 4-player battles with unique characters and meticulous animations create a hectic yet enjoyable experience. The visuals impress with scaling character sprites, parallax backgrounds, and various graphical effects, while the voice samples enhance the audio, although the music remains forgettable. However, the game's limited release outside of Japan and Brazil has kept it from receiving the recognition it deserves, making it a hidden gem in gaming history. Although not primarily known as a co-op game, you're able to do 2-on-2 battles as teams, and this is an underrated feature in fighting games. Zero Tolerance, a first-person shooter released by Technopop in 1994 for the Sega Genesis, showcases the technical challenges faced by early console FPS games. Players select a team member with unique abilities and explore maze-like environments, while fighting enemies and dealing with limited ammo supplies. The main feature that makes this game stand out is its system link capabilities. If you have 2 Sega Genesis consoles, a link cable, and 2 copies of Zero Tolerance, as well as 2 TVs, you're able to play through the whole game in co-op, and this is just impressive to see for the time. Although it might not hold up to what PC first-person shooters were doing at the time, it's still just cool to see for the hardware. Biker Mice from Mars proves to be a solid hidden gem from the mid-90s gaming era. This game offers the choice of 6 distinct racers, each with their unique strengths and weaknesses, engaging in thrilling races across a variety of captivating landscapes, including cities, islands, sewers, circuits, and fortresses. With 3 race modes, power-ups, and special weapons, the game introduces a layer of strategy to the high-speed gameplay. The vibrant comic book-style graphics and lively soundtrack create an engaging and fast-paced atmosphere. While a few racers may have their drawbacks, Biker Mice from Mars remains an underappreciated and entertaining title. It promises hours of enjoyment for any fan of racing games. And you can play the races in co-op. If one player gets first place, you're both able to move on to the next. Taito, renowned for its diverse arcade and console games in the 80s and 90s, had a penchant for shoot-'em-up titles, most notably Space Invaders and the Darius series. However, their Ray trilogy remains a lesser-known gem, consisting of Ray Force, Ray Storm, and Ray Crisis. Ray Force, the first installment, came out in arcades and stands as a masterpiece in vertical shooters. With a grim narrative backdrop of a murderous artificial intelligence, its stunning visuals powered by the Taito's F3 graphical processor offer vibrant space landscapes filled with dynamic details, enhancing the immersive atmosphere. Ray Force's gameplay introduces a unique mechanic of dual action, forcing players to simultaneously engage enemies above and below. This mechanic, along with relentless challenges, keeps players on their toes, especially during intense boss battles. With excellent 2-player co-op mode and remarkable arcade quality, Ray Force earns its place among the best shoot-'em-ups of its time. Burning Soldier, an on-rails space shooter for the 3DO, offers a classic yet somewhat unremarkable experience in a genre that lost its luster in the 90s. The game's story, delivered through introductory FMV sequences, involves an alien race attacking Earth and humanity's fight for survival. Graphically, the game combines early 90s video elements, including period FMV, with sprites superimposed over video backgrounds. While functional, the lack of enemy animation and the degradation of visuals as objects approach the player are noticeable downsides. That being said, when it comes to the 3DO, we didn't have a lot of co-op games. Burning Soldier obviously isn't doing anything new, but it's still a pretty fun and solid on-rails shooter, and I think it was novel for its time. Alien vs. Predator, a Capcom arcade gem from May 1994, remains an underappreciated classic. Originally intended as a movie tie-in, it tells an intriguing original story set in the Alien vs. Predator universe. This scrolling beat-em-up boasts chunky sprites, satisfying combat, and a distinctive addition, selectable Predator characters and xenomorph enemies, creating a thrilling mashup. The game's controls feature jump, melee attacks, and long-range attacks, with ammo management, making each character unique. Grappling, throwing, and weapon pickups further enhance gameplay. Graphics showcase large, detailed characters and enemy sprites, colorful backgrounds, and impressive effects, while the sound design complements the experience with impactful sound effects and atmospheric music. Alien vs. Predator is still often considered one of the best beat-em-ups of all time, and it's unfortunate that it never received a home console release, so it was stuck in the arcades. Ganbare Goemon 3 is another game in the series that never got a US release. It came out exclusively on the Super Famicom in Japan, but recently it got a fan translation. Unlike previous entries in the series, this one focuses less on action and platforming and more on adventure game mechanics, with more top-down sections, somewhat similar to a Zelda game. One of the strongest features is that you have access to all 4 characters at any time, and you can switch between them on the fly. This one still includes the great co-op gameplay from the previous entries, as well as some of the impact boss battles. Ganbare Goemon 3 is another great game in the Goemon series that went underappreciated in the US. Co-op games from 1995. But first, let's see what else was happening in 95. Chrono Trigger, Comic Zone, Yoshi's Island, Full Throttle, Mega Man X, Clock Tower. And for home consoles, we saw the Virtual Boy. The Sega Saturn and the PlayStation 1 were both released in the US. Now let's talk about the co-op games. Area 51, an arcade classic known for its mounted weaponry, motion-captured graphics, and intense action, was an innovative game for its time, but visually hasn't really held up. While it once captivated players with its sci-fi channel movie-like atmosphere, the game now reveals its shallowness and repetitiveness. It starts strong with engaging combat against zombies, and a unique reloading mechanic. The colorful, explosive deaths of enemies add to the fun. However, the game's limitations become evident as it progresses. Enemies, whether zombies or aliens, lack variety and behavior, making encounters predictable. Area 51 is not one of the best light gun games. It can still provide enough low-budget, B-grade movie fun when played with a friend. Bubble Memories, the third installment in the Bubble Bobble series, attempts to combine the action-focused gameplay of Bubble Symphony with the puzzle-like level design of Bubble Bobble. Players control Bub and Bob, who are transformed into bubble dragons. They embark on a quest to collect 7 potions and defeat the monster at the top of a tower. The game has beautiful sprite work, expressive characters, and enemies, but some of the backgrounds are less impressive. While the introduction of charge attacks is initially powerful, they lose effectiveness later in the game as enemies break free faster. The transition from action to puzzle levels is jarring, with strict timers causing frustration. Despite offering enhanced special attack bubbles, improved item effects, and underwater hazards, Bubble Memories provided a mixed experience with moments of enjoyment and frustration. Final Fight 3, released late in the Super Nintendo's lifespan, aimed to enhance the classic beat-em-up gameplay of the series. While it didn't revolutionize the formula, it introduced new features, such as dashing, dash attacks, and special moves akin to Street Fighter II. The play control remained smooth, ensuring a satisfying beat-em-up experience. Visually, Final Fight 3 impressed with detailed backgrounds and well-animated characters, even though occasional slowdown occurred due to the Super Nintendo's limitations. The soundtrack and sound effects maintained the series' audio excellence. Final Fight 3, in my opinion, is the best Final Fight game of all time. Donkey Kong Country 2, Diddy's Conquest, the sequel to Rare's hit game, maintains and even surpasses the high standard set by its predecessor. The game follows Diddy and Dixie as they embark on a quest to rescue Donkey Kong from the clutches of Captain K. Rool. The game features challenging levels, bonus stages, and responsive controls, while it retains the look and feel of the original Donkey Kong Country. It introduces new gameplay elements, such as animal transformations during regular stages and aerial gliding. And of course, it still has the co-op tag team ability of its original. The game's difficulty may be a challenge for some, but it's ultimately rewarding. With its engaging gameplay, beautiful graphics, and memorable soundtrack, Donkey Kong Country 2 is the pinnacle of the whole series. In 1995, Sega introduced Astral, a 2D platformer featuring the hero with long red hair, bushy eyebrows, and a lavender bodysuit. Astral's adventure involves rescuing Lita, his companion, and the goddess Antoas. The game showcases beautifully hand-drawn, colorful sprites, a vibrant world, and catchy music. Astral possesses various abilities such as grabbing and throwing enemies, ground punches, mid-air punches, and the ability to inhale and release powerful gusts of air. The game also includes segments where Astral's purple bird companion aids in combat or retrieves items, and player 2 is able to take control of this character. Astral is a game that's often overlooked, and in my opinion, it's one of the best looking games of the whole 32-bit era. If you have a Sega Saturn, it's definitely worth seeking out. Donpachi is a classic shoot-'em-up game developed by Cave in 1995, serving as the debut title in the Donpachi series, known for its challenging bullet hell gameplay. Players control a ship with rapid shots and powerful laser, using bombs for defense and score-boosting tactics. Game introduces a chaining system called the Get Point system, emphasizing speedy enemy destruction for high scores. Despite somewhat limited audio due to hardware constraints, Donpachi is a significant and foundational title in the shoot-'em-up genre, setting the stage for later entries in the series. Knuckles Chaotix is a standout entry in the Sonic series, introducing the Chaotix characters, and a unique buddy system gameplay mechanic. The game employs a rubber band system where two characters are connected by a ring-based tether, offering an enjoyable twist on classic Sonic gameplay. Some might see this as a downside, but I felt that it provided an opportunity for some great co-op gameplay. The graphics are vibrant and detailed, showcasing the 32X's capabilities. And the soundtrack is amazing as well. Completing the game takes just over an hour, and the Chaotix characters add depth to the Sonic universe, making it a must-play for fans of the series. This is definitely one of the best games on the 32X. The PC Engine was once a popular console, especially in Japan, but its successor, the PC-FX, released in 1994, failed to capture the market due to its focus on video capabilities instead of 3D graphics. However, amidst the console's commercial disaster, a game called Zenki FX shone as a glimpse of what could have been done. Based on the Zenki anime and manga series, the game masterfully blended various gameplay styles, including beat-em-up, run-and-gun, platforming, and one-on-one encounters. Its standout feature was its stunning visuals, with vibrant backgrounds, impressive character animations, and a diverse range of enemy sprites. The game seamlessly integrated storytelling and action, offering atmospheric moments and thrilling boss encounters. Despite its short length, lack of dialogue, subtitling, and relatively high import prices, Zenki remains a fascinating relic of the PC-FX, and one of the only reasons to own that console. Amidst the anticipation for a Doom-like 3D first-person shooter game for the Amiga, developer Mark Sibley introduced Gloom, often mistakenly associated with Doom due to its name. The game featured unlimited ammunition and allowed players to upgrade their weapons by collecting stronger bullets. What truly set Gloom apart was its robust multiplayer options, enabling competitive deathmatches and cooperative gameplay, making it a standout title in the Amiga gaming scene. The PC Engine was a console known for its great shoot-em-ups, and with the add-on, the PC Engine CD, the console was able to experiment even further in the genre. One of the standout titles was Sapphire. The game, set in a future with time travel, follows the all-female police force Burning Rabbits, chasing criminals through history. Players choose from 4 characters with distinct ships and weaponry. The game's weapon system features tricolor schemes and pods for charged attacks, making strategic gameplay. Despite being visually captivating, it's relatively short and somewhat easy, but its legacy lives on as a prized PC Engine collectible. Guardians, also known as Denjin Make 2, continues the beat-em-up legacy of its predecessor, with 8 playable characters, each with unique combo strings and special moves. The game offers diverse gameplay, a dedicated button for powerful attacks, alongside standard attacks and jumps, enhances the combat experience. The characters automatically advance, simplifying the process of attacking multiple enemies, and an on-screen combo counter adds depth. While the weapons are available, they may seem redundant given the character's vast arsenal. The game maintains the series' familiar mechanics, but with faster-paced action and vertical dashing. The diverse cast and unique enemies contribute to the game's charm, and levels are richly detailed, offering a highly replayable experience with different paths. Guardians stands as an exceptional beat-em-up, though it never received widespread distribution. Seiken Densetsu 3, the sequel to Secret of Mana, offers an action RPG experience that builds upon its predecessor. The game retains the sword-swinging combat style, but improves it, allowing for continuous sword strength, with a tech gauge that fills as you land hits on enemies. The tech's powerful attacks, or spells, become available as the gauge fills. AI-controlled party members assist in battle, but of course can be taken control by another player as well. The game features the familiar ring menu for seamless item and spell selection. Graphics showcase intricate details, colorful visuals, and varied scenery. The music is exceptional, with catchy and diverse compositions. Seiken Densetsu 3 is an outstanding RPG with improved graphics, stunning visuals, and an engaging storyline, making it one of the best co-op RPGs of all time. In the sequel, Firemen 2, Pete and Danny return as the heroic firefighters, this time tackling a blazing amusement park. One notable improvement is the addition of a 2-player option, making for a solid cooperative firefighting experience. This game came out exclusively in Japan on the PS1. While the game maintains the visual style and general gameplay of its predecessor, the familiar mechanics offer a sense of nostalgia for fans of the original. The linear level design ensures that players won't get lost, making for a more straightforward and accessible experience. The boss battles, though challenging, provide a test of skill and strategy. Despite some setbacks like the absence of hidden people to rescue and less detailed visuals, the game manages to capture the essence of firefighting action. Super Chinese World 3, the final entry in the series, brought back the familiar characters of Jack and Ryu for an adventure across the universe. This game came out exclusively on the Super Famicom in Japan. While the game promised a grand cosmic journey, it was limited to just 4 accessible worlds, possibly due to time constraints, missing an opportunity for a more expansive universe. The gameplay, a blend of side-scrolling action, fighting, and RPG elements, remained faithful to its predecessors, but failed to significantly evolve. Despite this, the addition of new characters and more healing opportunities in dungeons provided a positive aspect to the gameplay. Super Chinese World 3 may not be the best in the series, but it's still a solid RPG experience, especially if you're looking for a co-op game. Super Bomberman 3, while reminiscent of its predecessor, Bomberman 94, brings its own charm to the series, with engaging gameplay and an expanded multiplayer mode. The return of the 5 dastardly bombers in a new scheme to steal chips across various planets provides a familiar yet enjoyable story mode experience, and the cooperative play with Black Bomberman add depth to the game. However, the reused themes from previous titles and limited level design creativity might disappoint some players. The standout feature is the multiplayer battle mode, just like all Bomberman games, including the exciting Bad Bomber mode and the unpredictable Soccer Bomber. Despite feeling somewhat safe in terms of innovation, Super Bomberman 3 remains a strong addition to the series and a nod to its PC Engine roots. Virtua Cop 2 on the Sega Saturn is an excellent arcade-to-home adaptation that outshines its predecessor, maintaining the core premise of the original. Players assume the role of cops navigating crime scenes, taking down criminals while avoiding innocents. Notably, it introduces faster-paced and more intense gameplay, featuring multiple routes in each level, effectively doubling the game's length. The addition of exhilarating driving sequences and improved graphics with texture-mapped polygons enhances the experience. Virtua Cop 2 retains classic power-ups and introduces tactical gameplay elements, like targeting enemies' knees. Despite some repetitiveness, it's a must-have for fans of the franchise, as well as just for fans of the light gun shooter genre, delivering hours of action-packed entertainment. 1996. But first, let's see what else was happening in 96. Nights into Dreams, Resident Evil, Tomb Raider, Duke Nukem 3D, Crash Bandicoot, Pokemon Blue and Red, Mario 64, Wave Race, Pilot Wings. And for the home consoles, we saw the Nintendo 64, Apple Pippin, the Tamagotchi, Neo Geo CD, and the Game Boy Pocket. Now let's talk about the co-op games. Twisted Metal 2 takes the chaotic charm of its predecessor and amplifies it with improved graphics, a diverse cast of characters, and worldwide arena settings. The game retains its over-the-top premise, where drivers mount weapons on their vehicles and engage in explosive vehicle combat. While the story might not be the focus, the eclectic lineup of characters adds depth and fun to the experience, introducing favorites like Axel and Mr. Slam. The presentation shines with a 90s comic book art style and creepy cutscenes, enhancing the game's unique atmosphere. Gameplay remains straightforward, but gets more intense with larger, more detailed arenas. But the main improvement over the original Twisted Metal is that you can now play through the story mode in split-screen co-op. Metal Slug is an iconic and over-the-top run-and-gun action game that has cemented its place in gaming history. Developed by SNK, this title is a visual spectacle,
featuring a cartoony style, explosive action, absurd enemies, and an arsenal of outrageous weapons. What sets Metal Slug apart is its ability to balance intense action with a lighthearted and humorous tone. The story, revolving around global conflict and stolen tanks, serves as a backdrop to the relentless action that never takes itself too seriously. Playing solo or with a friend in co-op mode, you'll embark on a chaotic journey, upgrading your weaponry and commandeering the titular Metal Slugs to wreak havoc on your foes. Kirby Superstar originally graced the Super Nintendo in 1996, and its timeless charm continues to captivate players today. While staying true to the beloved Kirby formula, the game offers a fresh experience by breaking down the adventure into 7 distinct platforming games and 2 minigames, each with its unique plot and gameplay twists. One standout feature is Kirby's ability to inhale enemies and gain their powers, even creating a CPU-controlled ally or allowing cooperative play. The controls are precise, and while the game may be on the easier side, the abundance of levels ensures lasting enjoyment. Visually, it's a vibrant and detailed masterpiece with stunning bosses and animations. The music, featuring a variety of tunes and solid audio effects, complements the visuals perfectly. Kirby Superstar is a must-have for Kirby enthusiasts, blending nods to classic titles with fresh gameplay ideas that showcase the series at its best, and remains a cherished gem in the series. Contra: Legacy of War marks a transition from the beloved 2D Contra series to the 3D realm, and while it's not a terrible game, it struggles to capture the essence of its predecessors. This game came out on the PS1 and Sega Saturn. Appaloosa Interactive took the reins from the original Contra team, and their 3D adaptation faced several challenges. The game introduces a problematic camera angle, hindering gameplay when running from left to right, as it fails to adjust properly. Despite a smoothly animated 3D world with polygonal terrain and bosses, the game suffers from significant slowdown when overwhelmed by enemies and projectiles. 2-player mode is a welcome return, but it too falls victim to slowdown. While offering 4 different characters with unique abilities and 3D pad support for aiming, the designs feel generic, with flickery depth perspective proves more distracting than enjoyable. Contra: Legacy of War is a passable 3D shooter, but it falls short of capturing the magic of its 2D predecessors. Guardian Heroes, released on the Sega Saturn, is an action RPG that still holds up as a remarkable gaming experience. Unlike typical beat-em-ups, it introduces a combo system that adds depth and precision to combat, allowing players to execute special attacks reminiscent of fighting games. The game features a variety of characters, each with unique abilities, and incorporates RPG elements, such as character progression through experience points and stat customization. The non-linear plot lines offer multiple endings, encouraging replayability, although some character balancing issues and performance limitations arise when too much action is on screen. And of course, like all good beat-em-ups, the entire game can be played in 2-player co-op. Guardian Heroes remains a gem worth discovering, offering an engaging and diverse gaming experience that stands the test of time. Battle Garega came out in the arcades. It's a classic manic shooter and excels in delivering adrenaline-pumping Twitch-style gameplay without complex mechanics. Its relentless level design challenges your reflexes and dexterity, offering little room for pattern memorization. The game adheres to the essence of a manic shooter, emphasizing weaving through cascading bullet swarms, with a fair balance between tiny bullets and hitbox size. It demands precision. Set in a World War II postmodern world, Battle Garega features detailed propeller warplanes in bleak, war-ravaged environments. This hardcore shooter offers a total of 8 ships. While the music isn't groundbreaking, it complements the game's overall atmosphere. Battle Garega stands out as a realistic shooter, emphasizing pure, unadulterated fun and embodying the bullet hell shooter spirit. And it's still considered to be one of the best co-op shoot-em-ups of all time. Captain Quasar, developed by Cyclone Studios and published by the 3DO Company in 1996, stands as an enjoyable isometric shooter for the 3DO console. The titular character, Captain Quasar, known for his charm and wit, roams vast and bustling environments to bring order to the galaxy. Although he had the potential to be the 3DO mascot, the company opted for Gex, a quick-witted lizard, which many consider a missed opportunity, as Gex lacked the charisma to connect with gamers, as Captain Quasar did. The game's tongue-in-cheek humor, explosions, and puzzles set it apart from the standard console shooter. While not overly complex, the game's simplicity was its charm.
Graphically, Captain Quasar showcased the 3DO's power with smooth scrolling, large character sprites, impressive explosives, and detailed effects. Despite its positive reviews and being named 3DO Game of the Year in 1996 by Electronic Gaming Monthly, Captain Quasar couldn't prevent the 3DO's decline, largely due to the arrival of the PlayStation. In Die Hard Arcade, you play as New York cop John McClane. The game continues from the Die Hard with a Vengeance movie plot. You're tasked with saving hostages, including the president's daughter, in a 3D rendered environment, reminiscent of Virtua Fighter 2. The character models may be jagged, but they move realistically. The gameplay resembles classic side-scrolling beat-em-ups like Final Fight or Streets of Rage, featuring various weapons and combo moves to defeat hordes of enemies. Die Hard Arcade's action-packed gameplay, multiple endings, and simplicity make it a highly enjoyable game, and one of the best 3D beat-em-ups ever. Front Mission Gun Hazard for the Super Famicom is a 2D shooter platformer with RPG elements. It delivers a captivating narrative comparable to the finest RPGs. The storyline unfolds seamlessly through dialogues between characters during and after missions, maintaining excellent pacing. The moment you find an AI companion, if you push down plus L plus R plus start on the second controller, it will enable the second player to play as your companion. Legend of Oasis is an action RPG that unfolds on the island of Oasis. This is the prequel to the Sega Genesis game Beyond Oasis, and much like its predecessor, it plays similarly to a Zelda game. Your primary objective involves exploring maze-like ruins, battling bosses, and acquiring elemental spirits, each with unique abilities. This is another game where you can unlock a 2-player co-op mode. While playing, press Z, then hold L, then press X. Release both buttons, and a clone should appear. Raystorm, a sequel to Ray Force, continues the legacy of space shoot-em-ups with captivating gameplay and a new story set in the year 2219. The soundtrack complements the gameplay well, though not as memorable as its predecessor. The game introduces 2 ship modes, R-Gray 1 and R-Gray 2, catering to different player preferences. Weapon upgrades include lock-on lasers and elemental diamonds. Rayforce retains classic shoot-em-up elements while introducing the hyper laser and special attack, adding depth and excitement. It offers a steeper challenge but remains accessible for newcomers. With various home console ports and updates, Raystorm is a must-play for shoot-em-up fans. Reloaded, the sequel to Loaded, faces criticism for not living up to its predecessor. While it improves level design with larger and more varied environments and introduces new characters, it falls short in capturing the original's fast-paced and gory gameplay. The gameplay lacks the intensity of Loaded, and some puzzles can be frustrating. Graphics show improvement overall, and music remains a strong point, offering an upbeat techno soundtrack. Although it's not one of the best run-and-gun shooters, the dark visuals and tone and gore are what make the game stand out. And when playing in 2-player co-op, it makes for a pretty solid experience. 3 Dirty Dwarves, released for the Sega Saturn and PC in 1996, is a side-scrolling action game with a quirky aesthetic and a storyline involving kids summoning 3 dwarves to rescue them from possible government capture. The gameplay, reminiscent of early Sega arcade beat-em-ups, features unique dwarf characters with distinct weapons, attacks, and strengths, emphasizing teamwork in multiplayer mode. You can play the game in 3-player co-op. Players collect items to power special and morph attacks while facing various amusing enemies and bosses. 3 Dirty Dwarves is an underrated game that's stuck on the Sega Saturn. If you're able to find a way to play this and you have 2 friends to join in, definitely give it a try. Dungeons & Dragons Shadow over Mystera, follow-up to Tower of Doom, introduces 2 new characters to the party of adventurers. The Thief and the Magic User join the existing roster, each with unique abilities. The Thief excels at spotting traps, while the Magic User possesses a wide array of attack spells. While the game maintains its beat-em-up roots, it adds depth by incorporating RPG elements. Characters level up as they battle monsters, gaining longer life bars and opportunities to purchase items between levels. The graphics are colorful and detailed, with distinct character designs. Shadow over Mystera is an excellent beat-em-up with RPG elements and branching paths. And when it comes to 4-player arcade beat-em-ups, this is one of the best of all time. From 1997. But first, let's see what else was happening in 97. Symphony of the Night. Oddworld: Abe's Odyssey, Star Fox 64, Sonic R, Final Fantasy VII, Yoshi's Story. The DualShock controller for the PlayStation 1 was released, as well as the Super Nintendo Junior and the Game.com. Now let's talk about the co-op games. Battle Circuit, released in March of 1997, marked several significant lasts for Capcom. It was their final scrolling beat-em-up arcade game, the last in the original 2D format before the transition to 3D graphics. Unlike its predecessors, Battle Circuit introduced unique gameplay elements, such as the ability to purchase upgrade discs for new character moves, team attacks, and battle downloads that offered buffs. With vibrant graphics, catchy sound, and a quirky storyline involving bounty hunters battling bizarre foes, this game is a standout in the beat-em-up genre, providing replay value with its 5 characters and diverse movesets, and the whole game can be played in 4-player co-op. The sequel to Cotton, known as Cotton 2 in the arcades, departed from its predecessor's formula and introduced several notable changes. This shoot-'em-up running on Sega's STV hardware featured a revamped magic system with 4 elemental spells: ice, fire, wind, and light, each affecting your ship's primary weapon. However, using these spells consumed crystals, potentially leaving you with a weak default attack. The game introduced a life bar for a more forgiving experience, and command shots executed via fighting game-like motions, allowing multi-directional firing. Players could grab and throw nearly everything in the game, including enemies and their shots. Cotton 2 also offered a 2-player mode and retained the series' nonsensical interludes, though the large player sprite size occasionally made dodging enemy fire challenging. Visually, it boasted gorgeous 2D graphics with impressive sprite rotation effects for its gigantic bosses and intricate backgrounds. The Saturn version, nearly arcade perfect, even introduced a Saturn mode with graphical variations and enhanced control options. Dodonpachi in the arcades elevates the typical vertical shooter genre to new heights. In this relentless bullet hell challenge, you control a one-man army equipped with a never-ending stream of devastating deathfire that engulfs enemy forces in fiery obliteration. The game's intense strategic bullet dodging and sensory onslaught are complemented by hard-edged rock tracks that accompany your fiery path through enemy-filled skies and canyons. You choose from 3 specialized ships, each with its unique strengths, and 2 small satellites that unleash a storm of bullets upon foes. The game's small hit zone allows for skillful navigation through torrents of enemy bullets, striking a balance between formidable firepower and challenging gameplay. Dodonpachi is truly one of the best shoot-'em-ups of all time, and it's made even better when played in co-op. Elemental Gearbolt, developed by Alpha Systems, distinguished itself in the light gun shooter genre by enlisting renowned collaborators such as Madhouse for animation, Rintaro as director, and Hitoshi Yanada for character and enemy designs. While adhering to the genre's core gameplay mechanics, it deviated significantly in tone and narrative, adopting a somber and contemplative mood akin to fantasy novels rather than action movies, setting itself apart from the typical blockbuster-style shooters. Players navigated through levels armed with 3 elemental weapons, striving to maintain hit chains in a challenging combo system. The game's leveling system offered health upgrades but demanded perfection for maximum strength, reinforcing its unforgiving nature. Elemental Gearbolt is one of the only light gun shooters I've ever seen that has RPG elements. The soundtrack is amazing, the visuals were really impressive for the time, and the 2-player co-op RPG action in a light gun game is just such a unique experience, and it's one of the best light gun games of all time. Herc's Adventure is a hidden gem in terms of gameplay, with a comical cartoon intro setting the tone. Players can select from 3 characters: Hercules, Atlanta, or Jason, each with their distinct strengths and weaknesses. The game unfolds across a sprawling overhead map where relentless enemies like skeletons, cyclops, and fearsome warthogs challenge your combat skills. It's the gameplay mechanics that truly shine here, featuring straightforward yet engaging combat and exciting objectives like securing Medusa's head to progress. Boss fights, like the showdown with Hydra, add a thrilling dimension to the gameplay. With the ability to freeze enemies, employ pepper breath, and collect various power-ups, Herc's adventure keeps players engaged and eager to push forward. This game, a blend of action and humor, offers an enjoyable, compelling gaming experience that captures the essence of classic adventures. Shubibin Man Zero, released for the Super Famicom via the Satellaview in 1997, takes the series in a fresh direction, blending beat-em-up and platformer elements. The game offers diverse gameplay, with characters using boxing and swordplay. The Shubibin Buster, a charged attack, adds depth, especially in two-player mode with the Super Shubibin Buster. Multi-tiered levels, complex boss battles, and limited health create challenging gameplay. Despite modest graphics, the game's smooth animation and catchy music contribute to its appeal. Shubibin Man Zero remains a notable entry in the franchise and a standout Satellaview title. Kirby's Dream Land 3 faced unfavorable timing upon its Super Nintendo release, overshadowed by the Nintendo 64's arrival and the exceptional Kirby Superstar. However, its unique features still stand the test of time, and it's a game that's worth revisiting. The game introduces Kirby's animal friends, each with distinct abilities, that, when combined with Kirby's copy powers, offer diverse gameplay experiences. Additionally, Gooey, a second playable character, adds co-op potential, but falls short of the charm of Kirby's Superstar co-op mode. Despite Gooey's quirks, Kirby's Dream Land 3 offers a quaint and enjoyable adventure, especially for those who missed it during its initial release, making it worth a look for Kirby fans. Fighting Force, developed by the creators of Tomb Raider, is a 3D beat-em-up that's worth checking out even though it's a little rough around the edges. The game offers 4 character choices, each with unique strengths, but character selection doesn't significantly impact gameplay. It resembles a 3D version of Final Fight, but lacks the personality of its predecessor. The 3D environment leads to issues like off-screen enemy gunfire. Graphically, it's acceptable, but could benefit from more animation. The sound is passable, controls are somewhat cumbersome due to multiple actions mapped to a single button, but the game is relatively straightforward, with a simplistic approach even in its final boss battle. The 3D beat-em-up genre was always a bit hit and miss, but Fighting Force is a game that's worth exploring. G Darius, released by Taito in 1997, is a shoot-'em-up arcade game and the 4th installment in the Darius series. It introduces 3-dimensional polygonal graphics while maintaining 2-dimensional gameplay. Players control the Silver Hawk spaceship, battling enemies, avoiding obstacles, and confronting bosses at the end of each zone. The game features 15 zones with branching paths and multiple endings. A unique mechanic is the capture ball, allowing players to capture enemies to gain enhancements. Additionally, beam dueling is introduced, where players can engage in duels with bosses using powerful laser beams. G Darius version 2 offers a beginner mode with reduced penalties upon death. The plot revolves around a conflict between humanoids and Biovessel. This is another solid shoot-'em-up in the series. Panzer Bandit is an underrated beat-em-up that came out exclusively in Japan on the PlayStation. The gameplay is reminiscent of arcade-style beat-em-ups, but offers combos, power-ups, and excellent multiplayer features. You embark on a quest to stop invading enemies who are destroying cities and causing havoc. The game takes you through various locations, including cities, dungeons, and even a flying robot whale base. The graphics have a charming cartoon anime style that holds up great. The sound features electric guitar music that, while good, can become repetitive over time. What truly shines is the multiplayer aspect. The single-player campaign may get repetitive after a while, but the multiplayer mode keeps things exciting. This is an underrated beat-em-up that everyone should give a try. Rampage World Tour came out in the arcades, PlayStation 1, and the Sega Saturn. In this game, you and up to 2 friends can take on the roles of transformed monsters, George, Ralph, or Lizzie, on a mission to smash the labs responsible for your transformation, while wreaking havoc on global cities like Chicago, Madrid, and San Francisco. The objective in each level is to destroy everything in your path, whether it's climbing buildings and pummeling them, gobbling up turkey for health, or causing chaos. You'll also face off against helicopters, planes, tanks, and more, all aiming to take you down. Despite the initial thrill of destruction, Rampage World Tour's repetitive gameplay and imprecise controls may wear thin quickly. This reboot of Rampage, to me, is a step up from the original arcade games. And even though it is repetitive and the gameplay is shallow, it can be fun for a quick pick up and play with friends. Shinrei Jasatsushi Taramaru, also known as Psychic Killer Taramaru or Spiritual Assassin Taramaru, is an elusive and highly sought-after title on the Sega Saturn that only came out in Japan. Developed by Time Warner's Interactive, this game stands out due to its rarity. In this side-scrolling 2.5D action game, you assume the role of Taramaru, a ninja with psychic powers, or his companion, Enkai, both tasked with battling mythical foes in a medieval Japanese setting. While the game draws comparisons to Konami and Treasure classics, it offers a unique combat system involving psychic powers, targeting cursors, and hypnotizing enemies to fight alongside you. The targeting system can be finicky, but once you get the hang of it, it actually makes sense, and it feels pretty good. Taramaru features plenty of action, formidable boss fights, and an arcade-style experience, making it one of the best co-op games on the Sega Saturn. Shock Troopers is a top-down run-and-gun shooter for the Neo Geo. It might have been overshadowed by the Metal Slug series, but it offers a unique gameplay experience, with Lonely Wolf and Team Mode options where you can switch between 3 out of 8 characters on the fly. It adds depth to the game. The branching routes, each with distinct levels, enhance replayability. While graphics may seem simple, detailed character animations compensate. The standout feature is the outstanding soundtrack, with drum and bass tunes and memorable boss battle themes. Tight controls and strategic rolling make gameplay enjoyable. Shock Troopers Challenge encourages one-credit clears, and its predictably patterned enemies reward skill development. This is definitely one of the best co-op games on the Neo Geo. Time Crisis 2 is a light gun shooter that builds upon its predecessor's success. It introduces co-op gameplay, diversifies enemy types, and amps up the action. The hit counter mechanic, rewarding accuracy speed, becomes central. While solo play lacks the same thrill due to the NPC's companion's ineffectiveness, with a friend by your side, it becomes one of the most satisfying co-op light gun games. The cover-based gameplay, mixed with the foot pedal to jump out and shoot your enemies, adds a layer of strategy that usually isn't present in light gun games. Time Crisis 2 is still considered to be one of the best light gun games of all time. Diddy Kong Racing is often compared to Mario 64, and while it may lack originality and be excessively cute, it stands on its own as an excellent kart racer. The game offers strategic, organized gameplay with 30 well-designed courses, boss races, silver coin challenges, and more, making it versatile and deep. It introduces 2 new vehicles, the plane and hovercraft, along with power drifts, a sharp turn technique, weapons, and helpful bananas. Visually, it's pretty impressive for the Nintendo 64. The audio boasts charming character voices and well-timed music. Diddy Kong Racing, although a clone, in my opinion, it surpasses Mario Kart in many aspects. And at the beginning of the game, if you type in Joint Venture in the cheat codes menu, you could play the adventure mode in 2-player co-op. Games from 1998. But first, let's see what else was happening in '98. Metal Gear Solid, Banjo-Kazooie, The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, Grim Fandango, StarCraft, Spyro, F-Zero X, Sonic Adventure, Mario Party, Pokemon Yellow. And for home consoles, we saw the Game Boy Color, as well as the Sega Dreamcast in Japan. Now let's talk about the co-op games. Rogue Trip Vacation 2012, released in 1998, comes from the creators of Twisted Metal, and although it may not reach the same heights, it's a solid vehicle combat game. Set in the post-apocalyptic year 2012, it features a unique premise where you play as an auto mercenary, competing to pick up tourists in a hedonistic paradise built by a tyrant. The core gameplay strongly resembles Twisted Metal, with similar controls and vehicle combat. However, Rogue Trip adds an interesting twist by introducing tourists who provide income and objectives.
making the game a bit more strategic. The level design, based on real American tourist spots, offers destructible environments. The soundtrack is primarily ska, so if that's your thing, you're probably gonna like it. But like most normal people, you're probably gonna think it's annoying as hell. While lacking individualized storylines, Rogue Trip remains an enjoyable and underrated gem in the vehicle combat genre, and can be played in 2-player co-op. Armed Police Batrider is a crossover shooter that merges elements from different games. Introducing strategic team-based gameplay with a diverse character roster. Set in a post-apocalyptic world, players take on the role of Zero Cops, sent to thwart the Gigantech Corporation's weapon production on the artificial island of Zenovia. The game features original characters divided into police, psychic, and criminal teams, alongside hidden characters from other titles. It refines the rank system, starting players at the highest rank and allowing rank reduction through grazing projectiles, enhancing accessibility. Armed Police Batrider offers various gameplay modes and maintains Battle Garega's scoring mechanics, presenting a compelling shooter experience, despite not having a home console release. This is an excellent arcade shooter, and of course is made better with co-op. Blaze & Blade is an innovative RPG that came out on the PlayStation 1, and it can be played in both single-player and multiplayer modes. It offers robust character customization, allowing players to create the character they want, with various attributes and elements. However, the game leans more toward action than interaction, with NPCs serving functional roles rather than adding depth to the story. The controls are a mix of good and bad, with some intuitive features and counterintuitive menu navigation. The graphics and sound are serviceable, but not exceptional. In multiplayer mode, the game shines as a cooperative experience, reminiscent of classic arcade multiplayer games. Despite some issues, Blaze & Blade offers addictive gameplay and is especially enjoyable with friends, making it worth trying for RPG and action fans. Blazing Star is a noteworthy shoot-'em-up that first appeared in arcades in 1998. While its core gameplay is relatively simplistic with only 2 buttons for controls, it offers a decent level of challenge that's perfect for newcomers to the genre. The game features beautiful environments and pseudo 3D ship sprites. The soundtrack is impressive, reminiscent of Capcom titles from the mid-90s. Blazing Star includes multiple ships with unique attributes, encouraging experimentation to find the best fit for your playstyle. Collectibles like score multipliers and bonus point panels add depth to the gameplay, and you can even play simultaneously with a friend. However, it lacks standout boss fights and doesn't introduce many innovative elements to the shoot-'em-up genre. Despite its simplicity, Blazing Star provides an enjoyable arcade experience that's worth a try. Crisis Beat is a 3D beat-em-up, attempted to adapt the beat-em-up genre to the emerging realm of 3D gaming in the mid-90s. While titles like Fighting Force were widely seen as disappointments, Crisis Beat took inspiration from Sega's Die Hard arcade and the movie Under Siege to create its own beat-em-up adventure. The game's story closely mirrors that of Under Siege, featuring anime-inspired characters divided into 2 pairs, each with its unique attributes. The gameplay involves 2 attack buttons, weak and strong, with each character having a distinct combo. However, the enemies lack aggressiveness, leading to little challenge, even from the bosses. Crisis Beat came out exclusively for the PlayStation 1, and it never saw a US release, so it went under a number of people's radar. But when it comes to 3D beat-em-ups, this is one of the better ones. Electronic Arts successfully brought the dark and gruesome world of Diablo to the PlayStation, maintaining the satanic, gory, and intense experience of the original PC version, while adding some extras. Diablo on the PlayStation is an action RPG where players wield swords, cast powerful spells, and confront the devil himself in a real-time environment. While not as excellent as the PC version, the PlayStation adaptation introduces various new features that enhance the gaming experience, such as improved visibility, environmental effects, and a double-speed mode. They also added a local 2-player mode that was missing from the PC version. In conclusion, Diablo on the PlayStation offers an engaging blend of action and RPG elements, making it a solid choice for gamers, but die-hard fans of the PC version may prefer the original. Dangun Feveron, also known as Fever SOS, stands out as an unconventional gem among arcade shoot-'em-ups from the Japanese developer Cave. Departing from the typical shoot-'em-up themes, it embraces a disco theme with a lively and rich soundtrack. The game's music draws inspiration from disco classics and blends them into a unique experience.
While visually it doesn't scream disco, its enemy and level designs harken back to other shoot-'em-ups from the era. The game's core challenge lies in its unorthodox scoring system, where players collect cyborgs to increase their score, but missing even one can be punishing, resetting your points to 1 per enemy. To excel, players must maintain a swift pace while navigating a relentless storm of bullets. Dangun Fevron offers a variety of ships and weapons to choose from, each impacting gameplay differently. It's known for its high difficulty, making it a favorite among arcade shooter enthusiasts. Despite its quirks and challenges, it remains an exceptional and distinct title in the shoot-'em-up genre. Dynamite Deca 2, or Dynamite Cop, delivers a humor-infused, action-packed adventure. With the return of the protagonist, Wolf Hongo, the game features a plot involving modern pirates hijacking a cruise liner, including the president's daughter, and offers 3 playable characters. It introduces various infiltration methods that influence gameplay, encouraging multiple playthroughs. Combat allows 8 directional attacks and includes satisfying grappling suplex moves and using incapacitated enemies as weapons. The game revels in absurdity, with missile explosions, exploding soda machines, and battles in unconventional settings. Ported to the Dreamcast, it enhances cutscenes, introduces challenging missions and extra costumes, and offers a character from the first game. Overall, Dynamite Cop combines humor and over-the-top action, and it's definitely one of the better 3D beat-em-ups. Future Cop LAPD started as a sequel to EA's Strike series, but evolved into a mech-based game set in Los Angeles. This came out on the PlayStation. You control a versatile mech that can transform into a hovercraft as you traverse 8 sections of LA, causing destruction along the way. One major drawback is the frustrating checkpoint system that sends you back to the beginning of a level upon death. However, the gameplay is generally enjoyable with smooth controls and useful weapons, aided by an auto-targeting feature. You can play the game in a split-screen co-op mode, where you each control your own mech. Graphics feature decent light sourcing and satisfying explosions, while sound effects enhance the overall experience. Future Cop LAPD is a worthwhile game, and when talking about PS1 co-op games, this one's definitely underrated. Gauntlet Legends, the modernized arcade classic, made a triumphant return to the gaming world in the arcades, and then later home consoles. The game retained the core essence of its predecessor while integrating updated 3D graphics and special effects. Offering a diverse selection of characters, players embark on a quest to collect sacred ruins, essential for defeating the demon Scorn. Gauntlet Legends excels in simplicity and accessibility, requiring just 3 buttons for attacking, using magic, and activating turbo. The game features creatively designed levels, inventive puzzles, and a robust multiplayer mode, where battling evil creatures with friends offers boundless fun. Gauntlet Legends is an excellent reboot, and it might even surpass its predecessor. Goemon's Great Adventure, the sequel to Mystical Ninja starring Goemon, arrived on the Nintendo 64, embracing the beloved side-scrolling co-op gameplay that made the series a hit in Japan. The story, although as nonsensical as usual, involves Goemon and his companions trying to thwart the evil plans of Bisamaru, who has misappropriated a machine for resurrecting the underworld boss Dochuki. The game offers 5 distinct areas with various stages, blending platforming, enemy combat, box pushing, and puzzles. The town stages allow interaction with NPCs, providing hints and items. The gameplay is linear, but offers non-linear elements based on character choice and branching paths. While the game is presented in 2.5D with 3D backgrounds, it maintains precise platforming. The detailed levels, character animation, and boss fights add visual appeal. Sound effects and music maintain the series' anime-inspired charm. Overall, Goemon's Great Adventure provides enjoyable 2D platforming, reminiscent of Konami's classic side-scrollers. In my opinion, this is the best co-op game on the Nintendo 64. House of the Dead 2 offers a thrilling light gun gaming experience that truly shines when played with a friend. As the sequel to the original House of the Dead, this game delivers faster and more varied gameplay, alongside incredible graphics for the time. You can choose to play as James Taylor or Gary Stewart, who find themselves in a city overrun by zombies. The game features 4 stages of multi-path shooting action, with well-designed levels and creature placement that keeps the game interesting. The creatures you encounter are varied and well-designed. While the graphics have some inconsistency in texture quality, the overall visual style fits the House of the Dead universe. The game's dialogue and voice acting are so bad that they're good. So if you're a fan of the campy voice acting in Resident Evil, you're definitely going to enjoy this as well. Despite being relatively short, House of the Dead 2 offers replayability through multiple paths and high difficulty settings. Ultimately, House of the Dead 2 is a must-have for fans of light gun games, and it's still considered one of the best co-op light gun games out there. Metal Slug 2, while plagued by noticeable slowdown, delivers an immensely enjoyable gaming experience. Many consider to be better than its predecessor. The graphics impress with improved animation, color palettes, and diverse backgrounds, while its sound, especially the music, elevates the overall experience. Gameplay maintains a high standard, introducing more vehicles and character choices, making it challenging and rewarding for high-score enthusiasts. Metal Slug 2 is an excellent run-and-gun platformer on the Neo Geo, and one of the best in the entire Metal Slug series. N2O on PlayStation 1 is a shooter that thrives on balance, offering players a choice between mere survival and selective genocide as they battle hordes of insects in gas-filled tunnels. The game's central mechanic involves shooting insects to speed up and gain points, but the strategy lies in deciding which insects to shoot for maximum rewards. Its minimalist plot serves as a backdrop for intense, adrenaline-pumping gameplay, with insects, each with unique attack patterns, filling the tunnels. The game's sensory assault, including neon-tinged graphics, a phenomenal techno soundtrack by the Crystal Method, and spot-on controls, immerses players in a trance-like state. N2O is an underrated classic that deserves recognition for its unmatched speed and top-notch gameplay, and playing this with a friend makes for a pretty intense shooting experience. Radiant Silvergun, initially exclusive to the Japanese Sega Saturn, stands as a classic and unique shooter developed by Treasure, merging 2D and 3D elements. It offers a variety of weapon combinations that add depth to its gameplay. The game's accessible design lets players access their entire arsenal from the start, foregoing the need for weapon pickup. Its RPG-like leveling system and accessibility through multiple playthroughs make it approachable to both novice and experienced players. The scoring system, akin to its spiritual successor, Ikaruga, rewards players for chain combos of enemy colors. Despite its age, Radiant Silvergun's visuals and music remain captivating, making it a standout title, and it's no longer stuck on the Sega Saturn, with ports on the Xbox 360 and the Nintendo Switch. This is still considered to be one of the best shoot-'em-ups of all time. It's from 1999. But first, let's see what else was happening in '99. Silent Hill, Donkey Kong 64, Resident Evil 3, Ape Escape, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, Final Fantasy VIII. And for home consoles, the Sega Dreamcast finally came out in the US. And handheld consoles, Neo Geo Pocket, as well as the WonderSwan. Now let's talk about the co-op games. Gauntlet Dark Legacy, released in 1999, is the 6th installment in the Gauntlet series, building upon the foundation of its predecessor, Gauntlet Legends. Its expansion introduces new levels, characters, and features like combos and turbo attacks. Players can choose between slow, strong attacks and quick, weaker attacks, allowing for diverse combat strategies. Items, obtained in levels or bought in shops, provide temporary benefits. The game emphasizes decision-making and item selection. New abilities include blocking, charging, and strafing, offering defensive options and mobility. Gameplay involves navigating levels, defeating enemies, and destroying generators to halt enemy spawns. Some levels have maze-like aspects and hidden items, like legendary weapons and runestones, required for progression. Food replenishes health, while treasure can be used to purchase items. Gauntlet Dark Legacy retains the classic Gauntlet gameplay, while adding depth and variety to the experience. Jet Force Gemini is an ambitious third-person action shooter for the Nintendo 64, offering an epic quest, unique characters, and engaging multiplayer modes. While it boasts a variety of weapons and challenging boss battles, the game does have some inconsistent frame rates, but that's par for the course when talking about Nintendo 64. Its distinctive visual and sound design are some of the strongest features in the entire game. Once you get to a certain point, you're able to unlock the robot, Floyd, who
who can be controlled by a second player to assist player 1. Jet Force Gemini is truly one of the best experiences on the Nintendo 64. Twisted Metal 4, following the disappointment of its predecessor, brings notable improvements to the series. The level design is more engaging, with hidden areas and creative stages. While not as epic as Twisted Metal 2, the levels offer a satisfying gameplay. Controls and physics are better, though still occasionally unforgiving. Graphics, while not as sharp as the competition, have improved from Twisted Metal 3. The addition of new weapons, tournament contestants, and a create a car option enhances the gameplay. Boss battles appear in every level, but they lack the dread of past games. Multiplayer modes offer replay value, despite occasional frame rate issues. And like the previous games, the whole story mode can be played in split-screen co-op. Twisted Metal 4 is a significant improvement and a step in the right direction for the series. Armada is a shoot-'em-up inspired by Diablo. While the concept of Diablo in space is intriguing, Armada lacks the depth and customization that made Diablo successful. The story and some of the gameplay is a little bit repetitive, but the strongest feature is that you can play through the entire game in 4-player co-op. It's like if Asteroids had some RPG elements. Unfortunately, the execution isn't perfect, but this is such a unique game that it's worth trying out if you're looking for something a little bit more obscure on the Sega Dreamcast. Legend of Mana is a beloved follow-up to Secret of Mana, offering a captivating 2D action RPG experience set in the enchanting land of Fadil. While it might not match the epic scale of its predecessor, the game compensates with a wealth of personal stories interwoven into its narrative. Players embark on a quest to restore the shattered mana tree and rebuild the world, engaging in battles with various weapons and magic items, accompanied by a host of captivating quests and companion NPCs. The game also introduces pet raising and crafting mechanics, adding depth and customization to the experience. Player 2 is able to take control of your companion at any time. This has some of the most beautiful 2D visuals on the PlayStation 1, and a really great soundtrack as well. Legend of Mana is a must-play title. The Typing of the Dead is basically House of the Dead 2, but instead of guns, you use keyboards. It plays similar to those educational typing games, but in this one, when you type the words, you kill zombies for some reason. If you have 2 keyboards for your Sega Dreamcast, you can play it in co-op. And this game is just way better than anyone would ever expect. One of my favorites on the Dreamcast. Jammer Lammy expands on the music game genre established by Parappa the Rapper, but with its own unique twist. You control Lammy, a guitar-playing character, in a wacky 2D world, on a quest to get to your next band gig and build self-esteem through music. While the story may not be as engaging as its predecessor, the game shines with its diverse and complex music tracks. These tracks cover various genres, from rockabilly to speed metal, making it appealing to a broader audience than Parappa's hip-hop influence. While the soundtracks are a standout feature, the addition of cooperative and competitive modes, Parappa remixes, and other extras make Jammer Lammy a worthwhile addition to the music game genre. Zombie Revenge came out in the arcades and then later on the Sega Dreamcast. Similar to House of the Dead games or Resident Evil, this game provides some cheesy horror fun, with the same low-quality, campy voice acting. This is another really great 3D beat-em-up. It also incorporates some guns as well. Zombie Revenge is one of my favorite co-op games on the Sega Dreamcast, even though it's incredibly difficult at times. Armorines Project Swarm offers a unique twist to the first-person shooter genre, with its choice of 2 distinct characters, adding variety to the gameplay. And of course, you could play through the story mode and split-screen co-op. While the environments may seem somewhat sparse, the absence of persistent fog and relatively smooth performance are noteworthy. Furthermore, the 2-player cooperative mode and multiplayer add significant value, providing an engaging experience for players looking to team up. Although Armorines is nowhere near the best first-person shooter on the Nintendo 64, it is a lesser-known game that's worth exploring.
Ghoul Panic may not be as widely discussed as some of Namco's other titles like Time Crisis or Point Blank, but it deserves recognition for its unique charm and gameplay. This game came out in the arcades and then later on the PlayStation 1. With a family-friendly, horror-themed storyline set in a haunted house, Ghoul Panic offers both fun and spooky elements. The arcade mode, similar to the Point Blank series, offers a cooperative and competitive experience. The adventure mode adds depth to the gameplay, and the colorful graphics and charming visuals enhance the overall appeal. So if you're looking for a lesser-known light gun game, give Ghoul Panic a try. Expendable came out on the PlayStation 1 and the Sega Dreamcast. It's a top-down run-and-gun shooter. Although the gameplay isn't deep by any means, it's still a solid experience when played with a friend. However, some of the dark environments make it a little bit difficult to navigate. Considering that Contra never made a smooth transition into the 3D world, this might be the best alternative, as it's much better than Contra Legacy of War that came out on PS1. Bomberman 64, The Second Attack, has the same gameplay as classic Bomberman games. You throw bombs, you pick up upgrades, but what sets Second Attack apart is that classic gameplay is now put into a story and a fully 3D environment. You're able to get an assist character named Pommy, and this can be controlled by the computer or as a second player, and you're able to raise him by giving him food and whatnot. This is not the best Bomberman game in the series, but it is kind of a hidden gem when it comes to Nintendo 64 games with co-op. Definitely give it a shot. Street Fighter Alpha 3 originally came out in arcades in 1998, but it was ported to the Sega Dreamcast in 1999. This has the traditional one-on-one fighting gameplay of every Street Fighter game, but this version has an additional 2-on-1 option where you can play a co-op, where you and a friend team up against the various Street Fighter characters. I love seeing this in fighting games, and it's kind of a rare feature. I'm always excited to see this implemented in any fighting game. Gigawing came out in the arcades and the Sega Dreamcast in 1999. It takes place during a fictional war within a steampunk setting. It has really nice pixel art graphics. You could choose between 4 different flying crafts and shoot your way through 7 different stages, and each level ends with a boss fight. Of course, you could play it in 2-player co-op. This is a really great co-op shoot 'em up. It's from the year 2000. But first, let's see what else was happening. Diablo 2. The Legend of Zelda: Majora's Mask. The Sims. Jet Set Radio. Paper Mario. Mario Tennis. Banjo-Tooie. Skies of Arcadia. Chrono Cross. And for home consoles, we saw the PlayStation 2, the PS1 model, WonderSwan Color. Now let's talk about the co-op games. Bugs Bunny and Taz Time Busters is a surprise in the world of licensed 3D platform games, building on the success of its predecessor, Lost in Time. This title takes players on a time-traveling adventure with Bugs Bunny and the Tasmanian Devil Taz, offering a refreshing twist on the usual multi-character platformer formula. With unique and complementary abilities for both characters, it adds depth and variety to gameplay. The game's 30-plus levels, spanning different time periods, are well designed, incorporating classic Looney Tunes adversaries for a nostalgic touch. While the control scheme boasts a wide array of moves that might overwhelm some, it's a minor issue in the grand scheme of things. Visually, the game captures the essence of the animated series, though the occasional jerky camera is a drawback. The true highlight is the 2-player co-op gameplay. One player controls Taz and the other controls Bugs Bunny, and you work together to get through the environment. This is somewhat of a rarity when it comes to 3D platformers. Charge and Blast, an exclusive Dreamcast title from 2000, may not have garnered much attention during its time, but it's a hidden gem that deserves a second look. Developed by Sims, this arcade-style Cabal shooter-style game offers a refreshing departure from the era's cinematic juggernauts. Charge and Blast's tight mechanics and straightforward action give it a unique appeal. With colorful visuals reminiscent of Sega's signature aesthetic and cheesy voice acting akin to classics like House of the Dead, it captures the essence of the Dreamcast era. Players choose from a variety of characters, each armed with distinct weapons, providing a dash of strategy to the gameplay. The control scheme, while initially confusing, cleverly circumvents the Dreamcast's limitations. Despite its short duration, the limited credits and challenging encounters evoke an arcade experience, urging players to master its mechanics. Charge and Blast may be an overlooked relic, but for those who embrace its simplicity, it offers a surprisingly satisfying shooting adventure worth revisiting. Another hidden gem on the Sega Dreamcast is Seven Mansions. This is a two-player co-op survival horror game that only came out in Japan. In recent years, though, it received a fan translation. If you enjoy Silent Hill or Resident Evil, but you wanted to be able to play the game in two-player co-op, for many years, Seven Mansions was the closest thing to being able to do that. The game allowed players to search for the missing Dr. Ernest on New Russell Island through 7 unique mansions. And the game has a couple of camera options. You can play it in a fixed mode, where you're both in first-person view in split screen, or you can play it with tank controls from a top-down perspective, similar to Resident Evil and Silent Hill. Unfortunately, this mode doesn't work that well because when you split up, it goes into split screen. That can be jarring, so just stick to keeping it split screen. I've spoken about this game at length a number of times. I can't recommend it enough. Rare's release of the 3D first-person shooter GoldenEye 007 for the Nintendo 64 marked the beginning of a classic, but Perfect Dark quickly took the throne. While based on the same gameplay as GoldenEye, Perfect Dark goes beyond with more weapons, levels, multiplayer arenas, and cooperative missions. The game, starring Agent Joanna Dark, offers intense gameplay and an intriguing storyline involving aliens and government cover-ups. Perfect Dark outshines its predecessor in just about every way. The game's replay value is unparalleled, offering various modes, challenges, and customization possibilities. Perfect Dark is one of the best co-op games on Nintendo 64. Cannon Spike is a lesser-known gem for the Dreamcast that offers Capcom heroes like Mega Man and Cammy in a top-down multiplayer shooter. Set in a dystopian future overrun by terror robots, the game features distinct movesets and special attacks for each character. Gameplay centers on shooting and using combos, while collecting and unleashing powerful special attacks. However, targeting enemies can be challenging, and the health bar system replaces lives. The game offers 10 random order levels with bosses and cooperative play. Graphics are simple but effective, with vibrant character art but plain in-game visuals. Despite its imperfections, Cannon Spike is a fun and unique Dreamcast exclusive worth trying, especially with friends. Gekido attempts to revitalize the side-scrolling beat-em-up genre by bringing it into a partially 3D world, but it falls somewhat short of delivering a deep and engaging experience. The game's main mode, Urban Fighters, offers classic beat-em-up action, where you battle waves of enemies using various attacks, combos, and weapons. While there are many moves and weapons, the gameplay lacks depth, leading to some repetition. Cooperative play is its strong suit. Graphically, Gekido is solid with detailed 3D models, interactive backgrounds, and impressive lighting effects for the time, but it's marred by occasional slowdown and graphical glitches. The sound features standard punch and collision effects, but shines with environmental effects and licensed rock songs that sometimes feel out of place. Overall, Gekido's not one of the best beat-em-ups, but when it comes to 3D beat-em-ups, the bar is not very high, and it's better than most. Metal Slug 3, an iconic side-scroller shooter from SNK. It delivers original gameplay rooted in simple controls and challenging action. Players choose from 4 characters and traverse 5 diverse Neo Geo levels, each featuring unique environments and enemies. The game's appeal rests in its high level of difficulty, demanding precision in movement and shooting skills to overcome waves of adversaries. Despite occasional aiming challenges and minor technical issues, Metal Slug 3's Neo Geo version remains a classic, celebrated by fans of 2D side-scrolling shooters, and many consider it to be the best in the Metal Slug series. Power Stone 2 builds upon the original's charm, by introducing 4-player mayhem to its already crazy fighting engine. The game's storyline places fighters in a castle with a series of wild interactive fighting levels and boss fights, elevating the background elements to star status. The graphics, though similar to the first installment, maintain high quality thanks to the Dreamcast's Naomi hardware. However, the increased action and strategic depth brought by the dynamic backgrounds make this game shine. Power Stone 2 is a wild and balanced 4-player fighter that surpasses its predecessor, and you can play through the story mode and 2-player co-op as well. Sin and Punishment is a Nintendo 64 Cabal shooter developed by Treasure and published by Nintendo. It only came out in Japan. It offers frenetic action, intense gameplay, and an anime-inspired storyline set in a futuristic world overrun by genetically mutated animal insects. As Saki, a rebellious freedom fighter, you must battle these creatures and corrupted soldiers. Sin and Punishment's gameplay is packed with Treasure's signature style, featuring swarming enemies, abundant ammunition, and intense on-screen action. While the controls may seem complex, the tutorial mode helps ease players into the game. And another option is to split up the controls and play it in 2-player co-op, where one person controls the character and the other controls the shooting. The main downside is the game's brevity, but its addictive gameplay and unique experience make it a must-play on the Nintendo 64. Tales of Eternia, known as Tales of Destiny 2 in North America, is an action RPG published by Namco, released for the PlayStation in Japan in November 2000, and in North America in September 2001. It is developed by the team behind Tales of Phantasia and Tales of Destiny. Set in the fantasy world of Infuria, the game follows Reed Herschel and his friends Farah and Keel as they encounter a mysterious girl, leading them to the realm of Celestia and a conflict between two worlds. Gameplay includes navigating an overworld map, interacting with NPCs, and real-time battles using the linear motion battle system. Players control one character at a time while issuing orders to AI-controlled allies, or you can allow your friends to take control of them. The one downside is they can only participate during battles, so the rest of the time your friends are just going to be sitting around while player one wanders through the environment. Time Splitters, developed by Free Radical Design for the PlayStation 2, is an arcade-style first-person shooter with a strong emphasis on multiplayer modes. The game features a simple story mode. Progress in the story mode unlocks new content. Multiplayer modes shine with a wide range of customization options, allowing players to create unique death matches with various settings and characters. The game also supports split-screen co-op play for the story mode. Visually, Time Splitters offers sharp graphics and humorous character design, while sound effects and music contribute to the immersive experience, making it an enjoyable and highly replayable FPS on the PS2. Star Wars Episode 1, Jedi Power Battles, originally plagued with issues on the PlayStation, made a surprising and significant improvement in its Dreamcast release. The graphical presentation is notably cleaner, featuring higher resolution and better textures, running smoothly at 60 frames per second. Various visual elements, camera angles, lighting effects, and force powers have also been enhanced. When it comes to the gameplay, it plays somewhat like a 3D beat-em-up with some platforming as well. You take control of various Jedis and you go through the story of Star Wars Episode 1. The Star Wars prequels are not remembered very fondly, and the video games that were based off of those movies are probably remembered even less fondly, but this is one of the better ones. The Adventures of Cookies and Cream is a unique and enjoyable multiplayer game with an original twist. Playing as two bunnies, Cookie and Cream, you must cooperate to complete each level. The split-screen view highlights the need for teamwork to overcome obstacles and solve puzzles. The control scheme is straightforward, using analog sticks for movement and jump buttons for various actions. Visually, the game adopts a colorful, cartoonish style, complemented by whimsical music. Overall, The Adventures of Cookie and Cream is a forgotten co-op gem on the PlayStation 2 that's worth revisiting. Co-op games from 2001. But first, let's see what else was happening in 2001. Dead or Alive 3, Final Fantasy X, SSX Tricky, Grand Theft Auto 3, Sonic Adventure 2, Super Smash Bros. Melee, Devil May Cry, Animal Crossing. And for home consoles, we saw the original Xbox, Nintendo's GameCube, as well as the handheld Game Boy Advance. Now let's talk about some co-op games. The original Halo came out in the year 2001, and it quickly proved to be a standout achievement on the Xbox platform. Set in a future where humanity battles the Covenant, the game's first-person shooter gameplay offers strategic depth and engaging mechanics, with challenging enemy AI and limited weapon inventory. The addition of vehicles such as the Warthog Jeep and Scorpion tank seamlessly shifts the perspective and adds excitement. Visually, Halo was very impressive for its time, with detailed environments, impressive lighting, and sound design that included 5.1 Dolby Digital surround sound, which enhanced the immersion even further. Halo has always been a fan favorite when it comes to multiplayer gaming. From online, split screen, to system linking, Halo provided countless hours of competitive fun. But of course, in the original Halo, you could play through the entire story mode in split-screen co-op, making it one of the best co-op experiences on the original Xbox. Twisted Metal Black, a revival of the car combat genre on the PS2, stands out as an exceptional entry. In an era where vehicle combat games had lost their edge, Twisted Metal Black rejuvenated the genre with its dark and violent theme. The game boasts a compelling cast of characters and vehicles, each with unique abilities and weapons. Its gameplay runs at a solid 60 frames per second, offering fast-paced action and responsive controls. The single-player mode includes story, challenge, and endurance modes, while multiplayer options cater to both cooperative and competitive play. The challenging AI and formidable boss battles add depth to the gameplay. Level design is varied, complex, and filled with destructible elements. The game's graphics impress with detailed car designs, environments, and an impressive particle system. The music and sound effects contribute to the dark and suspenseful atmosphere, completing the overall experience. Twisted Metal Black successfully resurrects the car combat genre with its exceptional gameplay, dark theme, and top-notch presentation, and it remains one of the best Twisted Metal games in the series. Ikaruga is a standout title in the genre of shoot-'em-ups, originally released in the arcades and then later ported to the Sega Dreamcast. It reinvigorated the classic arcade shooter genre by introducing a unique twist and impressive production values. Developed by Treasure, the game offers a formidable challenge with 5 levels, 3 difficulty settings, and various unlockable features. Its innovative mechanic allows players to switch between light and dark forms, aligning with enemies' colors for safety or opposition for double damage. Ikaruga emphasizes skill over power-ups, demanding precision and memorization of enemy patterns and stage layouts. The multiplayer mode adds strategic depth and cooperation, making it a thinking person's shooter. With striking visuals, smooth 3D graphics, and an evocative soundtrack, Ikaruga represents timeless game design that feels both familiar and refreshingly unique, appealing to both shooting enthusiasts and fans of cooperative game design. Project Eden on the PlayStation 2, despite being a PC port with a complex interface, manages to perform better than many console ports. It's a puzzle-focused game with a slow, methodical pace that will appeal to more cerebral, PC-oriented gamers. Players control a 4-character team, each with unique skills used to overcome environmental barriers. The game's interface on consoles works reasonably well, but occasionally managing the team can be cumbersome. The puzzles in Project Eden are challenging and often require players to use the character's abilities in tandem with the environment. However, the game's non-linear design and occasionally cryptic puzzles might frustrate some players. The graphics are dark but feature detailed environments, while the sound and music are passable. Project Eden caters to gamers who enjoy deep, complex adventures and cooperative puzzle solving, making it a true hidden gem on the PS2. Half-Life Decay is a fascinating game in the series' PS2 release, offering an add-on experience to the Half-Life game. In this 4 to 5 hour adventure, you play as scientists Gina Cross and Colette Green, offering a different perspective on the Black Mesa incident. It's worth the effort to explore the previously unknown aspects of the Black Mesa facility. This is a game built around co-op. The cooperative puzzles are well designed, and the attention to detail, like the health machines and suit chargers, enhance the experience. Overall, it's a hidden gem that provides valuable backstory and level design, making it a must-play for Half-Life fans. Baldur's Gate: Dark Alliance is a top-down hack-and-slash game set in the Dungeons & Dragons universe. The game allows players to choose one of 3 characters and offers a 2-player co-op mode. The game's graphics and attention to detail and smooth performance with no noticeable frame rate drops are all positives for the game. The voice acting, atmospheric sounds, and sound effects are all refined and polished. This game's pretty similar to the 3D Gauntlet games, and some might prefer it. If you're a fan of action RPGs, you can't ignore Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance. Dynasty Warriors 3 is a compelling action game that brings characters from Romance of the Three Kingdoms to life in ancient China. Its engaging melee-based combat, rich storyline, and replay value through various roles and objectives make it an enjoyable experience. The game's character progression system and numerous unlockables provide long-lasting entertainment, but occasional slowdowns and camera issues during battles are drawbacks. Playing this with a friend in split-screen co-op is incredibly satisfying as you take down endless hordes of enemies. Overall, Dynasty Warriors 3 is recommended for those looking for an action-packed game, with a plethora of content and characters. Dodonpachi 2 for the arcades was developed and published by IGS. This game retained many elements of the Donpachi series, featuring a strict chaining system, different ship types, B items, and B enemies. The story takes a back seat with minimal in-game narrative. Players control their ships with an 8-way joystick and 4 buttons, combining shot and laser types. The scoring system revolves around chaining and laser-based techniques. B-Storm offers secrets, safe spots, and minor balancing issues, but it still provides a satisfying shoot-'em-up experience. It might not be Cave's best shoot-'em-up, but it's still a worthy addition, and of course is even better in 2-player co-op. Sengoku 3 on the Neo Geo stands as the ultimate entry in the Sengoku series, a beat-em-up franchise that underwent a significant transformation thanks to developer Noise Factory. Unlike its predecessors, this game showcases impressive graphics featuring large, well-animated sprites, vibrant stages with multiple backgrounds, and minimal slowdown or flickering during intense battles. The audio department shines as well, with crisp sounds, impactful hits, and memorable Japanese-inspired music tracks that complement the action. Sengoku 3 departs from traditional beat-em-ups by introducing a deep combo system, 4 playable characters, and the freedom to choose your path through stages. Although some basic enemies have high health, necessitating longer battles, the satisfying combo system compensates. Not only is this one of the best beat-em-ups on Neo Geo, it's just one of the best co-op games on Neo Geo. Heavy Metal Geomatrix attempts to capitalize on Capcom's Dreamcast 3D success. While the game features impressive graphics, including detailed character designs and vibrant stages, it does suffer from some control problems and some camera issues, but the game is still completely playable and enjoyable. Players choose one of 4 teams with unique abilities and weapons, engaging in battles within cyberspace. Controls offer depth with melee and missile attacks, air dashes, and ground dashes, but the inability to change the camera becomes problematic. The story and gameplay isn't necessarily deep, but you're able to play through the entire story in split-screen co-op, where you and a friend team up against another team of 2 in an arena-style battle. I think Heavy Metal Geomatrix is an underrated game on the Sega Dreamcast. Hidden Invasion is a 3D beat-em-up, which inherits lineage from Soul Fighter, but swaps the martial arts theme for a futuristic British setting. Combat has been simplified from its predecessor, although the addition of puzzles fails to make the gameplay more engaging. The puzzles themselves lack depth and creativity. The 2-player mode definitely makes it more appealing. Hidden Invasion is not the best 3D beat-em-up, but it's definitely a lesser-known game on the PS2 that's worth trying out, especially in co-op. Tales of Destiny 2 on the PS2 is a 40-hour RPG, and it manages to stand out in an era marked by the decline of 2D graphics. Unlike many next-gen polygon-heavy titles, Tales of Destiny 2 relies on its compelling 2D visuals, engaging character designs, and a unique real-time battle system. However, the game's narrative lags behind, lacking the compelling story of some other RPGs. Like most games in the Tales series, during battle, you're able to play in multiplayer co-op. Unfortunately though, outside of battles, only player 1 is able to do anything, which could lead to some boredom for your friends. The battles are complex, requiring strategic thinking and skillful execution, making them enjoyable for players who appreciate depth in combat system. If you're a fan of RPGs or the Tales series in general, definitely try Tales of Destiny 2. From 2002. But first, let's see what else was happening in 2002. Metroid Prime, Metroid Fusion, Sly Cooper, Kingdom Hearts, Star Fox Adventure, The Legend of Zelda: Wind Waker, Ratchet and Clank, Grand Theft Auto: Vice City, Mario Sunshine. Now let's talk about the co-op games. Time Crisis 3 came out in the arcade, and it's one of Namco's best light gun games, offering a refreshing break from traditional joystick-based arcade games. The game's narrative centers on super agents combating an invasion in a Mediterranean nation, providing context for the gameplay. While the story isn't groundbreaking, Time Crisis 3 introduces innovations to the rail-based shooter genre, such as a weapon switching system that seamlessly integrates with the gameplay and scripted events that create dynamic and thrilling action sequences. Although the game is relatively short, it compensates with high difficulty and replayability, making it enjoyable even during repeated plays. The two-player mode adds another layer of fun. Visually, Time Crisis 3 impresses with varied environments, stylized enemy designs, and huge explosion effects. Time Crisis 3 is a top-tier light gun game that successfully combines accessibility and depth while revitalizing the genre. Timesplitters 2, developed by Free Radical Design, stands out as an exceptional 3D first-person shooter with a compelling blend of solid single-player and outstanding multiplayer experiences. This game came out on the Xbox, PS2, and GameCube. While the game's story feels somewhat disjointed due to its diverse settings, it serves as a backdrop for engaging gameplay. The precise dual analog controls, 9 distinct levels spanning various time periods, and a mix of objectives reminiscent of classic FPS titles offer a satisfying single-player experience. The cooperative two-player mode adds depth to the gameplay, allowing players to work together on missions. The game's visuals are polished, focused on speed and fluidity, while its audio enhances the overall atmosphere with moody music and impactful sound effects. Overall, Timesplitters 2 is a benchmark for console first-person shooter games, combining versatility and replay value. ToeJam and Earl 3: Mission to Earth, released exclusively for the Xbox in 2002, marks the return of the beloved extraterrestrial duo and introduces a new character, Letitia, in a funky, humorous adventure. The game retains the series' signature humor, heavily influenced by hip-hop culture. While it successfully captures the essence of the first game, it adapts it to a 3D action platformer and collectathon format, with 3 playable characters and both story and random modes. However, it suffers from some gameplay frustrations, including challenging enemies and repetitive tasks. Despite these issues, the game's humor, unique style, and cooperative play make it worth a try for fans of the series. Phantasy Star Online Episode 1 and 2 for the Nintendo GameCube aim to address the platform's lack of RPGs and online games. This online RPG offers a vibrant world with real-time combat, character creation, and 3 classes. The battles are engaging with combo attacks and real-time strategy. However, the game faces challenges with the camera system, which can make it difficult to keep track of the action. Going back to this game, you're going to have a hard time trying to play this online, but luckily, the GameCube version has a 4-player split-screen option, which was exclusive to the platform, making it one of the best RPGs on the GameCube. Contra: Shattered Soldier is a challenging revival of the classic Contra series, deviating from the formula with a new weapon system and limited continues, catering to gamers seeking precision and pattern recognition in their gameplay. While it maintains the 2D side-scrolling style and nostalgic character designs, it presents a more cerebral and demanding experience. The variety in enemy and level design keeps the action engaging, complemented by a soundtrack blending metal and electronica. It's a recommended choice for shooter enthusiasts looking for a skill-intensive gaming experience. And compared to the other Contra releases that came shortly before this is definitely the best of the bunch. Demon Front, released in 2002 by Taiwan-based developer IGS, is a game that draws strong inspiration from SNK's Metal Slug series. In Demon Front, players can select from 4 characters and navigate through 6 levels. two of which are unlocked later in the game. The game's visuals resemble Metal Slug, but have a unique, somewhat offbeat quality, with cartoonish designs and brighter, more saturated colors. Gameplay mechanics are also similar to Metal Slug, though slightly faster paced, and each character has a unique flying pet that can unleash special attacks. These pets can also function as shields, but they have their own life bars. Demon Front features typical special weapons. This game came out exclusively in the arcades, and despite its unapologetic ripping off of Metal Slug, it's still a cooperative run-and-gun shooter that's absolutely worth giving a try. House of the Dead 3, an arcade light gun shooter, revolves around the pure joy of using a shotgun. The virtual shotgun, with its widespread, incredible power, and the satisfying sound, is a gaming delight. Every aspect of the game is tailored to the iconic weapon. The gameplay is built around it, challenging players to make every shot count as they face a variety of enemies and obstacles. The arcade version offers an immersive experience with its fast-paced action and responsive controls. While the game may seem short and lacks extras, it delivers engaging boss fights and branching paths. The visuals impress with their smooth frame rate and enemy design. House of the Dead 3 is another great addition to the House of the Dead franchise and a classic arcade gem. Hunter the Reckoning is a standout in the realm of 4-player dungeon crawlers, focusing on cooperative brawling fun. This came out on the PS2, Xbox, and GameCube. Developed by High Voltage, this game based on the White Wolf tabletop RPG combines intense combat with dark humor, creating an addictive atmosphere. Set in the town of Ashcroft, you and up to 3 friends take on hordes of undead creatures, unleashed during a rave at an abandoned prison. Each of the 4 playable characters possess unique skills and weapons, requiring different strategies. The game offers an array of weapons, from chainsaws to rocket launchers. Experience is gained individually, adding a layer of complexity when switching characters. While Hunter's length is somewhat short, its non-stop action, auto-targeting, and cooperative play make it a must-try for fans of intense multiplayer games. The Legend of Zelda: Four Swords for the Game Boy Advance, bundled with A Link to the Past and later released as an anniversary edition for the 3DS. Four Swords marked the first multiplayer experience in the Zelda series. The game's plot is minimal, revolving around the 4 swords, with the story mainly serving as a backdrop for the multiplayer action. This is the game that was only on Game Boy Advance. We're not talking about Four Swords Adventures that came out a little bit later, and that required the Game Boy Advances to connect to the GameCube. This works more of like a mini game or like a tech demo, just to test out the concept. It is much more polished and complete experience in Four Swords Adventures. The gameplay is solid, but the puzzles are pretty simplified, and the difficulty is low. In order to play this game, you had to have 4 Game Boy Advances and 4 link cables. That barrier to entry definitely kept a lot of players from playing. Nintendo's Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland is a remake of Kirby's Adventure, first released in 1993 for the NES, and this one came out on the Game Boy Advance. The game retains its classic gameplay with Kirby, inhaling enemies and absorbing their ability. Kirby's mission is to help Dreamland's residents by recovering the stolen Rod of Dreams from King Dedede across 7 realms and 40 stages. While not as challenging as other games, Kirby offers variety through its array of enemy abilities, with at least 24 unique attacks. The game boasts improved graphics, enhanced music, and multiplayer for up to 4 players. Despite its simplicity and brevity, Kirby's versatility makes it an enjoyable experience, especially when played in 4-player co-op. But again, in order to do this, you'll need multiple Game Boy Advances and multiple copies of the game, as well as the link cable. This makes for a really solid co-op experience. Games from 2003. But first, let's see what else was happening in 2003. Call of Duty, Beyond Good and Evil, Prince of Persia, Star Wars: Knights of the Old Republic, Tony Hawk's Underground, Simpsons Hit and Run, Jack 2. And for handhelds, we saw the Game Boy Advance SP and the N-Gage. Now let's look at the co-op games. In Batman: Rise of Sin Tzu, A beat-em-up game, Batman faces off against Sin Tzu, a strategist using Sun Tzu's principles to conquer Gotham City. While Batman fights well-designed thugs, rescues civilians, and defuses bombs, the gameplay primarily involves combat. Batman's diverse combat system keeps things engaging as he gains new moves and unleashes brutal attacks. Players can choose to play as Batgirl, Robin, or Nightwing, with cooperative multiplayer available. The art style reflects the animated series, offering a dark yet kid-friendly atmosphere, with impressive character designs and animations. 3D beat-em-ups have always been somewhat of a mixed bag, but Batman Rise of Sin Tzu is definitely one of the better in the genre, and it can be played on the PS2, Xbox, and GameCube. Black Stone came out exclusively on the Xbox. You're tasked with saving the world of Zidane, choosing from 5 character types: Archer, Warlock, Pirate, Thief, or Warrior, each with distinct strengths. The gameplay closely resembles Gauntlet, featuring intense battles against creatures, locating and destroying generators, and collecting valuable items like gold and magic scrolls to empower your character. While the controls are straightforward, mastering your power meter becomes essential. Although it's not the best dungeon crawler, it's still a lesser-known Gauntlet clone that's worth exploring, especially when looking for Xbox exclusives. Another original Xbox exclusive is Brute Force. It's a tactical squad-based sci-fi shooter where you control 4 characters simultaneously on various missions for the Confederation. You could play through this entire game in 4-player split-screen co-op. The graphics, with impressive elements like tall grass and well-made character models and CGI movies, all were pretty high quality for the time. The game plays as a third-person shooter. Some levels lack inspiration, falling into overused themes like lava. Sound, though good, lacks a memorable theme, while voice acting is strong. The gameplay, reminiscent of Halo's control scheme, is a standout. Each character can carry 2 weapons and grenades, and you must strategize and select your squad members carefully. Linear gameplay calls for tactical thinking, offering various approaches to combat situations. Overall, Brute Force is a top-notch Xbox game that excels in gameplay, but falls slightly short in other areas. Castle of Shikigami 2 came out in the arcades and then later onto the GameCube. It delivers a classic bullet hell experience, immersing players in a supernatural shooter filled with relentless waves of projectiles. The game continues the series' tradition of chaotic storytelling, where an interdimensional castle threatens doomsday, offering players multiple characters and a plethora of bullets to dodge and fire. The game's tension bonus system rewards risky maneuvers, turning the fine line between life and death into an exhilarating thrill. Castle of Shikigami 2's aesthetic and eccentric characters add a unique charm. Despite the difficulty, the game's short levels and enticing modes keep players coming back for more. Double Dragon Advance reinvigorates the classic series by blending elements from various sequels while staying true to the arcade original's core gameplay. This Game Boy Advance remake introduces intricate moves, including dash attacks, intercepting enemy strikes, and a kneeling stance for added strategy. The game offers enhanced enemy AI in challenging encounters, encouraging players to use their full arsenal of techniques and environmental advantages. Additionally, the expanded level design and boss fights showcase the game's evolution beyond its roots. With improved combat mechanics, new enemies, and refined environmental interactions, Double Dragon Advance proves to be one of the best games in the series. And the whole thing can be played in 2-player co-op, if you have 2 Game Boy Advances and a link cable and 2 copies of the game. Dungeons & Dragons Heroes is an action RPG from Atari, set in the D&D universe. This came out exclusively on the Xbox. It provides both solo and multiplayer experiences for up to 4 players to combat a looming evil threat. Players select from fighter, wizard, cleric, and rogue characters, benefiting from a unique control system that allows on-the-fly customization of attacks and spells without pausing. This system enhances gameplay by promoting adaptability in facing diverse enemy types and vulnerability. The game incorporates typical RPG elements like inventory management and character upgrades, while offering visually appealing graphics and fitting audio. Dungeons & Dragons Heroes delivers an engaging multiplayer adventure that can only be found on the Xbox. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles was an exclusive on the GameCube, offering a unique cooperative gameplay experience. Players select from various races, each with distinct strengths and weaknesses, adding depth to the gameplay. The Crystal Chalice mechanic forces players to stick together, creating a strategic element as they navigate diverse dungeons, face challenging boss battles, and coordinate in multiplayer mode. In order to play this game, you had to have 4 Game Boy Advances as well as cables to connect to the GameCube. Even though there is a bit of a barrier to entry just with the hardware required, it made for a really unique experience. Mario Kart Double Dash revived the beloved racing franchise on the GameCube, offering a polished and visually impressive experience. It introduces the Double Dash mechanic, allowing players to select 2 drivers with unique attributes and items, adding a strategic layer to the races. Being able to play this with a friend in co-op made for a really unique racing experience. The game maintains the classic Mario Kart formula with random power-ups and catch-up mechanics, making every race an exciting contest. While it lacks some of the innovation of earlier titles, it compensates with improved graphics, smooth performance, and an array of unlockable content. Battle mode provides thrilling duels, even though some maps feel smaller and simpler. But when it comes to local multiplayer fun, Mario Kart Double Dash remains a must-have for fans of the series. For me, this is my personal favorite of all the Mario Kart games. Shining Soul 2 significantly improves upon its predecessor, boasting 8 character classes, hundreds of unique items, 18 expansive dungeons, and a plethora of side quests, offering remarkable variety and customization. Players embark on a heroic quest to rescue the kidnapped princess by participating in a tournament to select a new hero. The real-time combat system remains engaging, enhanced by a forging system for crafting powerful weapons, and a charge-based attack mechanism for added depth. If you're a fan of Secret of Mana, this is very similar to that, with perhaps a little bit more dungeon crawling, and you could play through the game in 4-player co-op if you have 4 Game Boy Advances. Hunter the Reckoning Wayward came out exclusively on the PS2. It's a sequel to the action horror game Hunter the Reckoning, and it builds upon its predecessor's foundation. Despite some technical issues and repetition of levels from the original game, Wayward improves its gameplay mechanics, utilizing a control scheme that enhances inventory management. The game's 6 character types, a variety of weapons and spells, and challenging nightmare difficulty provide action enthusiasts with an engaging experience. Wayward has a gritty atmosphere with detailed creature design. The audio complements the horror theme with eerie sound effects and an industrial-influenced soundtrack. Hunt the Reckoning Wayward offers an enjoyable action experience for both fans of the series and newcomers. That same year, the Xbox had their own version called Hunter the Reckoning Redeemer. It also had improved graphics and new characters, weapons, and abilities. This action slasher game continues the tale of hunters battling evil forces. Players control one of 5 characters, each with distinct abilities and weaponry, engaging in combat against hordes of supernatural enemies. The combat system utilizes both analog sticks, allowing players to move and attack in different directions. Redeemer offers the most enjoyment when played cooperatively with friends, as managing character abilities and facing challenging enemies become key elements of success. It's still another great entry in the Hunter the Reckoning series. Tenchu Wrath of Heaven, developed by K2 as a true sequel to the series, successfully refines the core elements of the franchise, combining stealth, action, and ninjutsu into a cohesive, engaging experience. While it may not match the technical prowess of Metal Gear Solid 2, it stays true to its roots as a dedicated stealth ninja game set in feudal Japan. The intriguing narrative, incorporating multiple characters and storylines, provides depth, and the inclusion of new moves and abilities earned through a rewarding stealth reward system enhances gameplay. The level design shines with multiple paths, offering replay value and incentivizing exploration. The combat mechanics, while not groundbreaking, are solid, with well-implemented lock-on features. The addition of a multiplayer co-op mode is one of the game's highlights. Unfortunately, you can't play through the story mode in co-op, but the stealth-based missions that are built around 2-player are incredibly addicting. Tenchu Wrath of Heaven excels within its niche, cementing its status as a top-tier ninja game. Factor 5's GameCube title, Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2, remains a cherished gem among Nintendo enthusiasts, delivering unparalleled Star Wars dogfights with exceptional detail and pushing the GameCube's technical boundaries. Its successor, Star Wars Rogue Squadron 3 Rebel Strike, follows the classic trilogy storyline, allowing players to control iconic characters like Luke Skywalker and Han Solo in thrilling aerial battles, Imperial Walker missions, speeder bike races, and even on-foot segments. The game introduces advanced multiplayer options, enhancing its appeal. Rebel Strike excels in its flight missions, offering larger, more intense battles and polished controls. The cooperative mode is a standout feature, allowing players to enjoy the entire Rogue Leader campaign together. Visually, Rebel Strike impresses with detailed ship models, improved effects, and superb FMV sequences. Sound design shines, featuring orchestrated music, clear voice acting, and impressive Dolby Pro Logic support. This is another solid entry in the Rogue Squadron series, and one of the best co-op games on the GameCube. Games from 2004. But first, let's see what else was happening in 2004. World of Warcraft, Half-Life 2, Far Cry, Metal Gear Solid 3, Pikmin 2, Mortal Kombat Deception, Doom 3. And for home consoles, we saw the PlayStation 2 Slim, the PSP, and Nintendo DS. Now let's talk about some co-op games. Halo 2 expands the original story significantly, featuring more locations, well-directed cutscenes, and cleverly written dialogue, while the ending leaves you hanging, much like a middle chapter in the series. Halo 2's storytelling restraint is commendable. Gameplay-wise, it builds upon its predecessor, offering improved controls, dual wielding, a wider array of weapons and vehicles, and smarter AI for both allies and enemies. The level design encourages multiple approaches and replayability. The addition of vehicle hijacking and the energy sword elevates close quarter combat, providing new strategic possibilities. Halo 2's online multiplayer is the crown jewel, offering addictive, top-notch gameplay for 2 to 16 players on Xbox Live, or through system linking, with numerous maps and customization options. And of course, this story mode can be played in split-screen co-op. Halo 2 is still considered to be one of the best first-person shooters of all time, and it's an amazing cooperative experience as well. Advanced Guardian Heroes for the Game Boy Advance is a sequel to the original Sega Saturn game, bringing significant changes to the series. Set in a futuristic world, the gameplay shifts from multi-plane system to a traditional beat-em-up style, with 3 new characters and distinct elemental powers. Combat mechanics include various attacks, mobility options, and a unique death mechanic. The game's level design offers diversity, but some aspects like mid-boss fights and character unlock methods are a mixed bag. While it departs from the original style, it's still recognized as a solid beat-em-up title, with refined mechanics on the Game Boy Advance. And of course, it can be played in 2-player co-op through link cable support. Neo Contra is a PlayStation 2 run-and-gun shoot-'em-up platformer from Konami. It pays homage to the classic arcade-style shooters of the 80s, and it's a continuation of the Contra series. While it captures the nostalgia with over-the-top action, it's not quite in the same league in terms of depth and challenge as the Contra series was known for. The game has multiple weapon configurations and unlockable extras. Overall, Neo Contra is a fun game and another solid addition to the Contra series. Obscure is a survival horror game developed by Hydra Vision, and it pays heavy homage to the classic Resident Evil series, sticking closely to the genre's cliches and conventions. Set in a high school, it features 5 teen protagonists who must navigate through familiar survival horror scenarios. While the game introduces some unique concepts like using light as a weapon and cooperative gameplay, it largely emulates Capcom's Resident Evil formula, so it doesn't really do anything groundbreaking for the genre, but it doesn't have to. The cooperative gameplay and the atmospheric visuals and the campy story make for a solid horror experience. Shining Tears is another addition to Sega's beloved RPG series. It brings both old and new elements to the table. While it may not fully meet the lofty expectations set by its predecessors, the game does have a lot of redeeming qualities. One notable aspect is its stunning visuals, featuring vibrant and detailed graphics that draw players into its anime-inspired world. The addition of co-op gameplay is a welcome innovation, allowing players to team up with friends for a more engaging experience. Furthermore, the game's character development system, which lets players customize their character's abilities and skills, adds depth to the gameplay as well. While Shining Tears may have its flaws, it still manages to capture the essence of the series and offers an enjoyable RPG adventure. Local co-op RPGs are always hard to come by, so Shining Tears is another welcome addition on the PS2. Baldur's Gate: Dark Alliance 2 serves as a faithful sequel, maintaining the original's addictive hack-and-slash action and accessible gameplay. While it doesn't revolutionize the genre, it offers an enjoyable dungeon-crawling experience, featuring new characters like the intriguing Necromancer. The game's core focus remains on relentless monster slaying and loot collection, with the workshop feature adding depth and customization options. Although it doesn't introduce major innovations, it's a solid choice for fans of the series and those seeking cooperative adventure, providing classic hack-and-slash action on the PS2 and GameCube. X-Men Legends successfully merges the X-Men universe with an action RPG format, delivering a solid experience filled with well-known mutants and compelling storyline. The game allows you to assemble a team of your favorite X-Men characters, each with their own unique abilities and powers, creating diverse gameplay strategy. While the gameplay leans toward hack-and-slash action with a straightforward combat system and a generous supply of healing items, the lengthy story missions and optional content offer a substantial amount of content. The cel-shaded graphics distinguish characters from their environments. Despite its somewhat easy difficulty, X-Men Legends is a fun and immersive superhero RPG worth exploring. The Legend of Zelda: Four Swords Adventures stands out in the world of cooperative gaming, offering a refreshing departure from the traditional hack-and-slash RPGs that dominate the genre. While most co-op games struggle to balance single-player and multiplayer experience, this title seamlessly integrates both, with its unique gameplay mechanics involving Game Boy Advance connectivity and clever puzzles that require teamwork and communication. It provides an enjoyable cooperative experience that is both fun and challenging. Players are encouraged to work together, yet the game also fosters moments of playful competition. But the game's captivating dungeons, recognizable Zelda elements, and nostalgic appeal make it a fun must-have for Zelda fans. The only downside is that you needed to have 4 Game Boy Advances in order to play this. But once you have it, it works really well, as you're able to split up and look down at your Game Boy Advance, and you're not stuck to a single screen. This is one of my favorite co-op games of all time. Gradius 5 is a modern homage to the classic Gradius series, developed by Treasure. This side-scrolling space shoot-'em-up offers challenging gameplay, a deep power-up system, and strategic weapon configurations. Players control the Vic Viper spacecraft, navigating through intense levels filled with enemies and formidable bosses. The game's difficulty rewards practice and memorization, with each playthrough earning extra credits to aid progress. Despite its simple narrative, Gradius 5 excels in delivering thrilling action, impressive 3D visuals, and a stirring musical score. Whether you're a longtime fan or new to the genre, this title offers a satisfying and engaging shoot-'em-up experience. Champions of Norath: Realms of EverQuest stands out as a standout title in the series, surpassing Dark Alliance 2 and Fallout Brotherhood of Steel. Set in the realm of Norath, the game offers a straightforward story involving battling various creatures to stop a demon's rampage. While the narrative lacks depth, the game shines in terms of gameplay, boasting intricate details with over 10,000 randomly generated items, 45 levels, and 50 areas. The game follows the classic hack-and-slash formula, but its addictive nature stems from collecting and upgrading items. Mission quests add variety, with some requiring specific tactics to overcome enemies. The spell system features a skill tree and intuitive spellbook, promoting strategy and experimentation. Graphically, the game impresses with detailed character models and diverse environments. Champions of Norath excels as a rewarding and engaging action RPG, especially in multiplayer mode. Crimson Sea 2 is a PlayStation 2 exclusive sequel to the original Xbox game. It offers a unique blend of sci-fi themed action-adventure gameplay. Developed and published by Koei, known for its historical action and strategy games, the game departs from the norm with its Hong Kong comic book style visuals and futuristic characters. While the plot may seem complex, it boils down to the classic save the universe from alien menace theme. Players take on the role of Sho, a neo-psionic wielding protagonist, and later Fine, another character with unique abilities. The gameplay combines hack and slash action with third-person shooting, offering a variety of missions set in different environments against hordes of alien creatures. The two-player split-screen multiplayer mode, though somewhat limited, provides additional entertainment. Visually, the game is functional but lacks detailed environments. Crimson Sea 2 is a solid action-adventure title with a lot of content, making it appealing to fans of Koei's other offerings. Kirby and the Amazing Mirror is a Game Boy Advance title that introduces Kirby in his second leading role on the handheld console. The game attempts to replicate the success of the Four Swords elements in the Legend of Zelda franchise for the Kirby series. It revolves around a plot where Kirby must venture into the mirror world to stop an evil presence that has disrupted mirror operations. You play as 4 Kirbys, and it plays like a Metroidvania, where you have to explore, unlock new abilities, and backtrack. Kirby's unique ability to copy powers from enemies plays a central role, allowing for various special abilities to solve platforming puzzles. The presence of 3 AI-controlled Kirby clones and the option for up to 4-player multiplayer via link cable adds depth to the gameplay. While the single-player experience may feel cluttered and confusing due to the complex level structure, the game offers a solid platforming adventure, building upon the success of its predecessor, Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland, with a focus on exploration and cooperation. Blood Will Tell is a PlayStation 2 action game. It follows the story of a samurai on a quest to recover 48 stolen body parts from demons, each granting him unique abilities. The game combines melee combat, special abilities, and various swords, with around 60 boss battles. The samurai is joined by a young thief who aids in battle, and a second player is able to take control of him. The game's maze-like levels require exploration, and its character progression and engaging storyline make it appealing, despite some gameplay issues. This is definitely a hidden gem on the PS2. Naruto Ninja Council 2 delivers an exciting Naruto experience, building upon its predecessor's foundation with minor gameplay improvements. The story, centered on the Chunin exams, remains faithful to the source material, but doesn't add much depth. Gameplay tweaks like button mashing jutsu and easy character switching enhance the experience, emphasizing combat over platforming. Graphics show a significant improvement with accurate character models and appealing backgrounds. Sound is serviceable but unremarkable. And there's a separate co-op mode where you can play 2-on-1 battles if you have 2 Game Boy Advances and 2 copies of the game. When it comes to Naruto games, they're definitely a mixed bag. Most of them aren't great, but this is one of the better ones. Serious Sam Next Encounter delivers mindless arcade-style first-person shooting mayhem to the PlayStation 2 and GameCube. The gameplay revolves around entering rooms, eliminating enemies, and moving to the next room, making it easy to pick up, but repetitive for overextended sessions. The game floods you with enemies, but their appearance is often abrupt and lacks strategic depth. The character designs stand out, showcasing bizarre creatures. Sound includes techno-metal music and decent sound effects. Next Encounter offers a straightforward shooting experience that's made even better in split-screen co-op. Sonic Advance 3 brings the beloved Hedgehog back to side-scrolling platforming glory on the Game Boy Advance, offering a traditional yet improved gameplay experience. With its 7 worlds, 5 playable characters, and single-player or co-op modes, the game maintains the fast-paced, ring-collecting action fans love. The addition of a second character, which significantly impacts gameplay, adds depth and variety. Level designs balance platform hopping and high-speed thrills, and the overworld layout creates a more fluid game experience. While some classic Sonic frustrations persist, the game's strengths, including robust multiplayer support, make it a worthy addition to the series and a great continuation of 2D Sonic gaming. Games from 2005. But first, let's see what else was happening in 2005. Jade Empire, God of War, Resident Evil 4, Shadow of the Colossus, Psychonauts, Mario Kart DS, Castlevania: Dawn of Sorrow, Ninja Gaiden Black. We also saw the Game Boy Micro, as well as the Xbox 360. Now let's talk about the co-op games. Dragon Ball GT Transformation offers fans of the Dragon Ball GT series a solid beat-em-up experience on the Game Boy Advance. While it doesn't innovate in the genre, its well-executed design and impressive visuals make it a satisfying choice for on-the-go brawling. The game follows the story of Goku and his friends as they search for scattered Dragon Balls across different planets, providing a narrative backdrop for the action-packed gameplay. Although lacking multiplayer support in story mode, the game offers bonus survival-style games for solo or linked play and features hidden characters and galleries to unlock. And you're still able to play through basically all of the levels of the story mode in two-player co-op, but they just don't have the cutscenes. So I'm not sure why they didn't just include it in the main story mode. Regardless, it's an underrated beat-em-up. And when it comes to Dragon Ball games, I think this is one of the better ones. Star Wars Episode 3: Revenge of the Sith for the Game Boy Advance offers another side-scrolling beat-em-up experience, allowing players to control either Obi-Wan Kenobi or Anakin Skywalker as they navigate through 21 levels inspired by the film. While the combat can be repetitive and the game relatively short, it features cooperative multiplayer gameplay with link cable support. Players face hordes of droid and clone soldiers in familiar Star Wars locations, using lightsaber attacks and force powers. Boss battles and mini-boss encounters add variety to the gameplay. The character's development is customizable, with points earned for stylish play, used to upgrade health, strength, and force power. The game follows the film's story and faithfully represents its visuals and audio. The Star Wars prequels are not remembered fondly, and a lot of the games based on the prequels are equally not very favored by fans, but this is one of the better ones. The Warriors by Rockstar takes the cult classic movie The Warriors and turns it into a 3D beat-em-up video game. The game blends elements of Grand Theft Auto and Manhunt while delivering a deep combat system, solid AI, and mission-based gameplay. It tells the story of a gang from East Coney Island, offering more narrative and background than expected. The authentic presentation, capturing the gritty 1979 New York City, extends to hairstyles, clothing, graffiti, and music. The combat system, resembling an enhanced Manhunt, offers depth with grappling, combos, special attacks, rage moves, and more. This has a really great co-op mode as well. This is truly one of the best 3D beat-em-ups of all time. Time Splitters Future Perfect is the third installment in the series, offering an engaging story mode with time-traveling scenarios and a likable protagonist, Cortez. While the story mode is relatively short, it's filled with humor and it allows for co-op split-screen gameplay. The game boasts various features, including arcade and challenge modes. Multiplayer shines with numerous gameplay modes, bots, and online play for up to 16 players. The game's variety of weapons and map customization options, along with a map maker, make it an enjoyable choice for fans of the genre. This game came out on the PS2 and GameCube, and it's not the best in the series, but it's still a really solid first-person shooter. Champions Return to Arms by Snowblind Studios follows the pattern of its predecessors, offering a high fantasy hack-and-slash dungeon crawler, heavily influenced by Diablo games. The game, though seemingly more like an expansion pack than a true sequel, compensates with its content volume and engaging action. It continues the story from Champions of Norath, but the narrative is underwhelming compared to its predecessor. The game features various character classes, including newcomers like the Ixar Shaman and Va-Sheer Berserker, while the action remains relatively constant, with smashing barrels, looting chests, and battling hordes of foes. Branching skill tree and socketed equipment system add depth, and maintains its cooperative multiplayer mode. Despite some familiarity and slight monotony, it's a solid choice for hack-and-slash fans. Dark Watch by Sammy Studios combines the horror and western genres in a unique shooter experience. Players assume the role of Jericho Cross, a train robber who unwittingly releases the soul of Satan's son and becomes a vampire. This cursed journey pits Cross against hordes of undead in the Arizona desert, with a secret organization called the Dark Watch as his only hope. The game offers a wide array of weapons and vampire-related powers, allowing players to engage in fast-paced, location-based combat. The campaign is enjoyable, but relatively short. A feature exclusive to the PlayStation 2 version is split-screen co-op. Dark Watch's presentation, with a comic book-style graphical design and impactful sound effects, complements its engaging gameplay. The game has a unique style. It's not the best first-person shooter on the PS2, but the unique atmosphere and story make it worth checking out. Global Defense Force, also known as Earth Defense Force in some regions, is a third-person action shooter game. Players control Earth Defense Force soldiers tasked with defending humanity from an invasion of giant creatures and robots. The story involves humanity's efforts to rebuild after a devastating war with the Ravagers, utilizing alien technology. The game offers dual stick and shoulder button driven controls, with players collecting new weapons and battling hordes of enemies. The addition of the Pale Wing class with jetpack mobility adds unique gameplay. Global Defense Force offers an engaging single-player campaign and a cooperative multiplayer mode, making it a worthwhile choice for action shooter fans. House of the Dead 4 revives the classic light gun shooter for the arcades, and then later it was ported to the PS3. Set between the second and third entries in the series, it follows James Taylor and newcomer Kate Green, battling zombies with a B-movie storyline and cheesy dialogue, which the series is known for. The on-rail shooter gameplay involves shooting zombies, who can defend themselves at times. Controls are intuitive. Although House of the Dead doesn't add anything new to the series, it continues the excellent light gun gameplay of its predecessors, and it's worth playing in co-op. Perfect Dark Zero, released in 2005 for the Xbox 360, had high expectations as the successor to the classic Perfect Dark on Nintendo 64. It aimed to deliver an exhilarating experience with improvements and additional content. The single-player mode offers varying difficulty levels, but suffers from weak enemy AI and laughably bad storyline. While the visuals excel in some areas, they can be questionable in others. The multiplayer aspects shine, featuring a wide range of modes, including cooperative play and online multiplayer with challenging AI bots. The multiplayer experience is the game's strongest point. However, the campaign can become tedious. It's nowhere near as good as the original Perfect Dark, but it's still worth trying out when played in co-op. Spike Out Battle Street, an arcade-style brawler released for the Xbox, attempts to recapture the glory of classic beat-em-up games like Final Fight and Streets of Rage. While it offers a variety of playable characters and cooperative multiplayer options, the single-player story mode takes players through Dieseltown, filled with various gangs and teams. The story features poorly designed cutscenes and subpar voice acting. The game's main drawback is its repetitive gameplay, with simplistic combos and a lack of challenge. But the strongest feature is that you can play through the entire game in 4-player split-screen co-op. I've always felt that the 3D beat-em-up never made a great transition from the side-scrolling 2D beat-em-ups in the arcades, and this is honestly not one of the best 3D beat-em-ups, but if you can play it in 4-player co-op, it's worth trying out. Released in 2005, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell Chaos Theory marked a significant advancement in the series, offering 10 expansive levels with multiple paths and objectives. It removed incremental alert stages, allowing players to choose between stealth and action playstyles freely, offering an equipment selection screen at each level. The game introduced combat enhancements such as lethal knife takedown, environmental kills, and door approaches, alongside improved AI with a multi-tiered alert system. It also featured an engaging co-op mode with designed missions for 2 players, introducing teamwork elements. The multiplayer mode expanded on the previous installment, offering new maps and game modes. The game was visually stunning with its exceptional sound design for its time. Chaos Theory solidified its position as a standout title in the Splinter Cell series. Talk 3, The Great Juju Challenge, is the third installment of the Nickelodeon-inspired Talk series, revolving around the adventure of Talk and Locke in the Great Juju Challenge competition. The game, offering single-player and cooperative mode, boasts charming character dynamics, cute moments, and a variety of moves and abilities, although the graphics are somewhat mediocre for its time. This game came out on the PS2, Xbox, and GameCube. The game's primary drawback is its repetitive and tedious gameplay, and encountering level-stopping bugs, requiring going back and replaying levels. It does have an appealing cooperative mode, and that's how you should play the game. X-Men Legends 2: Rise of Apocalypse builds upon its predecessor's formula, offering a solid action RPG experience with significant improvements. With the addition of 4-player online co-op, a wide range of playable characters from both X-Men and Brotherhood of Evil, and more interactive environments, players can enjoy mutant hacking and slashing, power upgrades, and teamwork, making it a thrilling experience for fans of the comics, movies, and action RPGs. The game also introduces the option to play as evil mutants, adding depth to the gameplay. While the core design remains familiar, these enhancements make Rise of Apocalypse a compelling sequel for fans of the X-Men universe and RPG enthusiasts. The game's comic book style graphics and talented voice cast contribute to its overall appeal, earning it a spot among the top comic book games of its time. From 2006. But first, let's see what else was happening in 2006. The Legend of Zelda: Twilight Princess, Elder Scrolls 4, Okami, Wii Sports, Dead Rising, Final Fantasy XII, New Super Mario Bros., Mother 3, Sonic 06. And for video game hardware, we saw the PS3, the Nintendo DS Lite, and the Nintendo Wii. Now let's talk about some co-op games. Children of Mana offers departure from the traditional Mana series, but excels as a dungeon crawling RPG on the DS. While it doesn't compare to classics like Secret of Mana, the game shines in its own right. It features a free-form story with customization options, including character races and spirits, providing a unique experience for each player. Subquests from dud surfaces and extensive character customization add depth, and multiplayer mode enhances replayability. The game's visuals and audio are impressive, and while it has some minor multiplayer lag and item sharing limitations, the overall experience is satisfying for dungeon crawler enthusiasts. And you can play it co-op if you have multiple copies and multiple DSs. Dungeon Siege: Throne of Agony successfully adapts the Dungeon Siege formula for a portable gaming experience on the PlayStation Portable. The game retains the essence of the series while introducing changes like manual combat, enhancing the dynamic and visceral nature of battles. Character selection and the pet system add depth, strategy, and customization to the gameplay. The fast-paced combat, familiar enemies, and accessible controls make it enjoyable, while quests may occasionally feel repetitive. The game's presentation, accessibility, and multiplayer feature contribute to its strengths, making it a compelling choice for action RPG fans on the PSP. Gears of War for the Xbox 360 is celebrated as a groundbreaking title. It offers exceptional visuals and sound design, immersing players in a gritty atmosphere. The gameplay combines fast-paced action with tactical cover-based mechanics, featuring an engaging active reload system. The game's range of difficulty levels, including the daunting Insane mode, provides extended replayability. The split-screen co-op mode is the standout feature. This is a game with a story built around co-op. Overall, Gears of War is considered a must-have game that pushed the boundaries of console gaming, offering a visually stunning and immersive experience for its time. Guitar Hero 2, the sequel to the original hit music game, continues the success of its predecessor, offering an expanded track list, improved multiplayer options, and an engaging practice mode. The game features an impressive roster of tracks, including songs from iconic bands, and while most tracks are covers, they are exceptionally well done. The gameplay remains faithful to its predecessor, with added complexity like 3-button chords. The addition of practice mode and independent difficulty levels in multiplayer enhances the overall experience, making it accessible to players of all skill levels. Cooperative multiplayer is a standout feature, creating a band-like dynamic. With its fantastic song selection and gameplay refinement, Guitar Hero 2 is a must-play and a nearly perfect sequel. Time Crisis 4 represents Namco Bandai's dedication to the light gun genre, delivering an engaging arcade mode where players become VSSE agents, fighting terrorists and bioweapons. The game features intense battles, weapon switching, cover mechanics, and timed stages, demanding accuracy and speed. While relatively short, it compensates with unlockables and difficulty levels. The complete mission mode introduces a first-person shooter narrative with exploration, albeit with occasional slowdowns and health regeneration quirks. Crisis missions and mini-games boost replayability. Even though the game is visually diverse, it lacks groundbreaking graphics, and its audio elements are somewhat forgettable. But overall, Time Crisis 4 is another standout light gun game in the Time Crisis series, and it could be found in arcades and the PS3. Metal Slug 6 marked a shift from Neo Geo hardware to the Atomic Wave platform. The game introduced character-specific attributes, offering distinct abilities for each playable character, such as Marco's stronger pistol and Tarma's vehicle prowess. Additionally, Ralph Steele and Clark Jones joined the roster as playable characters. The Atomic Wave platform allowed for unique effects, like zooming out during boss battles, but the high-resolution backgrounds lacked the charm of pixel art seen in earlier titles. The levels were somewhat uninspired as well, with few exceptions in the boss battles. Even though this isn't the best Metal Slug game in the series, it's still a solid co-op run-and-gun shooter. Pandemic Studios addressed the criticism of the original Destroy All Humans in its sequel, Destroy All Humans 2, focusing on action and side quests, making it an enjoyable open-world game. The crude yet charming Crypto returns in 1969, taking on the free love generation, with pop culture references and humor. While the story isn't the most compelling, the game's emphasis on killing enemies and blowing things up compensates for it. The stealth elements from the first game are nearly gone, and the focus is on action. Weapons are revamped with new additions like the Dislocator and Meteor Strikes. Side quests are well developed and provide substantial content, with collectibles and bonus features adding to the game's depth. The addition of co-op mode enhances the destruction, but has some limitations. The sound design shines with stellar voice acting and humor-rich dialogue. The visuals, while not exceptional, have solid animations and effects. Despite some issues, Destroy All Humans 2 offers variety, quirky characters, and originality, making it a worthwhile choice for fans of the series. LEGO Star Wars 2, the original trilogy, builds upon the success of its predecessor, with even better stage design, source material, music, visuals, and humor. This unique action-adventure game retains simple mechanics, but allows players to control multiple characters, each with distinct abilities, fostering a mix of strategy and combat. The game incorporates puzzles and destructible environments, encouraging creativity and exploration. Multiplayer co-op is seamlessly integrated, although it does lack online support. Vehicle sequences are no longer on rails, offering more freedom and variety. However, the game's difficulty remains low, and it can become repetitive. Overall, LEGO Star Wars 2 is a fun, accessible game that's great for the whole family. Marvel Ultimate Alliance is a cooperative top-down dungeon crawler featuring 25 playable Marvel characters with unique abilities and alternate costumes affecting gameplay. The game offers an engaging storyline as players battle Doctor Doom's quest for ultimate power, though puzzles and level design lack innovation. Boss battles incorporate mini-games, providing variety. You can play the game online or local co-op for up to 4 players. If you're a fan of comic books, this is a pretty solid superhero dungeon crawler. Resistance: Fall of Man is a standout launch title for the PlayStation 3, offering a compelling story mode experience set in an alternate history where the Chimera alien race threatens humanity. The game's atmosphere is effectively creepy, and the visuals, though not groundbreaking, are technically impressive, with a steady 30 frames per second. The gameplay features quick, twitchy movement, excellent weapon variety, and challenging enemy AI. The standout feature is the stellar multiplayer mode, supporting up to 40 players online with customizable maps, stats, and modes. And you can play through the entire story mode and split-screen co-op. Overall, Resistance is a must-have for PS3 owners. Splinter Cell: Double Agent by Ubisoft takes the iconic stealth series in a bold new direction, with a compelling narrative that explores moral choices and their consequences. Players control Sam Fisher as he infiltrates a domestic terrorist organization, facing tough decisions that shape the story's outcome. The game's level design is outstanding, offering a mix of closed corridors and open environments, and the AI presents a more challenging experience. The game came out on the PS2, Xbox, GameCube, and the Nintendo Wii, and it can be played in split-screen co-op. Guitar Man Lives for the PSP is a rhythm action game that offers a unique and joyous experience. Players take on the role of U1, an adolescent who becomes the Guitar Man, tasked with saving the universe through guitar battles. The game's eccentric, off-kilter storytelling, along with its diverse and catchy soundtrack, adds to its charm. The gameplay mechanics are easy to pick up, but provide depth to prevent tedium, making it stand out in the rhythm action genre. The game's two types of actions, involving the analog stick and face buttons, offer a rewarding challenge. Guitar Man Lives provides a satisfying and challenging experience with excellent presentation, and you can even play it in co-op with two PSPs. It's from 2007. But first, let's see what else was happening in 2007. Portal, Mario Galaxy, God of War 2, The Witcher, BioShock, Mass Effect, Assassin's Creed, Metroid Prime, The Legend of Zelda: Phantom Hourglass, as well as the PSP 2000 model. Now let's talk about some co-op games. Halo 3 released in 2007. It builds upon the successful formula of its predecessor, Halo 2, while introducing new elements to the series. Gameplay remains familiar, maintaining the unique balance between guns, grenades, and melee attacks that sets Halo apart from other shooters. New weapons, such as the Spiker and Mauler, add variety to combat, and massive weapons require a third-person perspective when used. The campaign mode follows a structure similar to previous entries, with vehicle sequences breaking up on-foot action. The addition of equipment items like the bubble shield introduces new tactical elements. Unlike Halo 2, which faced criticism for its cliffhanger ending, Halo 3's story offers satisfying closure for the trilogy, explaining cryptic events from its predecessor and leaving players eager for more adventures. The addition of a 4-player co-op mode, both offline and online, enhances the replayability, and it's one of the standout features. Halo 3 is still one of the best split-screen co-op first-person shooters of all time. Kane and Lynch: Dead Men on the PS3 and the Xbox 360 presents a gripping, visceral story centered around two complex characters, Kane and Lynch, whose dark journeys are the game's standout feature. However, this narrative strength is overshadowed by the clunky gameplay and uninspired graphics. The game offers a unique blend of violent action and profanity-laden dialogue, creating a gritty atmosphere. Unfortunately, gameplay flaws like a problematic cover system and unreliable AI hinder the overall experience, often leading to frustrating moments. All that being said, this is a story-based game that's highly focused on local co-op gameplay, and that's still a rarity, so whenever you can find a game like that, it's worth trying out. The Simpsons game offers a unique blend of humor and gameplay, featuring a meta premise where Bart discovers a game manual granting the family special powers to wreak havoc and parody popular gaming franchises. While the gameplay itself isn't doing anything new, it includes the classic comedic brilliance of the Simpsons franchise, memorable moments from the TV show. This is a 3D platformer, and the whole thing can be played in 2-player split-screen co-op. The game's visuals effectively capture the show's animation style, and the voice acting by the original cast adds authenticity. The Simpsons game is a humorous and enjoyable experience, serving as a testament to the power of humor in gaming, and appealing to fans of the show. Contra 4 on the Nintendo DS, developed by WayForward and published by Konami, marks the return of the beloved Contra franchise to its 2D platforming roots after some 3D missteps. It pays homage to the classic Contra 3 while introducing notable improvements. The addition of a grappling hook adds depth to the gameplay, and players can now carry 2 weapons, with the option to upgrade their firepower by acquiring duplicate weapons. The game's level design is impressive, offering diverse and exciting stages that utilize the DS's dual screen effectively. However, Contra 4 is notorious for its extreme difficulty, which may be off-putting to some newcomers, but a delight for dedicated fans who relish the challenge. If you have 2 copies of the game and 2 Nintendo DS's, you could play through the whole game in co-op. This is one of the standout titles in the Contra series. Crash of the Titans, developed by Radical Entertainment, came out on the Nintendo Wii, the Xbox 360, and the PS2. It presents a solid but somewhat uninspired platformer in the Crash Bandicoot series. While it brings humor and recognizable voice acting to the story, the gameplay feels fairly standard, with narrow platforming paths and an emphasis on combat. A unique feature is the ability to jack giant monsters, controlled by the antagonist, offering varied gameplay experiences. However, this mechanic can become repetitive as the game progresses. Crash of the Titans includes cooperative play and hidden items for replayability. The Xbox 360 version offers better visuals, while the Wii and PS2 versions are comparable in presentation. Overall, Crash of the Titans offers an enjoyable but somewhat forgettable experience in the mascot platformer genre. Death Smiles, a gothic horror 2D shooter featuring Lolita characters, offers an entertaining experience for hardcore fans of the genre. With visually appealing graphics and unique end bosses, it distinguishes itself in the shooter category. The ability to shoot both left and right adds depth, and the inclusion of local and online multiplayer enhances the gameplay. While the game generously rewards achievement points and introduces new modes and characters, it is relatively short and straightforward experience. Nonetheless, for devoted 2D shooter enthusiasts, Death Smiles is a solid experience. Ghost Squad for the Wii revives the 2004 arcade classic with new features and modes, delivering an entertaining blend of light gun arcade gameplay. Featuring 3 levels with 16 difficulty settings each, the game offers weapon variety, mid-level missions, and multiplayer modes, including 4-player party and 2-player co-op options. While the core experience is relatively short, the game compensates with replayability through its different modes. The Wii's IR functionality provides accurate aiming, and the option to disable the on-screen cursor adds authenticity. Despite its age, it remains enjoyable, and it's somewhat of a hidden gem in the light gun shooter genre. The Red Star game, based on the comic book of the same name, brings an alternate version of Earth to life, where warring totalitarian states are locked in battle. The game features 3 main characters, each with their unique strengths and weaknesses, and it combines beat-em-up mechanics with top-down shooter elements. While the beat-em-up portions are enjoyable, the game's combat can become repetitive, and the difficulty is a significant issue due to the absence of checkpoints. The lack of storytelling and voice acting hampers the game's narrative, and load times can be bothersome. However, the 2-player co-op mode adds value to the game. Red Star successfully captures the essence of the comic book visually, but lacks some depth in its environments. Overall, it offers a blend of gameplay genres that can be enjoyable for fans of classic beat-em-ups and shooters, and this is definitely an underrated game on the PS2. Resident Evil Umbrella Chronicles on the Nintendo Wii attempts to merge the Resident Evil franchise with light gun gameplay, offering fans a nostalgic journey through key moments in the series. While it successfully captures the essence of Resident Evil and provides fun co-op gameplay, it falls short in some areas. The game includes levels from Resident Evil 0, Resident Evil 1, and Resident Evil 3, but notably lacks stages from Resident Evil 2 and 4. The core gameplay involves shooting at zombies and other creatures, but it can become repetitive, as most enemies are slow moving. The Wii's IR controls aren't as smooth as other titles, making pinpoint accuracy a challenge. Weapon switching can be cumbersome, and hitboxes for critical shots are small, leading to some frustration. That being said, if you're a fan of the Resident Evil series, this is definitely a fun spin-off that's worth playing with a friend. Beautiful Katamari on the Xbox 360 is a unique game. The quirky and lovable Katamari series, originally appearing on the PlayStation 2, has made its way to the Xbox 360. The story involves the king of the cosmos causing trouble in the galaxy, leading the little prince to roll as Katamari through various objects to rebuild the universe. Gameplay is simple, involving rolling a sticky ball to pick up objects and grow in size. The control scheme is intuitive, primarily using an analog stick. While the single-player experience is still short, several extras and multiplayer modes add longevity. However, the graphics remain similar to the PS2 games, and there's occasional slowdown and later levels. Despite this, Beautiful Katamari on the Xbox 360 has some great music, great sound effects, and charming visuals that make for an enjoyable experience. Hudson's Dungeon Explorer series made a return in 2007 with versions for the DS and PSP. While both are titled Warriors of the Ancient Arts in North America, they are entirely different games. They both offer co-op gameplay, but the DS version only allowed it in a mode called the Pyramid. However, the PSP game, you could play through the entire story in co-op. Gameplay involves dungeon crawling, where players choose a character, explore dungeons, defeat monsters, gain experience and gold, and use items. The game features a quick pace, and is more or less what you'd expect from a dungeon crawler from the time. It's similar to Diablo or Gauntlet. Both games are worth checking out, but when it comes to co-op gameplay, just go with the PSP version. Obscure 2, a survival horror game by Hydravision, continues the story of surviving students from the original Obscure. It features a generic plot centered around returning horrors from the past, but embraces its cheesy horror theme, drawing inspiration from classic horror movies, with humor stemming from translation quirks and voice acting. The game offers co-op gameplay with 6 characters, each having unique abilities used for puzzle solving, encouraging teamwork and player switching to overcome challenges. However, Obscure 2 isn't as good as its predecessor, but it still includes the co-op gameplay, and it can be found on the Nintendo Wii and the PlayStation 2. Raiden 4 brings classic shoot-'em-up gameplay to the arcade, offering a familiar experience of dodging enemy patterns and collecting power-ups. While it doesn't introduce any groundbreaking features, it adheres to traditional shooter mechanics. It's known for its challenging difficulty and memorization-based gameplay. The game includes various weapons, with the purple laser being a standout for its unique abilities. However, it lacks a defining element to set it apart from other shooters. Raiden 4 originated in arcades, and its home console adaptation, while adding a few extras, feels somewhat lacking. Raiden 4 is not the best in the series, but it is still a solid shoot 'em up, and it's better when played in co-op. Zombie Panic in Wonderland is a Cabal-style shooter that came out on the Nintendo Wii. Set in a fairy tale world overrun by zombies, players step into the shoes of characters Momotaro, Dorothy, and Snow White, battling through 9 stages divided into 3 themed levels. Using the Wii pointer, players shoot enemies and destructible scenery while avoiding attacks. The game's destructible environment adds depth, and boss fights provide variety and challenge. Its anime-inspired character designs, charming cutscenes, and diverse soundtrack enhance the experience. Overall, Zombie Panic in Wonderland is definitely an underrated game that came out on the Wii that's really fun to play in co-op. Trauma Center New Blood for the Wii builds upon the success of its predecessor, Trauma Center Second Opinion, and offers an engaging and entertaining gameplay experience. The game introduces new characters, a different plot, and a new disease called Stigma. Players take on the roles of 2 doctors, each with their unique healing touch ability, and perform various surgical procedures using the Wii's motion controls. The game retains the core gameplay mechanics from previous entries, offering a challenging and rewarding experience. The addition of context-sensitive options and co-op mode enhances the gameplay variety and replayability. The presentation includes improved graphics, voice acting, and widescreen support, though the storytelling remains basic. Minor control issues with the Wii IR are present, but manageable. Overall, Trauma Center New Blood is a standout title for the Wii, offering unique and addictive gameplay that makes it a must-have for Wii owners. From 2008. But first, let's see what else was happening in 2008. Dead Space, Grand Theft Auto 4, Fallout 3, Metal Gear Solid 4, Braid, Persona 4, Mario Kart Wii, Mirror's Edge, as well as the DSi model. Now let's talk about some co-op games. Dodonpachi Resurrection, a modern entry in the cave shoot 'em up series, offers a thrilling and challenging experience for fans of the genre. While it doesn't introduce intricate difficulty and scoring mechanics, it excels in delivering tight and responsive controls. Players alternate between a turbo shot and a steady laser shot, each with its own advantages, and can enter hyper mode when the gauge is full. The game boasts impressive visuals, detailed animations, and memorable music, and of course, 2-player co-op gameplay. With 8 gameplay iterations, various ships and styles, and the absence of substantial power-ups, Dodonpachi Resurrection offers a complete package for shoot-'em-up enthusiasts. Kirby Superstar Ultra, a remake of a classic Super Nintendo adventure, retains the charm of the beloved Puffball hero, another solid experience on the Nintendo DS. While it doesn't introduce groundbreaking changes, it faithfully recreates the original, with some fine-tuning. The game maintains Kirby's signature float-and-fly gameplay style, making it unique among 2D platformers. Kirby's ability to absorb enemies and gain their powers adds depth to the gameplay. And just like the original, a second player can control the sidekick, if you have 2 Nintendo DS's. The game offers a variety of main games and mini-games, with the requirement to complete Spring Breeze as a tutorial. Kirby Superstar Ultra remains a well-crafted and accessible title, suitable for all ages. Castle Crashers originally came out on the Xbox 360. It offers a cooperative beat-em-up experience that's incredibly fun and stands the test of time. The game's story revolves around 4 knights on a quest to save princesses and recover a stolen crystal. Castle Crashers shines in its diverse and creatively crafted levels, boasting a unique art style. The knights wield different magic powers, and players can customize their characters by allocating skill points. The game introduces weapons in animal orbs that affect stats and add variety to gameplay. Playing the game solo is not quite as enjoyable, as it's intended to be a cooperative game. Castle Crashers is still one of the best modern beat-em-ups. In Army of Two, EA Montreal and EA Games present a cooperative action title, set in a world where private military forces are on the rise. Players step into the roles of 2 battle-hardened former Army Rangers, Elliot Solom and Tyson Rios, who have become mercenaries for hire. The game's defining feature is its emphasis on cooperative play, with both players relying on each other to progress effectively. The aggro system influences enemy targeting, while actions like step lifts, medical attention, and the back-to-back formation require teamwork. Players can customize their characters, weapons, and equipment. The co-op gameplay and multiplayer are where the game shines, providing opportunities for tactical teamwork and exciting battles. The visuals were really impressive for the time, with detailed character models and environments. Army of Two is a solid game overall, best enjoyed with a friend in co-op. Left 4 Dead is an intense cooperative multiplayer game, set in a post-apocalyptic world where players face hordes of infected zombies across 4 campaigns with dynamic environments. The game features charismatic survivor characters, and while friendly AI is competent, the true thrill lies in multiplayer teamwork as players navigate challenging scenarios. Limited supplies and risk-reward mechanics create tension and reward cooperation, making Left 4 Dead a standout title in the zombie survival genre. The Legend of Spyro: Dawn of the Dragon concludes the trilogy with a satisfying platformer. The game offers polished visuals, and it came out on the PS2, PS3, Xbox 360, Nintendo DS, and the Wii. Players control Spyro and Cinder, who are tethered together and can switch between them or play cooperatively. The open-ended world adds depth, but puzzles and combat can become repetitive. Flight mechanics and production values shine, making it a worthwhile experience for fans and a solid choice for anyone interested in co-op platformers. Little Big Planet was a PS3 exclusive, and it breaks the boundaries of platforming with its profound dedication to creativity. It offers players a vast range of customization options, from character appearances to level creation tools. While the story mode is relatively short, it takes players on a captivating journey through unique levels. The character customization is extensive, allowing players to create unique looks and expressions for their Sackboy. The gameplay is pure platforming with straightforward controls, but the levels frequently venture into unexpected territory, showcasing the designer's creativity. Multiplayer enhances the experience, though the camera can be problematic. The level creator is comprehensive, but requires dedication. The game's visual style, physics, and soundtrack are impressive. Little Big Planet's potential lies in its community-driven content, with players creating diverse levels. Overall, it's a remarkable 4-player co-op platformer. Super Smash Bros. Brawl is another great iteration of the series, and it came out on the Nintendo Wii. It's mainly known for its competitive gameplay, but it also introduced a co-op mode called Subspace Emissary. In this mode, you and a friend can team up and actually play through a story, where you fight hordes of enemies as well as a number of Smash Bros. Favorites. The game has its same polished controls and movesets, with an expansive roster of 35 characters, including newcomers like Sonic and Solid Snake. When it comes to the co-op mode, I think it's an underrated experience for the Nintendo Wii. Fable 2 offers another solid experience on the Xbox 360, but with its simple combat and predictable story, the early moments feel slight. The character interaction and development are limited, with key moments often delivered in monologues, diminishing emotional attachment. However, the loyal dog companion adds a strong emotional link. The morality system allows for both heroic and malevolent choices, though the balance leans toward evil. Quests are diverse, presenting moral conundrums and keeping gameplay unpredictable. Unlike the first game, Fable 2 introduces co-op gameplay, where an assist character can tag along and help you in battles. While the combat is engaging, the lack of adequate punishment for death reduces its impact. The world's visuals, humor, and rewards make exploration compelling. Despite its shortcomings, Fable 2's charm, choices, and unique features make it an immensely rewarding adventure. Gears of War 2 continues the success of the original game, maintaining its impressive graphics, cinematic presentation, and solid cover system. While the sequel introduces new weapons, enemies, and environments, it still offers a familiar yet incredibly entertaining experience. The campaign, spanning 10 hours, delivers thrilling gunplay, with clever set pieces and epic confrontations. And just like the original, the whole game can be played in split-screen co-op. While Gears of War 2 refines more than it innovates, it remains a must-have for action game enthusiasts, offering a gripping narrative, refined gameplay mechanics, and a captivating co-op mode. Death Jr., Root of Evil, originally released on the PSP in 2006, and it's made its way to the Wii with some enhancements. This third-person action platforming game brings cursor-based aiming and camera control to the Wii, taking advantage of the system's unique control capabilities. The story follows Death Jr. and his friend Pandora as they accidentally unleash an evil plant-based power and must work to undo the damage. While the game maintains the core Death Jr. experience with upgrades, new skills, boss battles, and a co-op mode, it can be completed in about 5 hours. The graphics have been improved for the Wii, but they still show some PSP-era design elements. Despite its age, Death Jr. Root of Evil on the Wii offers a fun and entertaining action experience. Bionic Commando Rearmed is a remarkable remake of the classic NES game, released 2 decades later, retaining the essence of the original while modernizing it in various ways. Playing as Nathan "Rad" Spencer, equipped with a bionic arm, you swing through challenging platforming levels, tackle enemies, and engage in revamped boss battles. The game excels with improved visuals, a remastered soundtrack, and refined gameplay. Its offline co-op mode for the entire campaign adds value, and the challenging wireframe obstacle course provides substantial replayability. This game came out on the PC, the PS3, and the Xbox 360. Bionic Commando Rearmed is a must-own for fans of the classic and newcomers alike, and it set a benchmark for new downloadable games. Call of Duty World at War takes the series back to World War II, offering a fresh perspective. The single-player campaign, although short, provides intense and immersive combat experiences. It's complemented by a cooperative mode for up to 4 players. Multiplayer shines with an array of new perks, weapons, and vehicles, while the addition of tanks and dogs makes it exciting. The classic game modes return, and some new ones provide variety. It's visually impressive and well voiced. World at War delivers a rich soundscape and stunning graphics for its time. Treyarch successfully revives the World War II setting, catering to a wide range of players, making it a solid addition to the Call of Duty series. And this came out on the PS3 and Xbox 360. Games from 2009. But first, let's see what else was happening in 2009. Halo Wars. Batman: Arkham Asylum. Infamous. Mario and Luigi: Bowser's Inside Story. Uncharted 2, as well as the PS3 Slim model. and the PSP Go model. Now let's talk about the co-op games. Bubble Bobble Plus offers a solid remake of the classic arcade game, enhancing the original Bubble Bobble experience on the Nintendo Wii with various additional game modes and features. While it starts with the same 100 classic arcade levels, it doesn't stop there, making it well worth the investment. The game maintains the charming gameplay of trapping and popping bubbles to defeat enemies, with the cooperative 2-player mode being a highlight. Plus version introduces 4-player multiplayer and additional modes like Arrange Mode, Super Standard Mode, Super Arrange Mode, Extra 1, and Extra 2, offering fresh challenges and levels. Bubble Bobble Plus provides an all-around robust WiiWare package that justifies its Plus title, and it's a great addition to the Bubble Bobble franchise. Halo 3 ODST presents a captivating shift in the Halo franchise by placing players in the role of ODST soldiers during the events of Halo 2. While these troopers lack Master Chief's superhuman abilities, the game offers a fresh challenge. The Firefight mode stands out with its cooperative wave-based battles, and the campaign, though shorter, delivers an exciting experience. The addition of all Halo 3 maps on the second disc is a bonus, though redundant for some players. ODST offers excellent value, making it a must-have for Halo enthusiasts, and a worthy addition to the series for both veterans and newcomers alike. Resident Evil 5 shifts the series away from its survival horror roots, plunging players into the chaos of Kijuju, Africa, where parasitic infections turn citizens into aggressive creatures. While it offers satisfying combat, co-op gameplay, and well-designed environments, it departs from the traditional Resident Evil atmosphere and tension. The game prioritizes action over fear, replacing scarcity of resources with an abundance of ammo and weapons. Co-op gameplay, both online and split screen, is the focus, and that's the way you should play it, as single player is not very enjoyable. While it's a significant departure from the series' origins, Resident Evil 5 is still an incredibly solid co-op experience. Borderlands by Gearbox Software is a loot-focused first-person shooter, offering a diverse array of weapons and gear upgrades, as players traverse an open world filled with enemies. While character customization options are somewhat limited, the multiplayer mode is chaotic and an addictive experience, allowing up to 4 players to team up, 2 in local split-screen co-op, and 4 in online co-op. The game boasts good replay value, scaling challenges, and enhanced loot in subsequent playthroughs. Its stylized visuals and humorous elements, including witty dialogue and quirky characters, contribute to its charm. Despite its complexity, Borderlands remains accessible, making it a compelling choice for action RPG fans seeking a rewarding and brutal gaming experience. Left 4 Dead 2, the sequel to Valve's original cooperative zombie shooter, builds upon its predecessor's formula with more refined gameplay and a wealth of improvements. Set in the American Southeast, it features memorable characters, intense teamwork-focused gameplay, and challenging difficulty levels. The addition of melee weapons, new boss zombies, and a wider range of firearms enhances the gameplay experience. The game's attention to detail, gruesome animations, and sound design contribute to its immersive atmosphere. While it caters to fans of the original, it might not convert those who didn't enjoy the first game. Overall, Left 4 Dead 2 excels in delivering a hardcore, team-focused gaming experience. Trine is a modernized take on the classic 2D action-adventure genre. It originally came out digitally on the PlayStation Network, Xbox Live Arcade, and PC. In the game, players control 3 unique characters: a thief, a wizard, and a knight, each with their own abilities, including ranged and melee combat, grappling, and magical manipulation. Players can switch between characters on the fly, and most challenges can be approached in multiple ways. The game features physics-based puzzles, lush visuals, and a rich orchestral score, immersing players in a medieval fantasy world. While it offers an engaging single-player experience, the 3-player co-op mode is where the game shines. Trine is a highly recommended puzzle platformer that is even better when played in co-op. New Super Mario Bros. Wii is a celebrated game that rekindles the classic 2D platforming gameplay of the Super Mario series, offering players a nostalgic yet engaging experience. It introduces new gameplay mechanics to make the most of the Wii's capabilities, while retaining the franchise's essence. Filled with enemies, puzzles, and power-ups, the addition of local multiplayer for up to 4 players adds a cooperative and chaotic dimension to the game. Though it lacks online multiplayer, it's a really enjoyable 2D platformer. But it didn't really innovate or do anything new for the Mario franchise. But it was just cool to be able to play these games in co-op. Ghostbusters the video game on the Nintendo Wii offers an authentic and nostalgic experience for fans of the franchise. It features the original music and voice talents of the Ghostbusters, creating an immersive atmosphere. The game's unique cartoony art style, tailored for the Wii platform, adds to its appeal. Players control a proton pack with precision using the Wii remote, engaging in battles with various ghosts and solving puzzles. The game's controls are generally well implemented, though the slamming action may require more effort than expected. Missions offer a mix of ghost catching, environmental puzzles, and boss battles, but difficulty can be inconsistent. While the AI-controlled teammates occasionally struggle, they can be controlled by another player in split-screen co-op, which is another exclusive feature for the Nintendo Wii version. Ghostbusters the video game succeeds in bringing the film's spirit to a digital gaming experience, making it a must-play for fans. The Dishwasher Dead Samurai is an indie game developed solely by James Silva, and it delivers a nostalgic arcade experience. Playing as a vengeful dishwasher battling an evil cyborg army might not offer a complex plot, but the game's offbeat charm shines through, featuring hand-drawn art with striking black, gray, and red visuals for blood. It offers a simple control scheme, with challenging enemies that require mastering combos and timing. Despite the potential frustration stemming from its high difficulty, the addition of co-op play, including a unique Phantom guitar mode for Guitar Hero peripherals, adds an interesting twist, and allows you to play in 3-player co-op. Overall, the Dishwasher is a recommended choice for those seeking a unique and challenging arcade experience. Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2 continues the lineage of Marvel action RPGs, but struggles to bring substantial innovation. The game combines the Secret War and Civil War storylines, dividing superheroes into those who register with the government and those who go underground. Players control a team of 4 heroes, leveling them up and utilizing superpowers and fusion powers. While the fusion system adds variety, the repetitive nature of character interactions and limited alternate costumes disappoint. Loading times and character conversations could be more polished. While still enjoyable for leveling heroes and playing in 4-player co-op, Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2 feels like familiar territory, lacking the spark of freshness. Contra Rebirth came out exclusively on the WiiWare. It's part of the Konami Rebirth series, which also included Castlevania The Adventure Rebirth and Gradius Rebirth. This was the 12th game in the Contra series, and it plays similarly to the classic Contra games that you know and love. And of course it retains the 2-player co-op as well. Unfortunately, this game has yet to have a re-release, and with the Wii shop going down, there's no way of playing this game legitimately at this time. So you're gonna have to emulate it. But if you can find it, this is truly one of the best games in the Contra series, and it's one that often gets overlooked. Co-op games from 2010. But first, let's see what else was happening in 2010. Red Dead Redemption, BioShock 2, Mass Effect 2, Heavy Rain, Call of Duty Black Ops, God of War 3, Fallout New Vegas, Alan Wake, Super Meat Boy, Xenoblade Chronicles, the Xbox 360 Model S, the Kinect, the Wiimote Plus, and the PlayStation Move. Now let's talk about some co-op games. Fable 3 builds upon its predecessor's foundation, offering a more streamlined, accessible, and enjoyable experience. Set in Albion during the Industrial Age, the game combines traditional Fable elements with a unique layer of politics. Players must amass followers to progress down the road to rule, and make decisions as rulers, with real consequences. The game excels in providing emotional and challenging decision-making moments, although it suffers from occasional bugs and a disjointed narrative. Despite these shortcomings, Fable 3 offers a fun and immersive adventure, with improved co-op gameplay and high-quality voice work, enhancing the overall experience. Halo Reach is Bungie's final in the franchise, presenting a versatile and immersive experience. The game offers a gripping narrative as players assume the role of Noble Six, featuring a customizable character and deep lore that appeals to both newcomers and longtime fans. The introduction of armor abilities enhances gameplay and flexibility, while retaining the classic Halo essence. Stunning visuals, epic soundtracks, and engaging level design contribute to immersion. Multiplayer options are abundant, with cooperative campaign play, firefight mode, and competitive online multiplayer. This is considered by many to be one of the best Halo games in the entire series. Donkey Kong Country Returns on the Nintendo Wii, developed by Retro Studios, is a challenging and rewarding 2D platformer that remains faithful to the classic Donkey Kong Country series while introducing real-time visuals. With an emphasis on traditional gameplay, it offers a familiar yet refreshed experience for both newcomers and fans. The game's difficulty level is notably high, making it worthwhile for more experienced players, and it offers a sense of accomplishment upon completing challenging levels. While it may seem initially underwhelming, the game's creativity and excitement grow as players progress, introducing new elements like rocket barrel runs. Despite the tough gameplay, there is an option for autoplay to assist struggling players. The title features solo or co-op play, but Diddy Kong is only playable in co-op. Controls are primarily based on Wii remote gestures, with some occasional issues when using the nunchuck. Retro Studios added climbing and blowing mechanics, though the latter can disrupt the flow. The game's 8 worlds offer a lengthy and demanding experience, catering to those seeking a hardcore challenge. Donkey Kong Country Returns impressively combines tradition and innovation, ensuring Rare's legacy is in capable hands. Lara Croft and the Guardian of Light offers a refreshing take on the Tomb Raider series, introducing cooperative gameplay, arcade features, and a new perspective on the iconic heroine. While the story is somewhat weak, the game compensates with its gorgeous environments, intricate details, and verticality. It excels in providing a fun co-op experience, with a focus on high scores and friendly competition. Players can compete for points, solve challenging puzzles that require both characters' skills, and collect treasures and relics to enhance their abilities. The game also offers various weapons to experiment with, and the puzzles evolve from simple tasks to complex conundrums, making teamwork essential. This is definitely a standout in the Tomb Raider series. Army of Two: The 40th Day offers an improved co-op experience, set in Shanghai, where players assume the roles of mercenaries, Rios and Salem, working for trans-world operations. The game excels in action-packed sequences, extensive weapon customization, and the aggro system for tactical gameplay. Improved AI, engaging enemy encounters, and co-op moments enhance the cooperative gameplay. The morality system adds choices, though it could be more complex. Outstanding visuals and sound design create an immersive environment. Despite minor AI issues and the simplicity of the morality system, Army of Two: The 40th Day delivers a thrilling cooperative gaming experience. Metal Gear Solid: Peace Walker for the PSP is a monumental addition to the Metal Gear series, set in 1974, with Big Boss leading military sans frontiers. While the story remains gripping and focused on Big Boss's quest to uncover the truth about his mentor, the game's depth and variety are exceptional. The introduction of capturing enemies to build your squad adds an addictive layer, providing a steady stream of captivating content. Co-op gameplay is a highlight, although some missions are challenging alone, potentially frustrating solo players. The lack of detailed in-game guidance can make certain aspects overwhelming, requiring experimentation or external help. Despite these minor flaws, Peace Walker stands as a PSP masterpiece, offering a wealth of content, memorable moments, and a brilliant addition to the Metal Gear franchise. Kane & Lynch 2: Dog Days refines its predecessor's formula, but retains some inherent flaws. The game simplifies its gameplay, focusing mainly on shooting and advancing the story. While this eliminates some of the previous game's problems, it leads to increased repetition and frustration due to a somewhat dated shooting mechanic and a temperamental cover system. The visuals aim for a handheld video style, enhancing the mature crime thriller atmosphere. The story is a standout feature, maintaining tension throughout and embracing a more serious tone than most games. Multiplayer introduces innovative concepts, but relies heavily on shooting and cover mechanics, making it less appealing than the story-driven experience. Despite these caveats, Kane & Lynch 2: Dog Days is recommended for those intrigued by its story and unique presentation. And again, it's just nice to see games that were built around co-op. Lost Planet 2 is a flawed game, from the controls to some confusing button layouts. But that being said, this is another story-focused game with solid co-op support that was missing from its predecessor. It's worth trying out for the co-op alone. Shank offers a visually impressive and stylistically engaging experience. The game combines elements from titles like Strider and Ninja Gaiden, offering players a combat system that is both challenging and satisfying. Its high-resolution visuals and PC support contribute to a visually pleasing experience. This is one of the earlier indie titles to gain attention, and it plays like a hack-and-slash 2D platformer, and can be played in co-op. The game originally came out on the PS3, 360, and then was later ported to the PC. There were a lot of great indie games to come out in this era, and Shank is often forgotten, but it's still worth checking out. Kirby's Epic Yarn is a visually captivating platformer that revitalizes traditional gameplay with its unique fabric-themed world. Set in an arts and crafts-inspired environment, Kirby interacts with this textile world by turning enemies into yarn balls and manipulating fabric elements like zippers. While the core platforming action remains familiar, the game's visual style enhances it by seamlessly incorporating fabric-based mechanics. Transformation elements add variety, with Kirby morphing into forms like a dolphin, UFO, and fire truck, each offering unique abilities. Though it leans toward a younger audience, it encourages replayability by rewarding players for collecting beads and completing levels with minimal damage. Co-op play enhances the experience, making Kirby's Epic Yarn a charming and creatively designed platformer that breathes new life into a classic genre. Batman: The Brave and the Bold for the Wii offers a lighthearted take on the Dark Knight's adventures, drawing inspiration from the Cartoon Network series. The game successfully captures the show's essence with vibrant visuals and humor. Players team up with various DC heroes to face off against lesser-known villains, accompanied by animation and voice acting reminiscent of the TV series. The game is divided into episodes, each with multiple stages and boss fights. While solo play allows players to switch between characters, AI-controlled partners can be unreliable. Co-op mode provides a better experience. Gameplay mainly involves combat, utilizing motion controls for special attacks. Equipment upgrades and assistant heroes add depth but may feel repetitive. Despite its shortcomings, Batman: The Brave and the Bold offers accessible fun for all ages, with potential for replayability. Deathspank, a satirical action RPG from the creator of Monkey Island. It came out on the PC, and it offers a whimsical and humorous take on the genre. The game's unique art style combines 3D character models with 2D scenery, creating a visually charming world. The witty dialogue adds to the game's appeal, with humorous conversation options reminiscent of Monkey Island. However, some side missions feel repetitive and lack the expected puzzle-centric challenges. The combat system offers customization and progression, keeping battles engaging. The game excels in loot variety, providing a wide range of weapons and armor with unique properties. Co-op play is available, although the sidekick character lacks customization. Deathspank is an enjoyable adventure with a few flaws, making it a fun experience for those who appreciate humor, loot, and exploration. Scott Pilgrim vs. the World offers a solid blend of old-school side-scrolling beat-em-up action reminiscent of classics like River City Ransom and Streets of Rage, with a modern twist. The game's art style and humor capture the essence of the comics, adding an appealing mix of 8-bit and 16-bit nostalgia. The gameplay includes a drop-in, drop-out co-op that's great for playing with friends on the couch. The game features 7 unique levels filled with quirky enemies and offers an exceptional chiptune soundtrack. RPG elements include character leveling and coin-based upgrades to enhance your abilities. This game was completely unavailable for years as it was delisted, and in recent time was re-released on modern consoles. It's not the best modern beat 'em up, but the soundtrack and the art style and the humor make up for some of the less enjoyable gameplay. From 2011. But first, let's see what else was happening in 2011. Dark Souls, Elder Scrolls, LA Noire, Uncharted 3, Batman Arkham City, Sonic Generations, The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword, and the Nintendo 3DS. Now let's talk about the co-op games. Dead Pixels stands out in the realm of Xbox Live indie games, defying skepticism about the platform's offerings. It's a zombie-themed game, but with a unique visual style that combines 8-bit aesthetics with 70s grindhouse flair, resulting in a visually stunning experience. The game's treble-heavy, neo-metallic soundtrack complements its gritty visuals perfectly. Dead Pixels adopts an old-school brawler-shooter approach with RPG elements, allowing players to level up stats and acquire new weapons. Cooperative play is available in all modes and enhances the fun. Earth Defense Force Insect Armageddon doesn't boast top-tier graphics or a gripping storyline, but it thrives on its delightfully cheesy, mindless shooting experience. Players assume the role of Earth Defense Force members, battling an alien threat, resulting in absurdly fun battles against giant insects and robots. The addition of character classes adds replayability and enhances cooperative play. Despite its short campaign, the 3 difficulty levels, remixes, and cooperative modes provide lasting enjoyment. Insect Armageddon's unique brand of ridiculousness sets it apart in a genre often dominated by seriousness, making it an entertaining choice for fans of campy, action-packed shooters. Fear 3 is a unique first-person shooter that blends horror and gore elements effectively. Players assume the role of Point Man, tasked with preventing the birth of a potentially dangerous child by the malevolent psychic Alma. The addition of co-op gameplay as Paxton offers a fresh experience. The game has strong sound design. While its core gameplay mechanics are engaging, issues like inaccurate grenade throwing and occasional AI glitches hinder the experience. Fear 3 shines in its multiplayer modes, offering a distinct challenge and a rewarding progression system, making it an appealing choice for those seeking a shooter with a unique twist and replay value. Kirby's Return to Dreamland marks a return to the series' classic inhaling and platforming gameplay, offering a nostalgic and family-friendly adventure. The game's traditional mechanics, with Kirby inhaling enemies to gain abilities, remain true to the franchise's roots. Players can also enjoy multiplayer with up to 4 players, each with unique advantages, making it an excellent choice for family gaming. The multiplayer component has some quirks, such as sharing lives and player deaths affecting progression. Hardcore players can find more challenges in the extra game mode and final boss battles. Despite basic graphics and sound, Kirby's Return to Dreamland shines as a charming adventure, primarily designed for a younger audience, but it's still one of the best co-op games on the Nintendo Wii. Rayman Origins, Ubisoft's creation, is a remarkable platformer that recaptures the magic of classic gaming, while offering a modern and artistically cohesive experience. The game's visually stunning world, with vibrant and whimsical design, immerses players in a joyful and smooth-running adventure. While its overwhelming beauty can occasionally distract from gameplay, Rayman Origins shines with meticulously crafted stages and fantastic multiplayer experiences, making it perfect for cooperative play with friends. Rayman and his companions learn new abilities as they progress through a variety of insane and vivid worlds, and the game offers both challenging and rewarding gameplay without inducing excessive frustration. Rayman Origins is a masterful achievement. Rayman Origins is one of the best 4-player platformers ever made. Gears of War 3 delivers an epic and polished third-person shooter experience, excelling in multiplayer content and offering smoother mechanics and faster gameplay compared to its predecessors. The campaign, while occasionally predictable and repetitive, maintains the series' signature tone and style. Visuals and sound design impress, but occasional frame rate issues and imprecise collision detection hinder the experience. Like all the games in the series, Gears of War 3 allows you to play through the entire campaign in split-screen co-op. Gears of War 3 is another solid game in the series. Magicka offers a unique and inventive magic casting system that encourages experimentation and creativity. The game's spell system, based on key combinations, provides instant feedback and allows players to combine various elements to create a wide range of magical effects. The self-cast, area cast, and forward cast options add depth to the gameplay, and the logic behind elemental interactions is satisfying. When played cooperatively with a well-coordinated team, Magicka's chaotic action is mechanically satisfying and rewarding. Portal 2 successfully builds upon the brilliance of the original game, offering a mind-bending, entertaining, and humorous experience from start to finish. The story, characters, and witty dialogue, specifically the banter between GLaDOS and Wheatley, captivate players while solving a variety of spatial reasoning puzzles. The game expands the portal gun's capabilities and challenges players to think creatively, ensuring the puzzles are both engaging and fair. The cooperative mode, featuring 2 robotic characters, offers a unique and rewarding experience, emphasizing the need for effective communication and teamwork. Portal 2 is still considered to be one of the best co-op games of all time. Terraria, a 2D indie sandbox adventure, combines elements from Minecraft, but enhances them in exciting ways. Set in a pixel art world reminiscent of Super Nintendo era games, Terraria offers a creatively engaging experience, with a vast array of resources, combat options, and building possibilities. The game encourages exploration and adventure. The destructible game world and the need to build shelter during the day add to the gameplay's depth. The development of your village and the exploration of dark caverns below ground provide satisfying challenges, while the gear crafting system and the variety of weapons and items make the experience obsession-worthy. Additionally, multiplayer mode enhances the fun, making Terraria a standout sandbox game that expands on the genre's core elements. Minecraft is an iconic game that fosters creativity and imagination through its blocky aesthetic and open-world sandbox. Survival mode challenges players to gather resources and craft tools, fostering a sense of ownership and empowerment. Minecraft is one of the most important games in video game history, and whether you're a fan of it or not, you can't deny its a long-lasting impact, and it's still being played by millions of fans over a decade later. But one of the features that doesn't get talked about enough is its split-screen co-op mode, where you can build worlds together and destroy them and fight enemies. Minecraft is the perfect game to pick up and play with your kids. Little Big Planet 2 is an outstanding sequel that brings a host of new additions and improvements to the beloved platforming series. With 30 story levels and a plethora of creative tools and options, it offers a solid gaming experience. The story, while charming, takes a back seat to the captivating levels and diverse gameplay experiences. The game introduces various gameplay mechanics, such as head-to-head challenges and races, which add depth and variety to the platforming formula. The Create mode has been enhanced with user-friendly tutorials, better object connections, and new features like voiceovers and a music sequencer, making it more accessible for players interested in level design. This is another 2D platformer that's incredibly fun to play in 4-player co-op. Trine 2 offers a visually stunning and solid multiplayer experience that builds upon the foundation of the first game. The sequel retains the core mechanics of swapping between a wizard, a knight, and a thief, each with unique abilities, to solve physics-based puzzles. But it's made even better when you play 3-player co-op. The game's real charm lies in its gorgeous and creative levels, with vibrant colors and intricate details that make the world come alive. Multiplayer mode brings new dynamics to the game, requiring teamwork and coordination among players to progress. Trine 2 may not reinvent the wheel, but it enhances the formula with its captivating visuals and cooperative gameplay. Jamestown, Legend of the Lost Colony, is a polished indie shooter that blends early American history with sci-fi elements, resulting in a unique and intense bullet hell shooter experience. Set in an alternate reality where the British colonies are on Mars, players take on the role of Sir Walter Raleigh, engaging in frantic arcade action against swarms of alien creatures and musket-wielding British troops. The 16-bit pixel art and attention to detail in the game's design contribute to its unique and captivating world. Piloting including various unlockable ships with distinct attack patterns and secondary firing modes, adds depth to the gameplay. This is one of the best indie shoot-'em-ups around, and it's made even better with the ability to play 4-player co-op. Overall, Jamestown impresses with its creativity, mechanics, and level of polish, making it a quirky and fun bullet hell shooter. Games from 2012. But first, let's see what else was happening in 2012. The Walking Dead, Mass Effect 3, Hotline Miami, Far Cry 3, Dishonored, the PlayStation Vita, the Nintendo 3DS XL, Nintendo's Wii U. Now let's talk about some co-op games. Broforce is a spectacularly over-the-top run-and-gun shooter that pays homage to action cinema and classic video games. Developed by South African studio Free Lives, the game features a squad of Earth's greatest heroes, each with a hilarious bro-themed name, taking on international terrorism, aliens, and supernatural threats. The game offers frantic yet tactical gameplay, with destructible environments, allowing players to blast through walls and tunnels creatively. The controls are nimble, and the variety of bros, each with unique weapons and abilities, keeps the action fresh and exciting. The random bro swapping mechanic upon death adds an extra layer of challenge and fun. Broforce is a love letter to action movies and retro gaming, delivering a polished, content-rich, and testosterone-fueled experience that is best enjoyed with friends in co-op mode. Borderlands 2 stands as a remarkable sequel that refines and expands upon the original's success. The game's addictive shoot and loot gameplay, fueled with a diverse array of guns and gear, keeps players engaged, while the combat, character classes, and skill customization provide depth and replayability. The narrative is notably improved, and the side quests, with their clever writing and memorable characters, add significant value, while the co-op play is a highlight, and you can play through the entire story in split-screen co-op. The badass ranking system enhances character customization. Across platforms, Borderlands 2 offers consistent content, with PC users enjoying superior visuals and physical effects. Overall, it's an excellent shooter that warrants attention from genre enthusiasts, and it's still one of the best co-op first-person shooters of all time. New Super Mario Bros. U rekindles the essence of classic 2D Mario adventures, capturing the spirit of carefree exploration and delivering a satisfying level of challenge. While its expansive, seamless overworld harks back to Super Mario World, the game evolves and escalates in complexity, introducing fresh enemies and power-ups seamlessly. Its balance of difficulty allows for progression without sacrificing challenge, and the addition of challenge mode provides a truly testing experience. However, the game falls short in visual and audio design, and it doesn't really bring anything new to the Mario franchise. It's kind of more of the same. And although it's very fun to play in 4-player co-op, it can also be pretty frustrating, because if you don't work together, you can easily bounce each other off of a cliff. It's still a solid 2D Mario experience. Resident Evil 6 attempts to merge 4 distinct campaigns and 7 lead characters, creating an interconnected narrative that pays off in a cumulative storytelling effect. The game shines with memorable moments, offering tension and gore through its diverse horror scenarios. However, the game's ambitious scale leads to repetition as players are forced to replay sequences unnecessarily. It struggles with maintaining consistency, featuring both excellent experiences and poorly designed segments. The addition of more action-oriented elements, including gunfights and cover system, deviates from the series' core principles. So if you're looking for the classic horror gameplay of Resident Evil, this is not the game for you. But if you just thought of it as its own unique game that wasn't attached to the series, it's a pretty solid co-op experience, but definitely leaning more towards action than horror. Diablo 3, after a 12-year wait, lives up to expectations by improving upon its predecessors and offering an addictive and deeply satisfying gaming experience. While its story may contain cliches and predictable twists, the focus is on the loot-driven formula, and it excels in this aspect. The joy of acquiring treasure, experimenting with character abilities, and exploring randomly generated dungeons keeps players engaged. The revamped economy makes gold valuable, and the crafting system adds depth. Combat remains engaging due to randomly generated dungeons and monsters, and character abilities evolve dynamically through leveling up. Multiplayer is seamless and enhances the experience. Diablo 3's addictive gameplay overshadows any shortcomings, making it a highly enjoyable game. Halo 4 stands as a triumphant return to the franchise, delivering stunning visuals, exceptional sound design, and addictive gameplay, while the campaign delves into Master Chief's humanity and Cortana's battle with Rampancy, offering a well-paced and visually striking experience. It relies on external content for some plot context. The game's sandbox gameplay, rich with diverse weapons and vehicles, enhances strategic choices, and the enemy AI impresses with its challenge on higher difficulty. The multiplayer introduces a narrative context and offers well-designed maps, though Spartan Ops lacks replayability. Overall, Halo 4 might not be the best in the series, but it's another solid entry. Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 2 addresses the physics issue of its predecessor, but falls short in recapturing the franchise's magic. While it reintroduces Tails for a Sonic 2 style experience with innovative tag team maneuvers, the gameplay remains mostly standard, leaving it feeling like an expansion pack. It offers bonus content for Episode 1 owners, including Episode Metal, additional stages to play as Metal Sonic. Despite boss battles, special stages, co-op mode, and modern features like online leaderboards and achievements, Episode 2 fails to recapture the old Sonic charm. This is a game that's best suited for dedicated Sonic fans. We've seen much better 2D Sonic games come out since its release. Code of Princess may have drawn comparisons to Guardian Heroes, but it stands as an excellent beat-em-up RPG in its own right. The game's story, while not groundbreaking, is filled with humor and clever writing, thanks to a top-notch localization. The combat engine is exquisite, with satisfying combos and juggling mechanics. Characters have distinct playstyles, adding depth to the gameplay. The leveling system and customization options provide further depth, and the item system allows for tweaking character stats. The game's structure is well suited for portable play, with bite-sized chapters and bonus missions. The beautiful sprite animations and multiplayer options, while not flawless, add to the overall experience. Code of Princess is an underrated beat-em-up on the 3DS, and if you have 2 copies, as well as 2 3DSs, you could play it in 2-player co-op. New Super Mario Bros. 2 offers classic Mario platforming with a dash of coin collecting. While it's an enjoyable experience with well-crafted levels and responsive controls, it doesn't break new ground for the franchise. The game revolves around collecting coins, introducing gold-themed power-ups and enemies. The 3D effect doesn't add much to the experience, and the game lacks standout 3D levels. However, Mario's controls are spot on, and the level design encourages exploration and discovery. While not as challenging as some older Mario titles, it still offers a decent level of difficulty. When it comes to the new Super Mario Bros. Games, this is one of my favorite ones, and it can be played in 2-player co-op with 2 3DSs and 2 copies of the game. PID is a distinctive puzzle platformer. Players control Kurt, a boy stranded on an alien planet with an orb that manipulates gravity. This mechanic adds depth to puzzles, as players strategically use gravity wells to navigate challenges. The color-coded enemies and objects create complexity, and various tools and power-ups enhance problem solving. While the game has occasional difficulty spikes and collision detection issues, it impresses with vibrant visuals, quirky characters, and an exceptional soundtrack. With collectibles, secret areas, and a hard mode, PID offers a substantial experience for puzzle platformer fans, and of course can be played in 2-player co-op. Twisted Metal on the PlayStation 3 offers a wild and entertaining car combat experience, blending elements of fighting and real-time strategy games. The game revolves around a deadly competition where participants vie for a single wish, leading to intense battles with creatively designed vehicles and power-ups. The story campaign is divided into 3 chapters, each offering increasingly difficult challenges and boss encounters. You can play through the entire story in split-screen co-op, while the use of live-action cutscenes feels somewhat out of place, and the storytelling is weak. The gameplay compensates with its arcade-style combat and intricate vehicle mechanics. This is a really great reboot of the Twisted Metal series, and it's a must-play for fans of the franchise. 2013. But first, let's see what else was happening in 2013. We had The Last of Us, Grand Theft Auto 5, BioShock Infinite, The Stanley Parable, Tomb Raider, The Legend of Zelda: A Link Between Worlds, Gone Home, Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons, The Ouya, the Nintendo 2DS, PlayStation TV, the PlayStation 4, the Xbox One. Now let's talk about some of the co-op games. Monaco, What's Yours Is Mine, masterfully combines the intrigue of classic crime films with the addictive nature of arcade games. In this charming indie heist game, you'll embark on a thrilling journey through 30 chapters, engaging in bank heists, daring escapes, and prison rescues. Whether you're tackling challenges solo or with friends, Monaco offers a rewarding stealth experience with a competitive edge when played cooperatively. Monaco's impeccable charm shines when your heist goes awry, leading to chaotic yet entertaining scrambles. Monaco, What's Yours Is Mine delivers an outstanding cooperative experience, making it one of the most unique and addictive games of its time. Dragon's Crown on the PlayStation 3 is a nostalgia-infused beat-em-up that recalls the arcade heydays of games like Double Dragon and Golden Axe. While it features beautiful graphics and an atmospheric soundtrack, its true strength lies in its enjoyable action, rewarding experience system, and addictive loot scheme. The game's 6 unique character classes cater to players of varying skill levels, offering accessibility while maintaining a hardcore edge. However, the story elements, repetitive dialogues, and frequent back and forth travel between hub locations can be cumbersome. Despite this, Dragon Crown's fantastic character class diversity, visual design, and challenging combat make it an exhilarating action RPG with remarkable replay value, especially when played cooperatively. Rayman Legends is an exceptional platformer that consistently introduces inventive ideas throughout its 12-hour experience. It boasts visually stunning co-op-focused gameplay filled with creativity, featuring everything from basic mechanics to stealth challenges, boss battles, and music video-inspired levels. The game's charming, Looney Tunes-inspired aesthetics, fluid jump physics, and well-paced levels make it highly enjoyable. Boss fights impress with their visual spectacle, and both single-player and co-op modes are finely tuned, although 4-player co-op can become chaotic. Rayman Origins was already an incredible game, but somehow Rayman Legends finds a way to improve upon it in just about every way, making it one of the best platformers of all time. Gears of War Judgment rejuvenates the series with its youthful energy and rebellious spirit. Set as a prequel, it explores the complex characters of Damon Baird and Augustus Cole in their earlier years, adding depth and vulnerability to their personalities. The game employs a storytelling technique that begins at the end, engaging players as they uncover the events, leading up to a military tribunal. The Declassify system introduces challenging, optional objectives, enhancing gameplay variety and replayability. The combat thrives on team adaptability and fast-paced movement, deviating from traditional Gears gameplay and providing unpredictable encounters. The campaign can be played in split-screen co-op, just like all Gears of War games. Gears of War Judgment's innovative approach breathes new life into the series, delivering stunning visuals and disruptive ideas that elevated it to the forefront of third-person shooters in its time. Army of Two: The Devil's Cartel delivers an addictively simplistic co-op experience, best enjoyed with friends in local co-op. The game excels in its core shooting gameplay, offering intense violence and gore, satisfying players with moments like using a shotgun with a dragon's breath attachment to obliterate enemies. However, beyond the shooting action, the game falls short in production values, suffering from screen tearing, bugs, and glitches. While the campaign is lengthy and surprisingly enjoyable in co-op, the narrative and character development are forgettable. Despite its co-op appeal, Devil's Cartel is not the best in the Army of Two series, but it's still worth playing with a friend. The Cave, a puzzle-solving adventure game created by renowned designer Ron Gilbert, offers a unique and humorous experience with a dark twist. Set in a sentient cave that narrates the story, players control 7 different characters, with their own backstories and puzzle areas, providing built-in replayability. The puzzles are challenging yet rewarding, and the game's humor shines through funny lines and non-sequiturs. However, the side-scrolling platforming gameplay can feel wonky at times, especially with jumping controls, and the occasional frame rate issues can be distracting. Despite these minor drawbacks, The Cave stands out as a distinctive and enjoyable addition to the adventure game genre. Super Mario 3D World stands out with its vibrant visuals, creative level designs, and excellent soundtrack, showcasing Nintendo's ingenuity in platform game design. It excels in both solo and multiplayer modes, offering competitive yet cooperative gameplay that enhances the experience. The game's characters' unique abilities add variety and depth to the gameplay, making each character feel distinct. While the camera can be a slight issue in 4-player multiplayer, co-op play with equally skilled friends provides some of the most enjoyable and humorous gaming moments. Overall, Super Mario 3D World is one of the best co-op Mario games to date. The Wonderful 101 for the Wii U delivers a unique and thrilling experience that captures the whimsical absurdity of superhero comic books. Its chaotic action, eccentric characters, and over-the-top scenarios create a sense of fun and excitement, even if the script is not award-worthy. The game gradually introduces new powers and abilities, allowing for a sensible learning curve and a feeling of progression. While there are moments of frustration and control quirks, the game's creative level design, genre-bending moments, and unforgettable set pieces make it a must-have title for the Wii U, offering a focus on ridiculous fun that sets it apart from other games on the market. And it can be played with up to 5 players co-op. Beyond Two Souls is a unique narrative-driven experience that blurs the line between game and interactive movie. Directed by David Cage and starring Elliot Page and Willem Dafoe, it tells the story of Jodie Holmes, a girl connected to a supernatural entity called Aiden. While it excels in storytelling and presentation, the gameplay involves mostly simple button prompts and lacks depth. That being said, playing this game co-op makes it a lot more enjoyable, even though you're not playing simultaneously most of the time. You'll kind of trade back and forth between Jodie and Aiden, but you have to work together in order to get through the story. It's just always refreshing to see a story-based game that's co-op focused as well, and I'd love to see more games like this. Painkiller: Hell and Damnation is a throwback to old-school first-person shooters, focusing on relentless action over intricate gameplay. This came out on the Xbox 360 and the PS3. You step into the shoes of Daniel Garner, a demon slayer tasked with collecting souls to reunite with his wife. The gameplay harkens back to classics like Doom and Duke Nukem 3D, offering fast-paced run-and-gun action with a satisfying array of weapons and creative alternate fire modes. The Unreal Engine 3 enhances the visuals. The short campaign and lack of significant innovation might hold it back, but you could play through the story mode in split-screen co-op, and that greatly enhances the experience. Fuse on the PS3 and 360 is a third-person shooter that excels when played cooperatively with friends. The game features a predictable but serviceable campaign, following a team of mercenaries on a mission. The environments provide good combat arenas with plenty of cover options. Each character has unique abilities, emphasizing teamwork and character-specific skills, enhancing the gameplay. AI companions are helpful but less effective in combat, specifically in some of the more challenging parts, which is definitely better suited for cooperative play. Overall, Fuse offers a solid multiplayer experience, and it's definitely best played with friends in split-screen co-op. From 2014. But first, let's see what else was happening in 2014. Bayonetta 2. Super Smash Bros. For the Wii U, Dark Souls 2, South Park: The Stick of Truth, Tales from the Borderlands, PT, Mario Kart 8, the new 3DS, and the PS Vita 2000 model. Now let's talk about some co-op games. Divinity: Original Sin offers a refreshing take on the RPG genre, focusing on how your actions affect the world rather than just battling big bosses or making moral choices. The game's complexity and amazing spell system allow for experimentation and discovery, making it a rewarding experience. Despite its traditional RPG elements, it successfully marries nostalgia with modern graphics and relevance. Combat is a standout feature, with spell and elemental combinations, providing tactical depth and opportunities for creative problem solving. And the game can be played in split-screen co-op, with a great dynamic split screen, where if you're together, the screen is one, and when you split up, it goes into split screen. This works seamlessly. Divinity: Original Sin is truly one of the best co-op RPGs of all time. Borderlands, the pre-sequel, maintains the series' core elements of shooting and looting, while introducing new elements that add variety to the gameplay. The standout feature is the character Jack, whose journey from hero to maniac is a highlight of the story, and his excellently written and delivered dialogue provides plenty of humor. The game still suffers from pacing issues, aimless wandering, and tedious switch hunting quests that have been problematic throughout the series. That being said, you could play through the whole story in split-screen co-op, which is always a highlight of the series. Abyss Odyssey by Ace Team offers a visually stunning experience with procedurally generated levels and an innovative combat system inspired by Super Smash Bros. However, the game struggles with balance and difficulty. Abyss Odyssey has roguelike and Metroidvania gameplay and can be played in 2-player co-op. This is definitely a game I don't hear mentioned often, and it's worth seeking out. Chariot is a refreshing and original cooperative platforming game designed for 2-player couch co-op, where players control the king's daughter and her fiancé as they transport the king's body in a wheeled casket through 25 intricate levels. Players must work together to navigate challenging platforms and overcome obstacles, using ropes to manipulate the chariot's movements. The game's unique mechanic involves players ensuring the chariot remains on screen, collecting items and activating checkpoints. Each character has distinct abilities, adding depth to the gameplay. Chariot's cooperative nature emphasizes communication and teamwork, making it stand out in the platforming genre. Some design choices and complex levels can occasionally hinder enjoyment. However, the cooperative element shines, making Chariot a highly recommended experience, especially with a friend of similar skill level. Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze for the Wii U maintains the challenging platforming and tough bosses of its predecessor, Donkey Kong Country Returns, that came out on the Wii. The game retains its visual appeal with smooth animations. Despite its difficulty, the game rarely feels unfair, with the exception of one frustrating rocket barrel level. Boss battles are challenging but fair, and extra lives are readily available. Overall, Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze is one of the best in the Donkey Kong Country series, and definitely an improvement over its predecessor, making for an excellent co-op platforming experience. Hyrule Warriors, while not a traditional Legend of Zelda adventure, offers an enjoyable power trip set in the Zelda universe. The game focuses on large-scale battles, reminiscent of Dynasty Warriors, replacing traditional dungeons and puzzles with relentless combat. Although the combat can become repetitive, the inclusion of devastating special attacks adds excitement, specifically when dealing with hordes of enemies. The game's premise revolves around being a hero who can single-handedly change the course of battle, offering a satisfying power fantasy. The diverse roster of playable Zelda characters with unique abilities keeps the gameplay interesting. The crafting system adds depth, allowing players to enhance character combos, weapons, and abilities. However, boss battles, while impressive in scale, lack the depth and complexity of those in traditional Zelda games. Being able to play this in co-op was actually pretty cool for the Wii U, as one player played on the gamepad and the other on the TV. You each had your own screen to work with, which was an underrated feature of the Wii U. Overall, Hyrule Warriors successfully combines the combat of Dynasty Warriors with the beloved Zelda characters and lore, providing an enjoyable alternative to the main series. Lara Croft and the Temple of Osiris, while lacking the depth of character exploration seen in the main series, offers an engaging adventure filled with puzzles and cooperative gameplay. The isometric perspective may limit emotional depth and character interactions, but the game compensates with creative level designs, visually distinct temples, and hazardous environments that provide a sense of wonder and excitement. Combat serves as a filler between puzzles, with a variety of weapons to keep players entertained. However, the real appeal lies in the puzzles, which are well-paced and scale and complexity when played solo or with up to 4 players, fostering teamwork and communication. The multiplayer experience enhances the adventure, offering fulfilling co-op activities and puzzle-solving challenges. Overall, Lara Croft and the Temple of Osiris shines as a cooperative adventure with engaging puzzles and satisfying gameplay. Little Big Planet 3 retains the series' signature charm and creativity, with an engaging mix of humor and storytelling. It boasts beautifully designed levels, hubs, and creative environments, even though it occasionally suffers from floaty controls, while new power-ups and characters add freshness to the gameplay. The game is best played in co-op with up to 4 players. This might not be the best in the Little Big Planet series, but it's still a really solid 2D platformer. Octodad Dadliest Catch, with its hilarious premise of an octopus posing as a human, offers a refreshing and charming take on physics-based comedy. The game's controls, where each tentacle is individually managed, make for a delightful chaos as players navigate Octodad through everyday tasks. And when you play it in multiplayer, you have to work together with each player controlling a different part of Octodad's body. Octodad Deadliest Catch stands out as a funny and absurd physics game that's definitely worth playing with friends. Shadow Puppeteer offers a cooperative adventure that thrives with the right partner. Playing solo can be frustrating, but with a friend, the game's mind-bending puzzles and reality-altering twists come to life. The story follows a boy whose shadow separates from his body due to an evil music box, with one player controlling the shadow and the other the boy. The eerie atmosphere, haunting music, and beautifully rendered cutscenes add depth to the experience. The dark and captivating graphics complement the gameplay, where players must work together to solve puzzles and navigate a world filled with shadows. While the 3D platforming can be challenging and irritating, the game's creative premise and cooperative elements make it a must-play title for those who enjoy co-op gameplay. And this originally came out on the Wii U. Shovel Knight offers solid gameplay with tight controls, well-designed stages, and standout boss fights, each with its unique tune. While the story is basic, it's enjoyable, with interesting characters and a charming setting. Shovel Knight features fun relics, armor, and shovel upgrades, providing depth and replay value. The difficulty lies in platforming rather than combat, and the campaign is relatively short. The co-op mode was originally exclusive to the Wii U version of the game, and the only way to unlock it was with the Shovel Knight amiibo, and this works surprisingly well as a co-op game. 1001 Spikes is an unforgiving homage to 8-bit platformers that challenges players with relentless difficulty. As Indiana Jones-like Eamon Hawkins, you navigate an ancient temple filled with traps and dangers, equipped with 1001 lives to tackle its arduous levels. The game's retro aesthetic houses a wealth of inventive challenges that require precision and adaptability. Death is frequent and often comes from unexpected sources, with no mid-level checkpoints to offer respite. Despite its high level of difficulty, 1001 Spikes' clever design keeps players coming back for more. Co-op mode adds another layer of fun, especially in the arcade modes, where you can play with up to 4 players to work together through the main story of the game. If you love precision platformers, this is one of the best in the genre. Games from 2015. But first, let's see what else was happening in 2015. Fallout 4, The Witcher 3, Rise of the Tomb Raider, Until Dawn, Halo 5, Splatoon, Ori and the Blind Forest, Super Mario Maker, Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain, and The Steam Machine. Now let's talk about some co-op games. Kirby and the Rainbow Curse is a visually stunning platformer on the Nintendo Wii U that introduces a unique stylus control mechanism, departing from conventional 2D platformers, with players drawing tracks for Kirby to navigate using rechargeable ink. The game offers deep and rewarding controls. Despite its initially challenging concept, it presents a significant difficulty level with one-hit kill enemies, demanding bosses, and trap-filled levels. While it features a variety of stages and remarkable visuals, collectibles don't offer strong incentives for thorough exploration. Overall, Rainbow Curse is a charming and distinctive platformer with exceptional visuals and challenging gameplay, and it can be played with up to 4 players, where 3 players control Waddle Dees to assist Kirby through the level. Check this one out, it's still exclusive to the Wii U. A Affordable Space Adventures is a captivating Wii U eShop exclusive, offering a distinctive blend of humor, mystery, and inventive gameplay. In this storytelling-rich adventure, you control a ship through various levels, managing its systems and solving puzzles. The storytelling, primarily through environmental cues, creates a compelling atmosphere, enhancing the overall experience. The game's innovative use of the Wii U gamepad for control mechanics and multiplayer co-op is commendable, adding depth and interaction to the gameplay. With 38 cleverly designed levels, it offers a considerable challenge that can be adjusted with difficulty settings, making it accessible to a wide range of players. The game's only downside is its relatively short length, but it's such a unique experience that it's definitely worth checking out. And again, this one's stuck on the Wii U. Runbow, developed by 13AM Games, is a lively and enjoyable 9-player platformer available on the Wii U and has since been ported to other consoles. Despite occasional visual hiccups, this game offers a fantastic multiplayer experience, both locally and online, with its unique color-based gameplay mechanics. As the background color changes, platforms of the same color disappear, adding a layer of strategy to the fast-paced gameplay, with various competitive and cooperative modes, including adventure and the challenging Behemoth. Runbow provides a diverse range of experiences. The simple yet deep controls make it accessible to players of all skill levels, and the inclusion of guest characters from indie games adds to the fun. Overall, Runbow is a must-play for the Wii U, offering an engaging and chaotic multiplayer experience. Yoshi's Woolly World is an adorable and visually captivating game that immerses players in an arts and crafts world filled with knitted dinosaurs and playful details. Its textile aesthetic is beautifully executed, with rich colors, intricate textures, and catchy music, creating an endearing and creative environment. The game's unique mechanics, such as color-changing backgrounds and Yoshi's abilities, add depth and challenge to the platforming. While some levels stand out as exceptionally well-designed and engaging, others feel less memorable, with a focus on collecting various items that may not appeal to all players. This game can be played in 2-player co-op, and it's suitable for all ages. Yoshi's Woolly World is still exclusive to the Wii U, and one of the best co-op games on the system. Helldivers is a masterfully executed cooperative twin-stick shooter that excels in delivering thrilling and challenging gameplay experiences. Drawing inspiration from Starship Troopers, the game presents an over-the-top war against 3 distinct enemy factions. Each faction requires unique tactics and loadouts, adding depth and variety to the gameplay. The persistent online war system and leaderboards give each mission a sense of purpose and urgency, encouraging players to contribute to the ongoing conflict. The vast arsenal of weapons, perks, and equipment call-downs provides meaningful choices and opportunities for customization, enhancing the cooperative experience. Helldivers' cooperative gameplay mechanics, sound design, and drop-in co-op make it an exhilarating, intense multiplayer adventure, with moments of triumph that are immensely satisfying. Magicka 2 presents a unique and creative spellcasting system that allows players to experiment with various combinations of magical elements, resulting in a wide array of spells. The game balances this power with intelligent encounters that require strategic spellcasting, making it engaging and rewarding. The complexity of the spell-weaving system can be demanding, resembling that of a fighting game, but it offers a sense of mastery for those who invest the time to learn it. However, the game's difficulty spikes and occasional cheap deaths can be frustrating when playing solo. Co-op play with friends alleviates some of these issues and adds an enjoyable element of chaos and teamwork. The game's colorful world, pop culture references, and humorous tone contribute to its charm. Magicka 2 offers a unique and rewarding experience for those willing to embrace its challenging mechanics and occasional quirks. The Legend of Zelda Triforce Heroes is a cooperative puzzle game that excels in demanding teamwork, clever mechanics, and providing opportunities for comedic moments. With 32 well-designed levels, the game encourages collaboration among players, even when using the same tools. The shared life bar adds a challenge, making mistakes impactful. The humorous story and unique combat system, combined with unlockable outfits, create an engaging experience. While local co-op is the highlight, online play is hindered by limited communication tools. You do need 3 Nintendo 3DSs in order to play this multiplayer, but that being said, you only need 1 copy of the game. This is not one of the best Zelda games, but it does offer an enjoyable cooperative adventure. Lovers in a Dangerous Spacetime may appear whimsical, but it offers a profound lesson in cooperation and dependency, best experienced in local couch co-op mode. The game's clever design puts 2 to 4 players in charge of a spaceship meant for 7, requiring constant movement between stations for tasks like manning guns, shields, and navigation. Navigating through the game's 4 chapters necessitates efficient teamwork and task allocation, creating an intense yet satisfying experience. While occasionally challenging due to enemy barrages, the game's varied levels and fun power-ups maintain engagement. While an AI pet can fill the second player role, it can't replicate the dynamics of a human player, making cooperative play the highlight of this colorful and frantic space shooter adventure. Resident Evil Revelations 2 is a spin-off title, combines elements to satisfy both series fans and newcomers. It maintains quality and atmosphere throughout its 4 main episodes and 2 bonus missions. The game's raid mode offers over 150 individual missions, providing longevity and diverse gameplay experiences, especially when played cooperatively. The enemies in Revelations 2 are faster and more challenging than in previous Resident Evil titles, adding depth to combat engagements. The game's dark environments and strategic use of lighting contribute to its atmosphere, creating tension and jump scares. While there are brief moments of backtracking and some frustrating elements, the overall experience is solid and enjoyable. And when it comes to co-op gameplay, it's the best in the Resident Evil franchise, as far as I'm concerned. Crypt of the Necrodancer brilliantly merges gameplay with music in this captivating dungeon crawler, where players must move to the beat alongside their rhythmic enemies. The game's roguelike structure turns each run into a puzzle-solving challenge, with predictable enemy movements encouraging strategic mastery. The dynamic music and distinct zones keep the experience fresh, while a variety of loot and items allow for customization. Unlockable characters add replay value, as does mod support, offering a range of challenges, from rhythmic precision to turn-based strategy. Crypt of the Necrodancer masterfully combines logic and chaos, resulting in an exceptional gaming experience. N++, the sequel to N+, offers a platforming experience that's second to none. With impeccable physics, straightforward controls, and a deep understanding of acceptable failure, it stands as one of this year's finest platformers. Despite its brutal difficulty, the game ensures each death is logical and comprehensible. Boasting an extensive content library of over 2,000 levels, cooperative play, and an active community of creators, N++ delivers a near-endless challenge. Its tight controls, gradual difficulty curve, and cooperative modes enhance its appeal further. When it comes to co-op precision platformers, this is definitely one of the better ones. 2016. But first, what else was happening in 2016? Inside. Uncharted 4. Overwatch. Dark Souls 3. Final Fantasy 15. Firewatch. Stardew Valley. Pokemon Sun and Moon. The Oculus Rift. PSVR. The PlayStation 4 Pro. And the NES Classic. Now let's talk about some co-op games. Gears of War 4 is a welcome continuation of the beloved franchise, offering both familiarity and new elements. Set 25 years after the original trilogy, it passes the torch to a new generation of heroes, while retaining the gritty shooter tone. The campaign impresses with its variety, seamless gameplay, and smart level design. And like all the games in the series, you can play through the whole story in split-screen co-op. The standout mode is Horde, offering hours of replayable fun with friends. Overall, Gears of War 4 is a fantastic addition to the franchise that honors its legacy while evolving in all the right ways. Star Fox Zero for the Wii U offers a mix of nostalgia and modernization. It captures the essence of the classic Star Fox games, while introducing faster-paced space combat and new level ideas. The campaign, while relatively short, encourages replayability with hidden secrets, alternate paths, and high scores. Some levels shine with exciting combat scenarios and impressive scale, while others fall flat due to uninspired design. The boss battles are a highlight, offering unique challenges and requiring skillful maneuvering. However, the game's complex control scheme, split between the TV and gamepad screens, presents a steep learning curve and can be frustrating at times. That being said, if you play the game in co-op, you're able to split up the control between two players, where one pilots the ship and the other can focus on shooting. Definitely the best way to play the game. Overall, Star Fox Zero offers fun gameplay and memorable moments for fans of the series, and it's even better when played in co-op. Enter the Gungeon successfully fuses elements of arcade shooters and roguelike gameplay, resulting in a solid and entertaining experience. The game's quirky premise, filled with bullet-themed characters and humor, sets a unique and charming tone. The precise aiming, mechanics, and diverse enemy types provide engaging challenges, especially during intense boss battles. The extensive array of guns and gadgets, each with its own distinct personality and abilities, adds depth and creativity to the gameplay. Roguelike elements such as randomly generated levels and item drops keep each run fresh and exciting without becoming frustrating. Quality of life features like automatic currency collection and teleportation nodes streamline the experience and keep the action flowing smoothly. Overall, Enter the Gungeon is a well-designed and addictive shooter that offers hours of enjoyable gameplay and surprises. Don't Starve Together successfully translates the unique and quirky survival gameplay of the original Don't Starve into a cooperative multiplayer experience, with accessible mechanics and a charming art style. While cosmetic items are available for purchase, they don't impact gameplay, and the game's emphasis on efficient resource management and exploration remains engaging. However, the game's longevity can be limited as players may exhaust content over time, due to a relatively small map size and lack of procedural generation. Nonetheless, its distinctive artwork and jaunty soundtrack create a memorable atmosphere, and playing with friends enhances the experience, making it one of the best co-op games of the year. Overcooked is a thrillingly chaotic local co-op cooking game that shines when played with friends. The game challenges players to prepare and serve dishes in a race against time, leading to hilarious and frenzied moments. While its controls are easy to grasp, the true test lies in its level design, which gradually escalates in complexity and forces teams to adapt and communicate effectively. Playing alone is a lot less enjoyable, as the game truly thrives in multiplayer mode. Despite minor issues like character identification and ambiguous thresholds, Overcooked remains a top-notch couch party game, offering a perfect blend of chaos and skill-based cooperation. Human Fall Flat is a physics-based puzzle game that combines charmingly awkward controls with slapstick comedy. The game's pudgy, customizable protagonist wobbles through a series of floating island levels, using deliberately tricky controls to complete puzzles that often involve moving objects and climbing. While the game's charm, humor, and cleverness initially make it enjoyable, it can become frustrating as executing solutions frequently involves battling the controls. However, the protagonist's dynamic animations and the lack of textured environments give the game a distinct appeal. Human Fall Flat also features local split-screen co-op, enhancing the goofiness and fun with friends. Hyper Light Drifter is a visually stunning and enigmatic game that captures players with its breathtaking setting and minimalist storytelling. It uses its visuals to guide and relax players, providing moments of calm between intense combat sequences. The game's structure is simple, with players traveling through different regions, battling bosses, and upgrading their skills. Hyper Light Drifter's combat is fluid and satisfying, with drifting mechanics adding depth and enjoyment to battles. The game's pixel art is absolutely beautiful, and the game can be played in two-player co-op. Hyper Light Drifter mixes some of the best elements of Zelda and Diablo games into a beautiful story that's told through actions and not words. This game is highly recommended. Salt and Sanctuary, released in 2016, is a 2D action RPG heavily influenced by the Dark Souls series. Its punishing difficulty, minimalist storytelling, and challenging boss fights pay homage to From Software's renowned franchise, while maintaining its unique identity. The game's striking art style, reminiscent of comic strips and early Castlevania games, adds to its dark and atmospheric world, while its interconnected world can become complex to navigate. The game introduces innovative concepts like sanctuaries and creeds. Despite its strong resemblance to Dark Souls, Salt and Sanctuary is celebrated for its thoughtful execution, making it a must-play for fans of challenging action RPGs. Death Road to Canada is a captivating, randomly generated road trip simulator in a zombie-infested world. While it may seem like a simple top-down brawler at first, it offers much more depth and complexity. The game's plot revolves around surviving a journey to the zombie-free haven of Canada, most story elements being customizable or optional. Its unique pixelated art style, though visually appealing, can sometimes make it hard to discern details, especially amid piles of corpses. Despite having a limited number of musical tracks, the game's audio is catchy and memorable. Death Road to Canada's gameplay is deceptively simple, transitioning into a strategic and challenging experience, as players must plan their route, gather supplies, and make crucial decisions. The game encourages replayability through its RNG elements and diverse character traits and perks. While it suffers from minor quality of life issues, Death Road to Canada offers an engaging and enjoyable adventure for those seeking a challenging and unpredictable journey. Red Rope, Don't Fall Behind delves into the Chinese legend of the Red Thread of Fate, emphasizing the theme of human connections. The game pays meticulous attention to details. Gameplay involves controlling characters on both ends of a rope, either solo or cooperatively, navigating through 200 hand-designed labyrinth levels. The red rope serves as a lifeline, enabling the disarming of enemy spirits and the restoration of lives. This cooperative challenge emphasizes communication and planning, making it a unique and potentially challenging experience. The game features intricate puzzles, symbolic elements, and tough boss battles, offering players a hardcore gaming experience. Raiden 5 brings classic shoot-'em-up gameplay to the modern era, while retaining the series' essence. The game offers intense vertical shooting action with various weapons and ships to choose from, including the new cheer system that allows players to support and be supported by others. The graphics and sound in Raiden 5 are impressive, with detailed environments, dynamic ship movements, and a rocking soundtrack. The game's story mode is lengthy and features multiple paths for replayability, while the boss mission mode offers dozens of challenges. However, the forced narrative and frequent on-screen interruptions can be distracting. Overall, Raiden 5 provides a satisfying blend of old-school challenge and modern features, making it a top-tier shooter. Mother Russia Bleeds is a 2D brawler that brings frenzied combat and hyper-violent themes to the forefront. While it relies on classic beat-em-up mechanics, it introduces complex scenarios, such as grappling with attack dogs and avoiding environmental hazards, which keep the gameplay engaging. The boss battles and creative combat situations are standout features, offering variety and challenge. The game's retro pixel art style pays homage to its brawler influences, but it also explores adult themes and disturbing visuals, sometimes for shock value. However, it delves into themes of oppression, violence, and the consequences of dictatorship. Drug addiction is a central motif in both the story and gameplay, adding a risk-reward element to combat. Cooperative play enhances the experience, as players can heal each other using drugs. The difficulty spikes in the final boss battle, but it ties thematically into the game's narrative. Overall, Mother Russia Bleeds is a brawler that goes beyond its genre conventions, with creative gameplay and thought-provoking themes, making it one of the best modern beat-em-ups. Wild Guns Reloaded is a reimagined version of the classic Wild Guns from 1994 and retains the original game's content while introducing new features and characters. The game offers a faithful recreation of the Super Nintendo classic, complete with the original levels, characters, and soundtrack. However, it enhances the experience by adding two new playable characters, Doris and Bullet, each with unique abilities that change how players approach the game. The game also includes new levels, underground and flying ship, which maintain the Super Nintendo era aesthetics, and introduces additional bosses and challenges. One significant addition in the reloaded version is the introduction of 4-player local co-op, enhancing the multiplayer experience and adding friendly rivalry to the gameplay. Wild Guns Reloaded effectively brings a classic SNES title to the current generation, while remaining faithful to the original and introducing new content. Games from 2017. But first, let's see what else was happening in 2017. The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild, Nier Automata, Resident Evil 7, What Remains of Edith Finch, Horizon Zero Dawn, Night in the Woods, Little Nightmares. Metroid: Samus Returns. The Xbox One X. The Nintendo Switch. And the Super Nintendo Classic. Now let's talk about some co-op games. Super Mario Odyssey was a return to Mario in the 3D world, and it's truly one of the best 3D platformers of all time. It introduces a novel couch co-op mode where one player handles the platforming as Mario, while the second player takes control of Cappy, Mario's sentient hat with magical abilities. This innovation opened up a new gaming experience, catering to different skill levels and preferences. The co-op dynamic is especially beneficial in challenging scenarios, such as collecting elusive purple coins and uncovering hidden stars, where teamwork enhances the overall enjoyment of the game. It's not an equal experience for both players, but if you have the right partner with you, Cappy can really help Mario out. It does make for one of my favorite co-op assist modes in any game. River City Ransom Underground serves as a direct sequel to the classic NES game, revisiting a city plagued by gangs nearly 40 years later. Staying true to the original's formula, it combines beat-em-up and RPG elements, requiring players to defeat enemies for both survival and character progression. The addition of new characters with distinct playstyles and the incorporation of 4-player co-op mode enhance the overall experience. The game maintains a humorous tone, with witty references and dialogue reminiscent of the NES classic. River City Ransom Underground successfully revitalizes the beloved franchise with updated visuals and an engaging beat-em-up gameplay. This game came out exclusively on PC via Steam and GOG. Unfortunately, it has never been ported to home consoles, but it is one of the best modern beat-em-ups. The same year, we got River City Rival Showdown for the 3DS, a sequel to River City Tokyo Rumble. It offers a refined and enjoyable beat-em-up experience. In this game, you control Kunio-kun, tasked with defending your turf against powerful twin brothers. You have 3 days to prepare, engaging in open world and RPG elements, taking on thugs, eating at restaurants, and upgrading your character. The combat, while simple, is satisfying, and as you level up, you unlock new abilities. However, the game suffers from uneven difficulty spikes, leading to pacing issues. The presentation with 2D sprites on a photorealistic backdrop is serviceable, but lacks detail, while the soundtrack complements the action. Despite some flaws, River City Rival Showdown is a worthwhile beat-em-up experience, but it's not as good as River City Ransom Underground. Sonic Mania is a nostalgic return to Sonic the Hedgehog's 2D platforming roots, channeling the spirit of the 16-bit classics. Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles embark on a journey through 12 zones. The game impresses with vibrant visuals, detailed backgrounds, and catchy music. Gameplay shines with responsive controls, intricate stages, hidden secrets, and engaging hazards, though some special levels have visibility and collision issues. Much like Sonic the Hedgehog 2 and 3, Tails is a great assist character, and he can help fly Sonic around as well as take on the bosses. But other than that, it has the same issue where he just kind of gets left in the dust at times. So it's not the best co-op experience, but if you're used to playing the classics, you'll get the hang of it pretty quick. Double Dragon 4 takes players back to the beat-em-up genre's heyday, following in the footsteps of its predecessors that helped define the genre, Billy and Jimmy on a mission to save Miriam, offering a straightforward but enjoyable storyline with colorful cutscenes. The gameplay provides solid beat-em-up action with various moves and combos. The addition of NES-style platforming adds variety to the gameplay, but it's just as frustrating as the NES games, especially with instant death obstacles. The game offers anti-frustration features like stage selection, where you can pick up from where you left off. Just like any good Double Dragon game, you can play the game in local multiplayer. Visually, the combination of 8 and 16-bit graphics works well, and the soundtrack, available in both chiptune and modern styles, provides excellent beat-em-up music. While Double Dragon 4 is not the best in the series, it's much better than people gave it credit for. Phantom Trigger is a neon slasher with RPG and roguelike elements that combines challenging gameplay and an intriguing narrative. Players navigate 2 parallel realities, beginning with Stan's story before shifting to control the Outsider in a mysterious alternate universe. The game features hub areas, character interactions, and portal missions to defeat bosses from different worlds. Combat involves mastering enemy patterns, weapon upgrades, and occasional puzzles. However, the game falls short due to repetition with limited enemy variety and similar worlds. Nonetheless, its storytelling and atmospheric elements shine, leaving players with unanswered questions. It's a pretty decent dungeon crawler that I think went under a number of people's radar, and it's made better with its co-op gameplay. Snipperclips Cut It Out Together is an excellent and clever 2D physics-based puzzle game that thrives on creativity and cooperation. It challenges players to solve a variety of eccentric puzzles by cutting their characters into shapes that can interact with the environment in unexpected ways. Whether played solo or with friends, the game's puzzles are a constant source of joy, with no single correct solution, encouraging experimentation and inventive problem solving. The game's colorful and silly art style, along with its quirky characters, adds to the overall charm. While competitive modes offer some additional fun, they are secondary to the cooperative puzzle-solving experience. Despite the relatively short playtime, Snipperclips leaves players eagerly anticipating more bizarre challenges, making it a must-play title for Nintendo Switch owners. Ruin of the Reckless is a fast-paced roguelite that thrives on its challenging speed and pressure-packed gameplay. In this game, death is quick and unforgiving, making every mistake or moment in attentiveness a potential run-ender. The core of the gameplay revolves around melee combat, with players facing hordes of enemies, each with unique attack styles and mechanics. The relentless action, combined with limited health and invincibility time, creates a tense and exhilarating roguelike experience. The game's high-speed dash mechanic adds a layer of strategy and allows players to evade danger effectively. Ruin of the Reckless also offers a wide variety of equipment and items that can drastically change gameplay, encouraging experimentation and replayability. However, the rapid pace and lack of information about item effects may overwhelm new players initially. Overall, Ruin of the Reckless offers frantic fun. It's a co-op roguelite that doesn't get talked about enough. Blaster Master Zero, a reimagining of the 1988 classic, offers a fun Metroidvania-style exploration experience with a unique twist. Players can switch control between the tank, Sophia III, and the character Jason. This dynamic gameplay adds variety, with Jason being more vulnerable but capable of accessing areas blocked to the tank. The game shines in its side-scrolling hub worlds, rewarding exploration with upgrades in hidden areas. Dungeon doors exclusive to Jason transform the game into a top-down shooter, where he becomes a powerful mutant hunter. The game has a really good assist mode where the second player controls the cursor and is able to increase the firepower and assist in fights. Khaled's Gamer's second adventure, like the name implies, is a sequel to the original Khaled's Gamer's Adventure. It's a platformer where you play as a girl named Kaylee, who's trying to first traverse a mine and then ascend a tower. Along the way, you collect treasures and avoid enemies. The goal is to just get from one screen to the next and eventually get to the top of the tower. It's a pretty simple single-screen platformer, but the music is excellent and the gameplay is solid. And of course, it's made even better in co-op. This is a brand new game for the NES, and it was done really well. Death Squared, developed by SMG Studios, offers a cooperative environmental puzzle experience on the Nintendo Switch, aligning perfectly with the system's emphasis on multiplayer gameplay. Players control two blocky robots across 80 trap-filled stages, using lateral thinking and teamwork to navigate the challenges. The game is designed for both solo and cooperative play, with players controlling both robots individually when playing solo. The controls are straightforward, requiring minimal buttons, which adds to the accessibility. Its concise design and thematic cohesiveness contribute to a satisfying puzzle-solving experience, and its snarky and humorous narrative provides entertainment during both success and failure. The game's challenging nature and witty dialogue make it a worthwhile addition to the cooperative puzzle genre. Cuphead was developed by Studio MDHR Entertainment. It combines 1930s cartoon aesthetics with run-and-gun action, reminiscent of classics like Mega Man, while eliminating the drawbacks of old-school games and cartoons. The game's boss fights teach players ideal strategies through trial and error, emphasizing consistency and patience over raw skill. Parrying is an accessible and forgiving mechanic, and loadout options allow experimentation for optimal boss battle strategies. However, the final boss fights are exceptionally challenging, and some visibility issues in the game's art design affect gameplay. If you're able to find a skilled enough partner, playing through this game in co-op mode is one of the most satisfying experiences you'll ever have in a video game. Fight and Rage pays homage to classic arcade brawlers like Final Fight and Streets of Rage, while delivering a surprisingly deep and sophisticated beat-em-up experience. Developed entirely by Sebastian Garcia, the game offers 3 characters with straightforward controls, but unfolds into a complex combat system, combining directional grab attacks, ground and aerial arts, and special moves. Players discover the game's depth through experimentation and an unlockable tutorial. Fight and Rage boasts a well-designed mix of enemies, requiring strategy and skill to defeat them. You can play through the game in 3-player co-op. Its rhythm-based combat, special move cooldowns, and parrying mechanics elevate the experience, making it more than a simple button masher. The boss battles shine with exploitable weaknesses, and the game's branching paths and multiple endings add replayability. Fight and Rage is another one of the best modern beat-em-ups that you can find. Divinity: Original Sin 2 is a critically acclaimed role-playing game set in the fantasy world of Rebellion. Players assume the role of sorcerers with the power to manipulate Source, leading to morally complex choices and a gripping narrative. The game's turn-based combat, character customization, and extensive quest design provide a deep and immersive experience. Original Sin 2 continues the excellent co-op RPG gameplay of its predecessor and improves upon it in many ways. Overall, Divinity: Original Sin 2 is hailed as one of the finest RPGs in recent years, delivering a rich and captivating world for players to explore and shape through their decisions. Cave Story Plus made its way to the Nintendo Switch, offering a port of the beloved indie classic, originally released in 2004. The Switch version retains its charm with remastered music options and updated graphics. Players assume the role of, quote, a robot tasked with stopping an evil doctor from exploiting the native creatures. The game impresses with tight controls, fantastic level design, and well-paced narrative. Multiple endings and replayability, along with a challenge mode and the addition of a 2-player co-op mode, make Cave Story Plus a must-play for fans of Metroidvanias. I Am the Hero is a retro-style beat-em-up game. The game offers classic beat-em-up action with simple controls, combat moves, and unlockable special abilities. While it lacks some common features like weapon pickups and power-ups, and features fairly generic levels, it compensates with its 2.5D pixelated visuals and the inclusion of local co-op gameplay. With solid gameplay and a bit of challenge, I Am the Hero is an enjoyable choice for retro gaming enthusiasts and beat-em-up fans, offering a satisfying experience for those looking to relive the classic arcade era. Nex Machina is a top-down shooter that offers a simple yet thrilling experience. With its fast-paced twin-stick action gameplay. Divided into 5 stages, the game challenges players to defeat waves of robotic enemies, while optionally rescuing defenseless humans for score boosts. The power-up system adds excitement, allowing players to enhance their abilities as they progress. However, the game's penalty for death, involving losing power-ups and facing challenging situations with limited resources, can be frustrating. Despite this, Nex Machina shines with its captivating art, dynamic soundtrack, and precise controls. The variety of challenges, especially in the arena mode, offer replay value. The game's short length, with its addicting gameplay, make for a really great pick-up-and-play co-op experience. Ship Happens is a 2D cooperative puzzle platformer featuring Bismo and Plum, 2 jelly creatures with contrasting sizes. Players must work together to solve puzzles, with one character always being small and the other large, allowing for unique mechanics like throwing objects and teamwork-based challenges. The game rewards patience and collaboration, offering a rewarding experience for those who enjoy cooperative play. While the characters may seem generic initially, they develop enjoyable personalities over time, and the game's environments, while somewhat simple, have a charming appeal. The music is reminiscent of classic games like Spyro the Dragon. Shift Happens provides ample replay value with collectibles, challenging bonus stages, and time attack modes. However, the solo experience can be tedious, and the finicky controls may lead to frustrating moments, especially during complex puzzles. Despite these issues, Shift Happens shows promise as an enjoyable cooperative puzzle platformer. LEGO City Undercover, originally released for the Wii U in 2013, has been reintroduced to a wider audience, first on the Nintendo Switch in 2017, and then later ported to other consoles. The game maintains its status as a humorous take on police procedurals, set in an open world resembling Grand Theft Auto for kids, complete with enjoyable side missions and collectibles. The most significant change is the addition of local 2-player co-op. The second player essentially plays as a palette-swapped version of the main character, and doesn't have specific co-op missions or activities. Nevertheless, the co-op feature enhances the overall experience. 20XX is a game that clearly takes inspiration from Mega Man X, featuring 2 core protagonists, Nina and Ace, who control intuitively with a variety of dash, wall jump, and attack combinations. The levels are procedurally generated, introducing new challenges and obstacles with each playthrough. While this randomness works for the most part, it can occasionally feel unfair, leading to frustrating moments. Dying is a central part of the game, as you collect soul chips during each run to purchase permanent upgrades and single-use buffs in the hub world. The boss battles provide a mixed experience, with some offering complex strategies, and others relying on cheap tricks. Despite its flaws, 20XX is an engaging side-scrolling adventure, with strong replay value, especially in co-op mode. Co-op games from 2018. But first, let's see what else was happening in the world of video games in 2018. God of War, Red Dead Redemption 2, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Celeste, Octopath Traveler, Detroit Become Human, Tetris Effect, Shadow of the Colossus Remake, Marvel's Spider-Man, Neo Geo Mini, the C64 Mini, and the PlayStation Classic. Now let's talk about the co-op games. Pit People is a turn-based tactical RPG that sets it apart with its unique humor and art style. The game features an unpredictable and absurd world with bizarre characters and missions. The overall experience is engaging and entertaining. The turn-based combat system adds an element of chaos, as characters make semi-random decisions during battle. This unpredictability can be fun and frustrating. The gear system encourages strategic team composition, adding depth to the gameplay. The whole story can be played in 2-player co-op, and is done really well. Pit People offers a variety of side quests and an arena mode for extended play. Overall, it's a quirky and enjoyable experience, best enjoyed in small doses. A Way Out is a gripping cinematic co-op experience that successfully blends drama with action and emotion with lightheartedness. The game's revenge-fueled plot is structured around flashbacks, allowing players to get to know the characters and their motivations. The cooperative gameplay is a highlight, with Leo and Vincent each offering a different approach to situations, adding replayability and depth to the story. A Way Out truly shines in its cinematic moments, with cleverly choreographed sequences and seamless transitions between characters. Overall, it's a memorable cooperative adventure that showcases the potential of storytelling and gameplay integration. Kirby Star Allies brings a colorful and engaging co-op platformer experience to the Nintendo Switch, with up to 4 players controlling Kirby and his elemental allies. The game offers a wide range of abilities and combinations to explore. The ability to mix and match abilities and work together to solve puzzles adds depth and variety to the gameplay. The game's AI partners are reactive and helpful, making cooperative play enjoyable, but of course is better with human players. While the story may be simple, the clever and frantic boss battles, scenic settings, and catchy soundtrack make up for it. The game's variety of modes and potential for replayability, especially with friends, make it a fun and engaging experience. The Swords of Ditto offers a charming and creative action game experience with a youthful adventure theme. Players take on the role of descendants of the legendary Sword of Ditto, tasked with defeating the wicked witch Mormo every 100 years. The game's Zelda-like gameplay, combined with its roguelite design, keeps the experience fresh and mythic. The world and its inhabitants change over time, creating a delightful and whimsical atmosphere. Gameplay involves expressive choices, with various tools and toys to discover, making each dungeon unique and engaging. The addition of local cooperative play allows multiple players to team up and tackle the adventure together. Overall, The Swords of Ditto is a charming and entertaining game with endearing style and generational storytelling. Full Metal Furies, developed by Cellar Door Games, stands as an exceptional game, blending classic arcade elements with modern design. The game revolves around 4 girls battling powerful foes known as Titans to save their war-torn world. Although the narrative takes a darker turn, it maintains a lighthearted and humorous tone with witty dialogue. The game's standout feature is its 4 distinct characters, each with unique playstyles, and the ability to play at 4-player co-op. Additionally, RPG elements such as gear customization and leveling enhance the gameplay, encouraging diverse team compositions. Full Metal Furies challenges players with its punishing difficulty, requiring precise timing and adaptability in combat. It also incorporates intricate puzzles and mysteries, elevating its depth beyond a typical action title. The game truly shines in multiplayer mode, offering a collaborative and engaging experience, whether played locally or online. Visually, it combines pixelated characters with hand-painted environments, creating a unique and visually appealing style. Full Metal Furies stands as a remarkable achievement in game design, offering a rewarding and multifaceted experience. Captain Toad Treasure Tracker, originally a Wii U gem, has found a worthy new home on the Nintendo Switch. The game revolves around Captain Toad's adventures, with unique gameplay mechanics that emphasize puzzle solving rather than jumping. While the Switch version offers both handheld and TV modes, it truly shines on the big screen with its impressive visuals. And new to the Nintendo Switch, it added the ability to play in co-op. Overall, Captain Toad Treasure Tracker is one of the best co-op games on the Nintendo Switch. Aegis Defenders, initially conceived as a graphic novel and then developed through Kickstarter, finally arrives as a captivating blend of platforming and tower defense. Following the journey of rune hunters Clue and Bart, the game combines engaging storytelling with fast-paced plot development, with a cooperative element that emphasizes teamwork and character diversity. While single-player mode can sometimes feel a bit cumbersome with character switching, multiplayer shines with dynamic gameplay. The beautiful pixel art and an enchanting soundtrack enhance the overall experience. Aegis Defenders is a gem, perfect for cooperative adventures with a friend. Pod, developed by Henchman and Goon, offers a refreshing take on couch co-op gameplay, emphasizing the importance of teamwork and friendship. Players control Glow and Boulder, a fallen star and a rock, as they navigate through a mystical world filled with puzzles. Each character possesses unique abilities, with Glow bringing life to the environment, while Boulder's weight allows for different interactions. The game's puzzles become progressively challenging, requiring effective communication and cooperation to solve. Pod's relaxing atmosphere, soothing music, and touching narrative make it a standout cooperative adventure in the midst of fast-paced multiplayer games. Unraveled 2, developed by Coldwood Interactive, builds upon the foundation of its predecessor with significant improvements in platforming and puzzle design. The addition of a second playable character makes for a great co-op experience, allowing for intricate teamwork and coordination. Yarny, the main character, retains its ability from the original. The game's puzzles involve looping yarn around objects to create anchor points and require planning and strategy to solve. Platforming sections demand precision control and responsiveness from players, with occasional trial and error sequences. The game's beautiful levels offer photorealistic environments and detailed textures that immerse players in Yarny's tiny world. Additionally, Unraveled 2 surpasses its predecessor in gameplay and puzzle complexity, making it a highly enjoyable experience, especially in co-op mode. Overcooked 2 builds upon its predecessor's co-op cooking chaos with significant improvements, introducing a throw mechanic that streamlines gameplay and enhances both co-op and solo experiences. The game offers dynamic kitchen layouts with moving platforms, ingredient hazards, and magic portals, adding to the chaos and excitement. New recipes with mixing steps increase the challenge. With 40 stages supporting up to 4 players, the game strikes a balance between strategy and pandemonium. While it shines in 2-player mode, it's even better with 4 players. Overall, Overcooked 2 delivers a polished and entertaining cooking experience with improved versatility and expanded content. Zero Ranger offers a captivating blend of classic arcade-style bullet hell gameplay and enigmatic storytelling. Its polished mechanics, striking orange and green aesthetics, and pulsating soundtrack make it a standout in the genre. While the plot remains cryptic, it adds an intriguing layer to the experience, encouraging multiple playthroughs to uncover its secrets. The game provides a reasonable challenge, welcoming both newcomers and veterans, with accessible save points and continues. Zero Ranger's unique atmosphere and engaging gameplay make it a noteworthy addition to the shoot-'em-up genre. Guacamelee 2, the sequel to Drinkbox Studios' original title, offers a hilarious and challenging gaming experience. It successfully builds upon the foundation set by its predecessor, introducing new gameplay elements and clever storytelling. The game's humor is well crafted and less reliant on surface-level references, integrating it more naturally into the gameplay. Guacamelee 2 explores the concept of multiple timelines within a Mexiverse setting, adding depth to the story and gameplay, resulting in an engaging and amusing adventure. The platforming puzzles are challenging yet fair, and the addition of skill trees and new moves keep the gameplay fresh. And the co-op feature remains intact. Overall, Guacamelee 2 is a fantastic sequel that improves upon its predecessor in nearly every aspect. Wizard of Legend sets it apart in the crowded roguelite pixel art genre with its fast-paced and challenging gameplay, emphasizing skill-based action over resource management. Players control a versatile wizard, using combos and spells to defeat enemies and create a fluid, engaging experience reminiscent of classic action RPGs. The game's procedurally generated dungeons offer a mix of obstacles, treasures, and challenges, with gold and gems as valuable resources for progression. Wizard of Legend's cycle of exploration, discovery, and determination to conquer the Chaos Trials makes it a compelling and rewarding experience, especially in local co-op. Horizon Chase Turbo delivers a thrilling modern take on classic arcade racers, evoking nostalgia while offering fresh and engaging gameplay. Drawing inspiration from titles like Outrun and the Top Gear series, it captures the essence of high-speed racing with beautiful landscapes, smooth controls, and a sensational retro-inspired soundtrack by composer Barry Leach. The World Tour mode features over 100 diverse tracks that span the globe, ensuring a fresh experience throughout, and replay value is high as players aim for perfect scores. While lacking online multiplayer, local multiplayer supports up to 4 players and maintains a respectable frame rate. Overall, Horizon Chase Turbo is a must-have for arcade racing enthusiasts, combining nostalgia with modern enjoyment. 2019. But first, let's see what else was happening in 2019. Sekiro, Death Stranding, Resident Evil 2 Remake, Devil May Cry 5, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, Apex Legends, A Plague Tale, Kingdom Hearts 3, Disco Elysium, Pokemon Sword and Shield, the Nintendo Switch Lite, the Sega Genesis Mini. Now let's talk about some co-op games. Borderlands 3, despite its refusal to drastically reinvent itself, proves to be a remarkable addition to the series of co-op shooters. With improved movement and shooting mechanics, challenging enemies, and a vast array of uniquely designed firearms, could be considered the best in the franchise. The game maintains its signature stylized art, humor, and storyline, but what truly shines is the addicting hunt for items spread across 30 hours of well-crafted main and side missions. The game's variety of planets and creative missions keep the experience engaging. The diverse characters and supporting cast contribute to a compelling story, and playing with friends is better than ever with improved co-op features. Borderlands 3 is a great addition to the series, and is another excellent co-op first-person shooter game.
Luigi's Mansion 3 is a standout addition to the Nintendo Switch library, offering a solid and charming experience that combines humor, engaging gameplay, and clever level design. The game's humor, visual appeal, and clever references add to its charm, while Luigi's use of his ghost-sucking vacuum backpack and flashlight to explore 17 diverse floors filled with creative ghost encounters keeps gameplay fresh and engaging. The introduction of Gooigi, a goo-based clone of Luigi, allows for creative puzzle solving, with the option for two-player local co-op. Despite minor annoyances like mandatory backtracking and excessive in-game currency, Luigi's Mansion 3 is a must-play title for the Nintendo Switch. Xenocrisis, a top-down run-and-gun game by Bitmap Bureau, combines classic Smash TV gameplay with xenomorph action. The game offers a challenging top-down arena shooter experience, with nods to iconic sci-fi films like Aliens and Terminator. Players choose between male and female Marines with distinct attributes and 2 difficulty modes, easy and hard. The game originally came out on the Sega Genesis, but it has since been ported to a number of other consoles. The 6-button Genesis controller provides more precise shooting controls, making it the preferred choice. The game's variety of weapons, procedural map generation, and enemy variety add depth to the gameplay, but the lack of a melee option when out of ammo is a drawback. Boss battles can be challenging, and the game's difficulty may be intimidating for some players. Xenocrisis is a fresh take on the genre that offers a rewarding challenge for fans of classic run-and-gun games, specifically when played in co-op. Children of Morta is a dungeon crawler that not only provides satisfying gameplay, but also delves into the theme of family. The Bergson family, consisting of warriors, mages, and inventors, must combat the corruption spread across their homeland. The game allows you to play as 6 different family members, each with unique abilities and playstyles. As you progress through dungeons, you level up characters, unlock new abilities, and face challenging bosses. The game's narrative is deeply rooted in family dynamics, with cutscenes and character interactions adding depth to the story. The grind-heavy nature of the game may test your patience, but it ultimately helps you become a better player. The best way to play the game is in co-op, of course. Children of Morta's beautiful art style and storytelling make it a standout roguelite dungeon crawler that emphasizes the importance of family in the face of adversity. Astral Chain, a Nintendo Switch exclusive developed by Platinum Games, seamlessly combines stylish action and a captivating strange world. Set in a futuristic metropolis facing an alien invasion, you play as one of the Howard twins, members of an anti-alien task force that fights alongside robot allies called Legions. The game's plot offers some twists and turns, but the silent protagonist feels out of place compared to the vibrant cast of characters. However, the combat takes center stage and is a visually stunning spectacle. Controlling your character in Legion in combat feels intuitive, and the animation and effects are top-notch. If you play it in co-op mode, player 2 can take control of Legion, which might take some getting used to as player 2 controls the camera. It's not as intuitive as it should be, but once you get the hang of it, it's actually a pretty solid experience. The Ninja Saviors, Return of the Warriors, is a faithful modernization of a classic beat-em-up, blending retro 80s atmosphere with engaging gameplay. In a dystopian world, robot ninjas take on an evil dictator, delivering satisfying combat with detailed fighting mechanics. The single-player combat system promotes creativity, while updated 16-bit visuals and fitting audio enhance the experience. 2 additional characters and a 2-player co-op mode add variety, though the game's limited number of stages leaves players wanting more. Overall, it's a polished, nostalgic gem and a must-have for beat-em-up enthusiasts, making it one of the best remakes in recent years. Spirit's Abyss stands out as a compelling, weird, and captivating addition to the world of platforming roguelites. Developed by Kazeware, known for their unique and eccentric games, this title combines the best elements of Spelunky while infusing its own neon-infused madness. In this game, you'll descend through destructible terrain, facing a plethora of foes, traps, and loot, with the goal of reaching the exit at the bottom. While it may not be as challenging as Spelunky, it offers an array of modes, secrets, and character classes, providing a diverse and entertaining experience. And it's made even better when played co-op. The colorful pixel art and sound design contribute to its charm, making it a solid and refreshingly strange adventure worth exploring repeatedly. Yoshi's Crafted World delivers an enjoyable and charming experience filled with creativity and collectibles. While it lacks significant challenge and doesn't push the boundaries of the genre, it excels in its own right. The game's levels offer numerous collectibles and encourage exploration.
with various hidden items and secrets to discover. Yoshi's adorable animations and sounds add to the entertainment value, and the ability to aim eggs directly at targets enhances the gameplay. However, the game's mechanics remain relatively straightforward, and some missed opportunities in level design are apparent, as clever ideas are rarely revisited or combined in later stages. Despite these limitations, Yoshi's Crafted World remains a delightful and enjoyable co-op platformer, with its unique charm and collectible-focused gameplay. ToeJam and Earl, Back in the Groove, faithfully captures the spirit of the 1991 original, offering a cartoony sci-fi twist on the classic roguelite genre. Players guide the titular intergalactic funk masters through Earth's landscapes in search of their scattered spaceship parts. The game introduces characters with distinct abilities, randomized levels, and presence that add an element of unpredictability. This version allows for up to 4-player split screen, which is a nice addition. While this randomness may lead to challenges that feel unnecessary, it remains true to the franchise's legacy. The game features layers of strategy and extensive documentation, making it approachable even for newcomers. While it may not be a blockbuster title, ToeJam and Earl Back in the Groove is a fun and faithful revival for fans of the original game, offering a unique and quirky experience. The Dark Pictures' Man of Medan offers players a serious and brooding horror experience with meaningful choice and consequence mechanics. While it starts off slowly and lacks the campy charm of Until Dawn, it maintains a sense of dread in its latter half. The game centers around a cast of young divers stranded on mysterious World War II freighter, and it effectively builds tension with its grim atmosphere and sudden shocks. The character dynamics are not as remarkable as its predecessor, but the characters' fates can be shaped through decisions, exploration, and quick time events. You can play the game online co-op or locally with the party mode, where you pass the controller back and forth, and it definitely makes the game more enjoyable. Despite a slow start, Man of Medan offers an unnerving horror adventure with consequences tied to player actions, making it worth revisiting for multiple playthroughs. River City Girls is a spin-off of the classic Kunio-kun series, and it offers an excellent beat-em-up experience. The game stars Masaka and Kyoko, the girlfriends of River City Ransom's heroes, and it follows their adventure to rescue their kidnapped boyfriends. The combat is engaging with RPG-style leveling and a variety of moves to unlock. The game's open-world exploration, shops selling boosts, and references to classic titles enhance the experience. The game's graphics and animations are visually stunning, and the soundtrack is fresh and enjoyable. River City Girls is an entertaining and satisfying beat-em-up that both series fans and newcomers will enjoy, especially in co-op mode. Gears 5 manages to impress with both its gameplay and storytelling. Despite being the 6th entry in the series, the game excels on developing its young heroes and takes bold steps to alter the series' course. While it maintains the solid cover-based shooting gameplay, it introduces fresh elements and experiments with an open-world structure. The multiplayer modes offer a broad range of options, from classic modes to innovative, cooperative, and competitive experiences. And now you can play through the game in 3-player local co-op, where a third player kind of plays as an assist robot. Gears 5 is a remarkable package and stands as one of the year's top action games. Ricky and Vicky came out for the Atari 7800, seamlessly blending platforming and puzzle solving. Its charming graphics rival top NES and Genesis games, while its astounding sound quality surpasses most 8-bit titles. The gameplay shines with a captivating storyline, clever puzzles, and creative square block mechanics. The addition of unique enemies adds depth, and responsive controls make it accessible. In the realm of originality, Ricky and Vicky excels with inventive features, including falling through levels and the inclusion of a game guide character. The value of the game lies in its 2-player co-op mode, offering distinct paths and endings. The absence of a passcode feature could be inconvenient. Ricky and Vicky is a masterpiece that showcases the untapped potential of the Atari 7800. Micromages came out for the Nintendo NES. Developed by MorphCat Games, it offers an engaging platforming experience as a mage on a quest to rescue the princess from an evil captor in the old demon fortress. Players must conquer 4 towers, each with its unique challenges. The game combines shooting magic spells at enemies with wall jumping mechanics, providing responsive controls and a variety of enemies to keep the gameplay exciting. Power-ups like fairies and seagull feathers add strategic depth, and mid-level checkpoints ensure a fair challenge. The multiplayer mode accommodates up to 4 players, adventurous, making it one of the best co-op experiences on the NES. With high production values in graphics, sound, and level design, Micromages revitalizes the platform genre, and it's just truly impressive to see on the NES hardware. Blazing Chrome is a nostalgic run-and-gun game that pays homage to classic 16-bit action titles like Contra and Metal Slug. Set in a world overrun by AI-controlled robots, you take on the role of Marva and her robot ally Doyle, fighting to save humanity. The game offers classic run-and-gun action, a variety of weapons and power-ups, and co-op gameplay. Its pixel art and level design evoke a retro feel reminiscent of Contra 3: The Alien Wars. While it doesn't introduce many fresh gameplay features, Blazing Chrome excels in delivering thrilling and challenging gameplay that will resonate with fans of the genre. Darksiders Genesis breathes fresh life into the series with its engaging narrative set in the early days of the Darksiders lore. War and strife make for an entertaining duo, and their witty interactions add depth to the story. The game's isometric perspective successfully adapts the series' signature combat, offering satisfying and impactful battles. While occasional visibility issues due to the camera angle can be frustrating, the game's progression mechanics, including both mandatory and optional upgrades, keep players invested throughout the 15-hour campaign. Darksiders Genesis is a welcome spin-off that showcases the series' potential, makes for an excellent co-op dungeon crawler. Knights and Bikes by Double Fine, developed by Foam Sword, successfully captures the essence of childhood adventure and the magic of imagination. It follows the journey of Nessa and her new friend Demelza as they hunt for a hidden treasure and uncover mysteries. The narrative, narrated from the perspective of these two young girls, blends magical realism with their vivid fantasies, leaving players questioning what is real and what is imagined. Despite relatively straightforward gameplay that combines puzzles and light combat, the game shines in its storytelling and character development. The focus on co-op play enhances the game's theme of friendship, although it can be enjoyed solo with competent AI. The presentation with charming crayon-like visuals and expressive characters is a standout feature. Overall, Knights and Bikes is a solid couch co-op experience that masterfully captures the essence of childhood adventure and the bonds of friendship. Outward offers a refreshing twist on RPG gaming. The title's intricate survival mechanics and engaging magic system elevate the gameplay to new heights. Outward's propensity for making choices matter, whether they lead to success or setbacks, provides a rewarding experience. It's a challenging game that's clearly inspired by the Dark Souls games, and it can be played in split-screen co-op. Despite a few rough edges, it stands out as a compelling and unique RPG adventure. Overwhelmed delivers an intense roguelite experience that challenges players with its punishing difficulty. Set in a mysterious hive, you embark on a mission to eliminate an infestation, facing relentless enemies and bosses that only get tougher with each death. Although the game lacks character progression, it compensates with a compelling sense of exploration and discovery. The difficulty may deter some, but the satisfaction of overcoming its challenges is unparalleled. The 8-bit graphics are detailed for larger foes, but basic for smaller enemies, while the minimalist sound design effectively builds tension, especially during boss battles. While the game is mostly fair, a few sections may frustrate players. Although the game didn't originally come out in 2019, it did add co-op, which is what we're talking about today. It definitely makes it more interesting to navigate this dark world with a friend. Overwhelm's addictive loop and relentless nature make it a must-try for fans of challenging games. Trine 4: The Nightmare Prince marks a return to the series' 2.5D roots with classic cooperative gameplay. While the story revolves around the quest for a missing prince named Celius and the nightmares he brings to life, the gameplay shines with improved progression and new character abilities. The inclusion of unlimited mode and multiplayer enhances the cooperative experience, allowing players to switch between characters freely. However, the puzzle design falls short in some areas, often feeling too straightforward and easy. Trine 4 retains the series' stunning art style, but suffers from occasional technical issues. Despite these flaws, it successfully returns to the series' roots and offers a beautiful and accessible cooperative gaming experience. Arise: A Simple Story is a visually arresting platform game that tells its story without words, relying on visual art, music, and platforming gameplay with a time control mechanic to convey its narrative. The game uses inventive level design to engage players as they navigate the protagonist's life story. The emotional sophistication of the story, artistic visuals, emotive orchestral score, and inventive gameplay contribute to its appeal. And the co-op mode is very unique, where player 2 takes control of time itself, while the other player handles the platforming. Arise, A Simple Story is a beautiful art game with an emotional story that's made better with co-op. Games from 2020. Let's see what else was happening in 2020. Final Fantasy VII, the remake. The Last of Us Part 2. Animal Crossing New Horizon. Ghost of Tsushima. Ori and the Will of the Wisps. Demon's Souls Remake. Doom Eternal. Cyberpunk 2077. The TurboGrafx 16 Mini. The Game Gear Micro. Xbox Series X and S. The PlayStation 5. Now let's talk about the co-op games. Kimono Heroes is a nostalgic 2D platformer developed by Mad Gear Games and published by NIS America. The game pays homage to 16-bit gaming with its graphics, sound design, and overall presentation. Set in a feudal Japan setting with mythical animal characters like foxes and monkeys, players embark on a series of levels battling yokai, collecting currency, upgrading abilities, and taking on bosses. The game offers local co-op and replayability with 4 characters and a pseudo New Game Plus feature. While it doesn't break new ground, Kimono Heroes offers a well-executed, enjoyable experience. It's made even better when you play it in 4-player co-op. Untitled Goose Game is a minimalist masterpiece that lets players take on the role of a mischievous goose in a charming English town, with a simple premise of causing chaos and pranking residents. The game's story is essentially its gameplay. Players use straightforward controls to interact with the environment and NPCs, resulting in humorous and chaotic scenarios. The game's design, colorful visuals, and reactive piano soundtrack create a cohesive and charming experience. Despite its brevity, Untitled Goose Game is praised for its engaging gameplay and delightful charm, making it a short but thorough, enjoyable indie gem. And with the addition of co-op, it's even more fun. Hunt Down is a visually spectacular 2D run-and-gun game that embraces 80s action and sci-fi movies. Developed by Easy Trigger Games, it draws inspiration from classics like Contra and Rolling Thunder, offering satisfying gunplay and tactical combat maneuvers. While the platforming can be less engaging, the heavy focus on combat, cover mechanics, and boss encounters make it an enjoyable experience. The game's variety in playable characters, drop-in co-op, and side objectives add replayability. Overall, Hunt Down offers a stern challenge and stands out as a potential modern cult classic for fans of 2D action games. In Haven, players are immersed in a unique sci-fi RPG that explores the love story between its 2 protagonists, Yu and Kei, set on the beautiful yet perilous planet of Source. The game combines exhilarating anti-gravity boot rides, engaging turn-based combat, and a heartfelt narrative that emphasizes the couple's relationship. The game's co-op mode adds to the experience, allowing players to share decisions and combat actions. However, Haven suffers from long, tedious stretches of resource gathering and rust cleaning, which hinder its overall enjoyment. Despite these flaws, the game stands out for its focus on love as a central theme and its charming protagonists, making it a compelling RPG experience. Colt Canyon delivers a refreshing take on twin-stick shooters, offering a deliberately paced, stealth-oriented Wild West experience. As a cowboy on a mission to save your partner from outlaws, the game introduces unlockable characters with unique weapons and traits, encouraging strategic gameplay. The pixelated graphics, while not to everyone's taste, suit the gritty atmosphere. The core gameplay shines with satisfying gunplay and the crucial stealth attack mechanic, making every move count in this challenging roguelite. With procedurally generated levels and solid gameplay, Colt Canyon is an addictive addition to the roguelite genre. Streets of Rage 4 marks a triumphant return for the beloved beat-em-up series, delivering a modernized take on the classic gameplay, while preserving its core essence. The hand-drawn visuals and eclectic soundtrack breathe new light into the nostalgic world of Wood Oak City, while gameplay improvements such as expanded movesets and a unique health regain mechanic create an engaging and thrilling combat experience. The inclusion of a diverse roster of characters, retro filters, and cooperative multiplayer support for up to 4 players enhances the replayability. Overall, Streets of Rage 4 successfully revitalizes the series, offering both fans and newcomers an exceptional side-scrolling beat-em-up with a perfect blend of nostalgia and innovation. The 2020 reboot of Battletoads successfully revitalizes the franchise, departing from the notorious difficulty of the NES original to offer a fun and fair 3-player beat-em-up experience. Its Saturday morning cartoon-style storytelling engages players as they follow the distinct personalities of Rash, Zitz, and Pimple in a virtual reality world. While combat is relatively simple, it proves enjoyable with combos and flexible controls, and the inclusion of mini-games adds variety. Although the game lacks enemy diversity and the campaign is somewhat short, Battletoads manages to strike a balance between nostalgic charm and modern accessibility, making it a respectable revival of the series. In Moving Out, developer SMG Studio has brilliantly transformed the mundane task of helping friends move into a hilarious, chaotic, and cooperative couch co-op experience. The game, casting up to 4 players as employees of the Smooth Moves company, features 30 levels set in a small town, each with gold, silver, and bronze tiered time limits. Players scramble to gather and move various items, from furniture to farm animals, into a moving truck. While the controls are simple, the game's charm comes from the unique properties of the objects and the strategic coordination required. The game is best enjoyed with friends locally, with up to 4 players. Fogs introduces players to a peculiar and adorable pair of 2-headed, legless creatures with an unusual ability to stretch, which raises the question of their bodily functions, but remains unanswered throughout the game. These Fogs embark on a journey across 3 whimsical worlds, each with its own set of platform puzzle stages and playful environments. The game is best enjoyed in co-op, either locally or online, where players control each Fog individually. While the puzzles are generally simple and may occasionally lead to overthinking, the game's presentation, featuring cute and surreal art design, adds to its charm. Fogs offers a solid and enjoyable gaming experience that stands out from darker, more intense titles. Spelunky 2 is a brilliant sequel that successfully builds upon the original's strengths while introducing new elements that enhance the experience. It retains its reputation for being a challenging yet deeply rewarding game, where every death serves as a learning opportunity. The addition of non-linear progression, refined controls, and a multitude of secrets keeps players engaged and eager to explore. The game's fair difficulty, driven by understanding the game's mechanics, allows for creative problem solving. With robust multiplayer options and a wealth of content to uncover, Spelunky 2 proves itself as a masterpiece that will captivate both fans of the series and newcomers, despite the unforgiving nature. Sackboy: A Big Adventure offers a fun and charming experience in the platforming genre, reminiscent of titles like Super Mario 3D World. It excels in creativity and co-op play. The game's levels are brimming with charm, presented in an art style that combines cardboard cutouts and household objects, and the music is a standout feature, with catchy tunes and music-centered levels. Although the platforming can feel imprecise at times, the addition of unique power-ups and mechanics keeps the gameplay fresh. Local co-op is a blast, and the game's accessibility and replayability make it a must-play for platforming fans. Spiritfarer is a unique and heartwarming game that blends action platforming and town management elements, offering a positive exploration of life and death. Players step into the shoes of Stella, the Spiritfarer, as they navigate a beautifully animated world, collecting and caring for spirits on their journey to the afterlife. The game combines resource management, crafting, and platforming, with open-ended gameplay. The well-crafted characters, emotional storytelling, stunning visuals, and captivating orchestral soundtrack make Spiritfarer a standout title that offers a unique and touching gaming experience worth savoring, and is even better when you play in co-op. Biped offers a refreshing twist on the puzzle platforming genre by making walking the central gameplay mechanic, either in solo or local co-op play. The game presents various biomes with tailored puzzles and its controls, which involve moving each leg with a corresponding analog stick. It's hard to wrap your head around at first, but becomes manageable. The puzzles, while not overly complex, effectively utilize the walking mechanics, such as timed platforms and button sequences. Co-op play adds unique challenges requiring synchronization to overcome obstacles. Collectible coins for cosmetic upgrades and the game's charm contribute to its appeal. Biped shines as an enjoyable co-op experience, albeit somewhat limited in scope. No Straight Roads, a music action game by Metronomic, delivers an electrifying experience with eccentric energy, combining outrageous character designs, grand boss battles, wacky humor, animated cutscenes, and dynamic music. Set in Vinyl City, where EDM reigns as the main power source, controlled by the elite organization NSR. You play as Mayday and Zook, an indie rock duo determined to take down the EDM empire and restore power to the city. The heart of the game lies in theatrical boss battles, each embracing a unique music genre and offering a mix of hack and slash combat and rhythm-based evasion. While the battles are cohesive, they can become overwhelming. Between fights, you explore Vinyl City, chat with NPCs, and upgrade abilities. No Straight Roads is a refreshing and creatively bold entry in the rhythm action genre, and the whole thing can be played in 2-player co-op. Morkrid is a physics puzzler featuring a dark and moody atmosphere, combined with bright light as players control a shining ball of light through various obstacles. What sets it apart is that players control both characters simultaneously, one per analog stick, or in 2-player co-op. Light and shadow play a crucial role in solving puzzles, with characters being deathly allergic to shadows, adding an extra layer of challenge. While the narrative is obscure and hidden murals provide exposition, the gameplay shines with a perfect balance of difficulty and situational awareness. This is another example of a game that tells its story through action, not through dialogue. It's an excellent co-op experience. Super Cable Boy offers a refreshing take on precision platformers, making the genre accessible to a wider audience. The game follows a Game Boy-like character, navigating levels by jumping, bouncing, and swinging to reach electrical outlets, with the option to make the game more challenging by collecting rice balls along the way. Mistakes reset the level, offering a quick retry, and you could play it in 2-player co-op. And it has a really great dynamic split screen. The art style combines Game Boy aesthetics with a modern touch, creating a visually appealing experience. Super Cable Boy provides an enjoyable platforming experience for players of various skills. Hellpoint, a sci-fi Souls-like, closely follows the established genre formula, featuring a labyrinth world, challenging encounters, and stunning visuals that blend dark and bright colors effectively. However, the game lacks a map, leading to confusing navigation, and the fast travel system is limited. Combat is a strong point, with fluid dodging mechanics and a variety of customizable weapons. The Fight Your Zombie mechanic adds challenge, though the difficulty curve is inconsistent. Overall, Hellpoint offers a compelling sci-fi atmosphere and satisfying combat, and is a pretty decent Souls-like co-op experience. Lena's Inception offers a playful homage to the Legend of Zelda series while adding its own unique twist to the action-adventure genre. Featuring procedurally generated maps, it ensures a fresh experience with every playthrough. While it mechanically resembles Zelda, it introduces its own themes and humor, with an oddball storyline involving an evil banker and glitched pixels. The procedural map generation provides variety, with unique dungeons and shuffled key items. Combat against regular enemies is straightforward, but cleverly designed bosses require creative item use. One of my favorite features is that you can switch between the 8-bit graphics and 16-bit graphics, allowing you to choose the way you want the game to look. And once you get to a certain point, player 2 can take control of the Shadow character to make for some fun co-op gameplay. The Wargroove Double Trouble DLC for the base game Wargroove offers an impressive array of free content, addressing concerns about difficulty balance and providing specific balance changes based on player feedback. The DLC introduces a new campaign, 3 new rogue commanders, and multiplayer options, all meticulously crafted and consistent additions. It also includes new units like the Thief and Rifleman, each with unique abilities. Notably, the DLC introduces co-op campaigns and custom map sharing, catering to both online and couch co-op players. The update enhances the editor system, allowing for more map customization and creative possibilities. With its stunning visuals and smooth gameplay, Wargroove's DLC solidifies the game's unique style and offers a generous and appreciated expansion for fans. Bloodstained: Curse of the Moon 2 is a sequel to the retro-style tribute to classic Castlevania games, offering challenging 2D platforming action. Players take on the role of various characters, including a Japanese swordsman and a corgi piloting a mecha. The addition of 2-player local co-op is a welcome feature, and the game offers multiple difficulty levels to cater to a wide range of player skills, and it maintains the 8-bit aesthetic of its predecessor. Overall, it's a solid game that will appeal to old-school Castlevania fans.
Top 10 Couch Co-op Games of 2021.
Number 10, The Ascent. The Ascent is a twin-stick action RPG that can be played by 4 players, locally or online.
This game has a lot going for it. The ethereal, neon-tastic, futuristic scenes, combined with the character customization, creates a compelling world to join in. The controls feel good, the weapons are fun. It's actually pretty impressive what this small indie team was able to put together.
However, this game does have a few annoying things that kept us from putting it at a higher spot on the list. First of all, the loading is way too long. What is this, a Commodore 64 game? The menu is confusing and just a lot to wrap your head around. Full disclosure, we only played about halfway through this game because we had to stop due to some time constraints. our children.
In our experience, it was enjoyable until we reached a point when we couldn't progress any further without going back and grinding to strengthen our weapons and skills. But it was enough time to get the gist of what the game had to offer. That being said, you'll love this game if you're into an immersive experience and don't mind putting in a lot of hours.
Damn it! I need more problems about as much as I need a rectum on my forehead.
Number 9. Trash Sailors. Trash Sailors is a hand-drawn sailing simulator. At least that's how the developers describe it.
I've honestly never played anything like it. The closest thing I could think of is the Overcooked games. The game can be played with up to 4 players. Unfortunately, we could only get 2 players at the time. I definitely want to go back and try it again with 4 people.
The gameplay is basic. You just sail along, fix your ship, avoid obstacles, and grab trash. This active team-building exercise is what we enjoyed and makes it a fun group experience. The game can get pretty hectic at times and will require a lot of teamwork. This game would definitely be more enjoyable with a larger group.
The only challenging/irritating aspect of the game is that every action is completed with the A button. So you may find yourself trying to fire the cannon, but the character starts fishing instead, which really leads to many frustrating moments. All that being said, Trash Sailors is an example of a game best played with other people.
Number 8. Mayhem Brawler. Mayhem Brawler is a hand-drawn, beat-em-up game that can be played with up to 3 players locally. I have to address the most obvious part about this game. It's totally a dollar store ripoff of Streets of Rage 4. From the visuals to the gameplay, it's clear where the developers drew their inspiration. That being said, Streets of Rage 4 is one of the best beat-em-up games of all time, so having some similarities really isn't so bad. We loved the mechanics of the game. The hit detection is satisfying, alongside the fight combos each character offers. It's awesome that you can choose your path, which gives the game some replayability.
I would have liked to see more variety in the characters you play. The girl was interesting, but the 2 dudes were f***ing annoying.
This game also offers a wide variety of villains to fight. I loved the diversity of some of the villains who are black, Big Mama and Dealer. Really great racial stereotypes right there. I'm glad they went the extra mile to put some originality into character designs. And don't forget all those Rittenhouses in their combat vests and semi-autos.
Anyway, if you like fighting people on the streets, then you'll like this game.
Eat my shorts. You get it?
Number 7, Unsighted. Unsighted is a Zelda-like game with amazing pixel art style design.
The actual details of the story are complicated to follow, but it was refreshing to see more female protagonists in games and some LGBTQIA+ community representation.
This game contains puzzles that are challenging, but not to the point of frustration.
Characters travel through a variety of environments, using tools acquired throughout the game to adapt, solving puzzles in each dungeon. Every boss was satisfying to defeat. The combat and weapon variety were enjoyable. Unlike the Ascent, the upgrading system was straightforward.
One of the only downsides was that the co-op experience wasn't the main focus, and player 2 was a clone of the first player's main character. The camera stayed on player 1 the entire time, requiring them to lead the game while the second player had to keep up or stop playing while the first player finished the puzzle.
It would have been nice to see this game catered towards 2 players, with 2 unique characters and gameplay mechanics that involve more teamwork. It's still a great experience with 2 people, but you can't help but feel like the co-op was an afterthought.
Number 6, Okinawa Rush. If you're looking for an action beat-em-up platformer, then Okinawa Rush is a challenging yet enjoyable experience. The game is fast-paced with non-stop action and chaos.
The fighting combos make you feel powerful, and the result is extremely satisfying. A single punch can cause an enemy to fly across the screen or explode. What more do you want?
On its surface, it feels like a shallow button-mashing action game, but underneath, there are numerous combos you can learn that involve actual skill and strategy. There are 3 unique characters with their own abilities. The weapons are awesome, especially the katana. You can slice people in half.
I wish there was a way around the camera problems in 2-player mode, as it always follows player 1, leaving the other player stuck or trying to catch up. I guess the only workaround would be split screen.
My favorite feature of the game was the glitch surprise on the final level. Somehow we started flying around and then tanked right through the ground to the black zone outside the game. After some time of just aimlessly jumping around the glitchy zone, we managed to jump back into another part of the level, only to realize we couldn't trigger the next stage of the game. We had to kill ourselves to respawn from the last checkpoint. So yeah, that was awesome.
Game over.
Number 5, 2D and Top D. 2D and Top D is a cute co-op 2D platformer and top-down puzzler hybrid. 2D is literally the jumper in the 2D realm, and Top D roams around the top-down realm.
Alternating between the 2 characters and 2 perspectives, you work together to solve a variety of quick mini puzzles.
There's a lot of quirky dialogue that adds to the character of the game. Each boss fight is a puzzle that requires the skills of both characters. The final boss changes up the gameplay perspective again for a fun surprise. Definitely check this game out if you like banging your head against the wall to solve puzzles. But it is actually really fun. And stuff.
Number 4, Voyage. Voyage is described as a cinematic puzzle platformer. Cinematic is the perfect word. Between the beautiful hand-drawn art style, the immersive musical soundscape, and the simplistic yet compelling gameplay, Voyage is the complete package.
We're going to play it again with a good sound system and synced LEDs to take the immersive factor up a notch. The story is told through visuals and gameplay. There's no dialogue in the entire game. It reminds me of Limbo, or Inside, or Grease in that aspect.
There are certain games that get thrown in the conversation. Can video games be art? I think Voyage is the perfect support in favor of that argument. Voyage is a short game with little to no challenge for the players, but the puzzles aren't the focus of the game. It's really just a game you need to experience.
The characters in Voyage create emotion and a feeling of closeness and love, which is why it's worth playing with a partner in one sitting. Number 3, Chicory. Chicory is another Zelda-like game, but it's something you've never seen before. It's art therapy in a video game.
I mean, Chicory really helped us get in touch with our inner artist. We made these masterpieces together. Just look at that. Looking at footage from this game, you may think the co-op design wouldn't be that compelling, as only the first player operates the protagonist. But in fact, controlling that character might be the least important part of the gameplay. The focus is really just the painting. Each character gets their own brush to fill in the colorless world.
The music during each boss fight is amazing. After each boss, you learn new brush techniques that give different abilities to maneuver through the map. We spent way too much time coloring every screen of the game, but there's something incredibly satisfying about returning to familiar areas and viewing your past artwork. At the end, you have a map that's completely, colorfully finished. A bonus of painting every screen you visit is that you always know where you've been. I wish every game had a similar way of tracking progress.
This is a game with a compelling story that talks about mental health, depression, unhealthy relationship dynamics, and self-worth. I'm serious, this is like art therapy. It's a feel-good game with a satisfying ending. This is your chance to pursue art, just like your dad told you not to. Number 2, Rogue Heroes. I don't know if Zelda-like is an official descriptor, but we're using it for the 3rd time now. So, Rogue Heroes is the most Zelda-like game that isn't labeled as a Zelda game.
Each character awakens in the world as a hero, but after time, you're able to choose different classes, each with its own skill and stats for your adventure.
There are some roguelike elements in the game. That alone is typically a turn-off for me, but they were used in a way that felt fun and interesting. The thing that sets it apart from Zelda and other RPGs is that rather than gaining experience and leveling up, you gather gems to purchase enhancements that you desire. Each dungeon provides an endless supply of gems to use for your upgrades. However, you die over and over in the dungeons. We died so many f***ing times, but it's that gem factor that keeps it from becoming frustrating.
As your money stays with you when you die, this allows you to upgrade and become stronger with each dungeon run, ensuring that you get farther with each attempt. Procedurally generated dungeons keep it fresh as well. The puzzles adapt to the number of players, creating unique environments that require different levels of teamwork. It's an amazing, addicting game that is perfect for 2 to 4 players.
Okay, Nintendo, please release an actual Zelda game for 2 to 4 players, preferably one that doesn't require multiple obsolete handheld consoles. Thanks.
Honorable mention, Battle Axe.
So Battle Axe is like a dungeon crawler, top-down, with this really great pixel art style.
It's a great game with lots of great action, but it's so hard. You only have so many lives and you die so easily.
The reason why we didn't put it in the list is we just couldn't beat it. We couldn't get very far. There's only, I think, 4 or 5 stages in the game, and we only ever made it to the 3rd one, so I just don't feel like we were able to dedicate enough time to it. But it's something I want to go back to at some point. Your characters move too close to the edge of the screen, and that's a part of the game that kind of ruins it. But it's still worth trying, so definitely give it a shot.
But we can't beat it. We can't beat this game, so it is not officially on our list, but we still love it and recommend that you play it.
The adventure ends here.
Number 1, It Takes Two. Imagine a near-perfect co-op experience where each player has equal importance and involvement, is integral to the success of the other character, and ultimately the completion of the game.
It Takes Two provides, in one word, variety. My brain was happy at all times with new locations, new puzzles, new scenery, new experiences, new skills. 1 minute you're swimming in the ocean, 1 minute you're floating in space, and a moment later you're murdering a toy elephant. You might be wielding ice powers or swinging from trees, solving puzzles with magnets, or turning into flowers. Each player is active and involved at every moment. No one is sitting idle, waiting for the other player to complete a task.
Gameplay styles are just as varied. In one section, you're in a one-on-one fighting game in combat with a f***ing squirrel. You switch between platforming, to dungeon crawler, to a kart racer, to a flight simulator.
The story ending is left open-ended and vague, but hopefully these two characters got a divorce so they can be good parents and live happily ever after. When it comes to modern gaming, there are not a lot of co-op games, especially such a game with a compelling narrative designed around the co-op experience. We played their other games as well, Brothers and A Way Out, which offer other satisfying cooperative experiences, and we are so excited to see what else they will create.
It Takes Two is not only one of the best co-op games of the year, but it is one of the best co-op games of all time, and I hope it opens the door for similar games intended solely for the co-op experience.
2022.
Does anyone remember the Super Nintendo Capcom classic Goof Troop? It was a Zelda-like that could be played co-op.
One of my childhood favorites that I still go back to almost every year. Dandy and Randy might be one of the first Goof Troop likes. From the puzzles to the level design and combat to the pirate-themed story, the inspiration is very obvious. This game was pretty much just made for me. It's a short game that can be completed pretty easily. If the normal difficulty is too much, you can try the practice mode, like I did with my 4-year-old daughter. This mode makes it so you can't take damage, so anyone can play it.
The puzzles are much easier than Goof Troop, as are the boss fights. Overall, Dandy and Randy might not be enough of a challenge for you hardcore gamers, but if you want a quick and fairly relaxing experience, definitely give it a try.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I'm a sucker for Kirby games. Since playing Kirby Superstar on Super Nintendo when I was a kid, Kirby has been a go-to for some quick pick-up and play and often relaxing co-op gaming.
Kirby's Forgotten Land was the first game to go into the 3D realm. Taking the leap from 2D to 3D hasn't always been a smooth transition for other game characters in the past, but this one did it flawlessly, while being faithful to the original gameplay we've come to love. When it comes to co-op, they didn't really change up the formula, but if you've played other Kirby games, your second player will feel right at home with this one. Yes, the camera follows Kirby. Yes, the second player can't change their abilities like Kirby, but that doesn't mean they're not a valuable part of the team. A good second player can really step up and make level navigation, as well as boss fights, a lot easier. It's not exactly equal, but I myself never had a problem playing that part.
Garbanzo Quest is a run-and-gun platformer where you play as two garbanzo beans that spit, I guess. It takes inspiration from some of the best 8-bit platformers. It's kind of like a cross between Mario 3 and Contra. It might look like a budget title that doesn't have much to offer, but trust me, this is one of my favorite retro platformers I've played in quite a while. The game was made by one person, so that's always impressive to see.
You're able to pick up badges that give you special abilities. You can have up to 2 equipped at a time. The float badge allows you to slowly glide down, much like the raccoon tail on Mario 3. The leap badge lets you dive while in midair to avoid obstacles. There's also another spitting attack you can equip. The game is still in early access, so there will be more levels added eventually. As of right now, you can play through it in about an hour. Honestly, I don't think that would be too short for this type of game. As is, there's already plenty of challenge and really solid gameplay to get your money's worth. By the way, the game is only $7.
Demon Throttle is an 8-bit style top-down run-and-gun with some minor RPG elements.
If this is your first time hearing about this game, it's probably because it was only released physically on Nintendo Switch.
That's right, the only way to play this is to buy the limited print physical cartridge of the game. There is no digital version whatsoever. As cool as the novelty of this release was, it definitely limited the amount of players that could enjoy the game, which is a shame, because Demon Throttle is great. They really nailed the look and feel of NES and Game Boy Color games. The soundtrack is really nice as well.
Much like games of the era that inspired Demon Throttle, this game will put all your skills to the test. You get one life, then it's game over. At least, if you make it to a new stage, you're able to continue from there when you start back up. Both characters have unique abilities, so when playing co-op, it's helpful to have the skills of each character at your disposal. Definitely try this game, if you can find it.
Those demons stole my chalices.
That demon kissed my wife. Or something.
Nobody Saves the World is an action RPG with a great hand-drawn visual style and some really funny humor. When the game first came out, it only had online co-op, so I kind of just removed it from my mind for a while. Then they announced that they were going to add couch co-op, so I knew it was something we had to play. What makes this game stand out in the crowd of action RPGs is the lighthearted nature and the transformations. Instead of different classes, you are able to transform into various characters with their own unique abilities.
Sometimes you'll need to switch to a character to move past a specific obstacle. You can transform on the fly, which gives the player plenty of room to experiment with different fighting styles, and, when playing with a friend, this opens the door to test out various combinations of abilities. When you find a good pair, it can take the co-op factor to a new level. No matter what, the game is constantly throwing new things at you to keep it fresh. The Last Oricru has received mixed reviews since its release a few months ago. From what I gather, most of the negativity surrounding the game is referring to the performance issues and bad voice acting. Yes, the voice acting leaves a lot to be desired, specifically with the main character, Silver. He sounds like a high school theater kid trying to do a British accent, and his only frame of reference is a posh royal family member.
What do you bring to our tormented people?
I have no idea. That's what I was trying to tell you.
Well, here at Classic Co-op, we don't discriminate against games just for bad frame rates and low production value. We care about spending time with a partner and the level of fun the game offers. We think that The Last Oricru meets both of those requirements. That being said, with the amount of old games we play, we might have a higher tolerance for janky gameplay than your average gamer, so keep that in mind. We didn't find the game to have any extreme performance issues anyways. The Last Oricru is a Souls-like. With my limited experience with Bloodborne and Dark Souls, I've learned that I just don't have the patience for these types of games. I f***ing suck at them. But The Last Oricru seems to be much more approachable. With the addition of split-screen co-op, this is the first Souls-like I've been able to actually enjoy.
Unlike Dark Souls, you have the added benefit of being able to revive your partner, preventing you from losing all of your progress and loot. That alone made it much easier to keep playing. We loved the immersive scenery of the game. As for the gameplay, it's your standard Souls-like combat, revolving around parrying, dashing to avoid enemy blows, and timing your attacks at the right time. All things which we greatly struggle with.
But with our cooperative skills, we were able to team up and brute force our way through a number of battles. So, just ignore the reviews and try this one with an open mind.
No tears shed here, and next time I'll do the things my way. No more sneaking. I am obviously more of an upfront guy.
Final Vendetta is just an all-around excellent beat-em-up. No frills, no genre bending, no gimmicks, just a great, straightforward brawler. And that's what I like about it. As much as I love seeing new developers trying to reinvent the wheel,
throwing in RPG elements, transformations, and unique gameplay, sometimes it's just refreshing to see a game go back to the basics. Final Vendetta plays like its obvious big influences: Final Fight and Streets of Rage. The controls are incredibly tight and responsive, making every hit feel really satisfying.
It's a short game that can be completed in under an hour, so it never wears out its welcome. However, with the high difficulty of the game, as well as no continues, you probably won't beat it in your first go. They eventually added a casual mode that allows for unlimited continues and less of a challenge, so anyone can enjoy this one now. Seriously, play this game. It's one of the best modern beat-em-ups ever.
When I first heard about Escape Academy, it really didn't pique my interest whatsoever. But then I kept hearing about how great of a co-op experience it was, and you know what? They were right. There's nothing in the game that exactly requires cooperation, but if you choose to work together in the right way, it can take the game to a new level.
First of all, whether you're local or online, the game is always in split screen. This allows for players to split up and have one person go look at a clue while the other is able to manage the puzzles. Being able to see both screens opens the door for players to brainstorm and talk through each puzzle together. It's so much fun unlocking the puzzles and communicating together. For us, it got really rowdy and silly.
For me personally, there's no way I would have been able to figure out some of these challenges on my own. Liz really carried our team on this one. Escape Academy might be the biggest surprise on this list. Something I wasn't even excited to try ended up being one of our favorite co-op experiences of the year.
Didn't learn from the poison ice cream, huh?
Astral Ascent is a 2D roguelike. Everything about this game is beautiful. Look at the pixel art and the environments. The music stands out as well. It sounds like a cinematic score. We are obsessed with the bright landscapes and flowing backgrounds. There's also a foundation of astrology, no duh, to this game, allowing you to customize the gameplay by choosing your sun sign at the beginning. If you're into astrology, this one is definitely for you.
We also love the game mechanics. The amount of control you have while in the air is incredibly satisfying. You can just endlessly fight enemies without ever touching the ground. And of course, you have really great, solid platforming with a double jump. That's a feature I just always love. The game gives you close combat skills and far-range magic that you add to as the game progresses. The only aspect holding this game back are the roguelike elements. Losing progress after investing so much time is discouraging. I'm personally not a fan of the procedurally generated levels, but that's my own taste. I'm just getting bored of the roguelike genre in general. But this one was just too good to ignore.
The upgrade system is a little overwhelming, but if you just go with the flow and enjoy the process, it all starts to make sense eventually. Overall, this is an incredibly vibrant game that you must experience. Before we get to our number one, let's talk about some honorable mentions.
There were a number of games we wanted to include on the list, but just didn't quite make it. Some of these we just didn't have enough time with, and others were roguelikes. Bravery and Greed and Ember Knights fall into the latter category. As I just mentioned while talking about Astral Ascent, I'm sick of roguelikes, okay? Both of these games are great. I love the visuals and gameplay. I'm just getting so tired of the procedurally generated levels and permadeath. I just want to see some good level design that I can memorize, as well as feel like I'm making progress. That being said, both of these are excellent games that I want to spend some more time with.
River City Saga. River City Girls 2. These are two new beat-em-ups set in the Kunio universe. These are both great games. Just didn't have enough time with them, and also already included two other beat-em-ups on our list, so that was probably enough for that genre, but these are totally worth checking out too.
Man, this game is excellent. It's truly one of the best on-rail shooters I've ever played. Also, it's completely designed around co-op. In fact, you can't even play it single player. You must have a second player with you. If that's not enough to entice you, did I mention It's free on Steam.
Every obstacle requires both players to work together. Sometimes you both have to shoot a target to open a gate. There are rings you both need to fly through simultaneously to gain more points. There's this really cool section where you fuse into one ship. One player pilots while the other shoots, then it'll switch at random times to make players do the opposite task. This was such a fun mechanic that kept us on our toes.
So why wasn't this on the list? It's basically just a demo. You get one level, and that's it. If it was a full game, it might have been my game of the year. I really hope the developers add on to this and make it a more complete experience. Still, highly recommend it. It's free, so you have nothing to lose. This is everything I would ever want a TMNT game to be. Excellent combat, great pixel art style, catchy music, and of course, the co-op gameplay. Having the ability to play 6 players was a really nice surprise. We have yet to get 6 people together in the same room, but we've managed to do 4 local players with 2 online players. 6 players is such an overwhelming, chaotic, yet fun experience that everyone should try at least once.
This feels just like the Turtle games we grew up with some added flair and improvements. I honestly can't think of any addition that would make this game better. As far as I'm concerned, this is as close as you can get to a perfect game.
We really just can't say enough good things about this game. Everyone else has already talked about it plenty. There's not much more we can say about it. If you haven't played it, play it. Everything people are saying about it is true. That's why it's our number 1 of the year.
So this will be our biggest year-end video yet. I'm just going to start by saying Sonic Superstars is not the best co-op game, but it is a really good Sonic game. I wish they would have figured out a better way to implement the co-op. It's just kind of a mess. The camera doesn't seem to know who to follow, and this gets a lot worse with 4 players. That being said, I'm just happy they included any co-op at all. My daughter and I still had a lot of fun with this, so for that reason, I just had to include it. Bang On Balls Chronicles. Despite what the name sounds like, this game is actually a family-friendly game. Basically, you control these 2 little balls, and it's like a 3D platformer, and you can play the whole game in split-screen co-op. The gameplay is not deep or anything, but it's just a lot of fun. You can bounce into enemies in the environment and destroy everything in your path. And there's also some solid platforming here. You start in this hub world, and then you get to pick which world you want to go into. First one that we played was this Viking world, and they usually give you objectives that you need to complete before you can move forward. This one's a pretty fun, lighthearted game that I did not hear anyone talk about this year. Vaccine Rebirth is a love letter to the 32-bit era survival horror games, and for better or worse, it really nails the look and feel of those games. The majority of indie games are inspired by the pixel art of the 8 and 16-bit era of gaming, so it's refreshing to see some of those early polygonal graphic games get some love as well. The object of the game is simple. You run through the various randomly generated rooms of the mansion on your search for the vaccine. Once you find it, the monster will emerge and start chasing you. At this point, you just do your best to find the exit as fast as possible. It might be rough around the edges, but if you're used to the tank controls of the original Resident Evil or Silent Hill, you'll feel right at home here. And of course, the whole game can be played in split-screen co-op. Puzzle Bobble Every Bubble is a reboot of the Puzzle Bobble franchise, also known as Bust-A-Move. So if you're familiar with that, it's just more of that, and it's done really well here. But those games are primarily known as competitive. This one you can actually play in 4-player co-op. This one came out exclusively on the Nintendo Switch. They even added this fun Space Invaders mode where you and up to 3 friends can move around the bottom of the screen and shoot down the aliens. Jelly Express is another game that I did not hear anyone talk about. Just based on the visuals, I slept on this one. But when it went on sale on Steam, I decided to pick it up and just try it out with my daughter. And this is honestly a really good co-op game. You and a friend play these little jelly creatures and you're attached together with this bar. You're required to maneuver through various levels and puzzles, and as you might have guessed, you have to work together as you are attached. So you have to move in sync and communicate. If you like games like Snipper Clips or Piku Niku, this one is a lot like those, so I'm sure you'll love it.
Blanc is a game that came out in early 2023. I'm a big fan of art games, games that tell a story through the visuals and gameplay with very little spoken word or dialogue. Games like Eco, Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons, or Journey. But we don't see a lot of co-op games like that. Blanc could easily fit in with all those other games that I just mentioned. However, it's not as dark as those other games, and the story isn't necessarily as deep. This one's a little more lighthearted, I would say. There's not a lot of challenge here, so you could easily play this with a kid or a less experienced player. Glitchbusters is kind of like a 3D platformer mixed with third-person shooters, but it's totally kid-friendly. The main mechanic here is you stack up on top of each other. You could play this online or locally. So as you can imagine, this game requires a lot of cooperation and communication. If you're playing with a friend, you need to talk about how you're gonna stack, who's gonna be on top to get to that higher platform, or you could just stack up together for some increased firepower. This is another hidden gem from 2023 that more people should try out. River Tales Stronger Together is a game that's just built for co-op. One player plays as the fish and one player plays as the cat. You have to work together to get through the environment. Oftentimes the fish will have to pull something out of the way so the cat can move forward, pull a lever of some sort so the cat can jump up to a higher platform. And then the cat also works through the environment to help the fish get through. But there's also sections where there are piranhas that will attack the fish, so the cat needs to walk up and scare them away. This requires a lot of cooperation as you need to walk in sync so you're close together and to be able to keep the piranhas away from you. This game has a beautiful art style, very cartoonish. It's another game that's great for the family. 2023 was a great year for co-op 2D platformers, and Disney Illusion Island is another one to add to the list. This is somewhat of a continuation of the Mickey Mouse games that came out on the Sega Genesis. Castle of Illusion and World of Illusion are the games that I loved playing as a kid, especially World of Illusion, as it had co-op gameplay. I still think that game holds up. This implements a lot of that same mechanics. Obviously the platforming, but you can also drop a rope down to help a friend. This is the perfect game for less experienced players, or for children, as there's no combat. It's all about exploration. So if you want to try an easier Metroidvania, definitely play Disney Illusion Island. I can't talk about a co-op list without including Trine 5. If you're familiar with the Trine franchise, it's a staple for co-op gaming. Usually you could play it with up to 3 players and sometimes 4 players. It's a fun puzzle platformer that requires a lot of teamwork. All I can say is if you like Trine, yeah, this is more of the same. It's not breaking new ground, but it's just a solid experience that can't be ignored. So once again, just play Trine. They're all fun games.
The developer behind the 2019 Sega Genesis title Demons of Astaborg brings forth a modern retro adventure with Astabros, which was built from the ground up for the Sega Genesis. But it can also be found on modern platforms as well. Drawing inspiration from classics like Castlevania and Ghosts and Goblins, Astabros aims for a unique spot in the market, tackling hardware limitations and employing techniques like bank switching to overcome space constraints. It's a polished roguelite platformer, offering randomly generated dungeons and 3 distinct characters with varied strengths. The game's fantastic visuals and audio maintain an authentic retro charm, even allowing for 2-player cooperative play. This is one of the best roguelites of the year, and it's just really impressive to see on such primitive hardware.
Alien Hominid Invasion is the long-awaited sequel to the Behemoth's classic run-and-gun game, Alien Hominid, obviously. If you like the original, this will be more of the same, but a little more polished, and it can now be played with up to 4 players. The frantic gameplay, platforming, funny humor, and tight controls are all intact. But instead of just running through the levels, each stage now requires specific objectives to be completed. I felt this slowed down the gameplay a bit, and it has some backtracking more than I would have liked. But other than that small gripe, this game is excellent. When Kirby Dream Land Deluxe came out, I was just excited to be able to play another Kirby game on the Nintendo Switch, but I had no idea that they were going to include a whole other game. Once you complete the story of the Kirby game, you unlock Megalore Epilogue, and this is actually a pretty in-depth, full gaming experience. The gameplay is pretty similar, and you could play it with up to 4 players co-op. But yeah, this game wasn't really advertised, so if you're like me, you might have missed it.
Death Wish Enforcers. This is a clear homage to Sunset Riders, but instead of the Old West, it parodies 60s and 70s action movies. You're able to play with up to 4 players cooperatively. The game offers a familiar yet enjoyable experience with 4 character choices and challenging stages featuring distinctive boss encounters. While the change in setting may be subjective, Death Wish Enforcers introduces unexpected and intriguing elements as the game progresses. Death Wish Enforcers successfully captures the essence of the Konami classic while bringing a unique visual style to the table. Voidigo, recently emerging from early access, proves to be an exceptional roguelite shooter, drawing comparisons to Nuclear Throne, but with a distinctive and weirder flair. The game exudes vitality through its lively sprites and energetic animations, creating a dynamic and engaging top-down roguelike experience. The variety of weapons, power-ups, and enemies contribute to a thrilling gameplay loop, and the game's unique boss fight mechanics add an extra layer of excitement. Noteworthy design elements such as strategic choices in chests and special rooms enhance the overall experience. With a generous mix of rewards and relentless challenge, Voidigo stands out as a deserving recipient of its overwhelmingly positive rating on Steam, offering a delightful and exhilarating journey for players.
Pizza Possum kind of comes across as just a budget title. So if that's what you thought about it when you saw it on Steam, give it another look, because I promise this is one of the most fun co-op games of the entire year. The concept is simple. You run around and eat as much food as you can, and once you fill the meter, you get a key and you can move forward. But there's also some stealth mechanics here. You can hide in bushes to avoid the police officers, or you could just try your best to get through the entire level without them seeing you whatsoever. When my daughter and I played it, we just kind of ran through things and got caught over and over and over again. But if your teammate does get caught, you could run up and release them, and then you both run away and hide again. This is just a really fun, lighthearted game, and it can be played in one sitting. Do not sleep on Pizza Possum.
Double Dragon Gaiden: Rise of the Dragons melds roguelite elements with tag team combat, reminiscent of Marvel vs. Capcom, in a side-scrolling beat-em-up. The simple execution of combat and diverse character choices is what makes the game stand out. The tag system allows for meaningful combinations, but the addition of roguelite elements is its greatest weakness, in my opinion. Maybe I'm just getting kind of sick of that genre just getting pushed into every other kind of game. The mission structure allows you to choose which boss you want to fight next. Visually, the game is a departure from every other Double Dragon game that we have seen yet, but that isn't a bad thing. The pixel art is colorful and highly detailed. As a lifelong Double Dragon fan, I wasn't sure how I would feel about this new direction, but once I played it, it just felt right. And in my opinion, this is the best Double Dragon game to come out since Double Dragon Advance. Gal Guardian's Demon Purge surprises with its captivating blend of fantastic sprite art, animations, and satisfying platforming. Despite initial expectations of a Castlevania-inspired demon hunt with anime-style sisters, the game formerly known as Grim Guardians distinguishes itself as a classic level-based platformer. While lacking an in-game map, the game excels in visuals, featuring pixelated yet detailed character sprites and impressive animations. The gameplay centered around demon hunting sisters Maya and Shinobu offers responsive controls and intuitive button layouts. The co-op multiplayer option enhances the experience. The humor, occasionally juvenile, is mostly satirical and doesn't overshadow the game's charm. Despite a difficulty spike and a few flaws, Gal Guardian's Demon Purge is a delightful and enjoyable action platformer well worth the investment. Vampire Survivors originally came out in 2022, but recently added the ability to play with up to 4 players cooperatively. In co-op mode, the limitation of weapon slots, down to 4 per player, adds a layer of challenge and prevents an individual from becoming overpowered. The leveling system is adapted to rotate upgrades between players, slowing down individual character progression compared to the single-player mode. Despite these changes, this update retains the essence of what made the game a success, offering a wealth of characters, diverse stages, and rewarding goals. The co-op mode revitalizes Vampire Survivors, offering an opportunity for new players to jump in.
Moving Out 2 is just another great co-op game. It often gets compared to Overcooked, but instead of cooking and prepping food, you work together with your team of movers to move furniture from the house and onto your bus. There's various items. Some of them take one person and some of them will require two people to work together. As you can imagine, this opens up a lot of opportunity for cooperative gameplay or just some over-the-top chaotic antics. I played this one a lot with my daughter. We ended up just kind of goofing around, and this game's fun for that as well. You can slap each other or just throw the items. This is just a really great lighthearted co-op experience that anyone can pick up and play.
Just like Vampire Survivors, Infernax originally came out as a single-player game in 2022. Do or Die, the latest update to the retro action game, brings a fresh perspective to the pixelated, gore-filled adventure, adding a second playable character. The update introduces local co-op, or the ability to switch between characters in single-player mode. Serval's unique playstyle, wielding a lobbed axe with precision control, offers a different approach to combat and challenges. The expanded difficulty, balanced enemy designs, and the inclusion of new equipment for Serval enhance the overall gameplay. The update also extends the morality system, with choices impacting character perks, leading to the formidable evil Serval, who adds an extra layer of excitement. While local co-op enhances the gaming experience by allowing players to combine skills, the single-player option seamlessly switches between characters. Despite some platforming challenges in co-op, Infernax Do or Die maintains the game's base gory graphics, compelling music, and an additional Contra-like mode accessible with the Konami code. Whether playing solo or with a friend, the update enriches the Infernax adventure, providing a frustratingly enjoyable experience.
Trinity Trigger is the action RPG that attempts to fill the massive void that Secret of Mana left years ago. I'm not sure that it fully accomplishes that, but it does a great job of trying. First, it has very similar action gameplay, as well as the 3-player co-op option. But one thing to note, much like Secret of Mana, you will need to play through a part of the story in single player before you can meet other party members that can then be played by other players. Trinity Trigger is an excellent action RPG, and a game that didn't get enough attention in 2023, so you have to check it out.
Astral Ascent stands out as a compelling contender in the roguelike genre, offering a captivating experience reminiscent of acclaimed titles like Hades and Spelunky. Set in the Garden's astral realm, the game tasks players with conquering 12 Zodiac-themed guardians to free charming trapped animal characters. While the narrative takes a back seat, the focus shifts to building alliances across repeated runs. Boasting precise controls akin to Dead Cells, Astral Ascent introduces a strategic spell system and an extensive array of spells, each with unique upgrades, creating a mind-blowing variety of combat combinations. The game's difficulty is evident in challenging boss fights, yet the sense of progression remains solid, with currency earned in defeat contributing to permanent upgrades in the hub area. With 4 distinct characters, stunning pixel art, and vibrant colors, Astral Ascent secures its position among the genre's best, offering sensational action combat, intricate systems, and a wealth of meaningful upgrades for roguelike enthusiasts.
I almost completely missed Patch Quest, but thanks to the Co-op Bros' great coverage of the game, I decided to give it a try, and I'm glad I did. It mixes Metroidvanias, roguelites, twin-stick shooters, bullet hell shooters, dungeon crawlers, with a little bit of Pokemon thrown in as well. There's a lot going on, but it's not nearly as complicated as it might sound. Don't overthink it, just get into that fun and colorful environment and start shooting stuff. Similar to Trine, the Diablo series is known for some great co-op gaming as well. And in 2023, we had the highly anticipated Diablo 4. Diablo has become the go-to game for dungeon crawling, and Diablo 4 continues that. Again, it's not adding a whole lot of new gameplay here, but it's really solid co-op experience, with an emphasis on grinding and improving your character's stats. I don't need to explain to you what Diablo is. If you enjoy Diablo, you're definitely going to enjoy this one as well.
Ember Knights. It emerges as a captivating addition to the roguelike/roguelite genre, rekindling my passion for the grind. While lacking a robust narrative, Ember Knights thrives in its diverse gameplay experiences across each run, drawing parallels to Hades. It navigates through 5 randomly generated worlds, emphasizing skill upgrades, abilities, and weapons. The game introduces unique elements, such as a dynamic cooldown system based on regular attacks, allowing continuous engagement. The charging mechanic and the skill tree, requiring strategic choices per run, add layers of depth and replayability. Despite minor pacing concerns in later stages, Ember Knights stands out as an addictively satisfying roguelike gem, offering surprises and extensive endgame content for enthusiasts of the genre. 30XX by Battery Staple Games earns praise as an outstanding run-and-gun platformer, seamlessly blending classic Mega Man X-inspired action with innovative roguelike mechanics. The game introduces two playable characters, Nina and Ace, each offering distinct playstyles, reminiscent of X and Zero. The art style receives a refreshing update, contributing to the believability of the world-saving robot's roles. Standard Mode and Mega Mode provide varied experiences, with Standard Mode featuring roguelike elements and Mega Mode offering a guided, traditional Mega Man experience without permadeath. The game's tight gameplay mechanics, automatic charging of default weapons, and 8 platforming stages filled with diverse environmental challenges keep the experience engaging. Noteworthy features include cooperative multiplayer options, a boss rush mode, a speed run timer, and a versatile level creator, allowing players to design and share original stages with the community. I always loved Mega Man games growing up, but the thing that we were always missing is a cooperative Mega Man game. I think this is as close as we're ever gonna get. 30XX secures its place as not only one of the best looking pixel art games of the year, but also one of the most polished, delivering an addictive and finely tuned gaming experience with broad accessibility. Cassette Beasts is the cooperative Pokemon game that I always wanted. Yeah, it's no secret that this game basically took everything from Pokemon, and it's not trying to hide that. But what it adds that Pokemon is lacking is co-op gameplay, and it works really well. You each get to run around in the hub world and control your own monster during battles. There's even a really cool fusion technique as well, where both players combine their monsters together. Everything about this game is connected to music, and that's one of its strongest features. The soundtrack here is incredible. The music always adds to the visuals, and the visuals are one of its strongest features as well. It has somewhat of an HD pixel art style, similar to Octopath Traveler or something like that. I'm a big fan of this style. I can't say enough about Cassette Beasts. It's one of my favorite RPGs I've ever played, and as a kid that grew up with Pokemon, I always just wanted to have that co-op experience, and we finally have it here with Cassette Beasts. Super Mario Bros. Wonder is the co-op Mario game that I always wanted. Of course, we had co-op in the new Super Mario Bros. Games, and that was a great start. I actually really love those games and have a lot of fond memories about them. But the thing that always annoyed me is the collision. If you're playing with younger players or just less experienced players, it made platforming in trickier areas just not fun. You're constantly knocking each other off edges and bouncing off of each other's heads. It made for a really chaotic experience, and I wasn't a fan of it. But this removes all of that. This game actually works really well as a co-op game, and it includes Peach and Daisy, which my daughter was very happy about. That's not the only thing that this game improved upon. The visuals and music and gameplay and level design of New Super Mario Bros. Kind of started to get a little bit stale. That couldn't be further from the truth with Mario Wonder. Everything about this game is creative, it's new, and it just feels really good. I don't know what else to say about it. This is definitely one of the best co-op games of the year. And I don't think I need to explain that. I think everyone knows that already. Now, before we get to number 1, I wanted to talk about some honorable mentions. These are games that I just didn't get enough experience with, and some of them I just didn't like as much. But maybe you'll enjoy them. AI Olympus, Bread and Fred, Risk of Rain Returns, Asterogs, WarioWare Move It, A Lively Haunt, Cyber Mission, Guard Grave, Jelly and Toast, Web Venture, Body Biteland, Kin Duo 2,
Now let's get to number 1. I'm sure it comes as no surprise, Baldur's Gate 3 takes the number 1 spot. This is without a doubt the most in-depth co-op experience of the year. From being able to design your own characters, having the option for each player to make their own choices in the story, and saving your progress individually. This just works really well as a co-op game, both locally and online. And you can also do a combination. So you could play 2 players locally and have 2 players online join you. That's an underrated feature that doesn't always get implemented, so I'm glad they included that. The ability to play this game in split screen with controllers works surprisingly well. This game is just massive. You could play it for hours. So if you're looking for obviously a more in-depth and longer experience that you could just hunker down and play throughout the entire winter with one of your friends or loved ones or spouse, this is the game for you. Not only is this one of the best co-op games of the year, it's truly just one of the best co-op RPGs of all time. That's why we had to put it at number 1. So there's over 30 couch co-op games from 2023. What were some of your favorite from the year? And if you enjoyed this video, check out some of our other videos where we highlight co-op games from 2023. Thank you for watching.